Marshall Peak, Chapter 4419, Out. What the? Mauser exclaimed and looked around. He had a speculation, but he found it hard to believe it. It's my small universe. Rather than letting these wind spirits make a scene outside, I thought it would be better to just trap them here. I'll cordon off the area around here, so please help me restrain them for now. I'll handle them when I'm free. Yang Kai's voice reverberated from all around. Not only was Mao Zhe in disbelief, but Gung Qing and Zhouya were also astounded. They couldn't believe that they were in Yang Kai's small universe. Common sense dictated that only when an open heaven realm master reached the high rank would their small universe be able to fully materialize and accommodate living creatures. Yang Kai was only a 6th order open heaven realm master, so how did he manage to achieve it? They couldn't wrap their heads around it, as this went against the knowledge that was deeply imprinted in their minds. Nevertheless, as Mao Zhe felt the density of the world force around him, he finally understood why he wasn't a match for Yang Kai even though both of them were in the 6th order. The heritage in Yang Kai's small universe was clearly richer than his own. As he looked up at the bright moon, he realized that the celestial entity seemed to contain a power that could freeze his soul. He was astounded, thinking that it was probably a high-rank element power. Although he was now a 6th order open heaven realm master, he had only reached the 5th order directly when he achieved an ascension in the past. In other words, his limit would be the 7th order in the future, which was why he craved this kind of power. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, they felt a force cordoning off the space around them. Apparently, Yang Kai had sealed this region so that the wind spirits wouldn't be able to cause too much damage to his small universe. However, his effort would be futile if there was no one around to tie down the wind spirits, as the seal would be broken through sooner or later if they were left alone. That was the reason Yang Kai decided to put the proprietress and the others into his small universe. He was trying to make use of their powers to stall for time. Presently, he had to bring everyone out of the astral wind source as soon as possible, so he didn't have time to deal with the wind spirits for now. Although it was difficult for 4 6th order open heaven realm masters to confront more than 10 wind spirits, it wasn't Yang Kai's intention to have them kill the odd-looking creatures. He just wanted them to distract them so that the wind spirits wouldn't run rampant. Hence, there shouldn't be any problem. Upon learning Yang Kai's plan, the proprietress made the first move. The whip in her hand coiled around the wind spirits like it was a dragon before ripping them apart. She was trying to attract their attention so that they wouldn't be able to concentrate on swallowing the heritage in Yang Kai's small universe. Seeing that, Mao Zhe and the others quickly made a move as well. Yang Kai felt that his small universe had descended into chaos, which made it hard for him to focus. There was a bitter smile on his face as he finally realized why people always said even a high-rank open heaven realm master wouldn't easily let others enter their small universe, for that would be a terrible experience. No one would let someone else go into their small universe unless they wholeheartedly trusted that person, as any slight disturbance would cause damage to their small universe. Under Yang Kai's towering evergreen, these people looked around in horror. Of the more than 100 open heaven realm masters, 20 or so had lost their lives in a short time. It could be said that they had suffered an immense loss. Moreover, the eerie wind spirits had all dived into Yang Kai's body, which made them feel worried. It had to be noted that Yang Kai was the key to their survival. If anything happened to him, all of them would be exposed to the astral wind source. With the towering evergreen around, they would be safe from the harassment of the astral wind. However, without this would element divine manifestation, no one had the confidence to survive here for long. Therefore, all of them turned to look at Yang Kai, who seemed fine even though he sported a solemn expression. Hua Yong asked with concern, "Sect Master, those wind spirits?" Yang Kai replied in a muffled voice, "They're inside my small universe. Mao Zhe and the others are dealing with them. We have to leave this place quickly." Then he continued leading the crowd forward. They followed him closely, ensuring that they were always within the protection range of the divine manifestation. On the road, they came across several more wind spirits that broke through the defense of towering evergreen and caused a ruckus. Yang Kai used the same trick and sent these wind spirits inside his small universe. The proprietress and the others already found it hard to deal with the dozen or so original wind spirits, so the situation only exacerbated when more were let in. There were even times when they were almost attacked and invaded by the wind spirits. Left with no choice, Yang Kai sent Huayong and Shu Mu Dan into his small universe so that they could help. The movements in his small universe thus became even more violent. Yang Kai could feel his blood weltering while his aura was extremely unstable. As his head kept buzzing, he had a feeling that he would suffer from cultivation dissonance at any moment. Time seemed to pass by even more slowly at this moment. Accountant, who had been standing guard beside Yang Kai, suddenly exclaimed, "You're hurt!" He could see that blood was leaking from Yang Kai's 7 orifices, and his eyes were horrifyingly red. Yang Kai grunted as he couldn't even spare the focus to respond. He silently charged forward while exerting more force to sustain his towering evergreen to fend off the howling astral wind. Each breath that passed felt like an hour, but at a certain point, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the pressure around him was gone and the towering evergreen's protection, which was suppressed by the astral wind earlier, abruptly expanded. An energized Yang Kai shouted, "We're out of the source!" Everyone was elated as they looked around. However, as the green branches hung so low, they were still engulfed in an emerald light, making it impossible to see outside clearly. With that said, they were aware that the wind, which had haunted them for a seemingly long time, finally stopped howling. They had really left the astral wind source. At that instant, all of them started cheering. To be safe, Yang Kai didn't immediately retract his towering evergreen, sustaining it as he continued charging forward for another incense stick worth of time. Following that, he released his divine sense, and upon making sure that they were safe, he withdrew the wood element divine manifestation. As the light dissipated, the others released their divine senses and realized that they had landed on a shattered spirit province, which was about 100 square kilometers. It was absolutely desolate, while all around was only an endless void. "Please stand guard for me," Yang Kai hurriedly said to the Shi brothers as he sat down cross-legged. Then, he emptied his mind and sunk his consciousness into his small universe. The Shi brothers still hadn't figured out what was going on or where they were, but upon hearing Yang Kai's words, they immediately surrounded him and raised their vigilance. At this moment, they were not certain whether they had really left the shadowless cave heaven and returned to the 3,000 worlds. So they reckoned that they had to ensure Yang Kai's safety. The battle inside Yang Kai's small universe was fierce. 6 sixth-order open heaven realm masters and about 20 wind spirits were locked in combat. As these people flew around, the powers of their artifacts blossomed. Although Yang Kai had cordoned off this battlefield, the wild energy fluctuations still caused his small universe to shake and rumble. The 6 of them were elated when they saw Yang Kai's figure appear. The proprietress said, "Yang Kai, it's too hard to deal with these wind spirits. We're unable to destroy them." When the first wind spirit appeared, it took all 100 or so open heaven realm masters attacking it for some time for its color to simply become dim, to say nothing of the fact that there were so many wind spirits now. Furthermore, they were now inside Yang Kai's small universe, so they didn't dare to release too much of their power. They were now even more restricted in their movements than previously. "I know. Let me handle the rest. Many thanks for all you've done." As Yang Kai spoke, he extended his finger, whereupon a portal appeared in his small universe, beyond which was the aura of the outside world. Maoja asked with a frown, "Will you be all right on your own?" Yang Kai replied, "I have no idea, but I have to give it a try. Right now I'm restricted since all of you are here, so please leave this place first." After a moment of silence, Maoja sent a signal to Gengqing and Zhouya. Then the 3 of them shot out through the crack together, followed by Huayong and Shu Mu Dan. A worried proprietress gazed at Yang Kai and parted her lips. Before she could speak, though, Yang Kai said with a smile, "Don't worry, proprietress. Even if I can't kill them, I'll still be able to expel them." The others were unable to force these wind spirits out once they were invaded because their small universes were still ethereal. On the other hand, Yang Kai's small universe was corporeal, so if it came down to it, he could simply cut out part of his territory and expel it. Although his foundation would be damaged by doing this, it was better than waiting for death. "Be careful, and don't push yourself too hard," proprietress stated in a solemn voice, then turned around and left through the portal. After closing the portal, Yang Kai stared silently at the wind spirits and said through clenched teeth, "I bet all of you have been having fun, haven't you?" The wind spirits apparently couldn't understand him, and without the restraint of the proprietress and the others, they immediately started swallowing the heritage of his small universe again. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the power of his small universe was rapidly streaming into these wind spirits. Although he had cordoned off this area, he was still unable to stop them from absorbing his heritage. Honestly speaking, Yang Kai still had no idea what these wind spirits really were. He speculated that they were born in the astral wind source and simply followed their instincts to swallow up world force. They probably didn't even have sentience. Yang Kai couldn't let these creatures continue wreaking havoc in his small universe. The longer they stayed, the greater the loss he would suffer. So with a thought, he yelled, "Water reflects the moon." The moon in the sky immediately shone brightly and cast its glow on everything below. A layer of frost was instantly seen on the figures of these wind spirits, as though they were covered in white clothes. Yang Kai was ecstatic since his water element divine ability seemed to be working. Just now, he was worried that his element powers wouldn't be useful against these wind spirits, but now he could set his mind at ease. As the frost expanded, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the speed at which the world force was draining had slowed. The wind spirits instinctively felt that something was off. They were originally wolfing down the small universe's heritage, but they were now staring up at the moon in the sky. The next instant, their figures shook to break free of the frost. Then they pounced at the moon. The howling of wind was heard coming from their mouths, which threw Yang Kai's small universe into turmoil. Martial Peak, Chapter 44:20. It's a divine ability. The closer the wind spirits got to the moon, the colder they felt. Showered in the moonlight, they found themselves becoming increasingly sluggish as the frost on their figures thickened. Despite that, they still wouldn't back down, so Yang Kai had to watch as the wind spirits crept closer to the moon. The moon in Yang Kai's small universe was the manifestation of his water element divine ability, which was somewhere between illusory and real. He wasn't certain what would happen if these wind spirits managed to reach it. He wouldn't dare to take the risk. Seeing his water reflects the moon was unable to stop these wind spirits, he decided to use his first divine manifestation and bellowed, "Golden Crow casts the sun." The moon suddenly sank beyond the horizon, and as the golden crow cawed, a great sun leapt into the sky, a three-legged exotic bird flying around it gaily. The icy cold power was instantly replaced by a scorching heat. The wind spirits hadn't managed to stop their advance when the golden crow's true fire was spit out from the sun. Then, a series of strange sizzling sounds were heard. As these wind spirits continued to howl, their figures were completely engulfed in the black golden crow's true fire. Golden crow's true fire was said to be able to burn down everything in existence, and it seemed these wind spirits weren't an exception. Seeing that, Yang Kai was ecstatic. He could see that the 20 or so wind spirits had turned into fireballs, and as the golden crow's true fire continued to burn, dark smoke started billowing from their flaming figures. Yang Kai frowned as he instinctively felt that the dark smoke was a terrible thing. This was his small universe, so he was able to detect the slightest anomaly, and the dark smoke made him feel like he had eaten some rancid food. Realizing the ferocity of Golden Crow casts the sun, the wind spirits instinctively tried to flee. However, since they were now covered in Golden Crow's true fire, how were they supposed to get rid of it? Moreover, Yang Kai had cordoned off the space around this area, so regardless of how hard they tried to break through the seal, they were unable to escape the Golden Crow's true fire. Yang Kai pushed his power to strengthen his Golden Crow casts the sun. More dark smoke billowed from these wind spirits, and as that happened, they became dimmer and dimmer. The very first wind spirit was previously besieged by over 100 open heaven realm masters, so it was much weaker from the start. Quickly being burned down by the Golden Crow's true fire, it soon fell apart and vanished into thin air. Yang Kai arched his brow because as the wind spirit evaporated, he felt a stream of world force surging into his small universe, which helped make up for some of the damage done to his heritage. What's going on? Yang Kai wondered but didn't have time to ponder on this issue, as he had to continuously sustain Golden Crow casts the sun. At the same time, he exerted more force to fortify the seal, so that these wind spirits wouldn't be able to cause further damage to his small universe. Golden Crow casts the sun was immensely powerful, and given Yang Kai's current cultivation, he was even able to cause a certain degree of damage to a high-rank cultivator using it. Therefore, the average open heaven realm master wouldn't be able to persevere for long under the influence of this divine manifestation. With that said, these wind spirits were clearly pretty tough. The great sun in the sky continued to burn them, and although Yang Kai could feel that they were getting weakened by the moment and believed that they would eventually fall apart like the first wind spirit, that would still take some time. 2 days later, Yang Kai, who had been paying close attention to the wind spirits, suddenly shifted his attention to one of them. Just then, following a muffled boom, the almost transparent wind spirit exploded into nothingness. Just like what happened previously, right after the wind spirit disappeared, a stream of pure world force flooded into his small universe. Pung pung pung. More wind spirits popped as half of them soon disappeared. More world force gushed into Yang Kai's small universe like a raging storm, leaving him in a state of disbelief. 1 day later, the last wind spirit was finally burned to death by the Golden Crow's true fire. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw its figure coming apart. More than 20 wind spirits had been destroyed, and after they disappeared, they left behind a lot of world force. What was more precious was that the world force was without any impurities. In other words, anyone could absorb it and turn it into their own capital immediately. Initially, the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was severely damaged because of those wind spirits. However, now not only had the losses been made up for, but he had also gained some benefits. Yang Kai didn't immediately leave his small universe. Instead, he emptied his mind and used his small universe to refine the world force left behind by the deceased wind spirits in order to strengthen his heritage. Time went by slowly. More than 10 days later, on the Shattered Spirit Province, Hua Yong, who had been paying close attention to Yang Kai, suddenly called out, "Sect Master is waking up." Since Yang Kai brought them to this Shattered Spirit Province half a month ago, he had been seated there without moving a muscle. All of them could see that he had lured the wind spirits into his own small universe, but no one knew what happened next. They had experienced the eeriness and power of the wind spirits, so it was expected that the proprietress and the others were worried. Upon hearing Hua Yong's words, the proprietress immediately turned to look at Yang Kai and realized that he was indeed slowly opening his eyes. Before she could ask anything, Yang Kai suddenly let out a puff of dark smoke through his mouth. Shocked, the proprietress hurriedly released her divine sense, but she couldn't identify what the dark smoke was. It seemed to carry a hint of the wind spirit's auras, but it didn't entirely feel like it either. In reality, this dark smoke was the same dark smoke released by the wind spirits when they were burned by the Golden Crow's true fire. Yang Kai had no idea what it was, but he instinctively felt that it would do him more harm than good if he kept it in his small universe. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had been trying to refine the world force left behind by the deceased wind spirits and come up with a way to get rid of the dark smoke. Now, his efforts finally yielded some results. In the end, it was his small universe, so he could easily detect any anomalies, allowing him to disperse the dark smoke with only some effort. "I'm sorry to make you all wait for such a long time." Yang Kai got to his feet and said. The proprietress asked with concern, "How are you?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head. In fact, not only was he fine, but he had also attained some immense benefits. It wasn't certain what those wind spirits were, but after they were destroyed by the Golden Crow's true fire, they significantly bolstered his strength. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the heritage of his small universe had increased significantly, possibly as much as 100 years of dedicated cultivation would bring him. He was more than satisfied with this pleasant surprise. The proprietress was still doubtful, but upon seeing that his skin was glowing and his aura had become more stable than before, she relaxed slightly. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned to look in a particular direction and narrowed his eyes, then exclaimed, "What is that?" He could see that there was a gigantic tornado that appeared to be several tens of thousands of kilometers wide in the distance. As the tornado swirled around, warping the space surrounding it slightly. The sight was quite terrifying. The proprietress walked up to him and looked in the same direction before explaining, "That's the astral wind source." A shocked Yang Kai couldn't believe that he had actually left such a place some time ago, much less that those eerie wind spirits could actually be born in such a place. The wind? Yang Kai frowned and fell into his thoughts. For some reason, he could feel a strange and mysterious domain within the tornado. "It's a divine ability," the proprietress said. Yang Kai gazed at her in shock. The proprietress went on to say in a bitter voice, "Trust me. Before you woke up, we had been observing it for quite some time and came to the conclusion that it was once some kind of divine ability." Yang Kai felt his throat turning dry. A divine ability? Does that mean someone cast it? Wuxia took a step forward and said with a bitter smile, "Perhaps it's a divine ability left behind by a great ancient expert. Although countless years have passed, it's still as powerful as ever." Yang Kai widened his mouth in disbelief, but the truth was right in front of his eyes, so he had to accept it. He wouldn't have figured it out if the proprietress hadn't pointed it out. Upon hearing her words, though, he could indeed see that it was a divine ability cast by someone in an unknown time. However, it continued to exist until this day. The divine ability happened to be located just outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven's exit. Therefore, right after they left the Shadowless Cave Heaven, they fell into the region this divine ability covered. It seemed to be targeted at the small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters. If one wasn't careful enough, the astral wind would sneak into their body and wipe away their heritage. This astral wind wasn't the same as the one that gusted into the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Instead, it was a tornado that would endlessly devastate a person's small universe. Yang Kai wouldn't dare to think about what would happen if a person was struck by such a divine ability. If such a tornado ravaged his small universe, he reckoned that he couldn't persevere for more than 10 breaths. The divine ability never subsided, and as time passed, eerie wind spirits were born from it. Judging from what happened after the death of those wind spirits, Yang Kai reckoned that the world force brought away by the astral wind didn't just disappear. Instead, it was brought back to the tornado. Those wind spirits were probably hybrids of the world force and the divine abilities domain. Over the years, countless Open Heaven Realm Masters had accidentally fallen into the tornado and passed away. Their world forces were all devoured by the wind spirits. The Shadowless Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by a deceased 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it wasn't supposed to be so desolate. However, due to the astral wind's harassment that took place once a month, the world force was continuously lost. Furthermore, basically all the Open Heaven Realm Masters were affected by the astral wind in the Shadowless Cave Heaven. The world force was snatched and brought back to this tornado as it became the nutrients for the wind spirits. Therefore, it could be said that every wind spirit contained very ample world force. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-21. Return to Shattered Heaven's Star City. Yang Kai had gained tremendous benefits by destroying those wind spirits and obtaining their world force. As he looked silently at the tornado, he couldn't help but wonder how many more wind spirits there were inside it. The ones he had come across were certainly not all of them. If he rushed into the tornado and lured more wind spirits into his body, he could save a lot of time on cultivation. In that case, he would be able to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm sooner. Although there was only a difference of 1 order between the 7th Order and the 6th Order, it was like the gap between the heavens and earth. The former was in the high rank while the latter was in the mid-rank, so they were not comparable at all. Others might be wary of the astral wind, but Yang Kai was able to ward it off, and with his previous experiences, he could handle those wind spirits with ease. Nevertheless, he soon gave up on that idea. This couldn't be helped as his strength had increased too quickly recently. Back then, he was forced to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Then 1 month later, he made it to the 6th Order by consuming a world fruit. If he still rushed into making an attempt to reach the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, it might cause his small universe to become unstable. After all, the Open Heaven Realm was a process where one had to build up and manage their small universe gradually. Sometimes advancing too quickly was a bad thing. He reckoned that when he was ready one day, he could still come back here and lure those wind spirits into his small universe in an attempt to ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm. At the thought of this, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. "Where are we now?" Yang Kai asked. The proprietress replied, "We're in the shattered heaven, but I don't know our exact location." Yang Kai nodded gently, thinking that the shattered heaven indeed lived up to its bad reputation. Before coming here, he had heard that this place was paved with danger. He had previously seen some ferocious artifacts that had gained sentience, and now there was this divine ability that had persisted across countless eons. No one knew how much more danger they would bump into. If they were not careful enough, they would lose their lives here. Yang Kai fished out a universe chart he had bought in the shattered heaven star city, but he soon realized that he still couldn't identify their location. Left with no choice, he said, "I guess we're lost for now. We can only play it by ear." No one objected to the suggestion. Regardless of where this was, it was better than staying in the shadowless cave heaven. They had never expected that they would be able to leave the shadowless cave heaven in their lifetime, after all. Yang Kai then fished out the 6 Fated Paths bag and released the 100+ people he had previously kept inside it. After a brief discussion among the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they headed in a particular direction. They came across a lot of danger on the road, most of which did not come with a warning. Although the 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been vigilant, they still suffered damage on several occasions. More than 200 cultivators had left the shadowless cave heaven with Yang Kai. 20 or so were killed by the wind spirits, and half a year later, only roughly 140 people were left. Other than the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were still fine, basically everyone else had suffered some degree of injury. This just went to show how dangerous the shattered heaven was. Over the past 6 months, the group did not just travel in the same direction. Instead, they would change course from time to time. Unfortunately, after such a long time had passed, they still hadn't encountered anyone, which made it impossible for them to identify their location. Another 6 months later, Yang Kai, who was in the lead, suddenly looked in a particular direction for a moment. Then, he became elated and exclaimed, "There's movement over there!" Upon finishing his words, he charged forward. The people behind him became energized as well and hurriedly followed after him. A moment later, they saw some flashes of light in front of their eyes and felt some energy fluctuations coming from up ahead. Apparently, some people were fighting. As they got closer, Yang Kai realized that there were 2 Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged in a life-and-death battle. It wasn't certain why they got into a scuffle, but the battle was quite intense. Both of these 2 were powerful 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It wasn't certain how long the battle had lasted, but their auras were pretty weak and they were practically covered in wounds and blood. While they were trying to hack each other to death though, the 2 men sensed something and turned to look at Yang Kai. The next moment, their expressions changed drastically as they separated and drew back. A short time later, Yang Kai stopped in a spot that wasn't far away from them. When the 2 men saw the group of people behind Yang Kai, they sported solemn expressions. As they exchanged glances, they subconsciously moved closer to one another. Regardless of the cultivation of these people, they couldn't possibly go up against so many on their own. Although they were just fighting a life-and-death battle earlier, they were at least familiar with one another. Compared to these strangers, they would rather trust the party they knew. Noticing their vigilance and hostility, Yang Kai put on a friendly smile and cupped his fist. "Please excuse us. We just happened to pass by this place, and we mean no harm." The man on the left shot Yang Kai a glance with distrust, then asked with a frown, "What do you want?" Yang Kai replied, "We were previously trapped inside a perilous place, and it took us years before we finally managed to escape. Unfortunately, we've become lost, so we don't know how to get to the Shattered Heaven Star City. Would you be so kind as to point the way for us?" The 2 men were astounded as they were wondering why such a large group of people had approached them all of a sudden, but it turned out that these people were just looking for directions. The man who spoke earlier pointed in a particular direction and said, "If you want to head to the Star City, move in that direction. You'll reach it in half a month." Yang Kai looked in the same direction and nodded gently. "Many thanks. Sorry for disturbing you." Following that, He flew off in the direction the man had pointed out, followed by the rest of the group, which soon disappeared into the distance. The two men, who were engaged in an intense battle just a moment ago, traded glances, feeling at a loss. After this farce, they were no longer determined to kill each other. Furthermore, they were equally matched to begin with, so if they kept on fighting, both parties would end up severely wounded at best. Now that they had been interrupted, they no longer had the heart to keep fighting. After cursing at one another, they turned into rays of light and charged in different directions. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and the others were moving in the direction they were pointed at full speed. As expected, the further they went, the more cultivators they came across. These people had obviously just left the Shattered Heaven Star City. Regardless of who they were though, these people would always run away when they saw such a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters approaching. Countless people were killed or robbed in Shattered Heaven every day. If a person was killed in this place, no one would seek justice for them. Half a month later, the Shattered Heaven Star City came into sight. The people behind Yang Kai started cheering. The Sher brothers were especially loud. When these cultivators saw the Star City, their eyes became reddened and moist, as though they had just been reborn. Previously, they had accidentally fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, and they thought that they would never be able to leave. It never crossed their minds that they would have a chance to return to the 3,000 worlds one day. Many of their companions had lost their lives along the way here, so it felt amazing to have come back alive. Soon, they charged into the Star City. As they watched the cultivators who were moving around, the stalls on the streets, and the disorderly buildings, they felt a sense of cordiality. The sight before their eyes was never seen in the shadowless cave heaven after all. Even Mao Zhe and the other mountain lords were moved. Then they checked into an inn and had a bath to wash away the dirt on their bodies. Following that, Hua Yong took out some money to hold a banquet for the companions who had left the shadowless cave heaven together. At that instant, the inn's lobby was crammed with people. Over 140 people were divided among more than 10 tables. Yang Kai and the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were seated together while the rest of them crowded around with their friends as they chatted and drank. The place was bustling with noise. Meanwhile, many Open Heaven Realm Masters, in groups or as individuals, came over and proposed a toast to Yang Kai, thanking him for helping them to escape the shadowless cave heaven and return to the 3,000 worlds. An easygoing Yang Kai didn't turn down anyone and soon became tipsy. A while later, Hua Yong asked the Sher brothers, "What are your future plans?" Presently, Sher Shan was gnawing on the thigh of some kind of roast beast, and his lips were covered in grease, so upon hearing Hua Yong's question, he took a large swig of alcohol and asked back, "What do you mean?" Hua Yong said with a helpless smile, "Since you've left the shadowless cave heaven, you'll need to look for a place to stay. It's not like you'll just keep wandering around, right?" The Sher brothers were astounded upon hearing that as they traded glances for a moment. Then, Sher Shan scratched his head and said, "That's right. What should we do next?" Sher Chiu said in a muffled voice, "You're the big brother, so I'll listen to you." On the side, Sher Yu nodded repeatedly. Sher Shan batted his eyes, then looked smilingly at Hua Yong. "What about you too? What are your plans?" Hua Yong replied with a smile, "My wife and I joined Voidland, and thanks to the sect Master Yang, we've been promoted to the position of elders." Then he took a glance at Mao Zhe. Brother Mao and them should have done the same. "You decided to join Voidland?" Sher Shan stared at Mao Zhe in shock. A silent Mao Zhe sported a wry smile. As a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he wouldn't have joined Voidland if he wasn't restricted by the loyalty list. Even if he willingly decided to join, he was supposed to be an elder just like Hua Yong. But now, they were just Yang Kai's subordinates and couldn't even control whether they lived or died. They were practically servants. Hua Yong promptly said to the Sher brothers, "We all owe the sect master a life-saving grace. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have a chance to leave the shadowless cave heaven. Since we've now gained a second chance at life, we should repay his favor. We all occupied different territories in the shadowless cave heaven. However, since we've left, why don't you also join Voidland? Given our friendship over the years, we can take care of each other in the future. What do you think? The Shi brothers fell silent upon hearing that. A moment later, Shi Qiu said in a small voice, "Big brother, why don't we join Voidland as well?" Shi Shan furrowed his brow. "If we join Sect Master Yang's great force, we'll be under his control. What if he doesn't allow us to drink wine and eat meat? It certainly doesn't feel as great as having our own territory." Shi Yu dipped his head. "Big brother is right." Shi Shan said, "We can join forces and venture into the outside world. I don't believe we'll fare poorly. It's better than getting bossed around by someone else. When we manage to make a name for ourselves, we can do whatever we want." Martial Peak, Chapter 4422. Voidland's Yongkai has come. Their voices were neither loud nor small, so the open heaven realm masters at the scene were able to hear them. Seeing that the brothers were not willing to join Voidland, Huayong was ready to keep persuading them when Yongkai raised his hand to stop him. "Just let the Shi brothers do whatever they want. This Yang wishes all the best for your future." Shi Shan gazed at Yongkai with a grin. "We'll venture into the outside world for now. If we really can't make a name for ourselves, we'll come join you." Yongkai replied with a smile. "Good. The doors of Voidland are always open for you." These sixth-order brothers were triplets who had mastered a profound combination technique. When they joined forces, they would be far more powerful than an ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm master. If they could join Voidland, the Great Force's collective power would increase tremendously. With that said, before Yongkai even left the shadowless cave heaven, he had subdued the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain, and then Huayong and Shu Mudan requested to join Voidland. It could be said that he had gained some handsome benefits by acquiring 5 more sixth-order open heaven realm masters for Voidland. Since the Shi brothers were not willing to work under him, Yongkai naturally wouldn't force them. Then, Yongkai looked around and declared openly, "If any one of you is willing to join Voidland, this Yang will welcome you. If you have somewhere else to go, this Yang will wish you all the best. Since we've overcome a great life-or-death crisis together and finally left the shadowless cave heaven together, we're practically friends now. If you're willing to join Voidland, this Yang will not mistreat you." Then, he picked up his cup and continued, "This Yang will propose a toast to all of you. Let's drink to all our futures." Following that, these open heaven realm masters rose from the chairs and picked up their cups, their gazes filled with gratitude and admiration. When they were done with the wine in their cups, they took a seat again as the lobby once again became bustling. After finishing up the ample meal, they returned to their own rooms and took some rest. However, Yongkai was unable to get any sleep as some people would knock on his door and express their willingness to join Voidland from time to time. These cultivators had been trapped inside the shadowless cave heaven for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Although they had returned to the outside world, most had no place to go. They were grateful that Yongkai had brought them out of the shadowless cave heaven, and since he was the sect master of Voidland, they were more than happy to side with him. Just like what Yongkai had said, they had experienced life and death moments together, so they knew they would not be mistreated. Furthermore, the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain and the island masters of Twin Spirit Island had joined Voidland, so regardless of what Voidland was like in the past, it would have a bright future since so many sixth-order open heaven realm masters belonged to it now. Yongkai didn't turn anyone down who came into his room as he happily agreed to let them join. Voidland was unlike other great forces as it was founded not long ago, so they didn't have enough time to nurture their own young cultivators. What's more, it was hard for the people from the shadowless cave heaven to join other great forces as their loyalty wasn't guaranteed. However, since Voidland was in the midst of rapid development, Yongkai desperately needed more masters to help support it. It wouldn't be too late to think about other issues when everything was settled in Voidland. Looking at it from another perspective, the cultivators who joined now could grow with Voidland, and as time passed, they would eventually develop a sense of belonging so their loyalty wouldn't be an issue in the long run. 2 days later, the Shi brothers bid Yongkai farewell. Since they had decided to venture into the outside world, they wouldn't want to stay here too long. They had loitered in the desolate shadowless cave heaven for far too long, so they yearned to explore the wonders of the outside world. When Yang Kai saw them off, he realized that the Shi brothers had many of the people from Unrivaled Guild with them. There were also some people who were originally from Profound Yang Mountain. The Shi brothers had been the chiefs of Unrivaled Guild for many years, so although they were rather muscle-brained, they were indeed powerful and had their own charisma. Since they did have some influence, it was expected that some people were willing to follow them. As for the people who were originally from Profound Yang Mountain, they were probably wary of Wuxia and the other mountain lords. After all, following Profound Yang Mountain's demise, they immediately sided with the other two great forces, which practically meant that they had abandoned their old leaders. Now that Wuxia and the others had joined Voidland, these people didn't have the nerve to side with Yang Kai, so they had no choice but to leave with the Shi brothers. About half of the over 140 people left, so roughly 70 remained. Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to leave the shattered Heaven Star City, though, and instead cultivated in this place for half a month. Although the shattered Heaven Star City was dilapidated, it was also filled with good things. Countless cultivators moved around this place every day, and many of them were able to bring back rare resources from the depths of the shattered heaven. Yang Kai initially intended to buy some cultivation resources, but his attempts were ultimately in vain. This couldn't be helped as the things in this place were quite expensive, almost 2 times the average price in the outside world. More importantly, he couldn't find the things he really needed. Since he was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the fastest way for him to cultivate was to refine 6th Order materials. After his conversation with Chef some time ago, Yang Kai learned that he had to refine full sets of materials to properly increase the heritage of his small universe. He had more than enough materials for the 5 elements, but he lacked 6th Order Yin-Yang materials, as these things were truly rare. As for 5th Order materials, he didn't need to buy them. With the Gourd Vine in Voidland, complete sets of Yin-Yang and 5-element materials were produced every month, so the supply was basically infinite. Half a month later, a ship departed from the shattered Heaven Star City. The ship was bought by Yang Kai, and while its defensive and offensive strength weren't particularly outstanding, it was pretty spacious as it could comfortably accommodate 200 people. So the 70 or so aboard had more than enough space to move around. Since the route had been mapped out, someone just needed to drive the ship forward while Yang Kai found a room and cultivated in seclusion. The view in the void alternated between surreal and desolate as time went by slowly. 1 month later, the ship suddenly shook. Hua Yong knocked on the door and said, "Sect Master, we've arrived at the first destination according to your plan." "We've arrived? That was quick." Yang Kai opened his eyes and left the room. After nodding at Hua Yong, he walked towards the deck. He looked into the distance and saw a spirit province that was full of world energy hovering in the void. A thick layer of fog surrounded the spirit province, and one could faintly see some beautiful buildings and splendid mountains through the mist. Some figures left the cabin as Wuxia and the other mountain lords stood behind Yang Kai and looked into the distance. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is this Voidland?" Although the place looked average, it had the scale and ambience of a second-class great force. With that said, it wasn't very impressive. "It's not Voidland." Yang Kai shook his head. Wuxia was confused. What was this place if it wasn't Voidland? He had just left the shadowless cave heaven, so he was unable to identify the location without a universe chart. As they spoke, the proprietress led chef and accountant to the deck. Hearing the noise, Yang Kai turned around and walked over. "Why are you here, proprietress?" The proprietress shot him a glance and frowned. "What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai replied with a smile. "You know full well what I'm trying to do." The proprietress furrowed her brows and parted her lips. "I was just spouting nonsense since I was infuriated at that time. Many years have passed, so let's just put it behind us." Yang Kai shook his head. "Although many years have passed, you'll be restricted by your oath if it is not resolved, meaning you won't be able to make it to the high-rank open heaven realm in your lifetime." He paused for a moment, then asked, "Are you worried that there will be too many casualties?" She said with a conflicted expression before she sighed, "There must be some innocence. Once a war breaks out, many people will lose their lives." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, "I'll try to limit the casualties then." Seeing that she was about to keep dissuading him, he cut her off by saying, Your heart demon oath must be resolved. Furthermore, when Heavenly Sword Union made things difficult for me in the past, they also participated. Since they have the guts to invade Voidland, they must be ready to pay the price. Seeing that he was determined, the proprietress let out a sigh and stopped trying to dissuade him. On the other hand, chef and accountant rolled up their sleeves as they realized Yang Kai's intention. Hua Yong and the others were puzzled, not knowing what they were talking about. Mao Zhe secretly spoke to Hua Yong, who replied, I have no idea either. We've come to this place according to the route that Sect Master mapped out. The place in front of us is apparently called Boundless Altar. A glint flashed through Mao Zhe's eyes as he darted his gaze between Yang Kai and Boundless Altar. At the same time, he paid a silent tribute to those from Boundless Altar for a moment. The people from Boundless Altar must have offended this walking disaster. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have directly come all the way here after leaving the shadowless cave heaven. Boundless Altar was doomed. A top second-class Great Force was usually managed by 1 or 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters at most. However, there wasn't a lack of 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters on this ship as there were 7 of them in total. No second-class Great Force in the world was able to go up against such a lineup. As they spoke, the ship continued moving towards the Spirit Province. In just 1 hour, they arrived at the periphery of the Spirit Province. As they got closer, they could see the view in the Spirit Province clearer. They saw that many people were moving around in Boundless Altar. Rays of light could be seen flying between the magnificent spirit peaks. There were also a lot of exotic beasts that flew through the air. The ship was neither small nor big, but as it navigated through the void, it was still pretty conspicuous. The guards around Boundless Altar had noticed the ship some time ago, and seeing that it was directly coming at them, they immediately sent a message to their higher-ups. Soon, a figure shot out from one of the spirit peaks in Boundless Altar. Hovering within the coverage of the Grand Array, he looked intently into the sky. What came into his sight shocked him, for he could see a lot of people on the ship. Due to the distance and the fact that these people weren't releasing their auras, he wasn't able to discern their cultivations. However, he had a feeling that those people were ill-intentioned. Hence, he bellowed, "This is Boundless Altar. Who goes there?" His loud voice reverberated across the void. The ship didn't seem to have any intention to stop and simply charged towards Boundless Altar. The person's expression changed. As a beam of light flashed across his fingers, he sent a message to some people. The next moment, the Grand Array lit up. With a dispassionate expression, Yang Kai lifted his hand and forcefully brought it down. Seeing that, Hua Yong and the others immediately made a move as well. In an instant, a crack appeared in the Grand Array around Boundless Altar, and the ship directly flew inside. On the deck, Yang Kai's clothes flapped in the wind as he shouted, "Voidland's Yang Kai has come." Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-23, Two Choices. Yang Kai's thunderous voice spread across the entire Boundless Altar. In an instant, the world shook as countless eyes looked in the direction where the voice came from. Most of the cultivators in Boundless Altar were puzzled as they had never heard of Voidland or Yang Kai before. That was because they were weak and they had rarely stepped out of Boundless Altar. Despite that, they could still clearly sense the hostility in the person's voice, so they leaped into the air and charged in a particular direction. On the other hand, a small number of people had their expressions change drastically as their gazes were filled with horror. Although Voidland wasn't a household name as it wasn't comparable to the cave heavens and paradises, it was still a rising star in recent years. This great force was rising at an unprecedented speed. The long-lost legendary Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills were found in the star city of that great force, which drew the attention of other great forces from all over the 3,000 worlds. Before that, the 100 Sects Alliance, led by Heavenly Sword Union, invaded Voidland, but after the battle, the Alliance was defeated, and even the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, was executed on the battlefield. More importantly, Boundless Altar was a part of that alliance, and they had suffered immense losses. Great Elder Ling Chunqiu and a number of other Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed in Voidland, leaving no corpses behind. Initially, Boundless Altar and Voidland had no contact with one another. After all, they were separated by several great territories, and they had no relationships of any kind. However, since the incident of the Hundred Sects Alliance, grudges had been formed between both parties. Certainly, those from Boundless Altar were heartbroken at the fact that Ling Chunqiu and the others were killed. Even though Boundless Altar was considered a second-class great force, its heritage was weak. A fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master was an important pillar in their great force. So Ling Chunqiu's death did have some negative impact on Boundless Altar. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do about it. The idea of avenging Ling Chunqiu's death never crossed their minds as the Hundred Sects Alliance was defeated and nearly wiped out. So how could Boundless Altar achieve anything on its own? Rather than them looking for revenge, they had to consider themselves lucky if the other party didn't come seeking trouble. It could be said that all the great forces that besieged Void Land at that time shared the same sentiment. Recently, they had been hiding inside their great forces and doing their own things as they were afraid that those from Void Land would retaliate against them one day. Those from Boundless Altar had never expected that Yang Kai would arrive at their great force and directly break their grand array. Boundless Altar was considered a well-established second-class great force with a few tens of thousands of years of heritage. Supposedly, its grand array shouldn't be so fragile to be broken with only one move. The reason this was happening was that none of them had expected that there was such a reckless person in the world who would directly barge into their headquarters without even giving a warning. The grand array wasn't even fully activated when a crack was opened in it, which allowed Voidland's ship to enter. Furthermore, 5 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters had made a move at the same time, so regardless of how sturdy the grand array of Boundless Altar was, it could never endure the bombardment from so many powerful masters. Even if it was fully operational, it would only have been a matter of time before it was destroyed. Even the 9 heavenly layers was broken through once, to say nothing of the fact that the grand array in this place was significantly weaker than the 9 heavenly layers. After moving through the crack, the ship silently hovered in the air with Yang Kai standing on the deck and looking down coldly at those below. The person who came from the Spirit Peak turned pale and stared solemnly at Yang Kai as he asked, "Are you Voidland's sect Master Yang?" Yang Kai looked condescendingly at him. "Who are you?" The person cupped his fist and replied in a bitter voice, "Altar Master of Boundless Altar, Yuchi Chung Zhou. Please forgive me for not greeting your excellency earlier as I was unaware of your arrival." Yang Kai arched his brow. "You're the Altar Master of Boundless Altar?" Yuchi Chung Zhou dipped his head. "Yes." Yang Kai sized him up, and judging from the faint fluctuations coming from his body, he should be a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai thought that Boundless Altar was pretty weak as the Altar Master was only a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Since the increase in his strength, the height of Yang Kai's vision had also grown significantly. Before going to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he was still immensely pressured when he was faced with a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. When he was returning to the Star Boundary back then, he was completely powerless to resist someone like He He. In the end, he had to use a precious mid-rank world fruit to help Lu Shui ascend from the 4th-order Open Heaven Realm to the 5th Order, so that she would have the power to fight back against He He and eventually subdue him. Now, he was a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master who had defeated Maoja, a peak 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Numerous 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were also killed by him before. Therefore, Yang Kai's attitude was now different when he was faced with someone like Yuchi Chung Zhou. It had only been a short time since he arrived in the 3,000 worlds, and he hadn't come into contact with a lot of great forces, so he wasn't aware that this was actually the norm amongst second-class great forces. According to the classification of great forces in the 3,000 worlds, any place with mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command could claim to be second-class. If a sect had several 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, their heritage could be considered impressive. Some of the second-class great forces only had 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters leading them. Although they were also second-class great forces, they didn't have the scale and power to match. Such great forces were actually found everywhere. After sweeping a glance over Yuchi Chung Zhou, Yang Kai asked, "Do you know an old fart named Ling Chunqiu?" Upon hearing that, Yuchi Chung Zhou sported a bitter expression, knowing that his biggest fear had come to haunt him. When he heard Yang Kai mentioning his great force earlier, he knew that he was in trouble. It was apparent that those from Void Land were here to retaliate against them. Therefore, at the mention of Ling Chunqiu, he knew that his speculation was right. He couldn't help but secretly curse at Ling Chunqiu for offending Void Land for no reason. Heavenly Sword Union's Kong Feng had some ulterior motive for heading to Void Land. So it wasn't necessary for Ling Chunqiu to butt into that affair. Boundless Altar had nothing to do with Heavenly Sword Union to begin with, so they didn't need to join forces with the latter. Now that Yang Kai had stormed into Boundless Altar, how were they supposed to deal with him? Yuchi Chung Zhou said in a helpless voice, "To be honest with you, Sect Master Yang, Ling Chunqiu is the great elder of Boundless Altar. He left with some people a few years ago, and he has gone missing since then. Why did you mention him all of a sudden? Have you come across him somewhere?" It wasn't like he could say he had no idea who Ling Chunqiu was. As the great elder, Ling Chunqiu held an important position in the sect. It would be insincere if he said he didn't know him. Now, he could only try to separate Boundless Altar from the feud so that they would be able to avoid calamity. As for avenging Ling Chunqiu's death, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. He had seen the people on the ship making a move earlier. There were 5 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they could easily destroy the entire Boundless Altar. He went missing? Yang Kai sneered. Is that really the case? Yuchi Chung Zhou's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he nodded. I wouldn't dare to lie to you, Sect Master Yang. Please understand. As they spoke, the cultivators from Boundless Altar were flying over from different directions. They still had no idea what was going on when they stood behind Yuchi Chung Zhou. However, upon seeing that the Altar Master was quite anxious, they realized that they were in a perilous situation, so they sported solemn expressions. Yang Kai stared seriously at Yuchi Chung Zhou for a moment before he nodded gently. I'll take your word for it. Since you don't know where Ling Chunqiu is, I'll tell you now. That old dog brought some people to invade Void Land, and he was killed by me for his transgression. Yuchi Chung Zhou pretended to be shocked as he exclaimed, Why would he do something so foolish? Yang Kai stared at him and felt disgusted, thinking that the Altar Master could indeed put on a good show. A frustrated Yuchi Chung Zhou said, The Great Elder was old, and he sometimes made rash decisions. A few years ago, he was pretty dejected over something, so he decided to go out and travel. He hasn't returned since then. We all thought that he was cultivating in seclusion somewhere, but we never expected that he had made such a huge mistake. Following that, he bowed deeply at Yang Kai. Please forgive him, Sect Master Yang. He has paid the ultimate price for the mistake since he was killed. I hope you will not try to settle accounts with him now. There was a devious smile on Yang Kai's face as he said, Why would I settle accounts with a dead person? Yuchi Chung Zhou's expression changed. Yang Kai's words suggested that he was going to settle accounts with those who were living instead. Knowing that the crisis was unavoidable, Yuchi Chung Zhou secretly sighed and cupped his fist. Regardless of his reasons, Ling Chunqiu was the great elder of Boundless Altar. As he has offended Sect Master Yang and Void Land, we'll have to bear some responsibility. Since you've come all the way here, we're willing to pay a price in the hope of appeasing your wrath. Please give us a chance to live. After he finished speaking, the people behind him appeared vexed. No one would feel pleased when they had to act so subservient in their own headquarters. However, none of them dared to express their fury. The Altar Master's obsequious behavior suggested the other party was too formidable. If they got into a conflict, Boundless Altar would suffer a huge loss. It's surprising to know that you're such a sensible person, Altar Master Yuchi. Yang Kai looked meaningfully at him. He was initially filled with murderous intent as he was ready to help the proprietress vent her anger here, but was rendered almost speechless by Yuchi Chung Zhou's eloquence. Since the other party was acting so polite, his murderous intent subsided. With a lowered gaze, Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before declaring, Since you're willing to offer some compensation, Altar Master Yuchi, we can certainly talk it out. Yuchi Chung Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. What demands do you have, Sect Master Yang? Yang Kai replied dispassionately. When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Void Land, I declared in front of Ling Chunqiu and all others present to hear that not only would I kill them, but I would also wipe out the sects behind them, down to the last chicken and dog. He had indeed said such a thing to both Ling Chunqiu and Qi Jin at that time. The expressions of Yuqi Chengzhou and the cultivators from Boundless Altar changed drastically upon hearing that. Yang Kai's cold voice went on to reverberate as he continued. This king initially intended to honor those words. However, since you're such a reasonable man, this king will give you two choices. Do you want me to destroy the sect or kill everyone here? Was there a difference between the two options? It seemed that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Yuqi Chengzhou sported a dark expression as he said in a grim voice, Sect Master Yang, we're willing to appease you. So why do you insist on acting ruthlessly? Yang Kai snorted. When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, no one forced you all to join. Since you've committed the act, you must pay the price. One's mistakes must be paid for in kind. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-24. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yuqi Chengzhou said after a sigh, I'm the Altar Master of Boundless Altar. I'm already embarrassed that I'm not able to make the sect thrive. But the foundation of several tens of thousands of years cannot be destroyed on my watch. If you're so relentless, Sect Master Yang, don't blame us for offending you. You're courting death. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with coldness. You're fully aware that all of you can't go up against this king. Hua Yong, who was standing behind him, wore a menacing expression. He had just joined Voidland, so he desperately needed a chance to prove his worth. If a battle broke out, he would be the first to charge forward. Yuqi Chengzhou said in a grim voice, Everyone dies eventually. The only difference is how soon it happens. Since the Great Elder made a mistake, we can't blame you for coming over to hold us accountable. However, there are no cowards in Boundless Altar. We shall live and die together with Boundless Altar. The cultivators behind him appeared incensed as they shouted, Live and die together with Boundless Altar. Following some whooshing sounds, the auras of these open heaven realm masters spread around as the world forces undulated. A moved Yang Kai swept a glance over these cultivators and secretly sighed. Was this the heritage of a sect that had been in existence for several tens of thousands of years? Although they were lacking in strength, their sense of belonging and loyalty to their sect was far greater than those of younger great forces. Even though these people were all aware that they would lose their lives in this battle, they still refused to back down. Many appeared terrified, but no one was willing to take a step back. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Since you've made such a decision, this king will stop persuading you. On the road to the Yellow Springs, at least you won't be lonely. He was determined to destroy Boundless Altar as this was related to the proprietress Heart Demon Oath, so there was no turning back. Although he respected their loyalty to their sect, that wouldn't stop him from demolishing Boundless Altar. Anyone who stood in the way of his martial Tao would be killed. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai raised his hand and was about to order his people to attack when suddenly he turned to stare at the deepest part of Boundless Altar and exclaimed. Mao Zhe and the others also sensed something as they looked in the same direction. A powerful aura seemed to have awakened in that place. Although the aura was only faintly exposed, it revealed that the owner was extraordinary. There was actually a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in Boundless Altar. The revelation surprised Yang Kai. When he saw that Yuqi Chengzhou was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, he thought that Boundless Altar was pretty weak. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he had underestimated the heritage of a sect that had been in existence for over 10,000 years. It wasn't that they didn't have a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The person just didn't want to reveal himself. If it weren't for Yang Kai and his group preparing to make their move, this person wouldn't have exposed himself at all. The ample aura suggested that the person's cultivation was truly incredible. Upon sensing the aura, Yuqi Chengzhou and the others looked in that direction and exclaimed, Old Ancestor! Just then, an old voice was heard coming from that direction. It seemed that he hadn't spoken for a long time, so his voice sounded hoarse. Little friend, will you please listen to this old master first? Yang Kai gazed in that direction as a glint flashed through his eyes. It was as though he was able to see across space and find out the person's whereabouts. Then, he said impassively, Is there any advice you'd like to give me, old sir? The person replied, I wouldn't dare to give you any advice. I just hope that you'll come here and have a talk with me, little friend. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai nodded, N. Then, he turned his head and ordered, All of you, wait for me here. A worried Hua Yong said, Sect Master, do you want me to go with you? There's no need for that. Yang Kai waved his hand and took a step forward. After he left the ship, his figure flickered and disappeared. All of them looked in the direction where the old voice came from. Yuchi Chung Zhou and the others appeared ardent, as though they were hoping that their old ancestor would be able to solve this issue for them. Mao Zhe, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly said, This old sir from your sect is about to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, right? He too was at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, as he was just one step away from the 7th Order. Therefore, he was especially sensitive to this person's aura. However, he had suffered some losses in the Shadowless Cave Heaven some time ago. Although he had returned to the 3,000 worlds, it would take him a long time before he could restore his lost strength. Yuchi Chung Zhou replied, Old ancestor has been cultivating in seclusion for 800 years. I have no idea about his current cultivation. Mao Zhe sneered, Do you think your old ancestor can make him leave? Yuchi Chung Zhou turned to look at Mao Zhe, who then snorted, You're too naive. He didn't explain anything after finishing his words. No one could understand how horrendous Yang Kai was until they fought him head-on. Before coming across Yang Kai, Mao Zhe believed that no one under the high-rank Open Heaven Realm was a match for him. There might be a small number of people who were as powerful as he was at most. After all, he was already at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, after one encounter with Yang Kai, he realized that there was always someone out there who was stronger. That guy was no different from a monster, as he had condensed numerous high-rank elements. Although Yang Kai was just a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm master, Mao Zhe speculated that his power was actually approaching the 7th Order. He wasn't certain about the power of this old ancestor from Boundless Altar, but he was sure that this old man was no match for Yang Kai. He was at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but he had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands. Now that another person of the same caliber was about to experience the same, Mao Zhe couldn't help but take pleasure in the other party's misfortune. If he was the only one who had suffered from this kind of setback, it would be too sad. No one knew what Yang Kai and Boundless Altar's old ancestor talked about, and they couldn't even detect any energy fluctuations coming from them. But 2 hours later, a figure shot out from the deepest part of Boundless Altar. The person was clad in a gray robe that matched his hair and beard. With his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm aura, it was apparent that he was Boundless Altar's old ancestor. Yuchi Chung Zhou and the others flew over as they cupped their fists as they bowed. Old ancestor. The old ancestor took a glance at them and declared, All of you, order the disciples to pack up now. We will leave within 1 hour. Old ancestor. Yuchi Chung Zhou's pupils contracted as he couldn't believe what he had just heard. But when he caught a glimpse of the blood at the corner of the old ancestor's mouth, he exclaimed, You're injured? The old ancestor wasn't willing to delve into this topic, as he simply waved his hand. Do it now. Certainly, Yuchi Chung Zhou wouldn't dare to disobey. After taking a glance at the place where the old ancestor cultivated in seclusion, he clenched his teeth and cupped his fist. Yes. Then the order was passed on to everyone. Soon, the entire Boundless Altar was bustling with noise as the disciples quickly packed up as many things as they could. 1 hour later, thousands of Boundless Altar's members gathered together in the same place. Many of them hadn't figured out what was going on. They just heard that a person named Yang Kai from a force called Voidland suddenly barged into their home, and then they were ordered to leave. The old ancestor swept a glance over Boundless Altar's foundation that had stood strong for several tens of thousands of years. Although he was reluctant, he still turned his head and cupped his fist at Hua Yong and the others. Please tell your sect master that this old master has complied with his demand, and hope he gives us a chance to survive. Hua Yong nodded his head. Don't worry. My sect master is a righteous person who won't kill others unnecessarily. It was then that the old ancestor nodded and cupped his fist again. Farewell. Then, he turned around and led the thousands of Boundless Altar's members to leap into the sky, soon disappearing. The Open Heaven Realm Masters aboard Yang Kai's ship exchanged puzzled glances. They initially thought that a battle was inevitable. Many of them had even rolled up their sleeves as they wanted to prove their worth to Yang Kai. It never crossed their minds that the matter would be settled in such a way. They wondered what Yang Kai had discussed with or done to Boundless Altar's old ancestor that made the latter easily give up his sex foundation. Although they had no idea what had happened, they were certain that the old ancestor had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands. Outside Boundless Altar, Yuchi Chengzhou and the others appeared humiliated as they followed behind their old ancestor. Although there were many people, none of them said anything, which made the atmosphere quite gloomy. All of a sudden, the old ancestor, who was leading the way, sprayed out a mouthful of blood which quickly boiled and evaporated in a horrifying display. Old ancestor! Yuchi Chengzhou quickly flew over. The old ancestor waved his hand with a dejected expression. It's true that there will always be young and talented people to replace the old. Such power at such a young age. Incredible! An embarrassed Yuchi Chengzhou said, "Forgive this junior for being so useless, dragging old ancestor into this mess. Our 10,000 years foundation was lost at my hands. Please punish me." The old ancestor shook his head. "It's not your fault. Moreover, as long as the people of Boundless Altar still live, our inheritance will never truly be lost. There are countless spirit provinces in the 3,000 worlds, so why should we worry about not rising again?" Yuchi Chengzhou felt crestfallen as the old ancestor consoled him. The old ancestor took a deep breath to suppress the weltering vitality in his chest, then asked, "What is the background of Void Land? Why do they hold a grudge against us?" Yuchi Chengzhou then reported to him the incident of the 100 Sects Alliance invading Void Land. The second elder provided some additional information once the sect master was finished. "Old ancestor, I heard Great Elder mention that he held some grudges against a woman named Lan Yu Rua. At that time, he joined forces with the leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, and ambushed that woman. The reason he took part in that alliance was that Voidland has some kind of close relationship with Lan Yu Rua. He was trying to lure them out so that he could destroy them once and for all." Golden Rainbow Province? Old ancestor arched his brow upon hearing that. "Yes." The second elder bowed his head. Yuchi Chengzhou said, "It seems that those from Voidland are trying to settle accounts. That's why they invaded Boundless Altar today. I guess Golden Rainbow Province won't be able to avoid this calamity either." A glint flashed through the old ancestor's eyes as he said, "Get someone to head to Golden Rainbow Province and tell them what happened here today." A shocked Yuchi Chengzhou said, "Old ancestor, we're neither family or friends with Golden Rainbow Province, so why should we inform them about it?" It wasn't that he wanted to take pleasure in Golden Rainbow Province's pending misfortune, he just didn't find it necessary to inform them about it. Those from Voidland were determined to destroy Boundless Altar, and this old master is too weak to repel them. However, perhaps there are others who can teach them a lesson in our place. The fact that Boundless Altar was destroyed was definitely an irresolvable blood feud. However, he was unable to get his revenge since he wasn't strong enough. He had no choice but to remain silent about it. Nevertheless, he wouldn't mind seeing those from Voidland suffer some losses or even lose some lives. Martial Peak. Chapter 4425. Rumors are a terrifying thing. Since the old ancestor had given the order, they wouldn't dare to disobey him despite the fact that they were puzzled. The second elder offered to do it and left the team before heading towards Golden Rainbow Province. The other party might not believe them if the messenger wasn't of some importance, and since Great Elder Ling Chunqiu had lost his life in Voidland, the second elder was the best suited to do this job. After taking a look in the direction of the sect's foundation, the old ancestor heaved a sigh. If he'd known such a calamity would befall Boundless Altar, he would have broken through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm sooner in order to save their inheritance. However, it was too late now. Everyone from Boundless Altar was now gone, leaving only the dozens of Open Heaven realm masters that came with Yang Kai behind in the spacious Spirit Province. They hadn't been able to detect any movements coming from Yang Kai since he went over to meet with Boundless Altar's old ancestor. However, these Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could sense that his aura was stable, and he didn't show any signs of injuries, so there was nothing to worry about. They reckoned that they could settle down in Boundless Altar for now since this place was beautiful and full of world energy. Although all the valuable items were gone, the buildings were naturally immovable, so they found some places to stay as they cultivated and waited patiently. 2 months later, a roar was heard coming from the deepest part of Boundless Altar, one so thunderous that the entire sky shook. All of them turned to look in that direction. Mao Zhe narrowed his eyes as he could clearly sense the joy in Yang Kai's heart through the resounding roar, as though the latter had gained some kind of immense enlightenment. More importantly, Yang Kai's cultivation seemed to have improved. That revelation stunned Mao Zhe. As a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master himself, he knew that it was extremely difficult to take a step forward in this order. So how was it possible that Yang Kai had grown significantly in such a short time? Was he really a monster? Mao Zhe wasn't aware that when they were passing through the tornado divine ability back then, Yang Kai lured the wind spirits into his body and killed them, which greatly nourished his small universe and saved him over 100 years of secluded cultivation. When he met up with Boundless Altar's old ancestor, even though they didn't engage in a life-and-death battle, they had exchanged some moves. Despite the fact that the old ancestor had used all his power, he was still injured by Yang Kai. If this wasn't the case, he wouldn't have ordered the disciples of Boundless Altar to evacuate. The reason the old ancestor decided to back down was that he realized he was no match for Yang Kai. He wasn't even able to defeat Yang Kai, to say nothing of the fact that the latter had brought more Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with him. If it came down to a fight, everyone from Boundless Altar would die. The fact that he was able to leave with his disciples safely was already the best possible outcome. When they traded moves at that time, Yang Kai suddenly comprehended something, which was why he hurriedly started cultivating in seclusion, and it wasn't until this moment that he finished. In fact, Yang Kai's cultivation hadn't increased a lot. After all, it had only been a short time since he ascended to the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm, and coupled with the fact that he had been nourished by the world forces left behind by the deceased wind spirits, his own heritage was already quite rich. The reason Mao Zhe felt this way was that Yang Kai's Sixth-Order aura had become increasingly stable. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had left the place where he cultivated in seclusion, everyone went over and greeted him. Sect Master! Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan cupped their fists. Yang Kai nodded gently and swept a glance over them before ordering, "Destroy this place." Upon receiving the order, all of them began using their divine abilities. Several tens of thousands of years of inheritance had been accumulated in this beautiful spirit province as over the millennia, countless Open Heaven Realm Masters had passed away in this place. After their deaths, their small universes fell apart and their world forces were partially absorbed by Boundless Altar to strengthen its own heritage. It was a shame to just destroy it like this. However, since Yang Kai had given the order, they had to obey. It wasn't difficult to demolish a place no one was defending. Dozens of Open Heaven Realm Masters joined forces and turned Boundless Altar into a shattered spirit province in just 2 hours. On the deck, Yang Kai stood beside the proprietress as they watched the sight in silence. The proprietress remained silent, and it wasn't until a long time later that she sighed. She wasn't a ruthless person. Although she had a fiery temperament, she still couldn't bear to see a spirit province being destroyed just because of her oath from back then. At that time, she was truly incensed because Bai Qi was disturbed while ascending to the Open Heaven Realm, almost dying as a result. That was the reason she made such a heart demon oath against Ling Chunqiu and Qi Jin. Now that she was restricted by the oath, she had to fulfill it if she wanted to make it to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Fortunately, the way Yang Kai settled the issue was as peaceful as possible, as he didn't injure any innocent people in the process, which was acceptable. She could never have expected that the little shophand she forcefully brought back to First Inn in the past would so quickly become such a successful master. Not only had he saved her from the shadowless cave heaven, but he also owned void land and commanded many powerful cultivators. It only took Yang Kai a couple of decades to achieve things that would normally take others thousands or even tens of thousands of years to do. Hua Yong returned with the other cultivators as he cupped his fist and reported, "Sect Master, Boundless Altar is gone for good. Yang Kai nodded. Let's go. Since Boundless Altar was destroyed, his next destination would be Golden Rainbow Province. As the ship accelerated, it turned into a ray of red light and shot towards the nearest territory gate. The proprietress suddenly said, "The old ancestor from Boundless Altar could have ascended to the 7th Order before now." Yang Kai was spacing out when he heard that. Then he frowned and nodded. I agree." If she hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have pondered on this issue. It was apparent to him that the old ancestor was at the very peak of the 6th Order and was about to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Although Boundless Altar was just a second-class great force, they should have enough resources to support the old ancestor's ascension given their years of accumulation. However, the fact was that the old man had been stuck at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm all this time. Perhaps he wasn't confident enough? Or perhaps he lost the drive to continue striving forward due to his old age, so he wouldn't dare to give it a try? Yang Kai pondered. The old ancestor was indeed quite aged, and his vitality was clearly declining. He was no longer in the prime years to attempt an ascension to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. The ascension from the 6th Order to the 7th Order was equivalent to the process of rebirth. Once the person succeeded, their strength would increase tremendously. However, one mistake would cost them their life. No one would easily attempt a breakthrough if they weren't confident enough. That might be so, the proprietress said impassively. But another reason might be that he wasn't willing to reach the 7th Order. A curious Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean? Don't cultivators always aspire to achieve greater heights? Since he is able to do so, why isn't he willing to take that step forward?" To the side, Mao's expression changed as he gazed at the proprietress and asked in horror, "Could the rumors be true?" "What rumors?" Yang Kai asked inquisitively. Mao furrowed his brow. "Sir, have you ever thought about why there isn't even a single high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in all the second-class Great Forces? According to the classifications of Great Forces in the 3,000 Worlds, a Great Force with even one mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would be considered second-class, and a Great Force with high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would theoretically be first-class. Since this is how the Great Forces are classified, many second-class Great Forces should eventually become first-class given enough time. That's because, after millennia of accumulation, some people must be able to make it to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai's expression changed as he nodded. "You have a point." Although the second-class Great Forces were not comparable to the Cave Heavens and Paradises in terms of their heritages, at least some of them had to have been able to nurture disciples who directly broke through to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. For example, Zhou Yi, whose body was taken over by Black Crow Divine Monarch when Yang Kai came across him in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, came from a second-class Great Force, Great Thousand Bloodland. After Black Crow Divine Monarch took over his body, he used it as a base and ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, Zhou Yi was supposedly able to make it to the 5th Order himself. Given enough aptitude and opportunities, he should have been able to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm someday. Once he did, Great Thousand Bloodland would become a first-class Great Force. As time passed, it might even become a part of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Over the years, Zhou Yi was certainly not the only one who was nurtured in Great Thousand Bloodland. Over their entire history, Great Thousand Bloodland must have raised tens of thousands of disciples, of which at least a handful should have similar aptitude to Zhou Yi. However, in the end, Great Thousand Bloodland remained a second-class Great Force as they didn't have a single high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. The other top second-class Great Forces should be in similar situations. Where were the core disciples that had directly made it to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm over the years then? It was impossible that no one had managed to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Questions naturally arose when they looked at the issue from this perspective. The proprietress took a glance at Mao and asked, "What kind of rumors did you hear?" With a dark expression, Mao replied, "In order to sustain their statuses in the 3,000 worlds, those from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would make a move once anyone outside their own ranks tried to reach the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. They would either nip the crisis in the bud or force that new high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master to join their great forces so that they can strictly supervise them." The expressions of Hua Yong and the others changed drastically when they heard that, and Hua Yong anxiously asked, "Are you serious?" He and his wife were both in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so it was just a matter of time before they tried to reach the Seventh Order. If Mao Zhe's words were true, they would have to think twice about reaching the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Otherwise, those cave heavens and paradises might target them when they achieved an ascension. Mao Zhe shook his head. "It's just a rumor I heard. I have no idea whether it's true." If the rumors were true, it would explain why there wasn't even a single high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in all the second-class Great Forces in the entire 3,000 worlds. It wasn't that no one was capable of ascending to the Seventh Order, but rather that once they broke through, they would be brought back to the cave heavens and paradises to be put under strict supervision. The old ancestor from Boundless Altar certainly had the resources to reach the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, but he still wasn't willing to do so. Perhaps that was what he was worried about as well. Yang Kai's face fell as Mao Zhe's words reminded him of his own experience. He was targeted back then because he was trying to directly ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. In the end, he was forced to become a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was only then that Tizhang and the others let him off. The cave heavens and paradises would never allow him to directly ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm as they suppressed him at all costs. However, the idea that they would also stifle the cultivators who made it to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm through years of accumulation was absolutely intolerable. Rumors are a terrifying thing indeed. The proprietress shook her head with a helpless smile. "I've heard such rumors as well, and many people believe them to be true." "They're not." Mao Zhe frowned. "Of course not." The proprietress shook her head. Although the cave heavens and paradises could be overbearing sometimes, they can't control everything and everyone in this world. They would appear far too petty if they would even butt into such affairs. How could such short-sighted and narrow-minded people ever become truly powerful and respected? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4426, He really came. As a shopkeeper of First Inn, the proprietress had a lot of connections, and she was adept at gathering information. Moreover, First Inn was the property of an elder from Shen Yuan Cave Heaven named Situ Kong, so it was related to the aforementioned Cave Heaven. Therefore, she definitely knew better than most people about this kind of information. Since she had said it wasn't the case, it must be the truth. Although the rumors are false, the reason those Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the second-class Great Forces are not willing to ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm does have something to do with the cave heavens and paradises. As for the exact reason, the proprietress shook her head and fell silent, apparently unwilling to disclose anything more. Mao Zhe and the others exchanged glances as they felt like they were on tenterhooks. However, since the proprietress wasn't willing to explain anything, they were not in any place to force her. In any case, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene were worried about ascending to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm in the future. The proprietress' words suggested that it might not be a good thing to reach the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. The heritages of those second-class Great Forces are not as simple as they seem either, as their inheritances stretch back for many millennia. If they're faced with a crisis that would destroy their sex, they might just display a power that is unimaginable under normal circumstances. The proprietress turned to look at Yang Kai. Although Golden Rainbow Province isn't famous now, they have existed for far longer than Boundless Altar. Several tens of thousands of years ago, Golden Rainbow Province had a heritage that was approaching that of the 72 Paradises. However, they slowly declined for some reason. Yang Kai was astounded. "I can't believe Golden Rainbow Province was so powerful in the past. If they were approaching the level of the 72 Paradises in the past, they should have been able to raise multiple high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. When a person reached the high-rank Open Heaven Realm, they could easily live for several tens of thousands of years. It wasn't certain what happened to Golden Rainbow Province that led to their downfall, but now even the former Lord of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. With that said, what happened in Boundless Altar should serve as a warning to Yang Kai. His encounter in Boundless Altar made him realize that these long-time Great Forces might have some hidden powers, so he should never let his guard down. Otherwise, he was bound to suffer a setback. The proprietress said with a smile, These great forces must have some capital in order to gain a footing in the 3,000 worlds. Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar are the epitomes of such great forces. You must not be so reckless when you go about your business in the outside world. Don't oppress any second-class great force as you please, for some of them might be concealing high-rank open heaven realm masters. A shocked Yang Kai asked, if a second-class great force has a high-rank open heaven realm master, wouldn't that make it first class? The proprietress shook her head. It doesn't work that way. When people mention first-class great forces, they're talking about the cave heavens and paradises. Those that are under cave heavens and paradises cannot be considered first class. A solemn Yang Kai said, got it. He looked in Golden Rainbow Province's direction and wondered how much heritage they had. The ship continued moving forward. Yang Kai had been to Golden Rainbow territory once before, when Bai Qi was about to ascend to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. The proprietress brought him and Bai Qi to this great territory, and it was in this place that they were besieged by Qi Jin, Ling Chunqiu, and the others. Bai Qi was disturbed during his breakthrough and almost lost his life as a result. The reason the proprietress brought Yang Kai to that place was to let him observe the process of ascending to the Open Heaven realm so that he could gain some experience from it. At that time, he had only condensed his wood and fire element powers, but now he was a Sixth Order Open Heaven master. Things had changed greatly even though not long had passed. Faced with the siege of those Open Heaven realm masters, Yang Kai, an Emperor realm cultivator back then, was unable to do anything. In the end, he had to use one of Miemeng's golden feathers to kill a Fourth Order Open Heaven realm master, thus alleviating some of the proprietress' burden. Now that he was a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, though, a Fourth Order Open Heaven realm master was no different from an ant in his eyes. Although Golden Rainbow Province sounded like a third-class great force, it was second-class in reality. It was just that they had been in existence for a long time, so they didn't want to bother changing their name. Golden Rainbow Province was undoubtedly the ruler of Golden Rainbow Territory. Just like the status of Void Land in Void Territory, Golden Rainbow Province was in charge of more than 10 third-class great forces and dozens of universe worlds of different sizes in this great territory. An expansive spirit province was hovering in the void, and its natural landscape was as beautiful as a painting. There were some light barriers around the spirit province that reflected the view around the void, and in front of every light barrier stood a Golden Rainbow Province disciple that was staring out intently, as though they were waiting for something. All of a sudden, a ship appeared right in front of a certain light barrier as the vessel charged towards Golden Rainbow Province. The disciple responsible for guarding the light barrier straightened up and performed different hand seals as the reflection of the light barrier magnified before his eyes. Soon, the figures on the deck clearly came into his sight. After making out the appearance of a particular man, the disciple yelled, "He really came!" Just then, Yang Kai, who was standing on the deck, turned to look in a direction and snorted before pushing out his palm. The power of the palm seemed able to move both time and space in silence. The light barrier in front of Golden Rainbow Province that reflected the ship broke apart in an instant. The Open Heaven Realm Master, who was guarding the light barrier, was sent flying away as though he had been struck by lightning. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood, then got to his feet with difficulty. His expression had been transformed by horror. Void spying secret technique was a method used by those from Golden Rainbow Province to monitor their surroundings. It was supposed to be silent and impossible to detect. However, the other party had noticed his observation and even harmed him by pushing out his palm from afar. It had to be noted that it would still take the ship 2 or more hours before it reached Golden Rainbow Province. The person on the ship was clearly extraordinarily powerful since he was able to send the force of his palm across such a vast distance. Given the disciple's cultivation, he was probably as fragile as an ant in front of that person. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately sent a message to the higher-ups. On the deck, Yang Kai lowered his gaze and fell into his thoughts. They seemed to be monitoring the surroundings from every angle in Golden Rainbow Province. Are they guarding against someone? He had a feeling that something was off, but he wasn't able to put his finger on it. On a certain spirit peak in Golden Rainbow Province, the new leader Chang Chi Shui abruptly opened his eyes as a glint flashed through his gaze. Then he said, That person is here. The very survival of Golden Rainbow Province hinges on all of us. Fellow brothers, I hope you'll be united with me to fend off our enemies. The previous leader of Golden Rainbow Province was Qi Jin. However, just like Ling Chunqiu, he was killed in Voidland. Since he was dead, those from Golden Rainbow Province had to elect a new leader. Just like Qi Jin, Chang Qi Shui was also a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, one of the remaining 3 in Golden Rainbow Province. As Chang Qi Shui spoke, 2 grunts of agreement came from the void. Left and right protectors, come with me to greet our guests. Chang Qi Shui rose from where he was sitting, and then 2 rays of light shot from 2 different peaks and stood behind him. They were the 2 protectors of Golden Rainbow Province who were both Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. All 3 Fifth Order Masters of Golden Rainbow Province were present, which went to show how highly they regarded these visitors. With that said, it wasn't like they could take the visitors lightly. About 1 month ago, Boundless Altar's second elder unexpectedly came to visit them. Thinking that the other party might have some serious matters to discuss, Chang Qi Shui personally greeted him. Then, he heard a piece of terrible news from the second elder. Boundless Altar was destroyed, and its thousands of disciples were now homeless. What was worse, Golden Rainbow Province was probably next. Chang Qi Shui was flabbergasted, but upon some probing, he learned that it was the doing of Voidland's Yang Kai. The previous leader Qi Jin had followed the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, to invade Voidland. Everyone in Golden Rainbow Province was aware of that fact. In the end, Qi Jin was killed in battle, along with all the disciples and elders who went with him. There were not a lot of Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Golden Rainbow Province to begin with, and Qi Jin was the strongest among them, but he was killed mercilessly. It could be said that the battle had caused immense losses to Golden Rainbow Province. Recently, they had been staying in Golden Rainbow territory. In fact, they had thought about avenging the former leader's death. Regardless of what the grudges were between Qi Jin and Voidland or who was in the wrong, those from Golden Rainbow Province couldn't pretend that nothing had happened since their leader was killed. However, they could only remain silent since they were not powerful enough to seek revenge. It never crossed their minds that those from Voidland would be so relentless as to launch an attack on Boundless Altar and force all of its members to flee. According to Boundless Altar's second elder, Yang Kai had only brought with him about 70 people. Despite that, they were all in the Open Heaven Realm, and there were 6 or 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such a lineup was truly terrifying. Upon hearing the second elder's words, Chang Qi Shui felt his heart sinking as a coldness came over his entire figure. There were only 3 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Golden Rainbow Province, but they were now faced with 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? How were they supposed to survive? The 2 parties weren't even on the same level. When their enemies knocked on their door, Golden Rainbow Province would be destroyed with ease. After the second elder from Boundless Altar revealed the information to them, he left in a hurry. On the other hand, Chang Qi Shui and the other elders of Golden Rainbow Province felt like they were on pins and needles. If the second elder's words were true, Yang Kai would never let Golden Rainbow Province off. It was just a matter of time before he arrived at their sect. None of them could come up with any solution, as in the face of absolute power, all plots were meaningless. In the end, they decided to report the matter to their old ancestor, who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time, so that she could make a decision. The old ancestor was a supreme being in Golden Rainbow Province. However, since she had been cultivating in seclusion for nearly 3,000 years, other than a small number of elders, most weren't even aware she existed. Chang Qi Shui had met the old ancestor once when he was an Emperor Realm Junior in the past, and had never seen her since. He wasn't even sure whether the old ancestor was still alive or not. Nevertheless, before the old ancestor entered seclusion back then, she was already a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. 3,000 years had passed, so she was probably very close to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Given her cultivation, she might be able to force those from Voidland back. Chang Qi Shui paid a visit to the old ancestor, who was in a restricted area of Golden Rainbow Province. However, he wasn't able to meet her and could only speak to her from a distance. Upon hearing his report, the old ancestor told him to leave. Before that, she assured Chang Chi Shui that their sect would be fine. She would make sure that their enemies wouldn't leave alive should they have the guts to appear. Chang Chi Shui set his mind at ease upon getting such assurances, as he speculated that the old ancestor must have ascended to the seventh order. If not, the old ancestor wouldn't have said such a thing. It had to be noted that many sixth order open heaven realm masters from Voidland were coming, so unless there was a seventh order open heaven realm master around, it would be impossible for them to repel the enemy. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4427, Seeking Justice. On a magnificent spirit peak stood Chang Chi Shui as he looked into the distance. Soon, a ship from the void came into his sight as the vessel charged towards him. "They're here," he bellowed and raised his hand. "Start the array." Upon receiving the order, the cultivators of Golden Rainbow Province, who were well prepared, activated the grand array as layers of light barriers lit up around the spirit province. In the blink of an eye, 8 barriers had been formed. Golden Rainbow Province had been in existence longer than Boundless Altar, and at the peak of their power, they were approaching the strength of the 72 Paradises. Although many of the top cultivators were gone since their downfall, they still had a significant inheritance built up over the eons. Their strength was manifested in the grand array that had just been activated. The layers of light barriers appeared extremely sturdy as they surrounded Golden Rainbow Province. It was as though they were able to withstand the most violent storms in the world. The strength of a great force's heritage was evident in 2 aspects. One of them was the power of their grand array. The more ample their heritage was, the more powerful the grand array would be. Secondly, it was the support their disciples would get when ascending to the open heaven realm. The open heaven realm masters of every great force, if possible, would return to their sect before their predestined time of death. After they died, their small universes would collapse, and their world force would partially assimilate into the sect, which was how their heritage was strengthened. The small universe of a cultivator was full of the traces of their grand Tao, the essence of their entire martial Tao. This kind of Tao essence would also permeate the place alongside their world force and remain in the sect. If any disciples in the future comprehended the same kind of grand Tao as their ancestors, they would be able to obtain part of this inheritance and enhance their chances of ascending to the open heaven realm. For these 2 reasons, any great force in the world was extremely concerned about the accumulation of heritage in their own headquarters. The heritage of Golden Rainbow Province was truly extraordinary as it had been gathered and built up over tens of thousands of years. Although the grand array wasn't as abstruse as Voidland's 9 heavenly layers, in terms of pure defensive strength it was equal to, if not better than, the latter. After all, it had only been a short time since Voidland was founded. The predecessor, Seven Wonders Land, was also a second-class great force, but it was at best average among second-class forces. Even though its heritage had been accumulated over many years, it wasn't comparable to that of Golden Rainbow Province. When the heritage of Voidland became ampler after thousands to tens of thousands of years, the power of 9 heavenly layers would be significantly strengthened. Therefore, despite knowing that about 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and dozens of masters below the Sixth Order from Voidland had arrived, Chang Chi Shui still had the confidence to fend them off. Besides the promise from the old ancestor, he still had the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province. They might not have as many Open Heaven Realm Masters as those from Voidland, but they had the power to fight since the grand array was in place. On the ship's deck, Yang Kai gazed silently at the Spirit Province, which was protected by a glistening grand array, and snorted. "So they've been waiting for us." Earlier, he felt that something was off when he noticed that those from Golden Rainbow Province were monitoring their surroundings as he wondered who the people were that they were wary of. It wasn't until this moment that he found out those from Golden Rainbow Province were guarding against him and his companions. How did those from Golden Rainbow Province find out that Yang Kai was coming, thus allowing them to get prepared in advance? The only explanation was that someone from Boundless Altar had come over to warn them. Yang Kai snorted. Do they think they'll be safe by hiding behind their grand array? Naive. Voidland's 9 heavenly layers weren't able to persevere for long when they were besieged previously, let alone the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province. At that time, the 100 Sects Alliance seemed to have many people on their side, but there were only a small number of top masters among them. The Open Heaven Realm masters behind Yang Kai were much stronger on average than those from the Alliance. In just a moment, the ship reached a spot that wasn't far away from the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province. Atop the deck, Yang Kai looked through the grand array and saw that the natural landscape in the Spirit Province was as beautiful as a painting. They did have an extraordinary heritage. On the highest spirit peak stood 3 figures as they looked silently in Yang Kai's direction. The person at the front was a muscular and decent-looking man. As their eyes met, this man yelled, "Who are you?" "Void Land's Yang Kai." Yang Kai replied and shot him a glance. "Who are you?" "Golden Rainbow Province's Changqi Shui." The man at the front replied before asking, "Why have you come all the way here to Golden Rainbow Province, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai looked down at him and said, "The previous leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, invaded Voidland for no reason. This king is here to seek justice from your noble sect." Changqi Shui frowned. "What kind of justice are you seeking, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai grinned at him. "An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Since you all tried to exterminate my sect before, I am here to return the favor in kind." Changqi Shui's face fell as he bellowed, "Stop boasting shamelessly, Brother Yang. Do you think we are pushovers? Although we may be weak now, it doesn't mean you can oppress us as you please. Qi Jin offended you, and he only has himself to blame that he was killed in Voidland. When we learned of this matter, we allowed the matter to drop and have no intention of avenging him. However, if anyone dares to invade our sect, all of us from Golden Rainbow Province will fight with you until our death." Yang Kai gazed dispassionately at him and said, "The reason this king has come all the way here is to destroy your sect, but I'm not interested in unnecessary killing. However, if you dare to resist, many innocents won't be able to see the sunrise tomorrow, so please think twice." Changqi Shui roared, "None of the disciples from Golden Rainbow Province is a coward. If you're really concerned about the potential loss of innocent lives, leave now, and the grudges between us will be considered settled. However, if you remain obstinate, you are the ones who will end up in a horrible state." Yang Kai bared his fangs. "It seems that you're determined to struggle until death. Do you really think your grand array can stop this king?" "Well, you'll have to try to find out." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll grant your wish then. I hope you'll remain obstinate until the very end. Don't wail in pain while you die later." Then, Yang Kai raised his hand and swung it down as he coldly ordered, "Kill!" The cultivators on the deck had been waiting for this moment. Previously, they were prepared to prove their worth in Boundless Altar. Since they had decided to join Voidland, they had to prove to Yang Kai that they were valuable to the sect. Unfortunately, there wasn't any conflict in Boundless Altar, as Yang Kai managed to settle the issue without taking any lives. As a result, none of them had a chance to showcase their capabilities. Certainly, they hoped to see those from Golden Rainbow Province remain stubborn. Following Yang Kai's order, the dozens of Open Heaven Realm masters on the ship turned into rays of light and took a plunge. The next moment, countless divine abilities struck the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province, causing the light barriers to flicker as ripples spread across its surface. The sight was truly horrifying. On the spirit peak, Changqi Shui turned pale as he could feel the energy fluctuations coming from his enemies. The second elder from Boundless Altar was right to say that there were 7 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, which made Changqi Shui feel jealous. Golden Rainbow Province only had 1 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, the old ancestor who had been cultivating in seclusion for 3,000 years. On the other hand, those from Voidland could easily deploy 7 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Both parties were not equally matched at all. Fortunately, they had the Grand Array in place. If these attacks actually struck the Spirit Province, none of them could have warded off their enemies. Many of them would have been injured or killed for even trying to resist. Loud booms were continuously heard as the violent attacks landed on the Grand Array, which caused the entire Golden Rainbow Province to tremble. The disciples turned ashen as they looked up at the sky in horror. The disciples who were in charge of the grand array were madly pouring their strength into it to keep it operating. All of them knew that once the grand array was broken through, they would be killed ruthlessly. Only by keeping the grand array running could they hope to fend off the enemies. However, regardless of how sturdy the defense was, it couldn't possibly endure a constant bombardment of attacks. Back then, after Grandmaster Wu Liang was done arranging the 9 heavenly layers, he passed the array jade to Yang Kai and told him that the array was solid enough to endure the attacks of 10 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters for several days. The mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters he was talking about should be in the 6th order, just below the 7th order. In fact, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, the 9 heavenly layers actually didn't last for long. It wasn't that Grandmaster Wu Liang's calculations were wrong. Instead, it was because they didn't have enough energy supply. On another note, Yang Kai had the intention of luring the enemies into the sect, so he intentionally opened up the grand array. If even the 9 heavenly layers wasn't invincible, there was no way the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province could last for a long time either. In just a quarter hour, the first of the 8 light barriers broke apart, which caused a commotion in Golden Rainbow Province as the disciples became apprehensive. The myriad of divine abilities continued to blossom as the Open Heaven Realm Masters on Yang Kai's side had no reservation when it came to casting their attacks. Chang Chi Shui was anxious as he kept looking in the direction where the old ancestor cultivated. At this rate, it would only take half a day before the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province was destroyed. If the old ancestor still hadn't appeared by then, they wouldn't be able to stave off these ferocious people on their own, which would be as good as giving up and dying. However, despite the fact that the grand array was under attack, no movements could be felt coming from the old ancestor's place. Chang Chi Shui was unable to figure out the old ancestor's intention, nor did he have any idea about what she was waiting for. He felt like he was standing on pins and needles. There was nothing else he could do other than urge the disciples to keep the grand array running. Another quarter hour later, the 2nd layer of light barriers came apart, followed by the 3rd and the 4th layers of light barriers. Seeing that there was only one barrier left, Chang Chi Shui decided to stop defending passively and ordered, "Change the array." Upon receiving the order, the disciples, who were in charge of the grand array, activated their powers to make a shift happen in the array. In an instant, the wind gusted and the water rose. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was suddenly shrouded in a thick layer of mist, allowing no one to see through it. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he snorted, "How dare you show off this kind of paltry trick in front of this king? Come with me." After he finished speaking, Yang Kai led the way and charged forward, followed by dozens of people who soon disappeared into the mist. Martial Peak, Chapter 4428, Li Luo Shui. They were unable to see clearly in the mist, and even their divine senses were greatly restricted. Also, there seemed to be a great danger lurking in the mist, waiting to burst out. Rumbling sounds were suddenly heard as a world-shaking force undulated. The force far surpassed the 5th order Open Heaven realm and reached the 6th order in scale. Other than the old ancestor who had been in seclusion for a long time, Golden Rainbow Province didn't have 6th order Open Heaven realm masters. The reason they were able to unleash such an attack was that they had made use of the grand array. Exclamations were heard as some of the cultivators from Void Land, who were inside the mist, were struck. Some of the low-rank Open Heaven realm masters were instantly killed due to negligence. As the grand array's power blossomed, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression and released his divine sense. The next instant, his expression changed drastically as he yelled, "There are some weird creatures in the mist. Be careful." He could detect that there were a lot of tiny insects hiding in the mist that were not visible to the eye. While they were unsuspecting, these insects snuck into their bodies through the pores and began draining their blood essence. As Yang Kai spoke, he surged his Golden Crow's true fire. In an instant, a layer of black flame started burning around his figure as though he had turned into a fireball, illuminating a radius of 1,000 meters around himself. Crackling sounds were continuously heard as the Golden Crow's true fire burned the tiny insects in the mist. Yang Kai flew forward, and wherever he went, the insects were instantly killed. However, due to the fact that his divine sense had been restricted, he was unable to find out the enemy's whereabouts. At the same time, he had to be careful not to accidentally hurt his companions, so his movements were rather restricted. It wasn't until this moment that he had a taste of what the 100 Sects Alliance went through when they barged into the bewildering array of 9 heavenly layers, and it was certainly awful. Although the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province wasn't as abstruse as the 9 heavenly layers, there were indeed some similarities. A second-class great force like Golden Rainbow Province was able to ward off Yang Kai's powerful subordinates using their accumulated heritage. In the entire 3,000 worlds, basically every great force had their own grand array. Now, Yang Kai realized if he rashly decided to invade a sect's headquarters, he might still suffer a setback even though there was a huge gap in power between both parties. The reason he was able to easily take down Boundless Altar some time ago was that they were unprepared for what was about to befall them. Before they could even activate their grand array, Yang Kai had broken through it and barged into the sect. If Boundless Altar had prepared in advance and activated their grand array, there would have been an intense battle. Rumbling sounds were continuously heard as more people shrieked, and it wasn't certain whether it was the enemies or Yang Kai's subordinates who were screaming. Yang Kai was incensed as he had come with a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters in an imposing manner. If he wasn't even able to take down Golden Rainbow Province, he would become a laughingstock in the future. As he shook his figure, the golden crow was heard cawing. A great sun leapt into the sky from behind him with a 3-legged exotic bird seeming flying around within it. In an instant, a dazzling sun hung above the sky of Golden Rainbow Province. Regardless of how thick the mist was, it was unable to block out the sunlight. Under the scorching sunlight, the mist instantly evaporated, and the tiny insects hidden within were all killed. Golden Crow casts the sun was a divine manifestation that Yang Kai had comprehended that was extremely powerful. In order not to accidentally hurt his companions, he was unable to fully activate its power. Therefore, he had been careful when using it. Despite that, after the mist dissipated, many of his subordinates were seen with reddened faces, and their skin that was exposed to the air was covered in blisters. The weaker cultivators were more severely affected, while cultivators in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm and above were less impacted. With the mist gone, they were able to see their enemies clearly. Certainly, Wuxia and the others, who were quite frustrated already, wouldn't miss this opportunity and instantly charged towards the exposed array nodes. Soon, people were heard shrieking as the disciples of Golden Rainbow Province, who were in charge of the array nodes, were completely powerless to stop Wuxia and the others and were directly killed. In just over 10 breaths of time, the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province was completely destroyed. On the main spirit peak, Changqi Shui shuddered in fear as though he had been struck by lightning. He watched as the disciples were slaughtered, but there was nothing he could do to help them. He let out a sigh, thinking that Golden Rainbow Province would be destroyed on this day if the old ancestor still didn't appear. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had retracted Golden Crow cast the sun as he stared coldly at Changqi Shui, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Without moving his figure, he raised his hand and pushed out his palm towards Changqi Shui. He had given the other party a chance. If those from Golden Rainbow Province gave up on resisting like those from Boundless Altar had done, he wouldn't have decided to kill them ruthlessly. Since they were still so obstinate though, they only had themselves to blame. Faced with the pressure from a 6th Order's Open Heaven Realm Master, Changqi Shui was forced to lower his figure as he felt the aura of death engulfing him. Just then, Yang Kai suddenly narrowed his eyes and balled up his fist instead as he summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and then thrust it out. Before the spear even reached Changqi Shui, a slender hand abruptly appeared in front of him like a phantom. The fingers curled up, then nonchalantly flicked at the spear 3 times. An immense force burst forth and Yang Kai felt as though a mountain had crashed into his spear. He almost lost grip of his weapon as his figure shook and moved backwards. His face had also turned pale. At the same time, Wuxia and the others noticed this and looked over in the direction where the slender hand appeared. There a woman with a delicate brow and long hair that hung over her shoulders appeared. Her purple dress with a belt around the waist fluttered in the wind. She looked like she was about 28 years old, which was the prime age for a woman. Her peaks were tall and her waist was slender. If they came across such a woman somewhere else, they would have thought that she was a young woman who had just come of age. However, presently, this woman was exuding an aura that no one could ignore. That was the aura of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Other than a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, no one else could so easily ward off his attack, and the woman's aura proved his point. There was no doubt that she was a newly advanced 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai had previously gone through such a stage. After he ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, he was unable to curb his aura since his cultivation hadn't stabilized yet. This young woman was in exactly the same situation. Mao Zhe and the others sported solemn expressions as they exchanged glances in disbelief. It was inconceivable that Golden Rainbow Province had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with them. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. At that instant, they felt their hearts sinking. Although she was clearly a newly promoted 7th Order Master, she was still a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. High rank and mid-rank were two completely different realms. It could be said that the gap between them was like the difference between the heavens and earth. On the other hand, Chang Chi Shui had just escaped from death's door as he fell into a dazed state for a moment. Then, he snapped out of his trance and widened his eyes before falling on one knee. With an excited expression, he said, 37th Sect Master of Golden Rainbow Province, Chang Chi Shui, greets martial ancestor Li. The person before his eyes was old ancestor Li Luo Shui, who started cultivating in seclusion 3,000 years ago. The disciples of Golden Rainbow Province were dumbfounded. They initially had no idea who this young woman was, but upon hearing the sect master's words, they were shocked to learn that she was their old ancestor. It never crossed their mind that Golden Rainbow Province had such a powerful master. At that instant, they were all energized as they fell on their knees and shouted, "Greetings, martial ancestor." Many men secretly examined the woman and thought that not only was the old ancestor alluring, but she also had an intoxicating figure. They couldn't help but admire her, thinking that they could die with no regrets should such a woman actually become interested in them. Without even turning her head, Li Luo Shui darted her gaze around and scanned the surroundings, then sighed, "I can't believe Golden Rainbow Province has declined so much." An embarrassed Chang Chi Shui apologized. "I'm sorry for disappointing you, martial ancestor. I'm truly useless." Li Luo Shui scoffed. "All of you are indeed useless. Not only have you squandered away the heritage of our ancestors, but you also can't even repel the enemies at our gates. Disgraceful." Chang Chi Shui was covered in cold sweat as he almost fell on all fours. Although the old ancestor looked like a sweet young girl, she clearly had no qualms about fiercely reprimanding them. "I suppose I can't blame it all on you, though. Get up," Li Luo Shui replied. "Yes," Chang Chi Shui answered before slowly getting to his feet. As he hid behind Li Luo Shui, he looked in Yang Kai's direction as a sense of resentment flashed through his eyes. Then he reported, "Martial ancestor, it's these people who are trying to destroy our sect." Li Luo Shui shot a dispassionate glance at Yang Kai, then said, 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 15 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It's no wonder that you can't stave them off. Yang Kai stared at the young woman and asked, "What's your name?" Li Luo Shui replied impassively, "What point is there announcing this queen's name to a dead man?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was amused. "You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Do you think you can definitely defeat us just because you're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Li Luo Shui replied, "Isn't that the case? You won't understand the difference between the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and the 6th Order until you experience it yourself." Yang Kai asked, "Judging from your aura, you've just ascended to the 7th Order. I wonder how much strength you can actually use?" Li Luo Shui let out a breath as her chest heaved. "All of you are bound for death since you've forced me to ascend to the 7th Order. If you don't want to suffer, kill yourselves now. When this queen makes a move, I'll make you beg for death." "Shameless boasting," Yang Kai yelled and pointed his spear forward. I have never killed a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. I guess I'll give it a try today. Li Luo Shui shot him a cold glance. It's the first time I've come across someone as reckless as you are. Enough nonsense. Taste my spear. Yang Kai bellowed and thrust out his weapon. He had no reservations as he infused all his strength into the spear. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated across the sky. A dazzling light glistened from the tip of the azure dragon spear, and as the dragon pressure erupted, a great dragon seemed to have come to life as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. At that instant, the entire world seemed to have paled as the spear became the only thing that shone brightly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4429, Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. The light of the spear expanded. Faced with the attack, Li Luo Shui bellowed, "Impudence!" She raised her hand and pushed out her palm at Yang Kai. A 7th Order Open Heaven force fluctuated around her slender hand as it filled Yang Kai's vision. The world seemed to have disappeared as all he could see was her palm. He stiffened and squirmed as he instinctively felt a great sense of danger. It was the first time he directly battled against a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Although he had witnessed battles between high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters several times before, he never actively participated in any of them. Be it the war when the 100 Sex Alliance besieged Voidland or Zhu Jiuyin's battle against 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he was only a spectator. Although Yang Kai was able to feel the formidableness of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at those times, it was too far beyond him to truly understand. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the huge gap between the mid-rank and high-rank Open Heaven realms. Faced with this palm, Yang Kai felt as though he had turned into an ant, and that there was no way he could dodge. With a great roar, he thrust out his spear even harder, causing it to give off a terrifying radiance. Violent explosions were heard as a horrifying force spread out. A pale Yang Kai was sent flying away while Li Luo Shui remained on the spot, her figure only shaking slightly. When she looked down at her hand, she saw a tinge of redness in the center of her palm. Although the wound soon healed, she couldn't believe that the other party was able to harm her during the exchange of moves just now. This was inconceivable to her. She had ascended to her current realm from the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so she was fully aware of just how much strength a 6th Order Master should be able to exert. Initially, she thought that she could easily kill this arrogant boy, but the situation turned out far different from what she had imagined. Just like Yang Kai had said, she was a newly promoted 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so the power she could use was limited. On the other hand, the enemy was quite intimidating as they had 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 15 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Facing such a force, she might not be able to save Golden Rainbow Province. She initially intended to kill one of the enemy's 6th Order Masters first to deter and intimidate the others, but it turned out that not only could the other party escape from her strike, but he even had the power to counterattack. The young man's capabilities were beyond her wildest imagination, and at that moment, she sported a solemn expression. On the other hand, after Yang Kai was forced backwards for some distance, he managed to stabilize himself. He didn't even bother to wipe away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth as he looked down condescendingly at Li Luo Shui and sneered, "Is this all you, a 7th Order Master, has to show?" Back then, when the 100 Sex Alliance invaded Voidland, other than using the 9 heavenly layers to kill Kong Feng, Yang Kai could only stand back and watch. When Zhu Jiuyin battled against 4 masters outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he could only watch the intense battle from the sidelines. However, at this moment, he finally had the right to fight a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. This right meant a lot to him, as it signified a huge leap forward in his martial Tao. He no longer felt as powerless as he was in the past. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that he didn't insist on directly ascending to the high rank, which was practically impossible. Only the strength within one's own grasp could be considered real. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai pointed his spear at Li Luo Shui and roared coldly, "Kill!" As space principles undulated, he instantly appeared in front of her and forcefully thrust out his spear. At the same time, Maozhe, Gengqing, Zhouya, Huayong, Xumudan, and the proprietress all made a move as they sent out their own divine abilities at Li Luo Shui. 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounded Li Luo Shui like moths to a flame, not only recklessly charging her, but also ensuring that she wouldn't be able to escape. In an instant, the entire Golden Rainbow Province shook and the world itself paled. Horrifying forces reverberated across the sky, causing the ground to crack and spirit peaks to crumble. Changqi Shui and the others had already fled since they were unable to interfere in this kind of fight. Turning their heads, they saw that the old ancestor was surrounded by many figures as the lights of divine abilities dazzled their eyes. The energy fluctuations caused Changqi Shui, a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, to tremble. He secretly prayed that their martial ancestor would be able to kill all the enemies. Otherwise, Golden Rainbow Province would be doomed on this day. Just then, he heard someone yelling at him, "Go to hell!" Turning his head, he saw a fatty who looked like a chef coming at him with a kitchen knife in his hand. The man was clad in an apron with a giant slaughter character emblazoned on him. The fatty was accompanied by a man with drooping eyes who was holding a golden abacus. While he was flying over, he fiddled with the beads which soon shot forward. Every bead seemed to contain a terrifying force behind it. A flustered Changqi Shui immediately met the enemy head-on with the left and right protectors. However, there was a huge gap in power between both parties. Golden Rainbow Province only had 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, while the enemy had 15 Open Heaven Realm Masters in the same order as them. These 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't dare to take part in the battle against Li Luo Shui, so they decided to pinch the soft persimmons instead. Ma Tianyuan, chef, and accountant engaged the 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Golden Rainbow Province, while the rest plunged into the sect and launched a bloody massacre. Soon, the ground was covered in corpses and blood formed rivers across the land. Although Changqi Shui was incensed, there was nothing he could do to help them. Horrifying forces spread around and caused the spirit peaks to explode as the 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged in an intense battle against the 7th Order Master. From time to time, someone would grunt in pain before they were sent flying away, spraying out a mouthful of blood in midair. Li Luo Shui was a new 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master whose realm was still not stable, but despite that, the 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could only force a draw in the battle against her, while Yang Kai alone had to bear half of the pressure. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that the high-rank Open Heaven realm was indeed a completely different realm from the mid-rank. Li Luo Shui was already so powerful even though she had only just achieved an ascension. When she managed to stabilize her realm and accumulated some heritage, how much more power would she be able to exert? How formidable must Zhu Jiuyin be since she was able to deal with 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on her own outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven back then? It had to be noted that the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from that time were unlike Li Luo Shui. All of them ascended to the 7th Order a long time ago, so they were certainly much stronger than Li Luo Shui currently was. Since a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was already so strong, what about the 8th Order or a 9th Order? When Li Luo Shui saw that many of the disciples from Golden Rainbow Province were either killed or critically injured, and that the sect had descended into chaos, her alluring face contorted into a hideous expression. Her moves became increasingly powerful, as though she was adapting to her current realm. However, even though she was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she found it extremely difficult to kill any of her opponents. The leading young man was a master of the Tao of Space, and his strength far surpassed the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. He had practically borne half of her attacks. If it weren't for this young man, Li Luo Shui had the confidence to kill the rest in short order. After just half an hour of combat, Yang Kai and everyone on his side was injured, but Li Luo Shui wasn't in any better condition. She no longer looked like a sweet young woman as presently. Her hair was a mess and she was covered in sweat. Just then, someone was heard screaming. Changqi Shui and the others were pushed over the edge by chef, accountant, and Ma Tianyuan and had no choice but to cry out, "Martial ancestor, save us." Right after Changqi Shui shouted, chef slashed across his neck with his knife and sent his head flying away. Blood started spurting out of his neck like a fountain. Realizing that they were unable to turn things around, the left and right protectors tried to flee, but they didn't have a chance to do so. Accountant shot the beads from his abacus at them from all directions and formed countless holes in their figures. Ma Tianyuan promptly made a move and beheaded the two of them. The 3 Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Golden Rainbow Province were all killed, while the other Open Heaven Realm Masters had basically been wiped out beforehand. Countless others below the Open Heaven Realm were either dead or dying. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was no different from a living hell, and the Spirit Province where the sect was located was beginning to crumble and crack. Li Luo Shui shouted through clenched teeth, "All of you must die today." All of a sudden, her curvy figure shook as an invisible force spread out with her as the center. Yang Kai and the others, who had surrounded her, were sent flying away as they were caught off guard. Yang Kai's pupils contracted when he saw what was happening as he felt his chest tightening. That was because Li Luo Shui's black hair and clothes flapped in the air even though there wasn't a trail of wind, as though an invisible force was infusing into her petite figure from all directions. At the same time, her aura seemed to be rising rapidly. Yang Kai was flabbergasted as he had no idea what was going on. It was difficult to deal with this woman to begin with, as 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to take her down. However, it now seemed that her strength was rapidly increasing all of a sudden. Right then, the proprietress exclaimed, "Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law? What in the world is that?" Yang Kai asked in shock. The proprietress' words suggested that she realized what Li Luo Shui was doing. There was no time for any explanation, so the proprietress simply sent him a wisp of her divine sense that contained all the information he needed to know. Soon, Yang Kai learned what this Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was. Strictly speaking, it was a forbidden technique. An 8th-Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Azure Void Divine Monarch had created this technique many years ago. Using his own body as a refining furnace, he drew the heritage of his sect's headquarters into his body and forcefully increased his strength with this forbidden technique. The headquarters of every great force contained a heritage that had been accumulated over thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. This heritage was the inheritance left behind in the headquarters by the Open Heaven Realm Masters who passed away over the millennia for its future disciples. However, this kind of heritage could also be absorbed and refined. It was a painfully long process for an Open Heaven Realm Master to increase their strength through the refinement of Open Heaven pills, cultivation resources, or the world force of a universe world. Regardless of what method they used, the goal was to strengthen the world force of their small universe, thus allowing them to wield greater force. The heritage within the headquarters of a great force could be absorbed and refined in a similar manner. Nevertheless, no one would do that, usually. Firstly, it would weaken the sect's heritage, thus causing some instability to their own great force. Secondly, it was basically impossible for this heritage to match with their small universe. Absorbing this heritage forcefully was basically like drinking poison to slake one's thirst. Martial Peak, Chapter 4430, The Forbidden Technique's Power. In the entire 3,000 worlds, practically every headquarters of every great force contained a complicated heritage. That was because the Open Heaven Realm Masters who passed away over the years allowed their world force to assimilate into their own sects. The grand Tao that every Open Heaven Realm Master comprehended was different, so the traces of those grand Taos were distinct as well. As such, the heritage of a great force was usually not only immense but also complex. If an Open Heaven Realm Master rashly absorbed and refined the heritage, it would do more harm than good. However, back then, an 8th-Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Azure Void Divine Monarch developed this technique to forcefully draw the heritage into his body in order to significantly increase his strength for a short time. Nevertheless, there was a huge downside to this technique. Although the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law could help an Open Heaven Realm Master obtain an incredible amount of power in a short time, they had to purge this heritage soon after. Otherwise, it would affect their foundation and the purity of their small universe. If one didn't purge this added heritage, the impurities in their small universe would cause their cultivation to plunge. In the worst case, their small universe would destabilize and crumble, costing one their life. That was the reason the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was a forbidden technique. This technique was widely known among open heaven realm masters. However, no one was willing to use this forbidden technique unless their sex survival was at stake. That was because it was akin to gambling their lives away. It was apparent that Golden Rainbow Province was at a life-or-death moment. Li Luo Shui was resolute as she decided to damage her own foundation just to use the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law to repel the invaders. Li Luo Shui, who was already a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was seen with her aura rising rapidly. It could also clearly be felt that a mysterious force was penetrating her petite figure from all parts of Golden Rainbow Province. With the infusion of this force, she seemed to have merged with Golden Rainbow Province. Her aura was so imposing that no one would dare to directly gaze at her. In short order, Li Luo Shui's aura completely changed, as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. As she opened her eyes, a glint flashed through her gaze. She stared coldly at Yang Kai and the others before saying through clenched teeth, "All of you must die today for daring to invade my Golden Rainbow Province." As she performed different hand seals, she sent out divine abilities right at the 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai lifted his spear to parry the attacks, but his figure shook as he felt a tremendous force coming right at him. As though an entire world had crashed into him, the bones in his arms were instantly dislocated. He was sent flying away while the vitality in his chest weltered. At the same time, he sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood in midair. Meanwhile, the rest of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters became injured and spat blood. Li Luo Shui, having used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, seemed able to exert a force that was 2 times greater than what she could previously. The power of her divine abilities had also been greatly augmented. Faced with her attacks, the 7 felt as though they were unable to counterattack, and all they could do was wait for death. Mao's gaze was transformed by horror, and he had the intention to flee. Faced with such a formidable enemy, he would be doomed if he stayed. However, when he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai charging forward again. He secretly cursed at the man before he too dashed forward alongside Gung Qing and Zhouya. They had left their names on the loyalty list, so Yang Kai had total control over their lives. Regardless of how reluctant they were, they had to fight alongside him. For if anything happened to Yang Kai, the 3 of them would suffer as well. On the other hand, Hua Yong and Shu Mudan were more reserved. Firstly, they were not restricted by the loyalty list. Secondly, Shu Mudan was pregnant, so she couldn't take part in an intense battle lest her child is affected. The couple only helped their companions out by casting their divine abilities at Li Luo Shui from afar. The proprietress was naturally giving it her best as she and Yang Kai wove back and forth to get closer to Li Luo Shui. The force around Li Luo Shui surged as she remained on the same spot. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, she could easily ward them off by simply raising her hands. She no longer looked as flustered as before. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had pushed her power to an unimaginable level in a short time, allowing her to not only fend off the incoming attacks, but also counterattack at the same time, drawing grunts of pain from Yang Kai and the others. As time passed, Yang Kai and the others became covered in blood, looking completely battered. Judging from the current situation, these 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were obviously no match for Li Luo Shui, and it was just a matter of time before they were defeated and killed by her. However, Li Luo Shui no longer appeared calm as her expression grew anxious. This couldn't be helped though, as she was running out of time. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had allowed her power to increase significantly in a short time, but she could not ignore the downsides of this technique. This infusion of power was no different from poison to any Open Heaven Realm Master. The longer this kind of state persisted, the more unstable her small universe would become, and the more difficult it would be to expel all the impurities in the future and stabilize her cultivation. Therefore, she had to kill all her enemies and end the battle in the shortest time possible. The longer this dragged on, the worse her situation would become. When her small universe became unstable, she would lose the power to fight completely and suddenly be at the mercy of Yang Kai and the others. She repeatedly attempted to kill one of them to achieve a breakthrough, but she was always stopped by Yang Kai. The young man was an expert in the Tao of space whose skills were also phenomenal. The way he flitted about like a fly annoyed her to no end. By now, she clearly realized that the young man was the strongest among these sixth-order open heaven realm masters, but he was also the most difficult to deal with. If it weren't for him, she would have killed everyone else a long time ago without having to resort to such drastic measures. She felt resentful as she targeted most of her attacks at Yang Kai, who had no choice but to try his best to defend himself and dodge, causing deep wounds to appear on his figure. There was no such thing as impenetrable defense in the world, though. There came a moment when Li Luoshui's eyes lit up as she saw an opening Yang Kai exposed and pushed out her palm as she bellowed, "Die!" Yang Kai had just stabilized his figure when he was faced with this attack. It seemed that there was no way he could dodge, so he had to fight. Realizing this, Yang Kai's figure stood firm and raised his spear to intercept the palm. At the same time, he roared, "Golden Crow casts the sun." A great sun suddenly leaped into the sky from behind him. It was so dazzling that the entire Golden Rainbow province was painted gold. There seemed to be a three-legged exotic bird playing around in the great sun, cawing loudly for all to hear. A black flame burned at the tip of Azure Dragon's spear, as though it was able to extinguish everything in the world. Upon sensing the great sun's power, Li Luoshui narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, "A divine manifestation?" She felt her chest tightening. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that a sixth-order open heaven realm master was able to use a divine manifestation. Even though she was a seventh-order master now, she was still far from comprehending her own divine manifestation. How was a sixth-order open heaven realm master able to use one then? Regardless, the sight before her eyes forced her to acknowledge reality. Faced with this spear, Li Luoshui halted her movement for a moment before she channeled even more force into her strike. If she missed this chance, it would probably take a long time before Yang Kai made such a mistake again, and time was the one thing she didn't have, so she decided that even if she was injured in return, she had to kill this little bastard with this one strike. As long as she could kill him, the rest wouldn't be a threat to her. Following a loud boom, Li Luoshui was sent flying away while Yang Kai was also forced backwards. Using his divine manifestation, Golden Crow casts the sun, Yang Kai, a sixth-order open heaven realm master, traded moves with Li Luoshui, who had used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, with difficulty. Before Li Luoshui could stabilize herself, the proprietress and the others had already pounced on her. She hurriedly dodged their attacks as she looked in Yang Kai's direction with glee, thinking that the brat's corpse must have exploded into nothingness upon impact. The next moment, though, she widened her eyes in disbelief. That was because, unlike her imagination, the boy wasn't vaporized like she expected. Although he was covered in blood and shrouded in a layer of blood mist, he was still alive. What's more, the great sun hanging in the sky was as dazzling as ever. Why is this brat so resilient? Li Luoshui's eyes shrank. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still reeling from the shock. If it weren't for his half-dragon body, he would have been killed just now. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was truly horrifying, as it could allow a person's power to increase tremendously in such a short time. Presently, the small universe in his body was in turmoil, as he had apparently been impacted by Li Luoshui's attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his bloodshot eyes before looking in Li Luoshui's direction. The next instant, he performed a hand seal and yelled with a hideous expression, "Water reflects the moon." A cold-looking full moon suddenly appeared alongside the great sun. The moon cast its glow on the ground and brought with it endless coldness. It was a miraculous sight to behold as the sun and the moon hung in the sky at the same time. The sensations of cold and hot mingled, which made it impossible for them to identify whether it was day or night. Mao Zhe felt his chest tightening as his heart clenched in fear. He had previously seen the sight of the sun and the moon appearing together on Profound Yang Mountain the day his sect was destroyed. He couldn't believe that he was seeing the same sight again. Then, he quickly sent a message to Gung Qing and Zhouya before they leaped away at the speed of lightning. While his allies were hurriedly retreating, Yang Kai's voice reverberated across the world, "Sun and moon divine wheel." The sun and the moon began to rotate in an endless cycle above his head, kicking up a storm that shook the world itself. Space and time principles blended into a single entity and formed into a mysterious space-time strength. While the sun and the moon spun about, time warped wildly, and it felt as though only a breath had passed, but at the same time it was like millions of years had gone by. Besides time, space had also become strange. Those who seemed close by suddenly appeared in the distance, though they still looked as though they were standing right in front of their eyes. Everyone's senses became incredibly distorted. The sun and moon divine will spiraled across the sky of Golden Rainbow Province as it slammed towards Li Luo Shui. She sported a solemn expression and roared. Not daring to have any reservations, she gathered all her strength while performing a set of profound hand seals with her slender hands. Countless powerful divine abilities were cast at sun and moon divine wheel in an attempt to block its advance. Everyone seemed to be seeing hallucinations as the sight before their eyes shattered, while the rumbling sounds were so thunderous that it pained their eardrums. Martial Peak, Chapter 4431. Forcing back a seventh order. The violent movements subsided as everyone's warped perception slowly returned to normal. All of them were horrified when they looked up as Golden Rainbow Province had literally exploded. The Spirit Province had shattered into countless pieces which now drifted about randomly in the void, together with broken corpses which were scattered about here and there. Golden Rainbow Province was thoroughly destroyed. Without the protection of the Grand Array, the Spirit Province, with several tens of thousands of years of inheritance, was unable to withstand the fierce battle. Innumerable disciples from Golden Rainbow Province were either killed or injured. Only a small number of people survived the brutality of the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's impact, not because they were stronger than the rest, but simply because they were luckier. On one of the broken pieces stood Li Luo Shui as she fell into a dazed state. At this moment, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was battered, and her hair was a mess. Although she had successfully parried the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, she wasn't unharmed. She found it extremely difficult to deal with the eerie space-time strength that was now corroding her physique and small universe. On the other hand, Yang Kai was panting heavily. He felt as though all his energy had been sucked out of him, and his small universe had never been emptier. Although the Sun and Moon Divine Will was powerful, he hadn't fully mastered this new space-time strength, which was why he wasn't able to control how much force he wanted to exert. The consumption of energy just to use the divine ability was terrifying. However, even though he had used his most powerful divine ability, he was still unable to kill Li Luo Shui, which went to show that the gap between the Sixth Order and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm was indeed too wide to close. Still, holding his spear in one hand, he pointed at Li Luo Shui and drew a deep breath. As his chest bulged, he bellowed, "Come!" Her hair flapped in the air as she looked in Yang Kai's direction with a gaze filled with murderous intent. Before she could even make a move, though, her expression changed. Following that, her aura became extremely unstable as her face alternated between pale and livid. Li Luo Shui sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and as if struck by lightning, she staggered backwards as a chaotic world force started exuding from her petite figure. With a vicious-looking gaze, she shot a glare at Yang Kai as though she was trying to imprint the man's face in the deepest part of her mind before she snarled through blood-soaked clenched teeth. "This queen will never forget what you've done to her today, and swears she will seek revenge." Right after she finished speaking, more blood streamed out of her mouth. Then, she moved and dashed into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai bellowed and attempted to chase after her. He certainly knew that he had to kill this enemy to avoid future calamity. Li Luo Shui was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so if she wasn't killed today, she would become a huge threat in the future. However, after taking a few steps forward, he staggered and almost lost his balance. He felt a burning sensation in his chest which made it hard for him to breathe. His small universe was in turmoil, making it impossible for him to focus. Stabbing his spear into the ground, Yang Kai looked up, but quickly realized that Li Luo Shui was nowhere to be found. Unresigned, he pounded his fist on the ground. The proprietress dashed towards him and supported his weight before asking worriedly, "How are you?" Yang Kai's aura was extremely unstable. Unable to speak, he just shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Then, He quickly sat down with his legs crossed and emptied his mind in an attempt to stabilize his small universe. Mao Zhe and the others took a glance at him before letting out a breath of relief. The battle today had been extremely dangerous. They had never expected that they would have to directly face a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and even engage in a life-and-death battle with her one day. More amazingly, all of the participants had survived even though they were severely injured. With that said, all this was thanks to Yang Kai. If he hadn't borne most of the attacks from Li Luoshui, a number of them would have been critically injured or even died. The outcome was acceptable. It had to be noted that the person they faced wasn't an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. She was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law inside her sect's headquarters. It was more difficult to deal with such a person than an average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, as the power she was able to unleash was simply horrifying. In the end, Li Luoshui fled from the scene. It wasn't because she was wary of Yang Kai's strength, but rather because something had gone wrong with her small universe. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had a very serious backlash. Although she was able to increase her power significantly for a short time following the infusion of an immense force, she would also be left with an unimaginable potential danger, as this was a heterogeneous force. While they were in an intense battle, the mixed world force continuously assaulted her small universe, which eventually made her lose the power to fight. If she forcefully kept exerting her strength, her small universe would completely destabilize. By then, without the need for anyone else to make a move, she would lose her life following the explosion of her small universe. At the thought of this, Mao Zhe felt extremely fortunate. If Li Luoshui hadn't suffered from the backlash of the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law at that moment, all of them at the scene would have been killed except for Yang Kai, who might have been able to escape since he was a master of the Tao of Space. Li Luoshui probably wouldn't be able to get her revenge anytime soon either, since she had to deal with the backlash of the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. Unless she could completely get rid of the impurities left in her small universe due to using this forbidden technique, she wouldn't appear again. Such a process might take her a few years, several dozen years, or even a few hundred years to complete depending on the extent of the damage. These 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sat down in different places and focused on recuperation. Yang Kai was the most severely wounded in the battle, and after he used his Sun and Moon Divine Will, he was on his last legs as his small universe descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Chef and Accountant led the others to clean up the battlefield. The Spirit Province, where Golden Rainbow Province was located, was shattered, and all enemy Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed. As for the remaining disciples, they were either dead or injured, with the survivors having no idea where they should go. Chef and the others didn't make things difficult for them, as these people were merely disciples with weak cultivations, so there wasn't a need to kill them. They simply allowed these people to flee. Time went by pretty quickly as Yang Kai remained seated for an entire year. It took him half a year before he managed to stabilize his small universe this time. It was only now that he realized just how critical the small universe was to an Open Heaven Realm Master. The small universe was the source of power and the foundation of an Open Heaven Realm Master. Everything about the small universe was closely related to the cultivator's grand Tao. It took him another half a year to recover to his peak. 1 year after Yang Kai sat down to recuperate, he finally opened his eyes. He remained seated on one of the broken pieces of Spirit Province and looked around to see the proprietress and the others were seated nearby, cultivating in silence. Noticing some movement, the proprietress opened her eyes and took a glance over at him. As their eyes met, she put on a faint smile. "You're finally awake." Yang Kai nodded and got to his feet. After looking around, he realized that the people who had left the shadowless cave heaven with him were still around, and the ship was anchored a short distance away. Mao Zhe and the others opened their eyes as well. Their injuries were less severe than Yang Kai's, so it only took them a few months to fully recover. Then they just waited for Yang Kai to awaken. Yang Kai briefly asked about the battle that took place a year ago and learned that some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on his side were killed by the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province when they were stuck in the mist. Life could be fragile at times, and there was nothing he could do except pay a silent tribute to them. Although some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed, Yang Kai had gained tremendous benefits after the battle. While Yang Kai was recuperating back then, Chef and the others were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. The entire Golden Rainbow province was destroyed in the struggle, but besides Li Luo Shui, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and some other weaker Open Heaven Realm Masters who had fled early on, the rest were all killed. Only the inheritance of Golden Rainbow Province that had been accumulated over a long time was left behind. It could be said that they had obtained the entire inheritance of Golden Rainbow Province. Although Golden Rainbow Province was just a second-class great force, they were pretty wealthy as they had been in existence for a long time. Chef and the others collected all the items and sorted them out before putting them into different space rings, which were then given to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't intend to keep all these items for himself, of course, so after the ship departed from the Spirit Province, he distributed rewards to everyone based on the contributions they had made. Naturally, all these Open Heaven Realm Masters were elated. They were used to a life of destitution in the Shadowless Cave Heaven, where they had to be extremely frugal with each and every Open Heaven pill, not to mention cultivation resources of different orders. Everything was scarce in the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Now all of them became rich after just one battle, which was why they were ecstatic. Their admiration and respect for Yang Kai had grown significantly since he was generous enough to distribute such rewards to them. The ship moved forward in silence as it passed through different territory gates. Yang Kai didn't step out of his room as he focused on cultivating in retreat. One day, though, upon receiving a message from the proprietress, he dashed towards the deck. On the deck, the proprietress was leaning against the railing while Chef and Accountant were standing behind her in a respectful manner. Sensing Yang Kai's arrival, she turned her head and flashed a smile at him. "Are you leaving, proprietress?" Yang Kai was reluctant to part ways with her, but she had just sent him a message to tell him that she was going to depart. The proprietress replied, "I'm heading to Thousand Birds Star City. I have to put an end to some issues." "Do you need my help?" Yang Kai asked. Although he had no idea what she was going to do, he reckoned that he could lend her a hand as he was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The proprietress shook her head. "I'm not going to fight with anyone. What's the point of you tagging along? Just go back to Voidland." Yang Kai asked, "This place is not far away from Voidland. Why don't you pay a visit there? Old Bai must be waiting for you there." "There's no need for that. I believe we'll meet again soon. As for Old Bai, just tell him to stay there when you see him." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai started chuckling. "Old Bai and I will be waiting for you in Voidland." Then, the proprietress raised her hand and poked the young man's forehead. "You're now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Will you stop laughing like a fool?" "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Kai quickly straightened his face. "Good, we shall part ways here. Thousand Birds Star City and Voidland are in different directions." Following that, she nonchalantly waved her hand. "See you soon." Then, she took a step forward and leaped into the void. Chef and Accountant grinned at Yang Kai before leaving with her. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai watched as the three of them disappeared into the distance. Then he let out a breath. When he headed to the Shadowless Cave Heaven back then, he had never expected that he would return as a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although he was rushed to achieve an ascension, he didn't regret his decision. As a man, he was faced with all sorts of choices in life. He didn't strive to make his life perfect. He simply strove to never have any regrets. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4432. Return. Although Li Luo Shui had fled, the battle wasn't unfruitful. At the very least, through the battle with her, Yang Kai had identified his current limits. He was still significantly weaker than a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even a newly promoted one. When he was faced with Li Luo Shui, he had to join forces with all the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in order to be able to simply match her. Every move she made contained a terrifying power, and each strike that landed on him caused his vitality to welter and soul to tremble. Furthermore, after Li Luo Shui used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, her strength increased tremendously, to the point that she was completely capable of killing all of them off if she was given enough time. However, she was forced to flee in the end due to the backlash of that forbidden technique. Otherwise, all of them would have died on that day. At the thought of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but be gripped by a lingering fear. If things were just like what the proprietress had said, even second-class great forces like Golden Rainbow Province, which had declined over many years, might have some unimaginable hidden hands. It was true for both Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province, so what about the other great forces? Although it was impossible to find out, these great forces certainly had some top cultivators who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. Yang Kai realized that he had to be more careful in the future when it came to matters like these lest he suffered a setback instead. On the highest spirit peak in Voidland, several dozen disciples were seated with their legs crossed inside a palace. There was a galaxy mirror in front of every one of them, and through the reflection on the mirrors they could see the view around Voidland. The void spying technique wasn't an abstruse secret technique, so it was a good method to monitor the surroundings of a great force. Previously, those from Golden Rainbow Province had used this technique to detect Yang Kai's approach, which was why they could get prepared in advance. The development of Voidland had now stabilized following a rapid expansion phase. After the incident where the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, Bian Yuqing decided to build this Heavens Observatory in order to monitor the surroundings of the sect so that they could detect any approaching enemies in advance. There were always several dozen disciples in the Heavens Observatory at any given time to watch the movements around Void territory and detect any potential threats. If there was any emergency, they could immediately contact the Elder Hall, which would then take appropriate action. Presently, besides several dozen disciples, Yuhi, a sixth-order cultivator, was also in the Heavens Observatory. Back then, Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm in the Shattered Heaven. Then he dove into the Shadowless Cave Heaven on his own. Following the closure of the Shadowless Cave Heaven's entrance, Yuhi and Bai Qi were unable to go in regardless of how hard they tried. Left with no choice, they could only return to Voidland. Since her return, Yuhi had been staying in the Heavens Observatory. She didn't want to leave so that she would find out about Yang Kai's return as soon as it happened. All this while, she had been apprehensive. After all, the Shadowless Cave Heaven was an infamous universe cave heaven, as no one had managed to leave that place prior to Yang Kai's entry. Although Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, no one could say for certain if he would be able to escape from that place. However, she stopped feeling anxious half a year ago because a piece of news reached Voidland which made her believe that Yang Kai had returned safely. Other than Yuhi, Bai Qi had also been staying in the Heavens Observatory. Suddenly, one of the disciples who was responsible for watching a particular direction suddenly rubbed his eyes and looked intently at the galaxy mirror for a moment before he exclaimed, "A ship is coming!" Yuhi and Bai Qi instantly appeared behind the disciple as they looked at the galaxy mirror. Through the reflection, they could indeed see a ship moving towards Voidland. Voidland wasn't far away from the Star City. Usually, outsiders would directly head to the Star City and only their own people would head towards the headquarters. Recently, no one from Voidland had left, so it was highly probable that Yang Kai was aboard this approaching ship. Yuhi performed a hand seal and shot a ray of light into the galaxy mirror. Soon, the image magnified and allowed them to see the deck clearly. A familiar figure on the deck came into her sight as she exclaimed and covered her lips with her hands. An excited Bai Qi called out, "He's really back!" Following that, Yuhi dashed out of the palace, followed by Bai Qi. Soon, two beams of light shot into the sky as a gap appeared in the Grand Array. The opening of the Grand Array shocked Bian Yuqing, who was handling her official duties. She immediately left her palace and looked up, only to see Yuhi and Bai Qi flying towards the sky. Realizing something, she quickly contacted those from the Heavens Observatory. Soon, she was told that the sect master had returned. She let out a long breath as her chest heaved. The worries in her mind could finally be set down. Voidland was founded by Yang Kai, and the backgrounds of the members were pretty simple. They mainly came from two places. First of all, there were about 600,000 disciples who came from the star boundary. Although there were a lot of them, all of them were weak as there wasn't even one open heaven realm master among their ranks yet. Second, there were a few thousand people from Abundant City from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although the number of people on their side paled compared to those from the star boundary, almost all the open heaven realm masters in Voidland were from Abundant City. Regardless of which place they were from, Yang Kai was essential to the sect. If anything happened to him, Bian Yuqing wouldn't know how Void Land could continue on. Fortunately, the sect master had returned safely. After giving it a thought, she decided to send a message to everyone. Soon, both Void Land and the Star City became bustling. On the deck, Mao Zhe gazed at the magnificent spirit province ahead and asked with surprise, "Is this Void Land?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded his head. "This is Void Land. Does it meet your expectations, Head Mountain Lord?" Mao Zhe replied impassively, "Since I've submitted to you, please don't mention that Head Mountain Lord title again. The three of us ask for nothing else other than to be treated fairly." "Good." Yang Kai put on a faint smile. Mao Zhe and the others were forced to submit to him, and it was apparent that they were unresigned. Certainly, Yang Kai was aware of that. Regardless, as long as the loyalty list was in his hands, Mao Zhe and the others wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Therefore, he didn't have to be wary of them. They were Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters after all, so they could play vital roles at critical moments. Moreover, Yang Kai had always been an easygoing and fair-minded man. Chun Tianfei was the first one to leave his name on the loyalty list, and he was never mistreated. On top of that, he was also given the important duty of taking care of the gourd vine. Yang Kai believed that Mao Zhe and the others would change their impression of him as time passed. This spirit province has an extraordinary heritage, and its scenery is splendid. Void Land is indeed amazing, Sect Master. Huayong was ecstatic. Before coming to this place, he was worried that the heritage of Void Land might be weak. However, now, he realized that this place was truly exceptional. He and his wife had made the right decision to join Void Land. This place was already wonderful to begin with, and with so many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joining, its future would be bright. Shu Mudan said in a small voice, "This grand array seems to be a little special as well." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "This grand array is called the 9 Heavenly Layers. Not only is it powerful, but it also has many different and unpredictable functions. In the past, 100 sects alliance led by Heavenly Sword Union invaded us, but they were all trapped in this grand array and most of them were either killed or critically wounded." 9 heavenly layers, Mao Zhe muttered under his breath. He wasn't an expert in the array Dao, but just like Shu Mudan, he could see that this grand array was extraordinary, though he couldn't figure out its true power just from observing it. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, he couldn't help but start having some expectations towards the 9 heavenly layers. Since the Grand Array was able to fend off the 100 Sects Alliance, it was surely quite powerful. "What is that? It seems so lively." Shu Mudao turned to look in a different direction with a curious gaze. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "That is Void Star City." "It's a star city?" Everyone aboard the ship was shocked as they gazed at the Star City. They could see that the place was crammed with people, and countless flight-type artifacts could be seen leaving and entering through the void dock. The sight before their eyes suggested that it was a flourishing star city. Furthermore, the place was much larger than an average star city, clearly marking it as first class. They found it inconceivable that there was a first-class star city belonging to Void Land. They exchanged glances in disbelief as they couldn't figure out why the star city of Void Land was so attractive to foreign cultivators and merchants. It had to be noted that every first-class star city had their own unique characteristics and products that could attract merchants from all over the 3,000 worlds. Void Land must possess an incredible heritage to control such a grand star city. If they were not powerful enough, this kind of profit-making place would have been snatched from them long ago. With such a star city as their support, those from Void Land wouldn't ever have to worry about resources. A glint flashed through Mao Zhe's eyes as he realized that he had always underestimated Void Land. He initially thought that Void Land was just an average second-class great force, but the sight before his eyes proved him wrong. Void Land was clearly a peak-level second-class great force. As they were speaking, the fog around Void Land suddenly roiled as though a gigantic creature was about to emerge. The people on the ship became flustered as they secretly circulated their powers to prepare themselves. When they looked up, they saw a gargantuan head appearing from the fog, its eyes as big as stars and its mouth full of enormous fangs, looking like they were capable of swallowing the entire void in one fell swoop. The gigantic head appeared to be moving slowly, but it soon arrived in front of the ship. Compared to the head, the tiny ship looked like a blade of grass before a towering tree. Mao Zhe and the others stiffened in horror as though they had been struck by lightning. They did not doubt that if the mouth parted, they would be immediately swallowed. "Oh, it's Yang boy." The mouth parted and spoke in the common human language. On the deck, Yang Kai saluted him and replied, "Many thanks for your concern, Senior." "Oh, you ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm?" The voice sounded again. Yang Kai replied, "I was left with no other choice in that situation." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4433. Shocking. Good. It's good that you've achieved an ascension so that others will stop bothering you. And enough chatting for now. Come visit me when you're free. The two little ones miss you too. Yang Kai replied respectfully, "I'll pay you a visit when I'm done with everything." The head then retracted as the fog swelled up and covered up any traces of it. Mao Zhe and the others felt as though they had just escaped from death's door, and their backs were all drenched in cold sweat. Husband, what was that?" Shu Mudan was pale as she leaned close to Hua Yong, as though she was trying to seek a sense of security. Hua Yong gulped and said hesitantly, "Perhaps it was a turtle's head." Shu Mudan was torn between laughter and tears. Is there such a huge turtle in the world? How gargantuan must his body be since his head was already so big? "Bai Shi," Mao Zhe said in a bitter voice as he looked at Yang Kai. "The divine dragon has 9 sons, and Bai Shi bears a heavy load. I can't believe that Bai Shi belongs to Voidland." Upon hearing that, all of them were flabbergasted. Yang Kai said with a smile, "You're indeed a knowledgeable man, Brother Mao. However, Senior Bai Shi doesn't belong to Voidland per se. Instead, he's carrying Voidland on his back." He had been asleep for countless years, and as time passed, a spirit province formed on his back, which was occupied by the predecessor of Voidland. Fortunately, Senior is a kind and benevolent man who doesn't have the heart to kill, so he has allowed us to remain. The corners of Mao Zhe's brow twitched while Hua Yong gulped and asked in a raucous voice, "Senior Bai Shi carries Voidland on his back?" This piece of news was shocking to him. Divine spirits were famous and powerful creatures. Every mature divine spirit was as formidable as a high-rank open heaven realm master. For an ancient divine spirit like Bai Shi, he was probably stronger than the average 8-order open heaven realm master. Since Voidland rested on his back, there was no way Bai Shi would sit back and do nothing should an existential crisis come to the spirit province. In other words, the presence of such a divine spirit was the greatest protection Voidland could have. What puzzled Hua Yong was why Bai Shi was so cordial to Yang Kai. For such a formidable presence like him, he probably had no regard for anyone in the entire 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, a glint flashed through Mao Zhe's eyes as he fell into his thoughts. Previously, Yang Kai had used his dragon transformation to destroy profound Yang Mountain, which made Mao Zhe believe that he was a member of the Dragon Clan. Now, it was obvious to him that Bai Shi's attitude might have something to do with this. After all, Bai Shi had a Dragon Clan bloodline. Voidland was a magnificent place with an extraordinary heritage, and it was close to a flourishing star city, which ensured that they would never run out of resources. It was also protected by Bai Shi. It was probably the only second-class great force in the entire 3,000 worlds to have all these advantages. Before coming to Voidland, all of them were wondering about what kind of place Voidland was and whether it could accommodate powerful people like them. If the heritage of Voidland was too shallow, it would only hinder the development of their potential as Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, upon their arrival, they realized that Voidland's heritage was truly spectacular. They no longer dared to underestimate this place and instead felt honored because they were now part of Voidland, at least in name. The next moment, a gap appeared in the fog as 2 figures shot out through it and landed on the deck. A pleasantly surprised Yuhi stared fixedly at Yang Kai as she tried her hardest to suppress her excitement and elegantly saluted the man. "Young master." Enough of that. Yang Kai went over to hold her up and patted the back of her hand. "You must have been worried." Yuhi shook her head. "I'm glad that you've returned safely." Behind her, Bai Qi looked around. But as the people he was yearning to see were nowhere to be found, he felt his heart sinking and asked anxiously, "Where are proprietress and the others?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Don't worry, proprietress and the others have returned as well. We parted ways halfway through because she had to head to Thousand Birds Star City." Thousand Birds Star City. Bai Chi's expression turned milder when he heard that. He no longer felt apprehensive upon learning that the proprietress and the others had returned safely. They were not around merely because they had parted ways with Yang Kai on the road here. Then he quickly said, "I'll go there now. Proprietress told me to tell you to wait for her here. I'm guessing she'll be coming over soon." Yang Kai shouted at his back, "I can't wait that long." Without turning his head, Bai Chi turned into a beam of light and shot into the distance. He could never set his mind at ease before seeing with his own eyes that the proprietress was safe. Seeing that Bai Chi was determined to leave, a helpless Yang Kai decided not to stop him and just watched him go. On the deck, Mao Zhe and the others curiously examined Yu He. They had heard the woman call Yang Kai young master just now, but they were unable to discern her cultivation since her aura was fully withdrawn. However, they had a feeling that she was in the fifth order open heaven realm at the very least. Perhaps she was a sixth order open heaven realm master just like them. It was inconceivable that a woman with such cultivation would call Yang Kai young master. They couldn't help but grow curious about Yang Kai's background and suspected that he might have a powerful backer. "Let's go in for now," Yang Kai ordered. Then the ship continued moving towards Voidland. The Grand Array had been opened as the disciples were fully aware of what was going on. No one would dare to stop the sect master from returning. Before the ship even landed, Yang Kai, who was on the deck, saw a lot of people gathering together below. The person at the front was none other than the second manager of Voidland, Bian Yuqing. Soon, the ship landed and Yang Kai led the others to leap off the vessel. The people who had gathered and had been waiting for quite some time bowed in unison and shouted, "Welcome back, Sect Master! Get up!" Yang Kai lifted his hand. "We're all one family here, so there's no need for such formalities." He swept a glance over them and realized that all the cultivators in the mid-rank open heaven realm and above from Voidland had gathered behind Bian Yuqing. Even Mo Mei, who was stationed in the Star City, had returned. All of them straightened up while Bian Yuqing kept a faint smile on her face. Just when she was about to say something, a phantom-like figure abruptly appeared in front of Yang Kai. With her hands on her enchanting hips, she stared calmly at the man. A shocked Yang Kai almost pushed out his fist, but upon realizing who the person was, he took a few steps back with a helpless smile. "Senior Zhu!" The person was none other than Zhu Jiuyin. Seeing that she was still in Voidland, Yang Kai was elated. Supposedly, the agreement between them had become invalid since she had escorted him all the way to the Shattered Heaven right before he entered the Shadowless Cave Heaven. In other words, she was no longer Yang Kai's protector and was now free to go wherever she wanted. Some time ago, Yang Kai was still worried that this woman had really left. It wouldn't have mattered if she were to leave alone. But the problem was that Shan Qingluo was cultivating under her now. If Zhu Jiuyin really left, she would probably take Shan Qingluo with her. By then, Shan Qingluo wouldn't be able to disobey her. Seeing that she had stayed in Voidland, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. After giving it a thought though, he realized that even though she was a powerful divine spirit, she didn't have anywhere else to go other than Voidland in the entire 3,000 worlds. After all, she came from Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and there was nowhere in the outside world that she was familiar with. Rather than wandering around aimlessly, she was better off just staying here. Zhu Jiuyin snorted. "It's said that good people don't live long while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. I told you all that this brat wouldn't die, but you wouldn't believe me. Isn't he back now?" Bian Yuqing replied with a fawning smile. Yes, you're absolutely right, senior. We've been worried for no reason." "Humph." Zhu Jiuyin snorted and shot a disdainful glance at Yang Kai. Then, after sweeping a casual glance over the people behind him, she vanished into thin air. Yang Kai sported a helpless smile and bowed. "Good to see you too, senior." Mao Zhe and the others were all stiff as boards as they were soaked in cold sweat once again. They were unable to detect any signs before Zhu Jiuyin's appearance. And although the woman never released her aura, just a glance from her seemed capable of killing any one of them if she wanted. It was as though they had lost control over their own lives when she stood before them, and they did not doubt that if she wanted one of them dead, they would be. After a gulp, Mao Zhe asked in a hoarse voice, "Sir, who was that?" Yang Kai placed his palm beside his mouth and said in a small voice, "She's a heavenly moon demon spider. Zhu Jiuyin, that woman is pretty foul-tempered, so you should watch your words when you see her in the future." Audible gasps were instantly heard as they gazed at Yang Kai in disbelief, as though they were trying to figure out if he was joking with them. It was horrifying enough that she was in Voidland, and now a heavenly moon demon spider was also around. Although she was undoubtedly more famous, he was known to be mild-tempered and amiable. Therefore, when they saw Shi earlier, other than being a little shocked, they weren't too frightened. However, unlike Shi, the heavenly moon demon spider was known to be a ferocious divine spirit that had no qualms about slaughtering people. All of them felt like crying. When they thought about having to live alongside such a fierce divine spirit, they felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. The consequences would be dreadful if they accidentally offended her in the future. "Ho! You dare badmouth this queen behind her back. You smelly brat. Don't even dream about seeing Luo'er for the next 10 years. A voice boomed beside Yang Kai's ears and shocked Mao Zhe and the others. Yang Kai instantly sported a dejected expression. "It's a misunderstanding, senior. Please be magnanimous and forgive me." Naturally, Zhu Jiuyin flat out ignored him. Mao Zhe and the others looked sympathetically at him. Although they had no idea who this Luo'er was, she should be someone important to him. A crestfallen Yang Kai sighed. "I shouldn't have opened my mouth. I was too foolish." Bian Yuqing suppressed her laughter as she tried to change the subject. "Who are these people behind you? Sect Master?" Yang Kai took a deep breath to cast away his dejectedness, then introduced them to her. "They have left the shadowless cave heaven with me. Since they're willing to join Voidland, we're one family now." The eyes of Bian Yuqing and the others lit up when they heard that. Bian Yuqing was still too weak, so she was unable to determine these people's exact strength. However, Mo Mei and the others could sense that the people behind Yang Kai were all strong. Yang Kai briefly introduced them to each other. On Voidland's side, there was Bian Yuqing, Mo Mei Yuhi, Lu Shui, Pang Duo, Gongyang Shi, Jin Yuanlang, Mu Chen Xian, and the other high-ranking members. On the shadowless cave heaven's side, there was Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhou Ye, Hua Yong, and Shu Mu Dan. They saluted one another, and although they wouldn't immediately become friendly with each other, it was only a matter of time before they became familiar. For now, they just needed to introduce themselves. Martial Peak, Chapter 4434. I'm not going to meet them. Upon learning that the Emperor Realm Cultivator before their eyes was the person who was in charge of managing all the affairs in Voidland, Mao Zhe and the others were astonished. This would never happen in other great forces. Usually, a person would only be given an important duty only if they were strong enough. Emperor Realm Cultivators were the strongest in universe worlds, but they were nobodies in the 3,000 worlds. In the outer universe, only when a person ascended to the open heaven realm would they gain a footing, but even that depended on their order. However, since the second manager was highly regarded by Yang Kai, she must be a trustworthy person, so they naturally wouldn't dare to be impolite to her. After telling Bian Yuqing to help those from the shadowless cave heaven to settle down, Yang Kai was ready to get some rest. Although he had escaped from the shadowless cave heaven unscathed, there had been quite a number of challenges along the way. He had gained some benefits from there, but he hadn't had time to digest them. Now that he had returned to Voidland, he decided to cultivate in seclusion to fortify the things he had grasped. Before he could leave, though, Bian Yuqing reported, "There's one matter that awaits your decision, Sect Master." Yang Kai gazed at her and asked, "What matter?" He usually wouldn't manage the affairs in Voidland and just left everything up to Bian Yuqing's judgment. She would only report the matter to him if there was something she couldn't decide on herself. Bian Yuqing continued, "Many representatives from various great forces are now staying in the Star City, waiting for you to meet with them." "What great forces?" Yang Kai frowned. Bian Yuqing then listed about 40 great forces. Upon hearing these names, Yang Kai was puzzled and asked, "Do we have any cooperation with those great forces? Why do they want to meet me?" Bian Yuqing replied with a smile, "Just so you know, Sect Master, those great forces were the ones that joined forces with Heavenly Sword Union to invade us in the past." Yang Kai became startled for a moment, but upon understanding what was going on, he sneered, "They're pretty good at gathering information. Those great forces had joined Kong Feng's Heavenly Sword Union to invade Void Land previously. Regardless of whether they did so voluntarily or were forced, the grudges between them and Void Land had been formed. The Alliance suffered immense losses in that battle, and the two divine spirits of Void Land subsequently revealed themselves, sending shockwaves out across the 3,000 worlds. After that battle, only a small number of people managed to flee while most of the invaders were killed in Void Land. Upon experiencing the power and heritage of Void Land, those great forces were horrified, and since even Heavenly Sword Union suffered an immense loss, the others naturally wouldn't dare to think about getting revenge. After all, they were the invaders while those from Void Land were forced to defend themselves against them. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all that had happened, however. They could just not come to Void Land again. The 3,000 worlds were expansive, so they could just set the issue aside and ignore it. However, after Yang Kai returned from the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he brought a group of people to destroy Boundless Altar, forcing its thousands of disciples to abandon their foundation and become homeless. Then, he demolished Golden Rainbow Province and wiped out almost all of its members. Now, Golden Rainbow Province ceased to exist in the 3,000 worlds. Those great forces, which were once part of the Alliance, were now quite alarmed. Both Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were great forces that had invaded Void Land, but they were now destroyed by Yang Kai. It was apparent that he was trying to settle accounts with them, and his methods shocked these people to their core. Among the 100 great forces, Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were some of the strongest in the Alliance, with barely any of the others being comparable to them. There were a small number of great forces that were more powerful, but only by a slim margin. Since Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were not even able to ward off those from Void Land, how were the other great forces supposed to do that? If they couldn't appease Void Land as soon as possible, the same fate would most likely befall them. Therefore, half a year ago, after the news of the demise of Golden Rainbow Province spread, many great forces sent representatives to Void Land with valuable gifts in the hope that the other party would forgive them. It was because of their arrival that those from Void Land learned that Yang Kai had left the Shadowless Cave Heaven and had made some shocking moves. These great forces were not aware that the reason Yang Kai targeted Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province was that the proprietress had made a heart demon oath in the past. They believed it was because of the fact that the Alliance had invaded Void Land, which was why they were apprehensive. While waiting in the Star City, they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles all the time, and they practically visited the governor's mansion every 2 to 3 days, which frustrated Mo May to no end. "Are you going to meet them, Sect Master?" Bian Yuqing asked cautiously. "No, I'm not going to meet them." Yang Kai waved his hand. He had just returned from outside, so he wasn't in the mood to handle this issue. "Just let them stew for now." "Yes," Bian Yuqing replied. Although she was sympathetic towards those great forces, they only had themselves to blame. After seeing Yang Kai off, she turned around and helped Wuxia and the others settle in. Upon some probing, she found out that among the people that had come here with the Sect Master, there were 5 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. At that instant, she was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. When Yang Kai introduced them just now, he had only mentioned their names without talking about their cultivation. It wasn't until this moment that Bian Yuqing realized these people were truly powerful. It had to be noted that there were only 2 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland now. By joining Voidland, these 5 people would greatly boost their overall strength. She couldn't help but admire the Sect Master's capabilities. After a trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, B brought back a group of people from Abundance City. Now, upon his return from the shadowless cave heaven, he came home with Wuxia and the other top masters. There was no doubt that the heritage of Voidland was on the rise. Even though there were a lot of people in Voidland, the sect was pretty expansive. Since Wuxia and the others were powerful, they naturally had to be treated with respect. Everything was settled after they chose spirit peaks they liked to live on. As for their duties in the sect, Yang Kai would have to make the decision. It was not up to Bian Yuqing to make a decision on his behalf. As the second manager, she was fully aware of her boundaries. The news that the sect master of Voidland had returned instantly spread out, which caused a commotion in the Star City. The representatives of the great forces, who had come to this place with gifts, visited the governor's mansion even more frequently. Unfortunately, Mo may refused to meet them, which made them anxious as they wondered about the attitude of Voidland towards them. With Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar as examples, they felt anxious to appease Voidland as soon as possible so their sects wouldn't be destroyed. Time went by slowly as Yang Kai remained seated with his legs crossed in his room. While refining various resources to strengthen the heritage in his small universe, he reviewed all the battles he fought since his ascension to the open heaven realm in his mind. After he ascended to the Fifth Order, he entered the shadowless cave heaven and immediately engaged in an intense battle with Ma Tianyuan. Then, he barged into Profound Yang Mountain and attacked the Second Mountain Lord Yunfei Bai. As a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had the guts to battle against a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master head-on. This was rarely seen in the entire 3,000 worlds, and it was also a precious experience for Yang Kai. Then, he broke through to the Sixth Order and fought with the three Mountain Lords just outside Twin Spirit Island. Next, he intercepted the Mountain Lords outside Profound Yang Mountain and comprehended the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, which used an entirely new spacetime strength. He then went on to destroy Profound Yang Mountain. Upon leaving the shadowless cave heaven, Yang Kai got into trouble in the giant tornado while dealing with the wind spirits. Following that, he barged into Golden Rainbow Province and fought against Li Luo Shui, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, with the help of several Sixth Order allies. The epic battles went through his mind as though they had just happened the day before. Yang Kai tried to grasp the experiences he had obtained while reflecting on his failures in order to strengthen himself. This trip had been truly eventful. Not only had he gone from the Emperor Realm to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, but the refinement of the world forces within the wind spirits had also saved him at least 100 years of cultivation, which greatly helped stabilize his Sixth Order strength. The experience of dealing with a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was valuable as well. The battle allowed Yang Kai to clearly identify his own limits. If he came across a formidable enemy in the future, he would have a better judgment of the gap in strength between them. 3 months later, Yang Kai finally left his room. Compared to 3 months ago, his aura was now much more reserved. Unlike in the past, no one would be able to tell his true strength by just looking at his aura. Then, he sent a message to Bian Yuqing to assign some work to her before leaving his palace. When Yang Kai calmly arrived at the main conference hall of Earth Spirit Land in Voidland, which was already filled with people. These people were all in the Fourth Order and above who were the most important members of Voidland. Upon seeing Yang Kai, they rose from the chairs and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Sect Master." Yang Kai raised his hand and brought it down to motion for them to be at ease. Then, he moved and instantly appeared in front of the head seat. After adjusting his clothes, he sat down in a dignified manner. He swept a glance over the crowd and soon his gaze fell upon Wuxia and the others from the shadowless cave heaven. Smiling, he asked, "Have you all gotten used to living in Voidland?" Wuxia replied, "Everything in Voidland is wonderful. Many thanks for your concern, sir." They had slowly learned about the various heritage of Voidland in the past months, so they thought that it wasn't a bad idea to have joined. The abundant resources here would be beneficial to their martial Tao. Furthermore, since 2 divine spirits lived in Voidland, this place certainly could accommodate Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them. A grateful Hua Yong continued, "We had stayed in the shadowless cave heaven for thousands of years, and were extremely lucky to finally leave that place. Second Manager also takes good care of us. We feel fortunate that we were able to join Voidland." Compared to the shadowless cave heaven, the environment in Voidland was essentially paradise. Yang Kai nodded gently. I'm glad that you've gotten used to living here. Then, he gazed at Bian Yuqing, second manager. Can you tell me everything that has happened in the sect while I wasn't around? Everything has been proceeding smoothly, sir. Bian Yuqing was fully prepared. Upon hearing Yang Kai's question, she immediately reported to him about the important issues that had occurred over the past 2 years in detail. During that period of time, Voidland didn't go through any drastic changes. The only thing that was different was that there were more open heaven realm masters now. Many of those from Abundant City were already on the brink of achieving an ascension to begin with. However, due to the various restrictions in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, they were unable to do so. Upon leaving the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Mo Mei and the others were the first batch of people who made it to the open heaven realm. Nevertheless, more cultivators from Abundant City awaited an ascension. Over the past 2 years, about 300 people had attempted to break through. Most of them had succeeded, but a small number of people lost their lives due to their failure to make it to the open heaven realm. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4435, Fulfilling Their Roles. A cultivator had to refine yin, yang, and the 5 elements, then split heaven and earth apart within their body to form a small universe in order to break through to the open heaven realm. The process could be said to be extremely dangerous, and regardless of how well prepared one was, one might still lose their life in the attempt. That was what happened to some of the cultivators from Abundant City. The people from Abundant City had been stuck in the Emperor realm for centuries, if not millennia, giving them a long time to solidify their foundations and accumulate strength. The orders of the materials they had refined were definitely within their limits, as they wouldn't refine materials that they wouldn't be able to bear. However, some of them still lost their lives while attempting to achieve ascension. The first batch of people from Abundant City, about 300 of them, all successfully broke through because they each had the assistance of a heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. However, over the past 2 years since Yang Kai left, more and more people from Abundant City had attempted to reach the open heaven realm. Although Yang Kai had left behind some heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills before heading to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, the supply wasn't sufficient to satisfy the demand. That was the reason some of them ended up falling. With that said, the percentage of those from Abundant City who lost their lives due to their attempts to achieve an ascension was comparatively lower than average. After all, due to the limitations of the environment they used to live in, they had more time for accumulation and preparation. Now, excluding the people brought back by Yang Kai this time, there were about 500 open heaven realm masters in Voidland. If Mao Zhe and the others were included, the number would be about 600. That was a terrifying figure. In terms of the quantity and quality of the open heaven realm masters, Voidland had surpassed 99% of all second-class great forces, though it still wasn't comparable to the cave heavens and paradises. After all, it had only been a short time since Voidland was founded. More time was needed for its heritage to be accumulated. After Bian Yuqing was done with her report, she took her seat. Then Mo Mei rose from the chair and briefly talked about the current situation in the Star City. Could be said that the Star City was thriving. That was because they would put one heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill up for auction every 3 months. So the city could attract more and more cultivators from the 3,000 worlds. Even the open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises would appear in the auction house when the time was right. With more traffic came more commerce, causing many resources to flow into the Star City each day, allowing it to grow and develop further. It was a virtuous cycle. The shops in the Star City were all rented out by now, and their businesses were booming. Even the private cave mansions had all been snatched up by the cultivators who now lived or worked in the Star City. Voidland now earned about 100 million open heaven pills every month from the Star City, and the amount was still increasing even now. Mao Zhe and the other newcomers were dumbfounded upon hearing that. There was no doubt that the Star City could be considered first class since it could help Voidland earn 100 million open heaven pills per month. The Star City alone could provide all the resources that those from Voidland would need. It had to be noted that one could buy a lot of things with 100 million open heaven pills. Although it wasn't enough to buy a 7th order material, they could get their hands on several 6th order materials if they were lucky. As time passed, Voidland's wealth would continue to increase. The Star City could be said to be Voidland's cornucopia. With the rise in fame, more cultivators could be seen entering and leaving the Star City. This didn't pose a problem initially, as those from the governor's mansion were still able to keep on top of everything. The merchants who did business in the Star City had to pay rent and taxes. Voidland, as the overseer of the Star City, was responsible for making sure that the city and the people were safe. They had to ensure that no fights would take place, and when they did, they had to immediately settle the problems. Only by doing so could they give the cultivators a sense of security and showcase the heritage and competency of Voidland. However, following 2 years of rapid development, the governor's mansion was finding it increasingly hard to manage the city. This couldn't be helped, as the rise in popularity and development of the Star City meant that more and more powerful cultivators would come to visit. The person who could directly sense the changes was Jin Yuanlang, who was responsible for guarding the Void Dock. Since the reopening of the Voidland Star City, Jin Yuanlang had been appointed by Yang Kai to guard the Void Dock and inspect the people who entered and left the city. Since he was a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could usually handle most situations that arose. However, Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were now more commonly seen in the city. As a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was difficult for him to deter Sixth-Order Masters if they chose to be unruly. If 2 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters got into a scuffle in the Star City, Mo Mei, who was responsible for managing the city, wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Once such a scenario happened, not only would the city suffer losses, but it would also have a huge impact on Voidland's reputation. This was the issue that had to be settled immediately. Fortunately, Yang Kai had brought back some powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters, including several in the Sixth Order. Hua Yong and Shu Mudan had already requested to join Voidland back on Twin Spirit Island, and Yang Kai had appointed them to be the elders right away. Mao Zhe, Gung Qing, and Zhouya were Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as well, so they couldn't be undervalued. Following Yang Kai's order, the 3 of them also joined the Elder Hall. Mao Zhe and the others gladly accepted the appointment. They were restricted by the loyalty list, so their lives were under Yang Kai's control. Strictly speaking, they were just Yang Kai's servants. However, during the time they were together, he had never mistreated them, nor had he exposed the nature of their relationship to anyone, which saved them from any embarrassment. Although they had never said it out loud, they were grateful towards Yang Kai for his discretion. Even if he really wanted to make things difficult for them, they would have no choice but to bear it. Now that they were asked to join the Elder Hall, they were certainly pleased. By becoming the elders in Voidland, they would be on an equal footing with the others apart from Yang Kai and the 2 divine spirits. More orders were swiftly given, with Hua Yong and Shu Mudan being assigned to secure the Void Dock. Jin Yuanlang was still responsible for managing the dock's day-to-day business, and unless he was faced with cultivators that were too difficult to deal with, the couple usually wouldn't have to show up. Mao Zhe and the other former mountain lords would take turns staying in the governor's mansion to assist Mo Mei in managing the Star City. The other Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Shadowless Cave Heaven were also assigned various jobs in different departments. All of them received the orders one by one. Sect Master, the people who have come to apologize are still waiting. How do you want to deal with them? Bian Yuqing asked. Those people only knew that the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai, had returned. If they found out that more top masters had joined Voidland as well, they would be terrified. Yang Kai would have forgotten about the matter if Bian Yuqing hadn't mentioned it, as he had no reason to remember those nobodies. As a glint flashed through his eyes as he asked, "Has anyone from Heavenly Sword Union arrived?" Bian Yuqing was startled for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't believe so." Yang Kai snorted. The 100 Sects alliance that invaded Voidland was nearly wiped out by him in the end. Other than Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, which he would never let off, Yang Kai didn't really care about the other great forces, nor did he have the intention to retaliate against them. It would be time-wasting if he really did that, so he reckoned it would be better to just spend his time on cultivation. Furthermore, those great forces were mostly third class, and didn't even have a single mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing them. It would do more damage to Voidland's reputation and face if they were to oppress such weaklings now. With that said, Yang Kai would never forgive Heavenly Sword Union, which was the mastermind behind the incident. Besides the fact that Heavenly Sword Union led the alliance, they had once again ambushed him while he was heading to the Shattered Heaven to look for the proprietress after he left Void Territory. Since those from Heavenly Sword Union had repeatedly provoked Yang Kai, he couldn't be blamed for seeking revenge against them. Make them cough up everything they can before kicking them out, and let them know if they dare to appear in Void Land again, I won't be so forgiving. Yang Kai directly decided the fate of those great forces. Bian Yuqing nodded in agreement. It was apparent that Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to meet those people, so he let her settle the matter. Now, Yang Kai was now a powerful master, and the leader of a peak second-class great force, so it wasn't like just anyone could meet him. It was expected that those great forces would accept the outcome, and they would also have to thank Yang Kai for not destroying them. Also, there was a senior from Inyang Cave Heaven who requested to meet you a few days ago. However, since Sect Master was cultivating in seclusion, I turned her down so that you wouldn't be disturbed. Yang Kai's eyes brightened when he heard that and asked, was it Chu Huashang? Presently, there were 2 establishments directly owned by Cave Heavens in Void Star City. One of them was the Azura Arena, which was set up by Azura Heaven. This facility was also one of the trademarks of Azura Heaven. The business of the Azura Arena was booming because many young cultivators liked to engage in all-out fights to both train and make a name for themselves. In fact, the Azura Arena was established following a discussion between Yang Kai and a representative from Azura Heaven. Void Land held a large stake in the Azura Arena, which generated an equivalent revenue share from this profitable business. Meanwhile, a Dao temple belonging to Inyang Cave Heaven was also established. Chu Huashang used to be stationed there in the past as its supervisor. Yang Kai met that seductress in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Then they went through many life and death moments there and in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, eventually growing quite close. After that, she tagged along when Yang Kai headed to the Shattered Heaven. Although she didn't manage to help much, Yang Kai was still grateful for the solidarity she had shown. This was no small matter. After all, Chu Huashang's identity was a little special as she was a core disciple from one of the 36 Cave Heavens. So everything she did represented Inyang Cave Heaven. As such, she wasn't able to do whatever she pleased most of the time. However, she still steadfastly followed Yang Kai to oppose Tizhang and the others who had laid a trap for Yang Kai. There were 2 reasons why Azura Heaven had set up an Azura Arena in every major star city. First of all, it was to train the disciples of their own sect, and secondly, it was to amass wealth. The disciples of Azura Heaven had to go through life and death battles in order to grow rapidly. Nevertheless, in the 3,000 worlds, there were rarely any places that would allow them to engage in such fierce battles. Therefore, the Azura Arenas were their best option. Moreover, these Azura Arenas were like a treasure trove for them. The Azura Arenas from different star cities each generated massive amounts of revenue for Azura Heaven every year. Inyang Cave Heaven had also set up a Dao temple in every major star city. However, they didn't intend to amass wealth or train their disciples in these places. Instead, the existence of these Dao temples was to attract more talented people. The disciples of Inyang Cave Heaven were all beautiful women or handsome men, and their core secret arts revolved around forming intimate relationships with the opposite sex. In those Dao temples, their disciples could engage in discourse with talented young people from different parts of the 3,000 worlds and even find suitable life partners, which would then strengthen the sect's power. Martial Peak, Chapter 4436. A man she entrusted her life to. The Dao Temple of Inyang Cave Heaven in Void Star City was built under the supervision of Chu Huashang. Therefore, when Yang Kai heard Bian Yuqing mention a senior from Inyang Cave Heaven, the first person that came into his mind was that seductress. However, Bian Yuqing shook her head and replied, "It's not Senior Sister Chu. The master of Inyang Cave Heaven's Dao Temple is now a different person." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel disappointed. If Chu Huashang was still in the Star City, he would have personally thanked her for what she had done for him. Bian Yuqing asked, "Are you going to meet her, Sect Master?" Yang Kai came to his senses and nodded. "Of course, I have to meet her. Please tell her to come in." If it was someone else, he would have decided whether he wanted to meet her depending on his mood. However, since she was from Inyang Cave Heaven, he naturally couldn't turn her down. He could also ask this person about how Chu Huashang was doing. Upon receiving the order, Bian Yuqing immediately sent out a message. Since the meeting was over, everyone in the main hall rose from their seats and left while Yang Kai remained sitting on his own. An incense stick later, Bian Yuqing led someone to enter the hall from outside. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the person behind Bian Yuqing was an alluring woman with an enchanting figure. Her innocent-looking face and clear eyes gave off an ethereal feeling, as though she was unstained by the mortal world. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. He had met many beautiful women before, but he had never seen one such as this lady. His first impression of the woman was that she was clean. It wasn't the cleanliness of her clothes but an indescribable feeling, as though the existence of everything in the world was a blasphemy to her existence. Anyone who saw her would have the urge to protect and care for her. At the same time, his chest tightened as he had a feeling that this woman was more complicated than she seemed. Since the guest had arrived, Yang Kai had to rise from his chair to greet her. Bian Yuqing saluted him. "She's here, sect master." Yang Kai nodded gently, upon which Bian Yuqing withdrew. The woman across from him elegantly greeted him, then said softly, "Greetings, sect master Yang. This mistress is Su Yingxue." Her pleasant voice tickled his senses. Yang Kai lifted his hand. "There's no need to be too formal with me, Senior Sister Su. Please have a seat." Su Yingxue thanked him with a lowered gaze. Her cheeks were painted with a tinge of redness, and her skin seemed extremely delicate. Yang Kai was unable to sense this woman's cultivation, but that wasn't too surprising seeing how she had no need to release her aura here. Nevertheless, he had a feeling that this woman wasn't any weaker than he was, so she was probably a sixth-order open heaven realm master as well. After the two of them were seated, a servant came over and served them tea. Following a bit of small talk, Yang Kai asked, "Senior Sister Su, what's the nature of your relationship with Senior Sister Chu?" Su Yingxue replied with a smile, "Chuer is considered my junior sister on paper." Yang Kai arched his brow. "On paper? What is she to you in reality?" Su Yingxue said with a light smile, "I was the one who raised Chuer." Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that the woman before his eyes was like a sister as well as a mother to Chu Huashang. After giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. It had clearly been a long time since Su Yingxue broke through to the open heaven realm, and although Chu Huashang was now a sixth-order master as well, she had only recently become one. When it came to their age, Chu Huashang was probably much younger than Su Yingxue, so it wasn't surprising that she was raised by her. This was pretty common in the 3,000 worlds. Although many fellow brothers and sisters in the same sect were on the same level of seniority, there could be huge gaps in their actual ages. Therefore, some of the senior brothers and sisters were like foster parents to their juniors. Chuer always talked about and praised you. Now, I can confirm that you're indeed both handsome and talented. Su Yingxue lifted her alluring eyes and batted her lashes shyly. A reserved Yang Kai replied, "Many thanks for your compliment, Senior Sister Su. May I know where Senior Sister Chu is now?" Su Yingxue sighed and replied, "After making such a huge mistake, she returned to the sect to apologize to the sect master. She's confined now, and she won't be able to leave seclusion for the next 100 years. 100 years? Yang Kai's face fell. Is her punishment related to me? Su Yingxue gazed into his eyes and said, "You seem quite concerned about Chuer, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai replied, "I owe Senior Sister Chu a great favor. Since she's in trouble, I naturally can't turn a blind eye to it." "How are you going to interfere, then?" Su Yingxue looked curiously at him. Yang Kai became startled. "She's right. How am I supposed to interfere? She's confined in Yinyang Cave Heaven, and she's Su Yingxue's junior sister. This is their internal affair. What right do I have to butt into their business as an outsider?" Su Yingxue went on to say, "Since time immemorial, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been close allies, and internal disputes that go against our collective interests are strictly forbidden. Since she has made a mistake, she naturally has to be punished." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai finally figured out what had happened. As expected, Chu Huashang's confinement was a result of her helping him. She fought with those from Myriad Demons Heaven and the other great forces outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, which had tarnished Inyang Cave Heaven's reputation. That was the reason she was given such a harsh punishment. As a core disciple of Inyang Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang was fully aware of these rules and also that once she made a move, she would invite trouble to herself, but she did it anyway. Yang Kai had never expected that Chu Huashang's help would land her in such trouble. If he knew it in advance, he wouldn't have let her tag along. Now that she had to be confined for 100 years, he certainly felt guilty. It's just 100 years, so there's nothing to worry about. Chuer is now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so 100 years will pass by in a blink of an eye for her, Suing Shui said gently. Yang Kai frowned and stared intently at her in silence. 100 years of confinement was indeed not a long time for a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Furthermore, Chu Huashang had just ascended to the 6th Order, so she needed time to consolidate her cultivation. The confinement might not actually be a bad thing to her as, after she was set free, she would have completely solidified her new cultivation. With that said, it was still a punishment and Yang Kai was the reason behind it, which was why he felt responsible. However, Suing Shui didn't seem to take the matter seriously. "Sect Master Yang," she called out gently. Yang Kai came to his senses and gazed at her. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Suing Shui replied, "To be frank with you, other than meeting you, this mistress is also here to seek your help." Yang Kai extended his hand. "Please speak freely, senior sister. I'll not turn you down as long as I am able to assist." Before Suing Shui spoke again, she appeared bashful as her cheeks became a shade redder. She lowered her head as her hair hung loose over her chest. Her posture, coupled with her innocent demeanor, could make any man lust after her and have the urge to embrace and become intimate. Yang Kai couldn't move his eyes away from her as he thought that the disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven were all truly attractive. Unlike how flirtatious and enchanting Chu Huashang was, Suing Shui's innocence and charm were rarely found in the world. "Sect Master Yang, since you're close to Chuer, I suppose you're familiar with some of our sect's traditions," Suing Shui said gently. Her face was all red by the time she finished speaking. Yang Kai had no idea about the reason behind her bashfulness as he asked curiously, "What traditions are you speaking of?" Suing Shui appeared to be embarrassed as she fell silent for a moment, then replied, "When the female disciples of Inyang Cave Heaven reach a certain age in cultivation, we have to look for a suitable partner. That is the reason our Tao temples were built across the 3,000 worlds. The disciples who are stationed at these Tao temples can engage in discourse with talented people from all over to increase their knowledge and cultivation, but it is also a way to seek out appropriate partners." "I'm aware of that." Yang Kai nodded as an idea flashed through his mind. "Do you have your eyes on someone, senior sister?" Suing Shui nodded her head. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Congratulations are in order. Then, I wonder who the young man is that is lucky enough to gain your favor. If you need my help to pass on your word, just tell me right away. I'll invite the man over. If he doesn't want to come, I'll tie him up and bring him here." "There's no need for any invitation." Suing Shui shook her head. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "Why is that?" Suing Shui appeared anxious as she subconsciously played with her hair with her slender finger. Her face had become redder as she said hesitantly, "That is, because the man is right before my eyes." The smile on Yang Kai's face froze, and then his lips pressed into a line as he examined her seriously. A moment later, he said with a faint smile, "That joke isn't funny, senior sister Su." Suing Shui looked down at her feet and spoke in a voice that was as soft as a whisper. "I'm not making a joke, Sect Master Yang. You're now the Lord of Voidland as well as a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. You are completely qualified to be my partner." Yang Kai gazed at her with narrowed eyes. "Since you're so close to Chu Huashang, you should have heard something about me from her." Suing Shui nodded. Chuer told me that she repeatedly wanted you to be her partner, but you had turned her down." Yang Kai nodded. I value my friendship with Senior Sister Chu, so I'm not willing to tie her down with false hope. That was the reason I didn't agree to her request. However, Senior Sister Su, this is the first time we have met, so how could you say such a thing to embarrass both of us? Suing Shui looked up at him with a pair of alluring eyes, which looked like two clear springs, and said in an enchanting manner, "Are you not willing to be my partner, Sect Master Yang? What do you think?" Yang Kai questioned her instead. Suing Shui pressed her lips together, then asked, "What if I say that if you agree to it, both Chuer and I will become your partners?" A startled Yang Kai asked, "Is this your idea, or Senior Sister Chu's?" Since Chu Huashang was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Suing Shui was probably in the same order. Both of them were strikingly beautiful, and any man would have to consider himself extremely lucky to obtain the favor of just one of them, not to mention both. Rarely would any man in the world be capable of resisting such a temptation. Suing Shui replied, "I had a discussion with Chuer before I came to Void Star City. She said that the Lord of Void Land Yang Kai was a righteous man she could entrust her life to. However, since she didn't manage to gain your favor, she told me to come here and give it a try. Therefore, even though this mistress is not familiar with you as it's the first time we have met, I believe Chuer's words. Of course, she will agree to the decision I've made. As long as you agree, Chuer and I will become your partners." Martial Peak, Chapter 44-37. A Test. Yang Kai couldn't believe that Suing Shui wanted to be his partner just because of what Chu Huashang had said, so he said after a sigh, "I suppose you do have trust in her, Senior Sister Su? Chuer has a keen eye for people. Although I'm older than her, I'm not comparable to her in this regard." Suing Shui lifted her head as she summoned her courage to look at the man. "Are you really going to turn me down, Sect Master Yang?" Her bashful expression could arouse any man's pity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and replied with a straight face, "It's this Yang's luck to gain the favor of the two of you, but I already have a few wives, so I don't intend to marry more women. Although I thank you for your intentions, I cannot accept them. There are many great men out there, and I'm just one of the countless men in the world. I'm sure the two of you will find your loved ones sooner or later." Suing Shui stared fixedly at him with her dark gaze, as though she was able to look deeply into his mind and soul to uncover his thoughts. A moment later, she suddenly started convulsing with laughter, which was in stark contrast to her innocent demeanor earlier. She now looked so charming that it was hard for any man in the world to resist her attractiveness. "Senior Sister Su?" Yang Kai scowled as he couldn't adapt to this sudden transformation. He was secretly shocked that the woman's demeanor could change in such a drastic manner. The Lord of Void Land, I suppose Chuer hasn't fallen in love with the wrong guy. Suing Shui covered her lips and looked smilingly at him. "What do you mean, Senior Sister Su?" Suing Shui replied with a faint smile, "Inyang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. Regardless of how immoral we're thought to be, no two female disciples would ever serve the same husband. Outsiders always say that we're lascivious people, but they have no idea how loyal we are to our partners." Yang Kai's face fell. "So, what were you trying to achieve?" He had a feeling that he had been made a fool of. If he really agreed to it on an impulse just now, he would have been humiliated. However, why was this woman trying to trick him? There were no grudges between them to speak of. Although Chu Huashang had to be confined for 100 years because she helped him, that wasn't enough of a reason for this farce. Chuer has made a mistake, and she is being punished with 100 years of imprisonment, but that doesn't really matter. What does matter, however, is that in half a year, there will be a Tao Theory assembly in Inyang Cave Heaven where many talented young men will come together. The winner will be able to marry Chuer after she is discharged from confinement. Yang Kai initially felt vexed because he had been tricked, but all his fury vanished into thin air when he heard these words. Then, he asked in shock, "Tao Theory Assembly? The winner will be able to marry Senior Sister Chu? Was that her idea?" Suing Shui snorted. "Since Chuer has fallen in love with you, why would she come up with such an absurd idea? It was a decision by the sect master, and she can't disobey." Yang Kai sported a dark expression. Since she is reluctant, why would those from Inyang Cave Heaven hold such a Tao Theory assembly? Suing Shui glared at him. Since she has crossed the line, we have to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises, and this Tao Theory assembly is the result. Do you think she can refuse? Who do you think has caused all this? Yang Kai became startled upon hearing that. We've been sending out invitations since a year ago. However, due to the fact that the 3,000 worlds is expansive, we and the others who will participate need time to prepare. The Tao Theory assembly will take place half a year from now, and regardless of who the winner is, Chuer must marry him no matter what. Yang Kai frowned. I thought core disciples of Inyang Cave Heaven would never marry outsiders. It was difficult to raise a disciple like Chu Huashang. If she was married to an outsider, another sect would reap all the benefits. Hence, for a core disciple like Chu Huashang, the man had to get married into her sect, not the other way round. Suing Shui replied, she's not going to leave the sect. The man will have to get married into our great force. Upon hearing her clarification, Yang Kai said, I see. Suing Shui stared at him and said, if you didn't pass my test, I wouldn't have informed you about it. Since you're a righteous man, however, I suppose Chuer's eyes haven't failed her, so you have the right to know about it. Yang Kai rose from the chair and cupped his fist with a solemn expression. Many thanks for informing me about this matter, senior sister. After staring fixedly at him for a moment, Suing Shui also got up. That's all I have to say. Farewell. I'll see you off. Yang Kai hurriedly followed her. Suing Shui didn't turn him down as she continued moving forward. It wasn't until Yang Kai left Void Land with her and saw her heading towards the Star City that he returned. It surprised him that those from Inyang Cave Heaven were going to hold a Tao Theory assembly to look for a husband for Chu Huashang. However, Suing Shui had said that the assembly was being held to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises. After all, Chu Huashang had violated their rules, so her confinement was probably not enough to appease the various cave heavens and paradises. It wouldn't have mattered if Yang Kai wasn't aware of it, but now that he had found out about it, he naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. Nevertheless, he was in a dilemma as he wasn't sure what to do. If he took part in the Tao Theory assembly, he definitely had to become the winner, which would then mean that he would have to marry Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang's appearance and aptitude undoubtedly stood at the apex of the 3,000 worlds, and hardly any women could surpass her. Certainly, no man could resist such a talented beauty. If Yang Kai had still been single, he would have leapt at the opportunity to marry her. However, he already had several wives, so he wasn't willing to become emotionally entangled with Chu Huashang. Moreover, she was a core disciple of her great force, so those from Inyang Cave Heaven wouldn't allow her to live with Yang Kai without him joining their force. With that said, he wouldn't be able to set his mind at ease if he didn't at least see her. At that moment, he was unable to make a decision. A moment later, he sent a message to Mo Mei to tell her to ask around in the Star City in order to find out whether things were just like what Suing Shui had said. If those from Inyang Cave Heaven were really going to hold a Tao Theory assembly, there was no way no one was aware of it. The fame of the 36 cave heavens dictated that every move they made would cause a stir in the 3,000 worlds. Half a day later, Mo Mei replied to him from the governor's mansion and informed him that there was really such an event on the horizon. Just like what Suing Shui had said, those from Inyang Cave Heaven had been sending out invitations since a year ago as they were going to hold a Tao Theory assembly in order to look for a partner for Chu Huashang. Any cultivator in the 3,000 worlds could take part in it regardless of their cultivation or age as long as they were below the high-rank open heaven realm. As a result, countless cultivators from different great territories started heading to Inyang territory. Those who were powerful hoped to become the winner and marry a beautiful lady, while those who were weak were going to watch a good show and gain some life experience. After all, it wasn't every day that one could freely enter Inyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai clenched the jade slip, which contained the message, with a frown. The Tao Theory assembly would be held in half a year, but he still couldn't decide whether he should go or not. Then, he fished out his universe chart and realized that it would take him half a month to travel from Void Land to Inyang territory, which wasn't too long a distance. If he decided to go, he would have a few months to prepare. After pondering on it for a moment, he finally made a decision. He had to go to Yinyang Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang was being punished because of him, so there was no way he could just sit back and do nothing. By then, he could look for Chu Huashang and find out about her stance before coming up with any solution. The Star City was the major income source for Voidland, and the popularity of the Star City hinged on its auction house. A heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill would be put up for auction once every 3 months, which was why countless cultivators from different great forces were attracted to this place. There were not many heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills left, as they couldn't even satisfy the needs of their own disciples, which caused some of them to lose their lives while trying to make it to the open heaven realm. Therefore, Yang Kai would have to refine more since he was going to leave again. He still had a lot of the main ingredient required to make these pills, which was world source liquid. He just needed some supplementary ingredients, and, since the Star City was now flourishing, he could easily get his hands on them. Therefore, after he gave an order, some people from the Star City immediately started preparing the materials he needed before delivering them to him. It was then he started refining heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills. 3 months later, all the adjuvants were used up as he was surrounded by many bottles, which were all filled with heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills. Countless cultivators were eager to snatch up the one available heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill whenever it came up for auction, but such pills were now everywhere in Yang Kai's room. It would be interesting to know what others thought if they found out about this. With that said, even though there were a lot of heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills here, there would come a time when they were used up. To Yang Kai and Voidland, every open heaven realm master was a precious treasure, so every disciple who was going to attempt an ascension had to be given a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill so that no tragedy would happen again. In other great forces, only the best disciples that the sects had high hopes for could get their hands on a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. But in Voidland, anyone who had the right to ascend to the open heaven realm could get such a pill from Bian Yuqing. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only Voidland provided such a benefit. After getting some rest, Yang Kai told Bian Yuqing to come over and store these pills. At the same time, she informed him about a piece of good news. Madame Lan has arrived. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was elated. She's here? When did she arrive? Bian Yuqing replied with a smile. A few days after you started refining pills. She's been here for about 2 months now. Yang Kai quickly asked her about the proprietress location, and then headed over to meet her. After leaving Golden Rainbow Province back then, the proprietress said that she was going to Thousand Bird Star City to put an end to some issues. Yang Kai didn't ask her what she was going to do, but she had said that she would pay a visit to Voidland soon. It never crossed his mind that she would come here so quickly. A moment later, he met the proprietress on a certain spirit peak. He was also around as she was having a chat with her. Bai Qi, chef, and accountant, as well as some of the shop hands from First Inn, had also come. Yang Kai could also see that Luo Hai was here. An idea flashed through his mind as the speculation he had made him feel excited. Upon detecting the man's presence, the proprietress shot him a glance with a smile. Smelly brat, you're finally here. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4438. Proprietress joins Voidland. Proprietress. Yang Kai walked over and saluted her. Are you all ready to relocate to Void Star City? The proprietress asked with a smile. What do you mean, relocate? Then, Yang Kai was puzzled. Bai Qi said with a smile. Proprietress has left First Inn, so she's a free person now. Yang Kai became startled upon hearing that. Initially, when he saw that the proprietress had brought all her usual shop hands with her, he thought that she was going to open a First Inn branch in Void Star City. So it came as a great surprise to hear she had actually left First Inn. We'd like to join Voidland. Will you welcome us? The proprietress looked smilingly at Yang Kai. Of course, Yang Kai hurriedly nodded. Of course I welcome you all. Why wouldn't I? You can even be the Lord of Voidland if you want, proprietress. No thanks. The proprietress rolled her eyes. I've finally relieved myself of old burdens, so why would I take on even heavier responsibilities? Don't even think about it. Yang Kai grinned. What kind of position do you want? Then, Just name it. The proprietress shook her head. I'm not going to take up any official position right now. Just prepare a serene place for me as I'm going to enter seclusion soon. Yang Kai turned solemn. Are you going to attempt to break through to the Seventh Order? Since Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were destroyed, her heart demon oath had been resolved as well. Hence, there were no more obstacles in her way to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, she had lost some of her heritage in the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so if she wanted to make it to the Seventh Order, she would have to spend some time recovering from those losses. The proprietress nodded with a serious expression. I've been stuck in the Sixth Order for a long time now. It's about time to ascend to the Seventh Order. A worried Yang Kai asked, do you have the confidence to achieve it? Ascending to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm was no laughing matter. Although there was only a difference of one order between the Sixth Order and the Seventh Order, she was trying to cross the gulf between the mid-rank and high-rank. This was a process of sublimation in the Open Heaven realm, and the risk an Open Heaven realm master had to bear when attempting this was as great as when he or she was first attempting to reach the Open Heaven realm from the Emperor realm. The consequences were deadly if they failed. Many Open Heaven realm masters had lost their lives during this ascension over the years. For cultivators in this realm, every ascension was a perilous trial. Once they succeeded, they would transform into even more powerful beings. However, once they failed, death was all but certain. I do have some confidence, but when it comes to a matter like this, it is ultimately up to the heavens to decide my fate. The proprietress replied calmly. Yang Kai nodded. Since you've made a decision, I'll say no more. If you need any resources, just tell us right away. He will prepare everything for you. The proprietress replied with a smile. I have all the resources I require prepared already. I've been a shopkeeper of First Inn for centuries, so I've collected some good stuff along the way. That's great. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai fished out a jade bottle and passed it to her. Take this as it might be useful in case of an emergency. The proprietress took a glance at it and realized that the jade bottle looked familiar. Soon, she recalled what it was. After Yang Kai left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven back then, he passed her this jade bottle, which contained an innate Open Heaven pill born in the Universe Furnace. Blood Monster Divine Monarch should have obtained this pill at some point far in the past. This Open Heaven pill was totally different from the ones refined by alchemists and was innumerable times more valuable. Although one Open Heaven pill seemed like nothing compared to the millions that flowed through Void Star City each day, many people would start wars just to try to snatch the single pill if word of its existence got out. At that time, Yang Kai thought that this pill could help the proprietress break through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, but she turned him down. As long as her heart demon oath wasn't resolved, even an innate Open Heaven pill would be useless to her. Now that she was ready to ascend to the Seventh Order, however, this pill was the only thing Yang Kai could offer that could be of some possible help. After giving it a thought, the proprietress took the jade bottle and said with a smile, I'll give it back to you if I don't need it. Yang Kai replied with a straight face, I'll await your good news. Back then, the proprietress directly ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so her aptitude was truly exceptional. Supposedly, given her aptitude, there shouldn't be a problem when she attempted to rise to the Seventh Order. However, she reckoned that she'd better be careful. The proprietress then suddenly asked, Have you heard that there'll be a Tao Theory Assembly in Inyang Cave Heaven in a few months? You're aware of it? Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai smiled helplessly. First Inn was in the business of gathering information. Basically, everyone was aware of it now, so why would the proprietress not know it? I'm not deaf, so why would I not be aware of such a major event? The proprietress shot him a glare. Chu Huashang is one of the core disciples of Inyang Cave Heaven, and she has the right to succeed the sect master in the future. However, since she has made a mistake, she has to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises. The Tao Theory Assembly is the punishment for her. Yang Kai sighed. It's all because of me that Senior Sister Chu is being punished. On the side, Yuhi asked, Young Master, was it because? Yang Kai nodded solemnly. All 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been united, so internal divisions are not permitted. Senior Sister Chu broke that taboo. He exclaimed, "What should we do then?" Yang Kai said, "I'm going to Inyang Cave Heaven soon." Then he gazed at the proprietress in puzzlement. Are there really no grudges between the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises? Why is there even such a taboo? The proprietress explained, there are definitely grudges between them, but they have their own ways of settling such problems. If some of them are killed without anyone knowing about it, no one can say anything. However, since the other cave heavens and paradises know the details of this incident, those from Inyang Cave Heaven have to make it up to them. That is the rule. What rubbish rule is that? Yang Kai was incensed. Since you're the cause of it, I suppose you should head to Inyang Cave Heaven. Given your current strength, there shouldn't be anyone below the high-rank open heaven realm who is your opponent. However, you'd still better be careful. Although the disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven would frequently look for suitable partners, a disciple like Chu Huashang is very rare. Many talented people will gather together in this Tao Theory assembly, so the people from the cave heavens and paradises would naturally take part as well. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was startled for a moment. Those from the cave heavens and paradises would join as well? I heard that the partners of the core disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven would have to marry into Inyang Cave Heaven. Are those cave heavens and paradises willing to let their disciples join another sect? The proprietress replied with a smile. The core disciples are definitely not going to join this Tao Theory assembly. However, the heritages of the cave heavens and paradises are ample. Besides the core disciples, they still have other disciples that could join another sect. The effort will be worthwhile if they can become closer allies with Inyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai nodded. Although a disciple would have to get married into Inyang Cave Heaven, he would not sever ties with his master sect entirely. If his master sect fell into trouble in the future, that disciple and the connection he made would be of some help. There's one thing I'm worried about, proprietress. Yang Kai appeared anxious. What is it? She asked. Yang Kai replied, the cave heavens and paradises were already trying to suppress me before I even ascended to the open heaven realm. Now that I'm an open heaven realm master, would some of them try to kill me if I show up in the outside world? He was already targeted by 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters outside the shadowless cave heaven, and he was just an emperor realm cultivator at that time. Now that he was an open heaven realm master, it was probable that some of them would still want to kill him ruthlessly. Given the heritages of those cave heavens and paradises, it would be easy for them to kill him unless he stayed in Void Land forever. With 2 divine spirits residing in Void Land, the effort to kill him would simply be too great for the reward. To his concerns, the proprietress just said with a smile, the reason they targeted you before your ascension was that they were worried you'd directly make it to the 7th Order, and their suppression has yielded some results. In their eyes, you're just a 5th Order open heaven realm master, so you're no longer a threat to them. They have already nipped a potential threat in the bud, and a 5th Order master is nothing to them. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. In that case, I'm now safer since I've ascended to the open heaven realm. That's right. There won't be any problems then. Yang Kai nodded. After he chatted with the proprietress for a while longer, he bid her farewell. She was going to attempt to break through to the 7th Order soon, and no one else could help her with that. The only thing Yang Kai could give her was that innate open heaven pill. This breakthrough would probably take her a long time. After all, she had to make up for the losses she had suffered in the shadowless cave heaven first before she could attempt to reach the 7th Order open heaven realm. The Tao Theory Assembly was just 2 months away now, so Yang Kai had to set off immediately. A few days later, he shot into the sky, and as a crack appeared in the grand array, he moved past it and dashed into the void. He was on his own this time. He initially wanted to tag along, but he had turned her down. After all, he was now a 6th Order open heaven realm master that was significantly stronger than others in the same order. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only high-rank open heaven realm masters would be a threat to him now. Even if he really came across any danger, he could easily flee since he was on his own. Furthermore, the Tao Theory Assembly was an event to help get Chu Huashang a husband. Yang Kai wasn't even sure how he would handle the issue, so it would be inappropriate if he brought He with him. The journey was long and the void was dead silent, so Yang Kai just moved forward at lightning speed. On a shattered spirit province just outside the territory gate of void territory stood an alluring lady. It seemed that she had been waiting there for a long time. When she finally saw Yang Kai moving past the territory gate, she snorted, "I suppose he can still be considered a responsible man." The person was Su Ying Shui, who had previously met up with Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai had left void territory at this point, he should be heading to join the Tao Theory Assembly. That was the reason she sported a milder expression now. Then, she dashed towards the territory gate and tailed Yang Kai. After leaving the territory gate, she immediately sent a message to someone. Looking up, she could only see a small dot in the distance as Yang Kai was already far away from her. She curved her lips into a smile and muttered, "I'll give you one last test. After all, you have no right to marry Chuer if you're too weak." Meanwhile, Yang Kai was looking at the route in his universe chart and heading to the next territory gate. Half a day later, he suddenly lifted his head as he could see a ray of light charging towards him rapidly. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4439. A pleasant surprise. A figure could faintly be seen in the ray of light. Yang Kai looked up, but before he could make out the person's face, the other party bellowed, "Where do you think you're going, boy?" Right after the person finished speaking, he pushed out his fist with an immense force. World force undulated. Even the void trembled slightly. A puzzled Yang Kai had a feeling that the person must have mistaken him for someone else. However, since the other party was about to strike, he was unable to explain himself as he quickly extended his palm to meet the attack. Booming sounds were heard, as the other party acted violently while Yang Kai responded in kind. They exchanged more than 10 moves in just several breaths of time. "Ha!" the person exclaimed, as though he had discovered something strange. Following that, he exerted more force with his hands. If the power he showcased earlier was on par with the 5th order, he was now using 6th order strength. Yang Kai had never expected that he would randomly come across a 6th order open heaven realm master as soon as he left void territory, and for some reason the other party initially hid his true strength. It wasn't until he sensed Yang Kai's power that he stopped holding back. As a 6th order open heaven realm master himself, Yang Kai certainly wasn't afraid of the stranger. So he surged the power of his small universe as the battle intensified. A moment later, the attacker used a feint before widening the gap between them before raising his hand. "Wait!" Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and stared coldly at him. It wasn't until this moment that he was able to make out the person's appearance. The other party was a burly man with long dreadlocks, which made him look a bit eccentric. However, judging from the fluctuations of his energy just now, Yang Kai confirmed that he was indeed a 6th order open heaven realm master. As their eyes met, the burly man examined Yang Kai and asked, "Are you Liu Pei Yuan?" "No, and I don't know him either." Yang Kai shook his head. The man landed a slap on his own forehead, then looked apologetically at Yang Kai and cupped his fist. "I'm so sorry for mistaking you for someone else. This is all a big misunderstanding. Please forgive me." Yang Kai furrowed his brow with displeasure as the other party directly attacked him without verifying his identity first. Although the man didn't have any murderous intent, Yang Kai was still upset. Fortunately, both of them had only made some probing moves, so no one was hurt. Otherwise, the misunderstanding would have turned into something serious. Since Yang Kai was in a rush, he wasn't willing to waste any more time on this man. So he simply nodded and declared, "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget it. Farewell." Then, he turned around and left. The man shouted from behind, "Farewell, friend." It wasn't until Yang Kai was out of his sight that the man stroked his chin with an amused look. Interesting. While remaining on the same spot, he fished out a communication bead and sent a message. A moment later, a ray of light came over from afar and stopped beside him. The person was none other than Su Ying Shui. "Did you test him?" she asked. The man nodded. "N. How was it?" "Your information is wrong, junior sister." The man scratched his head and looked in the direction Yang Kai had left. You said that guy ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Is he not in the Fifth Order? Su Ying Shui frowned. Chu Huashang had seen Yang Kai break through in person, and the fact was verified by the elders from Yinyang Cave Heaven. After all, besides Chu Huashang, there were also 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had witnessed the incident, so there was no way the information was wrong. Heh, he's not in the Fifth Order. The man grinned. That guy is in the Sixth Order. No way. Su Ying Shui shot him a glare. Did you intercept the wrong guy? The man shook his head. You sent his image to me, so there was no way I was mistaken. I was shocked when I traded moves with him just now. I almost suffered a loss at his hands. The power he had showcased was definitely not in the Fifth Order. Although I didn't use my full strength, he was still able to force a draw. That could only mean that he's in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. How is that possible? Su Ying Shui was astounded. According to the information she had obtained, Yang Kai was supposed to be in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. It had only been 2 years since he achieved his ascension, so there was no way he could go from the Fifth Order to the Sixth Order in such a short time. No one in the world could achieve that. The only possibility was that he had ascended to the Sixth Order instead of the Fifth Order at that time. However, that was also impossible. Chu Huashang might conceal the truth for Yang Kai, but there was no way the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene were mistaken. Isn't this for the best? The man grinned. Although there's only a difference of 1 order, the gap in real strength is enormous. I was initially worried that he would suffer a setback in the Tao Theory Assembly, but now it seems that he has a chance to come out the winner. Although a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master is fairly powerful, such a person is too weak compared to the people who are going to join the Tao Theory Assembly. After giving it a thought, Su Ying Shui realized that he was right and nodded gently. It's indeed a pleasant surprise. Since we've given him a test, we should return to the sect now. Let's go, the man said and charged forward, followed by Su Ying Shui. Yinyang Cave Heaven was going to hold a Tao Theory Assembly to select a husband for the core disciple Chu Huashang, and they had sent out invitations to many great forces across the 3,000 worlds. Since the event was just around the corner, many flight-type artifacts could be seen heading to Yinyang territory from different great territories. As Yang Kai flew forward, he could see flight-type artifacts of different shapes and sizes rushing towards Yinyang territory. It was the first time Yang Kai was visiting the headquarters of a cave heaven, and he was extremely curious about it. He wanted to see the heritage of one of the top great forces in the 3,000 worlds for himself, so he could understand the difference between Void Land and them. 1 month later, he arrived at a place that was 2 great territories away from Yinyang territory. He could also see more flight-type artifacts as he continued moving forward. Yinyang Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, which was why it was famous. Since the disciples from those second-class great forces wanted to marry a beautiful lady and form a relationship with Yinyang Cave Heaven, it would be worthwhile even if there were some sacrifices. Therefore, many of the people on the ships were in the Fourth Order, the Fifth Order, and even the Sixth Order. After all, weaker cultivators had no right to take part in the assembly. 2 figures had been tailing Yang Kai. They were Su Ying Shui and the burly man, who were both from Yinyang Cave Heaven. At this moment, Su Ying Shui finally believed her partner's words. Yang Kai must have been in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. After all, given their cultivation, they still hadn't managed to close the gap with Yang Kai despite chasing him at full speed for an entire month. A Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could never fly as fast as he did. Both of them attempted to surpass Yang Kai, but rather than getting ahead of him, he actually got further away from them instead. They initially could see his figure from afar, but now he was already out of their sight. Just when they were about to enter Yinyang territory, Su Ying Shui's expression changed as she fished out a communication bead and had a look. Then, she stopped in her tracks and said through clenched teeth, "Despicable! What happened?" The man was perplexed as he stopped and looked at her. "See for yourself." Su Ying Shui passed the communication bead to the man, who took it and had a look. Soon, he sported a dark expression as he said, "They dare do such a thing?" Su Ying Shui snorted. "They're not willing to let any of their Sixth Order disciples marry into our sect. so they're using dirty tricks to filter out any potential opponents. Shameless. Has the sect master said anything? The man asked in a grim voice. I have no idea. Let's find out more details first. Suing Shui shook her head, then took back the communication bead and sent out a message before the pair waited on the spot for a response. A while later, two figures rushed towards them from afar and landed in front of them. As they cupped their fists, they saluted, Greetings, martial uncle, martial aunt. There were one man and one woman who were both in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. They appeared intimate, so they were obviously a couple. It was the norm in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Once they found suitable partners and got married, they would go everywhere together. How's the situation now? Suing Shui cut to the chase and asked. The Fourth Order Open Heaven realm man replied, All the territory gates leading to Yin-Yang territory have been cordoned off, and all the ships have to be inspected before they're allowed to pass. Whenever they discover a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, they immediately challenge him. What great forces are participating in this blockade? Suing Shui asked. The man then listed more than 10 cave heavens and paradises, after which he said, Those are the great forces that have sent their disciples to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Suing Shui snorted. Seems they've thoroughly thought this out. The Tao Theory Assembly was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang, with its winner being able to marry her. No high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would take part in such an assembly, and the Fourth Order was just the threshold. Supposedly, only a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would stand a chance to be the winner. Regardless of who the person was, he wouldn't have a right to fight for the first place if he wasn't in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, even Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were valuable to those cave heavens and paradises, so they were not willing to let a disciple marry into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. They would only allow Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to do that. As such, in order to prevent their own disciples from confronting any Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Tao Theory Assembly, these dozen or so cave heavens and paradises joined forces and cordoned off the territory gates around Yin-Yang territory. Once they discovered any foreign Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they would chase them away. By doing so, they could ensure that the most powerful cultivators who could participate in the Tao Theory Assembly were only in the Fifth Order, which would ease the burden of their own disciples when they joined the competition. Regardless of who the winner would be, their great force would only lose one Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Has the sect master said anything? Suing Shui asked with a solemn expression. The disciple replied, Sect master has had a discussion with the representatives of those great forces. However, they haven't really crossed any line as they never killed anyone or forced any participants away. Instead, they'd send Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to exchange moves with the other party so that those people would admit defeat and leave. Since that is the case, Sect Master can't really say anything. Suing Shui said through clenched teeth, Exchange moves? How could outside Sixth Order Masters be comparable to their own? Why don't they chase the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters away as well? By then, only Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters will take part in the assembly, which is even better for them. The disciple remarked meekly, Perhaps they want to protect their reputations? They have already humiliated themselves, so why bother? Suing Shui was infuriated. The burly man hunched his back as the situation was giving him a headache. If only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, it would turn into one big joke. Would they really have to allow Chu Huashang to marry a mere Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Martial Peak, Chapter 4440, Qing Kuei. Chu Huashang was a core disciple from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, so she was one of the candidates that might succeed the sect master's position. They were holding a Tao Theory Assembly to select a husband for her because they were under pressure, and it was already against her will. If they couldn't even find her a husband that would somewhat match her capabilities, Yin-Yang Cave Heaven would be humiliated. However, now, a dozen or so cave heavens and paradises had joined forces to cordon off the territory gates around Yin-Yang territory, and no outside Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were allowed to enter to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. If this went on, only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be able to participate, which was what those great forces were trying to achieve. Suing Shui ground her teeth with fury, but there was nothing she could do. Just like what the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had said, those great forces hadn't really crossed any lines, as they never forcefully chased the participants away. Instead, they sent powerful disciples to exchange pointers with them and make them back down. How were those from Inyang Cave Heaven supposed to interfere? The man with dreadlocks darted his gaze around before his eyes brightened. He looked in a particular direction and said, "Isn't there a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who can enter, junior sister?" Suing Shui's expression changed when she heard that. "Senior brother? You mean?" The man grinned. "If he can safely enter the sect and take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, the efforts of those great forces will all go down the drain." Suing Shui's eyes lit up. "You have a point, senior brother. If Yang Kai, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, showed up in the Tao Theory Assembly, he would be able to turn the entire situation upside down. According to the plan of those cave heavens and paradises, only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be allowed to join the Tao Theory Assembly, and eventually only a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would fight for first place. The heritages of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from those cave heavens and paradises were naturally superior to outsiders. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be from one of their forces, and he would marry Chu Huashang. Regardless of who the winner would be, it was an agreement between those cave heavens and paradises. However, if a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly showed up, their plan would be ruined. Although those Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were from the cave heavens and paradises, they still didn't have a right to fight with a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. By then, in order to protect their reputation or for some other reasons, those cave heavens and paradises would have to send stronger disciples to participate in the assembly. Those Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be too weak, and only Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could hope to fight for first place. Therefore, the most important task for them now was to ensure that Yang Kai could enter Inyang territory to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Considering all this, Suing Shui suddenly exclaimed with a changed expression, "Oh, no, that guy is not aware of what's going on. If he reveals his cultivation in advance, he will be barred from entry. It will be terrible when that happens." The man realized the severity of the matter as well, so he quickly looked in the territory gate's direction and yelled, "Let's go!" After he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and shot towards the territory gate, followed by Suing Shui. Meanwhile, on a deserted spirit province that was several hundred kilometers away from the territory gate stood Yang Kai as he placed his palm over his brow and gazed forward, tooting as he muttered, "What's going on?" He initially intended to enter Inyang Cave Heaven directly to look for Chu Huashang and find out about her intentions before coming up with any solution. However, before he even entered Inyang territory, he saw a ship belonging to Myriad Demon's Heaven anchored just outside the territory gate. The ship looked huge and magnificent, so there should be many powerful cultivators on board. Among the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, Yang Kai was the wariest of Myriad Demon's Heaven. This couldn't be helped, as his demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye came from the aforementioned great force. Tizhang had said that those were the two core secret techniques from Myriad Demon's Heaven that were never taught to outsiders. Only the disciples with the best aptitude from Myriad Demon's Heaven were allowed to cultivate these two techniques. When they were in the Shattered Heaven Star City back then, Tizhang could easily find out that Yang Kai had learned these two eye secret techniques. However, Zhu Juyin was around at that time, so Tizhang couldn't make a move. After that, Yang Kai headed to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, and this matter was put down. Tizhang probably believed that Yang Kai would never be able to leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so he stopped pursuing this matter. However, Yang Kai managed to escape in the end. If he came across Tizhang now, the latter might want to snatch his eyes from him. That man was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so Yang Kai didn't think he could defeat him. After all, the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye were the best-kept secret techniques of Myriad Demon's Heaven. If word got out that Yang Kai had learned both these techniques, they would definitely have a reason to kill him. Furthermore, those from Myriad Demon's Heaven had repeatedly attempted to suppress him previously. Therefore, as soon as Yang Kai saw their ship, he stopped in his tracks. He had no idea who was aboard the ship, but it would be terrible if Tizhang was present. After having a look at the universe chart, Yang Kai, unfortunately, realized that if he headed to another great territory now, it would take him at least a month to arrive at Inyang Cave Heaven. There wasn't enough time for him to do that. This was giving him a headache. While he wasn't sure what to do, he saw two rays of light charging forward from the corner of his eye. As he turned and looked intently at them, his expression soon changed and he waved his hand and called out, "Senior Sister Sue!" The rays of light paused for a moment, then changed their direction and headed to the Shattered Spirit Province. A moment later, they landed before him and revealed their figures. Yang Kai wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he thought he saw Suing Shui heaving a sigh of relief upon seeing him again. When he saw the man with dreadlocks beside her though, he exclaimed, "It's you! Oh, little brother, we meet again." The man put on a frank smile. "What a coincidence!" Suing Shui pretended to know nothing as she asked, "You two know each other?" The man replied, "There was a misunderstanding between this little brother and me some time ago, leading to a brief exchange of fists. You know this little brother, Junior Sister Sue?" With a dispassionate expression, Suing Shui said, "He's the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai." The man instantly appeared surprised. "You're the person who helped Junior Sister Chu ascend to the open heaven realm." "Junior Sister Chu?" Yang Kai was shocked. "What's your name, senior brother?" The man grinned proudly. "Inyang Cave Heaven, Qing Kue." Yang Kai was astounded. "Since you're from Inyang Cave Heaven, why did you?" He was curious about why Qing Kue appeared outside of Void territory some time ago, as the latter seemed to be chasing after someone. Qing Kue immediately cut him off by patting his shoulder, like they were close friends. "I suppose we can be considered friends after a fight. I had heard about you before, but I never expected that I couldn't recognize you when I finally met you. Ha ha ha." A moment later, he stopped laughing and asked, "Are you here to join the Tao Theory Assembly, junior brother?" After a bit of hesitation, Yang Kai bowed his head. "Well, I think so." "What do you mean you think so?" Qing Kue shot him a glare. "Since you're going to take part in the assembly, why are you staying here instead of going in directly?" Yang Kai didn't know what to say, so he told a small lie. "I was tired from rushing all the way here, so I decided to get some rest before heading inside. It never crossed my mind that I'd bump into you two here." Suing Shui took a glance at the territory gate, and despite knowing what was going on, she wouldn't expose Yang Kai, so she just nodded. "Since we're heading in the same direction, let's go together." Yang Kai frowned upon hearing that. Just when he was about to speak, Qing Kue directly took his arm and cut him off. "Let's go. The Tao Theory Assembly is just around the corner. We should go back and get prepared." The man was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with immense strength, so Yang Kai could only allow himself to be lugged away with a wry smile on his face. However, he secretly decided that if anything went wrong later, he would immediately flee. While they were moving forward, Suing Shui suddenly spoke to him via divine sense. "Junior brother Yang, regardless of what happens later, don't make a move. I'll handle everything." Yang Kai looked up at her as he wondered why she was telling him this. Soon, they arrived at the territory gate. There were some figures standing on the deck of the nearby ship as they looked at the three of them in silence. Yang Kai focused and gazed back intently at them. Fortunately, he didn't see Tizhang or detected any dangerous auras. Since he was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, only high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could make him feel threatened. However, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were noble beings, and they would rarely leave their sex. Therefore, there were probably no high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on this vessel. "It's you, Elder Su, Elder Qing." An elderly man on the deck cupped his fist with a smile. In the cave heavens and paradises, 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were already able to take up the position of Outer Elders, while the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be Inner Elders. Suing Shui and Qing Kue were undoubtedly the Outer Elders of Inyang Cave Heaven. The two of them wore obviously displeased expressions. Since the territory gate leading to their own sect was being blocked, they were naturally upset. They could be considered polite since they were not openly cursing the people on this ship, so there was no need for them to show any further respect. The elderly man was aware that they were resentful, so he wasn't mad at them as he replied with a smile, "Where were the two of you?" While Qing Kuei was warm and friendly with Yang Kai, he was impassive to the elderly man and snorted, "We belong to Inyang Cave Heaven. Why should we tell you where we were?" The elderly man chuckled as he didn't mind it. Then, his gaze fell upon Yang Kai as he said hesitantly, "This little brother looks familiar. What's your name?" Yang Kai gazed dispassionately at the man without intending to reply. Since Qing Kuei was so impolite, it meant that the elderly man was only a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master at most. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. "Yang Kai, it's you." A young man beside the elderly man suddenly stepped forward and glared at Yang Kai. The fact that someone from the ship knew him surprised Yang Kai. As he looked over, he couldn't help muttering, "Pei Wenxian." He came across this guy when they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, he and Chu Huashang were trying to comprehend the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture together, and Pei Wenxian was one step ahead of them. After that, Black Crow Divine Monarch seized Zhou Yi's body and was reborn, after which he attempted to silence all the witnesses. While fleeing, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang pulled a little trick on Pei Wenxian that almost killed him. The grudges between them were formed during that time. "You ascended to the Open Heaven Realm?" Yang Kai's gaze flashed. Pei Wenxian was only in the half-step Open Heaven Realm when they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but now, just like Yang Kai, he was also an Open Heaven Realm Master. Although it was hard to tell what order he was, given his heritage and the fact that he was from Myriad Demons Heaven, he should have reached the sixth-order Open Heaven Realm directly. "Haven't you ascended to the Open Heaven Realm as well?" Pei Wenxian sneered as he looked at Yang Kai in a condescending manner. "A puny fifth-order trash. Your strength doesn't match your sky-high ambitions at all. What a joke." Martial Peak, Chapter 44-41, Have Fun. Pei Wenxian's aura was restrained, so it was apparent that it had been some time since he ascended to the sixth-order Open Heaven Realm. Since the heritage of his small universe was stable, Yang Kai was unable to immediately identify its order. In the same way, Pei Wenxian couldn't sense Yang Kai's order. After Yang Kai's return from the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he subsequently destroyed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province. Therefore, the old ancestor of Boundless Altar and Li Luoshui, who had fled from Golden Rainbow Province, were aware of Yang Kai's true strength. However, Li Luoshui was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate while the old ancestor of Boundless Altar had suffered a setback because of Yang Kai and lost his sect, which had been in existence for several tens of thousands of years, so he would smack his own face by going around telling others about it. According to the information gathered by the Cave Heavens and Paradises, Yang Kai had only ascended to the fifth order outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, which explained Pei Wenxian's words. Even Suing Shui and Qing Kuei initially thought that Yang Kai was just a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. "You're pretty lucky to have escaped from the Shadowless Cave Heaven." Pei Wenxian snorted. He had heard that no one had ever left the Shadowless Cave Heaven once they fell into it. Therefore, it surprised him that Yang Kai eventually managed to leave that place. Yang Kai just snickered without responding to him. On the other hand, the elderly man from Myriad Demons Heaven sported a dark expression. "You're the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai? It's no wonder this old master finds you familiar." Earlier, he felt that he had seen the young man before, but it was obvious to him now that he had seen Yang Kai's image previously, not the real person. Yang Kai shot him a dispassionate glance. "That's right. This king is the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai. What of it?" The elderly man said in a grim voice, "I'll ask you a question. What happened to Elder Tizheng outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven? Why did he pass away all of a sudden?" A startled Yang Kai asked, "Tizheng is dead. You weren't aware of it?" Yang Kai turned to look at Suing Shui and inquired, "Senior Sister Su, is he being serious?" Tizheng was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven. If he had really passed away, the news would have been spread around. Hence, Suing Shui should be aware of it. Suing Shui nodded. "He's indeed dead. I heard that his life lamp in Myriad Demons Heaven has also gone out." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Why had a high-rank open heaven realm master lost his life all of a sudden? He had witnessed Tizheng's power with his own eyes. Tizheng was someone who could use a divine manifestation, so he was different from the average 7th Order master. Although he was severely injured by Zhu Jiuyin, there was no way he would lose his life so easily, as he was still fine when Yang Kai entered the shadowless cave heaven. This wasn't a trivial matter, as a high-rank open heaven realm master from a cave heaven had fallen. With that said, it was good news for Yang Kai. Tizheng was aware that he cultivated the demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye. Yang Kai was initially wary of him, so upon learning that Tizheng was dead, he reckoned that he could keep this secret for a while longer. Then, he gazed at the elderly man and asked, "When did that happen? Are you really not aware of it?" The elderly stared fixedly at Yang Kai as though he was trying to look deep into his mind. Yang Kai shook his head. "I just found out about it now." The elderly man examined Yang Kai's expression but couldn't find anything off about it, as though the latter was really surprised to learn of Tizheng's death. Then he scoffed. "Elder Tizheng lost his life in the shattered heaven. We're unable to figure out the exact time, but it supposedly happened around the time when he met you." Yang Kai said, "When I entered the shadowless cave heaven, even though Tizheng was severely wounded, he wasn't at risk of losing his life. You can ask the other 3 masters who were there about it. As for what happened after, I have no idea." He secretly thought that Zhu Jiuyin might have killed Tizheng. After all, she was the only one at the place who was capable of killing a high-rank open heaven realm master. However, given her temperament, she probably wouldn't do such a thing. Tizheng represented Myriad Demons' heaven, and if she really killed him, she would have to go up against the entire Myriad Demons' heaven. Although Zhu Jiuyin was a powerful divine spirit, she wasn't so foolish. Furthermore, upon Yang Kai's return, she had never mentioned it, so she apparently wasn't the murderer. The elderly man from Myriad Demons' heaven frowned. Yang Kai's words were the same as the information they had gathered. At that time, Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the 5th Order open heaven realm, after which he immediately dove into the shadowless cave heaven. Then, the 4 high-rank cultivators parted ways, and no one knew what happened next. As an idea flashed through Yang Kai's mind, he said, "If you want to investigate this matter, you can try to look for Black Crow Divine Monarch. He might have something to do with it." Assuming that Tizheng wasn't killed by Zhu Jiuyin, this matter might have something to do with Black Crow. After all, that guy was a former divine monarch who had been reborn through seizing another's body, and he had many tricks up his sleeves. A wounded Tizheng might not be able to defeat him. As for whether it was the truth, it was none of Yang Kai's business. He held some grudges against Black Crow, so he reckoned that he would just let those from Myriad Demons' heaven deal with him. "We definitely will hunt Black Crow down. As for whether you've spoken the truth, come with this old master to see Elder Zhua first." Upon finishing his words, the elderly man extended his hand towards Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could make a move, Qing Kuei directly pushed out his fist. As their world forces clashed, Qing Kuei and the elderly man staggered backwards. "What is the meaning of this, Elder Qing?" The elderly man stabilized himself and sported a dark expression. Qing Kuei snorted coldly. "I should be the one asking you that question. Sect Master Yang is our guest who is going to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly, yet you've already made a move before we invite him inside. Do you have no regard for Yinyang Cave Heaven at all?" The elderly man said in a grim voice, "It's not so serious, Elder Qing. However, this person might have something to do with the death of an elder from my sect, so this old master cannot be negligent. I have to bring him to see Elder Zhua in order to look into the matter." A defiant Qing Kuei snapped, "I don't care what has happened in your Myriad Demons' heaven. Since Sect Master Yang has come all the way here to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly, he's our guest, and no one can do anything to him. Otherwise, don't blame this Qing for being impolite." The elderly man furrowed his brows. Just when he was about to say something, Pei Wenxian suddenly spoke to him in secret. After giving it a thought, the elderly man finally relented as he nodded. "You have a point, Elder Qing. This old master was too hasty just now. They were already in the wrong, as they were here trying to intercept all Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had come to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. If they still forcefully made a move on Yang Kai, a battle would surely be ignited. The elderly man wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility when that happened. Since Yang Kai was going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they could just teach him a lesson then. If there's nothing else, make way now. Why are you all blocking our entrance like dogs before our door? Qin Kuei waved his hand impatiently. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven were infuriated upon hearing that, but they were not in any place to refute Qin Kuei, so they could only hold their fury in. Following that, Qin Kuei and Suing Shui hovered on Yang Kai's sides as they flew towards the territory gate. The Tao Theory Assembly is a great event. I hope you'll have fun. As they brushed past each other, Pei Wenxian suddenly flashed a meaningful grin at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shot him a glance and grinned. I hope you all will have fun as well. The next instant, the world around him started spinning as the space contorted. When he came to his senses, he was already in Yinyang territory. This was the headquarters of Yinyang Cave Heaven, as well as their foundation that had been accumulated over countless years. Yang Kai couldn't help but scan his surroundings, but there was nothing interesting as the view in the void was the same as always. As such, he just moved forward alongside Su Yingshui and Qin Kuei. Soon, however, he realized that this great territory was different from others. There were many universe worlds in this place, and every one of them was filled with ample world energy and could accommodate trillions of lives. These universe worlds were all under the control of Yinyang Cave Heaven, and these innumerable lives could infuse new blood into the Great Force at any moment to ensure the continuation of their inheritance. Besides the universe worlds, there were also many spirit provinces along the way. Some cultivators could be seen moving around on these spirit provinces, which came in all different shapes and sizes. The big ones were as large as Voidland, while the small ones were only several hundred square kilometers. There were a lot of strange-looking plants in many spirit provinces, and cultivators could be seen tending to them. Yang Kai tooted as he moved forward, thinking that the heritage of a cave heaven was truly incredible. The entire great territory seemed to have been born solely for Yinyang Cave Heaven. There were so many living in those universe worlds that there would never be a lack of future disciples with exceptional aptitude, and the numerous spirit provinces used for various gardens and mines could provide an endless stream of cultivation resources. Although Voidland was pretty amazing now, it was still far behind Yinyang Cave Heaven in terms of heritage. Despite having a prospering star city now, it would take Voidland a painfully long time to achieve this kind of scale and heritage. The disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven would patrol around the place, and when they saw Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui, they would immediately salute. After flying for a few days, Yang Kai finally saw a large group of spirit provinces that were closely connected. There were about 100 spirit provinces of different sizes that looked like islands on the ocean, hovered in the void. The spirit province in the center was so large that Yang Kai could clearly sense its horrifying heritage even from afar. Its world force was unbelievably ample, and it wasn't hard to imagine that countless open heaven realm masters had passed away on it. After their death, their world forces were absorbed by the spirit province to enrich the heritage of Yinyang Cave Heaven. This was the true Yinyang Cave Heaven. What Yang Kai had seen along the way was just the peripheral foundation of the great force. He let out a sigh of admiration, thinking that when Voidland achieved this scale one day, it would also stand at the peak of the 3,000 worlds. He followed Su Yingshui and Qin Kuei to charge towards the largest spirit province. Soon, he penetrated layers of cloud, whereupon the amazingly pure world energy came right at him from all directions. Yang Kai's expression changed as he thought the disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven could rapidly increase their strength, since they were cultivating in such an environment. Raising his head, he could see that the spirit province was truly magnificent and diversified. Buildings of various styles had been erected everywhere, and there were many exotic beasts wandering around on the mountains as they looked up and howled. All of these sights dazzled Yang Kai. He could even faintly feel that many of the exotic beasts had the bloodlines of divine spirits. Although these bloodlines were quite diluted, these exotic beasts would grow to be powerful should they attain some opportunities in their cultivation along the way. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-42, Hack Him to Death. Su Ying-shui and Qing Kuei led Yang Kai to forward while Qing Kuei hospitably told him some general information about Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai repeatedly nodded as he listened to him. A moment later, they arrived at a detached building where there was a pretty-looking female disciple who greeted them. Since she was just an Emperor Realm cultivator, she was supposed to be a maidservant in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. The maidservant saluted Su Ying-shui and Qing Kuei before uttering softly, "Greetings, elders." Su Ying-shui nodded gently, then turned to look at Yang Kai. "The Tao Theory Assembly is still half a month away, so you'd better get some rest here. When the time comes, someone will inform you how to take part in the assembly." Qing Kuei landed a forceful slap on the other man's shoulder. "You have my best wishes, junior brother Yang." He seemed to have high hopes in Yang Kai. An embarrassed Yang Kai quickly replied, "Senior sister Su, senior brother Qing, I'm worried there's a misunderstanding here. I'm not here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly." Su Ying-shui and Qing Kuei were startled. "What do you mean? Why have you come all the way here if you're not going to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly?" Su Ying-shui asked with a frown. Yang Kai replied following a sigh, "This matter has something to do with me after all. Since I'm aware of that, I have to come over to have a look. Where's senior sister Chu now? Can I see her?" Su Ying-shui stared fixedly at him with a furious expression, while Qing Kuei hurriedly said, "It's not convenient for junior sister Chu to meet anyone now. Please stay here for the moment, junior brother Yang. We can talk about it at a later time." Then, he sent a signal to the maidservant, who then extended her hand and said, "This way please, sir. We'll take our leave now since we have other matters to attend to. I'll visit you again soon." Qing Kuei patted the other man's shoulder, then released his power to engulf Su Ying-shui and shot into the sky. Yang Kai was about to say something when they abruptly left. After the two of them were out of sight, he followed the maidservant to enter the building and get some rest. How could he say he's not going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly when he's already here? Su Ying-shui was incensed. In that case, the plan of those great forces will succeed. By then, Chuer will have to marry a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Perhaps the winner will be some worn-out old man. Qing Kuei grinned. "Just like what you've said. He's already here. Do you think he can refuse to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly?" Su Ying-shui gazed at him with vigilance. "What are you trying to do?" An innocent-looking Qing Kuei replied, "Nothing. Let's go. We have to inform Honored Master about it. He must be pretty anxious by now." As they spoke, they dashed towards a certain spirit peak and soon after, landed before a palace. Before they even entered, though, they heard a man bellowing, "How dare they do that? What a bunch of shameless bastards. Do they even have any regard for Yin-Yang Cave Heaven? Father here will go out and kill them all now." Following that, some things were heard breaking to pieces. Su Ying-shui and Qing Kuei exchanged glances as they couldn't help but flinch. It wasn't until the noises subsided that they dragged their feet inside. The ground inside the grand hall was a mess and many servants were cleaning things up with stiff expressions. In the center of the hall stood a ferocious-looking man with his hands behind his back. He was clad in a robe embroidered with snake patterns, and he had a golden crown on his head. Presently, he was recklessly releasing his powerful seventh-order open heaven realm aura, which caused the servants to shudder in fear. The person was none other than Yin-Yang Cave Heaven Inner Elder, Su Linggong. He was also the honored master of Chu Huashang, Su Ying-shui, and Qing Kuei. Just then, Chu Huashang shuffled forward with a long sword that was even bigger than her in her hands. Upon reaching the man, she lifted the sword and said in a clear voice, "Your sword is here, honored master." "What are you doing?" Su Linggong gazed at her. Chu Huashang batted her eyes and replied, "Didn't you say you were going out to kill them all? Let's go now. I'll cheer for you from behind." "Do you think I don't dare to do it?" Su Linggong sported a grim expression and took the long sword and dashed towards the door. "I'm going now. No one can stop me." Qing Kuei and Su Ying-shui sported dark expressions. Following an exchange of glances, they sprinted forward and respectively grabbed Su Linggong's arms. Calm down, honored master. We can discuss this first. Please don't act on impulse, honored master. It will certainly feel good to kill them now, but that won't solve the problem. Why would you invite trouble to yourself for no results? The two of them hurriedly dissuaded Su Linggong from acting rashly. As though Su Linggong had just noticed them, he said, "Oh, Suer and Chinger." Su Yingshui quickly snatched the long sword from her honored master and tossed it at Chu Huashang before glaring at her. In response, Chu Huashang playfully stuck out her tongue. "Please have a seat and drink some tea, honored master." Qing Kuei pulled Su Linggong towards a chair and got him a cup of tea from the side. Su Linggong grunted and took a sip of the tea. All of a sudden, he blew his top again and threw the cup to the ground, which caused it to break into pieces. In a furious voice, he said, "Since you've returned from outside, I suppose you've heard something." Qing Kuei replied with a straight face. "Yes, the territory gates around Yinyang territory have all been cordoned off and all foreign Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were planning to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly were chased away. Only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are being allowed to enter. They've gone too far." Su Linggong pounded his fist against the table. "How can those Fifth Order trash even hope to marry my disciple? Who do they think they are? They should look at themselves in the mirror first." With the long sword in her hands, Chu Huashang said with a nonchalant smile, "I don't mind marrying a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At that point, I'll bring the person to meet you, and you can just come up with a random reason and kill him. It won't be so bad being a widow." Su Linggong's eyes brightened when he heard that as he gazed at Chu Huashang and said with an elated expression, "You're indeed a clever little girl. How did you even come up with that idea?" Chu Huashang replied, "It's all thanks to your teachings, honored master." Su Linggong guffawed with a proud expression. "Of course it's because of my teachings. My disciples are all intelligent and talented." Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui sported helpless expressions. Then, Su Yingshui glared at Chu Huashang and said, "How can you make a scene here beside honored master? When you really have to marry a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from one of those cave heavens or paradises, you'll spend most of your days crying." Chu Huashang scoffed. "Let's see who will be the one crying in the end." Su Yingshui shook her head and gazed at Su Linggong. "Honored master, why has this matter even come to such a point? It isn't like there have never been any disputes or even casualties between the cave heavens and paradises. It's an age-old admonition that the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises must not fight against each other. But everyone knows that conflicts still happen. Why is Chuer getting this kind of punishment?" Upon hearing that, Su Linggong sighed. "There are indeed some conflicts between the cave heavens and paradises, and it's true that there have been casualties as a result. However, those were just internal struggles among the cave heavens and paradises. But now, Chuer has made a mistake for an outsider. Moreover, that brat attempted to directly ascend to the high-rank Open Heaven realm, which broke the taboo." Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui frowned. Given their powers and statuses, they were aware of some secrets that were not known to most people. As they recalled the stories of the carnage of many years ago, they could faintly grasp the severity of the matter. The cave heavens and paradises were trying to make their stance clear. They would never allow anyone to directly ascend to the high-rank Open Heaven realm, and this incident could serve as a warning to all other cultivators of that determination. If an event like this ever happened again, the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises should know what to do and remember which side to take. Yinyang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens, so while we can resist a certain amount of pressure, Chuer will have to suffer some punishment. Su Linggong sighed. Then, his expression turned furious all of a sudden. "However, those old bastards are too shameless. How can they pull such a dirty trick just because they aren't willing to let a Sixth Order disciple get married into our sect?" Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui traded glances. Then the former said, "We have a potential solution to that, honored master." Su Linggong gaped at him and asked, "What solution do you have?" Qing Kuei replied, "I reckon that the person who has caused all this will have to solve this problem as well." Su Linggong became startled for a moment, Are you talking about that Yang Kai? Then he became vexed. I'm still mad at that brat. If I ever see him, I'll kill him with my sword. It's because of that thief that Chuer's happiness is ruined. Well, honored master. Qin Kuei appeared hesitant. Su Linggong shot him a glare. Stop stuttering like a woman and speak up. To be honest with you, honored master, Yang Kai has arrived in Inyang Cave Heaven. He's currently resting in Riverside House now, Qin Kuei said meekly. Su Linggong became startled for a moment before he stood straight up and bellowed. Father here will go hack him to death now. When he attempted to take his sword though, Chu Huashang hugged it tightly and shook her head at him. Let go! Su Linggong yelled. No! Chu Huashang repeatedly shook her head. Are you trying to go against me, little girl? Su Linggong was incensed. If you want to hack him to death, you'll have to kill me first. Chu Huashang extended her fair neck and presented her head to Su Linggong, who then pushed her away. Why would I kill you? Father here only wants to hack him to death. How did that little bastard have the nerve to come to Inyang Cave Heaven? It does save me the trouble since he is already here though. Today, Father will end his life. As a commotion broke out, the hall descended into chaos. Qin Kuei and Suing Shui hurriedly went over to placate Su Linggong and eventually made him sit down again, though they were now drenched in sweat, feeling exhausted. Honored Master, Yang Kai is in fact in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, not the 5th Order, Qin Kuei quickly reported as he was worried that any further delay would result in more chaos. So what if he's in the 6th Order? As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, I can kill him easily? Su Linggong scoffed. On the other hand, Chu Huashang was astonished. Impossible! I saw junior brother Yang ascend to the 5th Order. He refined a 5th Order in element treasure. I'm sure of it. How could he be in the 6th Order now? Qin Kuei replied, I have no idea, however. I tested him, and I can confirm that he's indeed in the 6th Order. Martial Peak. Chapter 44-43. Already made a move? Su Ing Shui nodded. He's indeed in the 6th Order. Chu Huashang appeared astounded. She was there when Yang Kai ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, so she had witnessed the entire process. He was just a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at that time, so how did he become a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now? She estimated that it had only been 2 years since they parted ways. In such a short time, it was already difficult for a new Open Heaven Realm Master to solidify their cultivation, let alone ascend to the next order. He's in the 6th Order? Su Linggong finally came to his senses as he arched his brow with joy. Ha ha ha! Good. Since he's a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, I'll not kill him for now. Tell him to do his best in the Tao Theory Assembly. Regardless of whether he wins or not, I'll give him some benefits once it's over. He was truly ecstatic. Those shameless people had cordoned off the territory gates around Inyang territory and forced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to leave, allowing only cultivators below the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. They were doing it because they wanted to make sure that only 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would eventually have the chance to fight for first place, and thus they would only have to lose a 5th Order disciple to Inyang Heaven. However, if there was even a single 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who joined the assembly all of a sudden, the plans of those great forces would fall apart. By then, they would have to use a different tactic. Whether it was for the reputation of their own sex or some other reasons, they would have to let 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participate in the event, and Inyang Cave Heaven would be saved from any embarrassment. Su Linggong didn't expect Yang Kai to be the winner. Regardless of the reason why Yang Kai had become a 6th Order cultivator, it had been too short a time since his ascension. After all, in the Open Heaven Realm, time was vital for a cultivator to grow more powerful. Although Yang Kai had somehow become a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he didn't have enough time to accumulate more heritage in his small universe. Therefore, he should be no match for those who broke through to the 6th Order hundreds or even thousands of years ago. It was true that since Yang Kai had caused all this, he should also be the one to solve the problem. Considering all this, Su Linggong's resentment against Yang Kai subsided slightly. How many people are aware of this secret? He then asked. Qing Kuei replied, "No one else other than junior sister Su and I. That was the reason he could easily enter Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven also believed that he was only a fifth-order master, so they let him through the territory gate without giving him too much of a hard time." Su Linggong's lips curved into a devious smile. "It's not a good idea that no one else is aware of it. We'd better make some noises and let everyone know that he has ascended to the sixth order. That will be much more interesting." If no one knew that Yang Kai had ascended to the sixth order open heaven realm, the great forces who took part in the Tao Theory Assembly wouldn't send sixth order masters to join the competition. In that case, Yang Kai would be able to win first place easily. "Honored Master." Chu Huashang glared at him. "What are you trying to do?" Su Linggong stared back at her. "How can you shout at me? Where are your manners?" Chu Huashang ignored his warning and continued glaring at him. Since no one is aware of Junior Brother Yang's true power, he would be able to surprise all of them when the time comes. Isn't that a good idea? What do you mean a good idea? Su Linggong realized that his eyes were starting to become sore, and it wasn't very intimidating since his eyes were smaller than those of Chu Huashang, so he decided to give up and looked away. "You've ended up in such a state because of that brat. Father here has already been magnanimous enough to not settle accounts with him right now. Yet you're still siding with him? Do you believe I won't bring my sword to kill him now?" "I don't care," Chu Huashang said through clenched teeth. "If you dare to harm him in any way, I'll—" "What will you do?" Su Linggong appeared ferocious. I'll go make cooked rice and shelled peanuts with him. Let's see who will still want to marry me after that." Chu Huashang screamed. Su Linggong parted his lips but couldn't say a word. A moment later, he pounded against the table and snapped, "How dare you go against your honored master?" Then, he glowered at Qing Kuei and Suing Shui. "How did the two of you teach her? Look what kind of a person she has turned out to be. How could she say such shameless things?" Qing Kuei and Suing Shui hung their heads low, thinking that it was none of their business. Su Linggong had always doted on Chu Huashang. In the past, they would be reprimanded whenever they tried to discipline the young Chu Huashang, but now that she had grown up to be a willful person, Su Linggong blamed it all on them instead. "Ah, it frustrates me so." Su Linggong pressed his hand against his chest as though he would soon die of suffocation. An embarrassed Qing Kuei said, "There's another issue that needs to be solved first, honored master." A weakened Su Linggong gazed at him. "Just tell me right away. One day I'll be so vexed that I'll pass away because of the three of you." The corners of Qing Kuei's mouth twitched. Yang Kai said that he's not here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. He's just here to look for junior sister Chu. He said that since he's the cause of this incident, he had to come over to discuss it with her. He's not going to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly? Su Linggong instantly became incensed and roared. Why is he even here if he's not going to take part? Is he just trying to watch a good show? That little bastard must be sick of living. To the side, Chu Huashang said with a happy smile, "Junior Brother Yang is indeed a man of integrity." The three of them gazed at her as they were rendered speechless. A while later, Su Linggong suppressed his anger with great difficulty and said grimly, "Regardless of the reason he's here, he has to join the Tao Theory Assembly. Otherwise, Father will send him to the Yellow Springs personally." Qing Kuei turned solemn, knowing that his honored master was truly incensed. If Yang Kai was still so obstinate, he would end up in a horrible state. Then, Qing Kuei quickly said, "Don't worry, honored master. The assembly is still some time away. Just leave the matter to me. I'll knock some sense into his head and make him take part in it." "Good." Su Linggong nodded gently and tossed a jade slip at him. "Look, these are the candidates that those great forces have sent to join the assembly. Toads lusting after swan meat. The whole lot of them." Qing Kuei took it and infused his divine sense into it, and just like what he had expected, the most powerful candidates were only in the fifth order. There wasn't even a single one in the sixth order. The people who had directly ascended to the fifth order were still fine. After all, they still had the potential to become 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the future. Such people could be potential partners for Chu Huashang. However, some of these candidates had apparently reached the 5th Order from the 3rd Order through years of cultivation, so the 5th Order was their limit. How did these old farts have the nerve to join the Tao Theory Assembly? It was no wonder that Su Linggong was infuriated. Meanwhile, only Yang Kai and the maidservant in the Emperor Realm were in Riverside House. Yang Kai had repeatedly asked her how he could meet Chu Huashang, but there was nothing the maidservant could do. After all, she was just a lowly maidservant in Yinyang Cave Heaven since her cultivation was too weak, so she couldn't possibly come into contact with Chu Huashang. Since that was the case, Yang Kai could only give up on that idea. After all, he was in the headquarters of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so he couldn't just wander around looking for her. Fortunately, Qing Kuei came to visit the next day and told the maidservant to prepare an ample meal so that he could have a chat with Yang Kai while drinking. After their initial misunderstanding was cleared up, Yang Kai had a good impression of this man. Furthermore, he was Chu Huashang's senior brother, so Yang Kai naturally had to be hospitable to him. After 3 rounds of drink, they naturally became closer. Yang Kai asked him where Chu Huashang was and whether he could meet her, but Qing Kuei changed the subject instead. Junior brother Yang, why have you come all the way here if you're not going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly? Do you think junior sister Chu is not good enough for you? Qing Kuei asked with the wine cup in his hand. Yang Kai straightened up and replied solemnly, Senior sister Chu's appearance and cultivation are the best of the best in the entire 3,000 worlds. There are few women who could match her in either regard. Certainly, this Yang is fond of her, and I feel extremely lucky to have gained her favor. Then, why aren't you? Yang Kai said, To be honest with you, this Yang already has several wives, so I'm not willing to hold senior sister Chu down. Qing Kuei became startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. If that's your only concern, you can cast it away now, junior brother Yang. It's normal that a man has several wives. Moreover, Chuer isn't a narrow-minded person. She's known you for quite some time and is fully aware of your situation. Why would you mind it when she doesn't? I don't mind it. It's just that. Are you worried that you won't be able to explain yourself to your wives? Qing Kuei teased. That's not the case. Yang Kai shook his head. Why are you hesitant then? Qing Kuei stared fixedly at him. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Senior brother Qing, can I see senior sister Chu and ask her what she thinks about it first? Qing Kuei sipped his wine and shook his head. Things have come to such a point where what she thinks doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is how the Tao Theory Assembly will end. Do you really want her to marry an old, worn-out 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? What do you mean? Why would she marry an old 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Yang Kai was stunned. See for yourself. Qing Kuei fished out a jade slip. What is this? These are the candidates that the great forces have sent to join the Tao Theory Assembly. Yang Kai infused his divine sense into the jade slip and put it down a while later, then said grimly, I've truly wronged her. Qing Kuei said, Since you're aware of it, why don't you take part in the Tao Theory Assembly? Yang Kai sighed, Can I see senior sister Chu first? Qing Kuei furrowed his brows with displeasure. A while later, he snorted and rose from the chair. That's all I have to say. Just sleep on it. Then, he turned around and left. Yang Kai called out to him, but the latter never responded. While remaining in his seat, he was lost for words. He looked down at the table, thinking that they hadn't finished all the wine. Outside Riverside House, a figure suddenly appeared and gazed at Qing Kuei. She was none other than Su Ying-shui. Qing Kuei shook his head and pointed at his own forehead. He's such an obstinate man. Su Ying-shui's expression turned cold. He has to pay the price for what he has done. I'll teach him a lesson right now. Qing Kuei immediately took her arm. Don't go. His will is firm. Unless he is given no other choice, no one will be able to change his mind. Do we just do nothing and let this travesty unfold then? Su Ying-shui asked coldly. Qing Kuei sighed. Since there's no other choice, We have to use that move. Suing Shui flung his hand away and snorted. You're really a good senior brother to her. Qing Kuei replied meekly. That's the only thing we can do. It's not like we can just watch as Chuer's happiness is destroyed. Sect Master Yang has to join the Tao Theory Assembly no matter what. It's just that Chuer will have to be taken advantage of in order for that to happen. You've already made a move? Suing Shui seemed to have realized something. Qing Kuei nodded gently. Although both of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he had still easily pulled a little trick on Yang Kai since the latter was unsuspecting. Certainly, the main reason was that he didn't have any murderous or vicious intent when he made a move. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have noticed it. Martial Peak? Chapter 44-44. It feels a little hot here. Aren't you worried that things will get out of hand? Suing Shui frowned. Ordinary people are not able to resist that thing. Qing Kuei scratched his face and said, there shouldn't be a problem as long as we make a move in time. In any case, we still have Honored Master as a last resort. If anyone finds out about it, Chuer's reputation will be ruined. Suing Shui was worried. Many disciples from various great forces have come together in our sect to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. If Qing Kuei raised his hand and cut her off. Of course, we have to be secretive when doing it. I'll make sure that no one will be able to find out, but you don't want Chuer to marry someone only in the Fifth Order. Do you? You're also clear about Honored Master's stance. Regardless of whether Yang Kai will become the winner, he will have to be the shit-stirrer. Suing Shui frowned with disdain. Why are you so vulgar? Qing Kuei said, I've made a move on Yang Kai, and you'll handle Chuer. Quit being soft-hearted, or else you'll ruin her happiness. Suing Shui fell silent and appeared hesitant, clearly not knowing what to do. If she did nothing and let things simply unfold, the Tao Theory Assembly would become a joke, and everyone from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven would be embarrassed. Moreover, Chu Huashang would never get the happiness she deserved. However, it was difficult for Suing Shui to make up her mind to use such a trick on her junior sister even though no harm would be caused. Let me think about it. I have to give it some serious thought. Suing Shui muttered under her breath. Qing Kuei nodded, not wanting to pressure her. 3 days later, Yang Kai was cultivating in silence when he heard someone knocking on his door. Then the maidservant was heard saying, Elder Qing is here, Sir Yang. Yang Kai hurriedly got to his feet and pushed the door open. Qing Kuei was indeed standing outside the room. Senior Brother Qing. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Qing Kuei examined him with displeasure, then said, Come with me. Despite not knowing what the other man was trying to do, Yang Kai could only follow him. They left Riverside House and flew off. A while later, Yang Kai asked, Where are we going, Senior Brother Qing? Without turning his head, Qing Kuei replied, Didn't you want to see Chuer? I'm bringing you to see her now. Yang Kai was elated upon hearing that. Then he hurriedly said, Many thanks for granting my request, Senior Brother Qing. Qing Kuei only snorted in response. An embarrassed Yang Kai fell silent and followed Qing Kuei closely. A while later, they landed on a spirit peak where there was an extensive hollow area in the center that looked like a mountain valley, which was filled with lush greenery and strikingly beautiful flowers. The view was truly spectacular. There were some buildings in the center of the valley and they directly headed towards one particular palace. Qing Kuei turned around and said, This is Chuer's residence. You'll go in on your own. She's inside now. Yang Kai cupped his fist and thanked him before shuffling into the palace. In a certain room inside the palace, Suing Shui's hands were placed on Chu Huashang's as they talked to each other in an intimate manner, as though they were real mother and daughter or a pair of sisters. You seem tired, senior sister. What's wrong? Chu Huashang raised her hand and touched the other woman's forehead. Suing Shui forced a smile. Perhaps I'm just exhausted from all the traveling. But don't worry, I'm fine. Chu Huashang said, Get some rest since you're so tired. I'll be fine. Why are you looking at me like this, senior sister? Suing Shui poked the tip of the other woman's nose. I'm happy that you're all grown up now. Time goes by really quickly. You're now a sixth-order open heaven realm master just like me. Chu Huashang giggled and crashed into her embrace. She squirmed for a bit and finally found a position she was most comfortable in. I've just achieved an ascension, so I'm still far behind you. It's different. Suing Shui shook her head. I directly ascended to the fifth order, and then rose to the sixth order open heaven realm through hard work. My potential is not comparable to yours. Chu Huashang looked up at her. When I grow to be powerful one day, I'll protect you and make sure that you won't suffer from any grievances. Suing Shui smiled gently. I'll be waiting for that day to come. As they spoke, they heard a series of footsteps coming closer. While Suing Shui stiffened, Chu Huashang, who was in her embrace, looked up and became pleasantly surprised. Junior brother Yang. Yang Kai appeared embarrassed when he saw that they were being so intimate. I just walked right in since the door wasn't closed. Sorry. He quickly stepped back and closed the door. Chu Huashang batted her eyes and looked at Suing Shui, then burst into laughter. He seems to have misunderstood something. Suing Shui poked the other woman's forehead. What's so funny about it? All right, I'll take my leave now. You have a talk with him. Then, she got to her feet and left the place. Upon opening the door, she saw the embarrassed Yang Kai standing outside the room. As she looked at his face and thought about what would soon happen, she became incensed and bellowed, "If you dare to take advantage of Chuer, I'll never let you off." I wouldn't dare to. Yang Kai bent his back. Humph. Suing Shui flicked her sleeve, and when she brushed past Yang Kai, she forcefully stepped on his foot. Despite realizing the woman's intentions, Yang Kai didn't dare to dodge, so he could only brace himself and then cringe in pain after the fact. Meanwhile, Suing Shui's footsteps faded into the distance. Chu Huashang stuck out her head from the room and beckoned to him. Come in, junior brother. Yang Kai tottered into the room and instantly caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. He took a glance at the room and realized that the decoration was pretty cozy, which allowed him to relax somewhat. Chu Huashang offered him a seat, then filled a cup with tea for him and smiled with her lips covered. I'm sorry for the pain you have to suffer, junior brother. Although my senior sister appears to be dispassionate, she's a warm-hearted person. Yang Kai wiggled his toes, which were almost crushed, and said insincerely, I can see that. After taking the cup of tea she had prepared for him, he asked, This is your room, right? Should we go to another place to have a chat? He had never expected that Qing Kuei would bring him to Chu Huashang's bedroom. After all, her reputation would be tarnished if others found out that they stayed in the same room for any reason. Why should we go to another place? Can't we have a talk in my room? Or, are you worried that I'll do something to you? Chu Huashang teased as she directly sat across from the man. Stop teasing me, senior sister. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He reckoned that he should be at ease since the woman wasn't worried about anything, and they were not going to do anything inappropriate anyway. Across from him, Chu Huashang rested her chin on her palm and looked smilingly at him. Have you come all the way here to see me, junior brother? Yang Kai nodded his head with a serious expression. I heard that the people from your sect are holding a Tao Theory assembly to select a husband for you. It's me who put you in this position, so I had to speak with you. He sighed. A nonchalant Chu Huashang replied, It's not your fault. It's just that some people are trying to create trouble, and it has nothing to do with you, so don't feel guilty at all. In any case, it's thanks to you that I managed to ascend to the open heaven realm in the first place. An embarrassed Yang Kai shook his head. I didn't help you much. In fact, she had to fall in love with him and then sever ties with him in order to ascend to the open heaven realm. He had indeed done nothing at all, as it was all her own hard work. You already offered me the best help since I came across you at the most critical moment before my ascension to the open heaven realm and fell in love with you. If it weren't for you, I didn't even know how much longer I would have to wait before I found a suitable person. Yang Kai was secretly stunned as he reckoned that only the disciples from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven would have the nerve to speak so freely about such things. Most women were not so bold. Not willing to dwell on this topic, Yang Kai said, What plans do you have to solve this issue, senior sister? Chu Huashang replied with a smile. What plans can I have? I'll just wait for the Tao Theory Assembly to end and marry the winner 100 years later. Are you really willing to do that? Yang Kai frowned. As a disciple of a cave heaven, there are many things that are not up to me to decide. So what does it matter if I'm not willing? I've been nurtured by the sect for many years, so now that the sect is in trouble, I have to take up the responsibility and solve the problem. Moreover, I'm indeed the cause of this incident. Her nonchalance made Yang Kai feel his chest tightening as he felt extremely guilty. Then, Chu Huashang gazed at him with her alluring eyes and said, Why don't you take part in the Tao Theory Assembly and become the winner? Then I'll get to marry you. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he listened to her bold words and took in her beautiful face that was oh so close. Chu Huashang looked down at his chest and smiled faintly. Have you fallen for me, junior brother? In fact, Yang Kai had no idea why he was reacting in such a way as his face was all red now. It wasn't the first time he came into contact with Chu Huashang, and there were moments in the past where they literally clung to one another. However, at this moment, he suddenly found this woman to be irresistibly enchanting. As he listened to her voice and saw her smile, his blood seemed to be boiling and his throat felt dry, causing his heart rate to soar. Quickly drinking down some tea to moisten his throat, he commented, It feels a little hot here, senior sister. Chu Huashang became startled for a moment, then scanned her surroundings and said gently, It's indeed a little hot here. She laughed. I guess I just feel warmth since you're willing to visit me at this point. Yang Kai stared fixedly at her and fell into a dazed state. He increasingly felt that the woman in front of him was alluring, and it was extremely hard for him to resist her charm. His mind was filled with lustful thoughts as he gazed greedily at the fair skin that was slightly revealed around her chest and began to feel a little dizzy. Junior brother? Chu Huashang suddenly muttered with a blushing face. A shocked Yang Kai suddenly came to his senses, only to realize that he had grasped the woman's hands at some point, reveling in the soft and delicate feel at his fingertips. Yang Kai instinctively became alert as there was something off about the situation. However, while he was still lost in his thoughts, he realized that the woman before him had also grabbed his hands and his vigilance instantly vanished into thin air. Presently, there were 3 people outside the valley. One of them was standing while the other 2 were seated with their legs crossed. The one who was standing was Su Linggong, while the people who were seated were Su Yingshui and Qing Kuei. At this moment, strange energy fluctuations and a faint white mist could be seen swirling around Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui as they continuously formed different hand seals, as though they were using some profound secret technique. Qing Kuei let out a long breath and said through clenched teeth, That brat is pretty strong-willed and vigilant. He almost shook off the Yang demon's influence. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-45, Caught in the Act. Yin-Yang combined demons was one of the best secret techniques in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. It was a secret technique that only a man and a woman who were in love with one another could cultivate. The man would cultivate a Yang demon while the woman would cultivate a Yin demon. Harsh requirements had to be met before they could cultivate it, and even if they succeeded, the secret technique would become useless if one of them fell out of love. This secret technique had many uses. Not only could it assist the couple when they dual cultivated, increasing the rate of their cultivation, it could also be used as a combined attack technique that would significantly increase their powers when they were faced with an enemy. There was also another auxiliary use of the secret technique, which was what Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui were doing. Presently, they were using the Yin demon and the Yang demon that they had nurtured for years to stir up the deepest emotions and magnify the feelings in other people's hearts. At the same time, they were transferring their feelings of attraction and love for one another to the people who were the targets of this secret technique. Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui had been a couple for many years, and their love for each other was deep and resolute. At this moment, they were using their Yin-Yang combined demons together to stimulate Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. In other words, the feelings Yang Kai had for Chu Huashang were those of Qing Kuei to Su Yingshui, not his real sentiment. He was just influenced by the secret technique. It was the same case for Chu Huashang. However, there was a prerequisite for this secret technique to work. The people that the technique was used on had to be at least fond of each other. Otherwise, the secret technique would not work. If there was a blood feud between both parties and they were eager to hack each other to death, this secret technique would be completely useless, as trying to amplify non-existent feelings would still result in non-existent feelings. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had gone through many life and death moments together and supported one another in the grand ancient ruins and blood monster cave heaven. So both of them treasured the relationship they had. They were humans, so there was no way they felt nothing for one another. Regardless of Chu Huashang's feelings for him, Yang Kai's fondness for her was infinitely magnified under the influence of the Yin-Yang combined demon's secret technique, which was proof that it had worked. Qin Kuei and Su Ying Shui continuously used different hand seals to sustain the effects of the Yin-Yang combined demons. As time passed, the inside of Chu Huashang's room became more and more heated, and things seemed to be getting out of hand. There came a moment when Qin Kuei suddenly opened his eyes and said, "We should stop now. Otherwise, they'll really cross the final line." They needed Yang Kai to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly to turn things around and save Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's face and protect Chu Huashang's happiness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done such a thing. Naturally, they wouldn't sacrifice Chu Huashang's innocence to achieve that. According to Su Linggong, Yang Kai would just be the shit stirrer. He didn't expect Yang Kai to come out the winner, but the latter had to take part in the event. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. As he shuffled towards the valley, he sported a ferocious expression and murderous intent swirled around him, as though he was going to kill someone ruthlessly. He was going to catch Yang Kai in the act and make sure that the bastard little boy wouldn't be able to refuse his demand. Qin Kuei and Su Ying Shui exchanged glances and worried that something bad would happen. They hurriedly stopped using their secret technique and raced after their honored master. A moment later, following a loud bang, the door of Chu Huashang's room was kicked open. Despite already expecting it, Su Linggong was still incensed when he saw the sight in the room. Clothes were scattered everywhere on the ground, and there was a sense of intimacy in the air. The curtains around the bed had been untied, and presently, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were covered in a quilt as they hid in the corner and shuddered. They gazed at Su Linggong in horror, as though they were two kids that had been caught making a big mistake. Not a moment too soon, Su Linggong took a glance around the room and knew that these two young people hadn't managed to do anything. Yet, they had only taken off their outer clothes. Certainly, Chu Huashang had already been taken advantage of, but she hadn't lost her purity. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to explain herself to the winner of the Dao Theory Assembly. The current situation was the best outcome. "You dare!" Su Linggong bellowed as his fury seemed able to shake the sky. "Chewer, I've been your teacher for many years, but I never expected that you'd do such a shameless thing. You disappoint me so." "Honored master." Chu Huashang's teeth chattered, as she had never expected things to come to such a point. While she was getting intimate with Yang Kai, her honored master suddenly barged into her room and scared her out of her wits. She instantly felt cold all over her body. Honored master? The middle-aged man that had just barged into the room was clad in a robe embroidered with snake patterns, and there was a golden crown on his head. As Yang Kai gazed at the enraged man with surging murderous intent, he had the urge to dig a hole and stick his head into it. It was truly embarrassing that he was caught in bed with Chu Huashang by her honored master. He still hadn't the foggiest idea why he was so impetuous this time. He only intended to have a talk with Chu Huashang. So how did the two of them end up in bed? This wasn't how he would usually act. Fortunately, nothing had happened yet, or else he wouldn't be able to explain himself. "Senior," Yang Kai hurriedly called out. "Enough nonsense. Today you must die." Su Linggong yelled as his murderous intent almost materialized. Following that, he charged towards Yang Kai. Qin Kuei and Su Ying Shui arrived just in time. The former quickly wrapped his arms around the older man's waist and shouted, "Please calm down, honored master. He's the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai. He saved junior sister Chu's life before." Su Linggong exerted more force with his hands in an attempt to push Qin Kuei away, but the latter would never let him go. So he roared, "I don't care who he is. Since he has the guts to take advantage of my disciple, he must die. Qing Kuei said anxiously, if you kill him, Junior Sister Chu will be regarded as an unrighteous person forever. Please think twice. What? Su Linggong paused for a moment, then bellowed, get lost. So what if she'll be regarded as unrighteous? I'll hack him to death first. Qing Kuei thought that this was different from what they had agreed upon. It seemed that his honored master was truly incensed. In order to prevent things from getting out of control, he promptly sent a signal to Su Yingshui. The two of them immediately latched onto Su Linggong and kept persuading him for a long time before the older man was finally appeased. However, his eyes were still bloodshot, and he was panting as though he was a furious lion. The way he glared at Yang Kai was like he wanted to skin him, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Yang Kai cowered under the quilt, and even the warm body beside him was unable to melt the coldness he felt. Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui breathed a sigh of relief. They felt exhausted from having to play along with their honored master, who seemed to have completely forgotten about their original plan. It was inappropriate that Yang Kai and Chu Huashang remained cuddled together with nothing but a quilt covering them. So Qing Kuei sent Su Yingshui a signal, who then leapt onto the bed and carried Chu Huashang away, quilt and all. Yang Kai was left on the bed in only his underwear as he looked embarrassed. In an adjacent room, Su Yingshui put down the quilt and asked worriedly, are you all right? Chu Huashang's face was all red as she clenched the quilt and shook her head. She was still reeling from the shock of the fact that she was caught in the act. Let me have a look. An anxious Su Yingshui lifted the quilt a little and took a peek below before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Chu Huashang still had her underwear on as she had only taken off her dress. It seemed that they hadn't done anything. Senior sister, honored master. Su Yingshui waved her hand. Don't worry, I'll put in a good word for you. I'm sure he won't blame you. A blushing Chu Huashang asked, I'm worried that he'll harm junior brother Yang. Can you check on them for me? Su Yingshui shot her a glare. How are you still in the mood to be concerned about that little bastard at this point? You should mind your own business first. Back in the bedroom, under Su Linggong's vicious stare, Yang Kai put on his clothes and adjusted his hair. Then, he walked up to the older man and forced a smile as he cupped his fist. Greetings, senior. Su Linggong directly took a seat on the chair with a stern expression. He examined Yang Kai in a way as though he could peel off the latter's skin with his eyes. Qing Kuei just stood behind Su Linggong, but when he saw how embarrassed Yang Kai looked, he had to try his hardest to suppress his laughter. Seeing that his honored master was not speaking, though, he eventually took the initiative to explain. This is our honored master Su Linggong, one of the inner elders of Yinyang Cave Heaven. So it is Senior Su. I've heard so much about you, Yang Kai said politely as he secretly scanned the surroundings. He decided that if Su Linggong made a move, he would immediately flee. There was no way he could explain what had happened, and it was expected that the other party was infuriated. You've heard a lot about me, have you? Su Linggong yelled and directly broke the table into pieces. Brat, you've taken advantage of my disciple and tarnished her reputation. How do you want to die? Tell me and I'll see it done. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in sweat as he said, Please don't get me wrong, senior. It was just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Su Linggong's fury surged. You were in my disciple's bed, half naked, and you have the gall to tell me it was a misunderstanding? Well, Yang Kai glanced cautiously at the older man. We didn't manage to do it. Nothing had happened between us. Su Linggong snapped. You didn't manage to do anything because this monarch arrived in time. Had I been just a breath later, you would have succeeded. It's all my fault. I have no idea what was going on, but I had indeed accidentally made a mistake. I'm willing to suffer the punishment for my acts. Yang Kai directly offered an apology. Although they didn't manage to do anything, Chu Huashang's reputation would be affected if this incident was known to others. After all, outsiders wouldn't believe that nothing had happened under such circumstances. Humph! Su Linggong sneered. What's the point of punishing you? You've already taken advantage of Chuer. Can you undo it? Yang Kai hung his head low with a meek expression. What do you want me to do, senior? Please just tell me. Su Linggong said coldly. You know what you have to do now. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh. Don't worry, senior. When the Tao Theory Assembly takes place, I'll take part in it and give you a satisfactory answer. It seemed that he had no choice but to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly now. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-46, Intertwining Fate Peak. The reason the Tao Theory Assembly was held did have something to do with Yang Kai. If Chu Huashang hadn't followed him to the shadowless cave heaven to help him, none of this would have happened. Before he came to this place, the notion of eventually taking part in the assembly did occur to him, but he had never expected that he would be forced into joining it in such a way. At that instant, he was torn between tears and laughter. Yang Kai thus secretly decided that he would just win first place and come up with a solution after Chu Huashang's confinement ended 100 years later. In any case, there was no way he would watch as she married some stranger she had no feelings at all for. Chu Huashang's 100-year confinement was a certainty, and no one could foretell what would happen after she was freed. A lot of things could change after such a long time. Don't forget what you've said. Su Linggong had been waiting for Yang Kai to say that. Then he turned to look at Qing Kuei. You've also heard it right, Qinger? No one forced him. Yang Kai was startled as he felt that Su Linggong suddenly appeared jubilant. To the side, Qing Kuei replied with a straight face. Yes, I've indeed heard it. It was junior brother Yang who requested to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Su Linggong laughed heartily. Good. Give him a place in the assembly and take him through the procedures later. Yes. It was only then that Su Linggong rose from the chair and examined Yang Kai, who appeared perplexed. Then, he placed his hands behind his back and calmly strode out. It's settled? Just like this? Yang Kai gazed at the middle-aged man's back in shock. When he sensed his murderous intent earlier, he genuinely thought that Su Linggong wanted to kill him. It never crossed his mind that he would be so easily appeased. It seemed that Su Linggong was like a loud thunderstorm that carried no rain. Regardless, it was the best outcome for Yang Kai. Su Linggong Man was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, and he was the honored master of Chu Huashang. If they got into a fight, Yang Kai wouldn't have even been able to fight back, so he would definitely suffer a terrible loss. Junior brother Yang, honored master has high hopes for you, so you mustn't disappoint him. Qing Kuei chuckled and patted the other man's shoulder. It was obvious that he was also ecstatic. When those scheming people saw a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly showing up in the Tao Theory Assembly, they would certainly be flustered. Qing Kuei wasn't serious when he said that his honored master had high hopes for Yang Kai, of course. To Su Linggong, he just wanted to see Yang Kai taking part in the Tao Theory Assembly and wasn't concerned about the final outcome. Nor did he expect Yang Kai to win first place. The heritage of a newly promoted 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wasn't comparable to those who had been in the same order for several hundred or thousand years. Yang Kai said after a sigh, Don't worry, senior brother Qing. I'll do my best to not disappoint all of you. Good. Just do your best, but don't push yourself too hard. Qing Kuei replied in a perfunctory manner. Can I check on senior sister Chu? Yang Kai asked. He had never been more embarrassed in his entire life. When Su Linggong barged into the room just now, his soul almost left his body. He supposed that Chu Huashang wasn't in a better state either, and he was worried since he couldn't see her now. Junior sister Su is taking care of Chuer, so you don't have to worry about her. Just get some rest now. I'll take you through the procedures of joining the assembly tomorrow. Yang Kai did not insist. He reckoned that both of them would be embarrassed if he really saw Chu Huashang right now. So he obeyed Qing Kuei and returned to his temporary residence. The next morning, Qing Kuei came to visit again and led Yang Kai to deal with the procedures to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Yang Kai stared at the other party's back as he fell into his thoughts. He finally came to his senses after a night of contemplation. He was quite flustered the day before, so he hadn't managed to sort out his thoughts for a while. After he returned to Riverside House, however, Yang Kai pondered on the issue and realized that something was off. The incident just felt odd to him, as though he had been set up. He was just there to visit Chu Huashang and find out about her intentions. He didn't have any lustful thoughts, so how did they end up lying together on her bed? Furthermore, the atmosphere at that time had been strange, and it was as if he couldn't help having obscene and lustful thoughts fill his mind. Chu Huashang seemed more attractive than she usually was, and his self-restraint also seemed to be much lower than it should have been. In truth, Yang Kai was quite fond of Chu Huashang, but it hadn't reached the point where he wanted to get intimate with her. He even suspected that he had been affected by some kind of aphrodisiac, but after checking on his body carefully, he couldn't detect any residual medicinal traces. Another thing was that Su Linggong and the others came at exactly the right moment to interrupt him and Chu Huashang. If they came any earlier, nothing would have happened in the first place, and if they came any later, he and Chu Huashang would have already finished cooking rice and shelling peanuts. Moreover, why would the master and his disciples visit Chu Huashang together all of a sudden? It might be possible for Qing Kuei and Suing Shui to do that since they were Chu Huashang's senior brother and sister. However, as a seventh-order open heaven realm master, Su Linggong shouldn't have had so much free time. What's more, while Su Linggong was her honored master, there was no way he should have directly kicked open the door to his female disciple's bedroom without first knocking. Yang Kai had a feeling that he had been set up, but he couldn't gather any proof. Even if he asked Qing Kuei about it now, the latter definitely wouldn't admit to it. Therefore, he decided to pretend to know nothing. In any case, taking part in the Tao Theory Assembly was no big deal to him. On the road, Qing Kuei was amiable to Yang Kai as he told him some interesting tales about Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, and soon, they arrived at their destination. The procedures to join the assembly were not complicated. Yang Kai just had to tell them his name, background, and cultivation, then he was given a token. However, when he left, he was brought to another spirit peak instead of his usual resting place, Riverside House. There are many people who are going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, and the participants are all assigned to one of a few spirit peaks to have some rest and to get acquainted with one another. You're going to intertwining Fate Peak, Qing Kuei explained with a meaningful smile. Get acquainted with one another? Yang Kai arched his brow. Qing Kuei grinned. Although the Tao Theory Assembly is still a few days away, the tests began the moment you signed up. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he realized the intentions of those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. The Tao Theory Assembly indeed hadn't commenced. However, since the test had already started, the performance of the participants would be recorded by those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Moreover, such an arrangement would allow the more powerful cultivators to thin out the weaker ones before the official event began, thus saving some time and effort. I'll have to get to know my neighbors then. Yang Kai grinned. However, senior brother Qing, I've just ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, so I'm unable to fully control my strength. If I accidentally kill or cripple someone who offends me, Qing Kuei said, the Tao Theory Assembly is not a child's game. Since they have the guts to take part in it, they have to be prepared to lose their life at any moment. Those who haven't realized such a simple truth can scram back to where they came from. Yang Kai raised his brow. Does that apply to everyone? Of course. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone holding him responsible afterwards. Seeing the vicious glint in the eyes of the young man in front of him, Qing Kuei suddenly felt uneasy as he wondered if he had made the right decision by conning him into taking part in the assembly. He couldn't help but drop him a reminder. If you come across the disciples from other cave heavens and paradises, you'd better act with a bit more restraint. It will do you no good if you form a feud with them. Yang Kai replied, Don't worry, senior brother Qing. I understand. The prerequisite was that they wouldn't come to offend him. A while later, they finally arrived at intertwining Fate Peak. The buildings were closely connected and formed into a huge courtyard at the center of which was a platform atop which two people were engaged in an intense battle as their world forces clashed. Yang Kai took a glance and, judging from their energy fluctuations, they were only in the 4th order. Moreover, the two of them were pretty restrained as they clearly didn't intend to kill one another. Yang Kai thus retracted his gaze and ignored the matter. Now, to him, fourth-order open heaven realm masters were no different than slightly bigger ants. Qing Kuei led Yang Kai to descend from the sky and land in front of a certain building, then said, "This will be your residence before the Tao Theory Assembly starts. The token given to you is a jade that can be used to control this building's arrays. You'll be informed when the Tao Theory Assembly is about to commence." "Got it. Many thanks, Senior Brother Qing." After an impassive nod, Qing Kuei shot into the sky and soon disappeared. Yang Kai took a glance at his temporary residence, then fished out the token and infused his world force into it. Following that, he waved his hand, whereupon a gap appeared in the protective array around the building. After he entered the place, the gap closed. A handsome young man clad in all-white clothes, who was seated beside the central stage, asked the person beside him with a frown, "Who is that guy? Why would Elder Qing personally lead him to this place?" Not only was the young man good-looking, but his demeanor was also calm and aloof. It was apparent that he came from a powerful background. What's more, he had the air of a leader about him. Upon hearing his associate's questions, he shook his head to indicate that he had never met this guy before. A sense of wariness flashed through the young man's eyes as he wondered, could he be a disciple from one of the cave heavens or paradises? However, even if he was a disciple from one of the cave heavens or paradises, he wouldn't necessarily be treated by Qing Kuei in such a way. The arrival of such a person on intertwining Fate Peak all of a sudden caused them to feel a little concerned. A fourth-order open heaven realm master offered to help. "Give me a moment, Brother Kong. I'll ask around and see whether I can find out that guy's background." The person called Brother Kong nodded his head. "Many thanks for your help, Brother Sunday." The man's surnamed Sun appeared to be honored. "Don't mention it, Brother Kong. When the Tao Theory Assembly starts, all of us on intertwining Fate Peak will need you to take care of us, so you don't have to thank me for solving such a trivial problem for you." The man surnamed Kong nodded in a reserved manner. "Good." After the message was sent, they waited. Many people had arrived on intertwining Fate Peak much earlier than Yang Kai, so they had either already known or met each other, forming a rather harmonious relationship with no major conflicts so far. However, nobody seemed to know who Yang Kai was, and since he was guided here by Qing Kuei personally, he naturally drew some attention. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-47, Who Are You? The young man surnamed Kong sported a doubtful expression as he looked at Yang Kai's resting place. He found the other party familiar just now, but from his angle he was unable to make out the person's face clearly, nor could he recall where they had met in the past. Suppressing the doubt in his mind, he shook his head and awaited the answer. "Honored Master." Qing Kuei stepped into the grand hall and cupped his fist. "Is everything done?" Su Linggong seemed to be in a jovial mood. He was drinking on his own and humming a song when Qing Kuei entered the place. "Yes," Qing Kuei replied respectfully. "I followed your order and made him settle down on intertwining Fate Peak." Very good, very good. Ha ha ha." Su Linggong grinned in a devious manner. A puzzled Qing Kuei asked, "Is there anything special about intertwining Fate Peak, Honored Master? Why do you want Yang Kai to stay there?" After all, he came back to the sect a few days ago, so he wasn't familiar with the current affairs in the sect. Su Linggong picked up some food from a nearby plate, and as he munched on it, he replied, "The Tao Theory Assembly is still a few days away. They initially only expect fifth-order open heaven realm masters to take part in the assembly. So how do you think those old farts will react when a sixth-order open heaven realm master suddenly appears?" Qing Kuei stated, "They'll certainly be flustered. In order to save their sects from embarrassment, they'll have to send new candidates to join the assembly." This was the plot they had come up with. Since Yang Kai, the troublemaker, was going to join the assembly, they would now have to wait for the scheming old farts to react. If nothing unexpected happened, things would unfold just like what they had imagined. That's right, however, it would be a bad idea if no one finds out that he's a sixth-order open heaven realm master. He'll have to make some noise and let everyone know. Su Linggong grinned. On intertwining Fate Peak, there's a potential successor to the next Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. He's also the eldest son of one of the former Union masters, Kong Feng. His name is Kong Tianyu. Heavenly Sword Union? Qing Kuei arched his brow. He couldn't help but whistle as he took pleasure in someone else's misfortune. We'll have a good show to watch, then. Although he knew little about Voidland, he was aware that there was a blood feud between Voidland and Heavenly Sword Union. The former Union Master Kong Feng was killed by Yang Kai because he led the 100 Sex Alliance to invade Voidland. At that time, Yang Kai was just an Emperor Realm cultivator, but he was able to make use of the power of the 9 heavenly layers to kill Kong Feng. Otherwise, there was no way a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could have been killed by an Emperor Realm Jr. After Kong Feng's death, a man named Shen Liang, also a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, succeeded him as Union Master, but he was also killed soon after. Although it wasn't Yang Kai's doing directly this time, it was someone from Voidland who did the deed. 2 Union Masters were consecutively killed by people from Voidland. It could be said that Heavenly Sword Union had suffered immense losses at Voidland's hands. It was practically an irresolvable blood feud. Since Kong Tianyu was on intertwining Fate Peak, there was no way Yang Kai could have a peaceful time staying there. Honored Master, you're such a cunning man. Qing Kuei couldn't help but admire the older man. Right after he finished speaking, though, he saw a wine bottle fly at him. He immediately covered his head and fled while Su Linggong cursed at him from behind. On intertwining Fate Peak, the man's surnamed son clenched the communication bead in his hand with an awkward expression. Kong Tianyu asked, "Have you found out anything? Who is that guy?" The man's surnamed son took a glance at him and replied hesitantly, "Brother Kong, from what I've gathered, that person is the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai." Yang Kai. Kong Tianyu became startled for a moment, then started yelling with a hideous expression. "Are you sure he is Yang Kai? The one from Voidland?" The man's surnamed son nodded. "Yes, I'm certain. It wasn't difficult to find such information. The candidates who are going to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly are not confidential in any case, so the information comes from a disciple from Inyang Cave Heaven. If you don't believe me, Brother Kong, you can get someone else to verify it." "There's no need for that." Kong Tianyu turned around and glared at Yang Kai's residence, then said through clenched teeth, "It's no wonder I found him so familiar. So he's Yang Kai." He started laughing maniacally in the next breath. "Since he is here, it has saved me the trouble of looking for him. Father, just you wait. I'll avenge you now." The former Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was killed by an Emperor Realm cultivator. Although the other party had achieved this feat by making use of a powerful grand array, Kong Feng had become a laughingstock after word got out. Kong Tianyu was the son of the former Union Master with an exceptional aptitude. He directly ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm several hundred years ago, and he was the first in line to succeed his father. If everything went all, he would be able to become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union when he reached the 6th Order. However, due to Kong Feng's death, which had tarnished the reputation of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Tianyu fell from the 1st to the 5th in line to succeed the Union Master. Given his position now, he practically had no hope of becoming the Union Master in his lifetime. Could be said that his future had been ruined by Yang Kai. This, coupled with his father's death, caused Kong Tianyu to want to kill Yang Kai. He needed to clear his name and cast away the humiliation that had been inflicted upon his family. Unfortunately, those from Voidland were not pushovers, as there were 2 divine spirits residing in that place. So those from Heavenly Sword Union couldn't afford to offend them openly. Therefore, he could only keep the resentment to himself. The Dao Theory Assembly was held by Inyang Cave Heaven to help Chu Huashang select a husband. It allowed Kong Tianyu to see a glimmer of hope in the darkness. If he could become the winner in the assembly, he would be able to marry into Inyang Cave Heaven. By then, he could stop getting marginalized by those from Heavenly Sword Union. Perhaps the heavens took pity on him, as Yang Kai had also left Voidland to take part in the assembly. This was the best chance for him. Kong Tianyu had been paying close attention to any news about Yang Kai since the latter had killed his father, so naturally, He was aware that Yang Kai ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm just outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven in the Shattered Heaven about 2 years ago. Both of them were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. However, the heritage of Yang Kai, who only achieved an ascension 2 years ago, was definitely not comparable to that of Kong Tianyu, who had been in this order for hundreds of years. Kong Tianyu thus decided that he would cut Yang Kai to pieces to vent out his fury. As his murderous intent surged, he strode towards Yang Kai's residence. The other dozen or so cultivators, who were also there to join the assembly, exchanged glances as they became excited. Knowing that a good show was about to start, they followed him as well. Upon reaching Yang Kai's place, Kong Tianyu extended his hand and summoned a spear. After taking a deep breath, he infused his strength into the spear and pushed it out forcefully. At the same time, he bellowed, "Yang Kai, get out here." All of them were shocked when they saw his move. The others had been staying here for a few days before Yang Kai's arrival, and during this period of time they had exchanged some pointers, but none of them was a match for Kong Tianyu. Even those in the Fifth Order were much weaker than he was. Therefore, the people on Intertwining Fate Peak regarded him as their leader. Kong Tianyu had earned this position with his spear alone. However, it wasn't until Kong Tianyu thrust out his spear this time that they realized he hadn't shown his full strength during their bouts some time ago. Judging from the power of his attack, they reckoned that even though he was still some distance away from the Sixth Order, he wasn't far off. Although the attack was powerful, it still couldn't break the array around the building. The courtyard was meant for them to rest in comfort, so the spirit arrays were naturally quite sturdy. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was seated with his legs crossed in his room. The Tao Theory Assembly was only a few days away, so there wasn't enough time for him to refine any resources. The growth of an open heaven realm was all about accumulation over a long period of time. Regardless of what resources one refined, they had to ensure the balance in their small universe was maintained. Therefore, it was best to collect a full set of resources of the yin, yang, and 5 elements before refining them. Since there wasn't enough time to refine a full set of resources, Yang Kai decided to simply consume some open heaven pills. The yin, yang, and 5 elements in open heaven pills were in perfect balance, and although they weren't an efficient method of cultivating, the pills were safe and easy to consume. One could refine them at any moment without any worries. Yang Kai had just refined a handful of open heaven pills when he felt the array outside his residence shaking, then heard someone bellowing. He wondered who would call out to him at this point. Initially, he decided to ignore this person, but his inaction only caused the other party to become more rampant. The continuous attacks caused the array to shake constantly, leaving him unable to focus. The speed at which he refined open heaven pills also slowed down significantly. Certainly, it was expected that Yang Kai was incensed. Seeing that the array was starting to show signs of failing, he had no choice but to get up and shuffle towards the door, an aura of coldness swirling around him. Although the array around the building was sturdy, it couldn't possibly withstand a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's relentless bombardment. As Kong Tianyu repeatedly attacked with his spear, the entire Intertwining Fate Peak shook as though it would collapse at any moment. Yang Kai's silence infuriated him, causing him to exert more force with each blow. All of a sudden, the array around the building disappeared. The door was pushed open from the inside, and a young man with a grim expression stepped out. As their eyes met, an enraged Kong Tianyu jabbed his spear into the ground and roared, "Are you Yang Kai?" A displeased Yang Kai glared at him and snapped, "Who are you? Why are you shouting in front of my door? Are you Yang Kai or not? The one from Void Land?" Kong Tianyu asked again. Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, "So what if I'm Yang Kai?" Kong Tianyu narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Good, I finally found you. Do we know each other?" Yang Kai looked curiously at him. "It seems that there are some grudges between us." Kong Tianyu picked up his spear and pointed it at him. "Remember, the one who killed you is the son of the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Tianyu." Then, he looked up at the sky and roared, "Father, do you see it now? Your son will avenge you today." After he finished his words, Kong Tianyu forcefully thrust out his spear as his world force seemed able to shake the void. The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the crowd paled. Although there didn't seem to be anything special about Kong Tianyu's attack, they felt threatened just by looking at it. It was imaginable that Kong Tianyu must have used his full strength in order to avenge his father's death. Everyone thought about how they would resolve the attack if there were Yang Kai, but they soon realized there was nothing they could have done in his place. The only option would be to meet this attack head-on, but since they were weaker than Kong Tianyu, their small universes would be damaged if they tried to counter this thrust, resulting in serious injury or even death. Pa! The violent sight they all imagined never happened though. Following a light sound, Kong Tianyu was rooted to the spot as though he had been bound. His spear was grasped by Yang Kai with only one hand, and he was no longer able to move it one bit. Kong Tianyu and everyone else were stunned. Martial Peak? Chapter 44-48. I'll teach you a move. All of them widened their eyes as they couldn't believe what they saw. A Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had gathered all his strength to thrust out his spear, yet that spear was easily grasped by another Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master with only one hand. It proved that the latter must be immensely powerful. You're from Heavenly Sword Union? Yang Kai examined Kong Tianyu. Kong Feng was your father? Upon closer look, he realized that the person named Kong Tianyu indeed shared some similarities with Kong Feng in terms of their appearances. After recovering from the initial shock, Kong Tianyu gripped his spear and with a flourish shook off Yang Kai's grasp. Retreating a few steps to widen the gap with his enemy, both shocked and doubtful, he muttered, "You!" Kong Tianyu was shocked at the fact that his enemy possessed such incredible strength. Just now, he couldn't detect Yang Kai using his world force at all, but the latter could easily grab his spear. In other words, Yang Kai had only used brute force to accomplish this feat. The fact that a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to reach such a point in terms of physical strength was unheard of. At the very least, throughout Kong Tianyu's martial Dao, he had never come across anyone who was so strong before. However, he wasn't aware of the immensity of Yang Kai's strength in his dragon form. No cultivators in the same order could surpass him when it came to physical prowess. Heavenly Sword Union. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai suddenly started chuckling. Very good. I haven't managed to visit your sect yet, but you've come here to make a scene instead. Interesting indeed. After his return from the Shadowless Cave Heaven, Yang Kai subsequently destroyed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province to help the proprietress resolve her Heart Demon Oath, which sent a shock wave across the great forces that took part in the raid on Voidland. Consequently, many of those same great forces sent representatives to Voidland's Star City with gifts and requested to meet Yang Kai as they were worried that he would also destroy their sects. In fact, Yang Kai didn't really care about the great forces that had invaded Voidland before. At that time, they were forced to join the alliance for various reasons. Voidland was a powerful sect now, so there was no point in settling the grudges against those minor great forces. It would be a waste of time and energy. With that said, Yang Kai didn't intend to let Heavenly Sword Union off. He initially planned to call the roll and storm into Heavenly Sword Union to get even with them. However, the Tao Theory Assembly had derailed his plan, so he had to come to Inyang Cave Heaven first. It never crossed his mind that he would bump into Kong Feng's son here. It seemed that Qing Kuei had deliberately made him stay on Intertwining Fate Peak for this exact reason. Then Yang Kai let out a long sigh. So troublesome. I initially planned to keep a low profile, but it seems that won't be possible now. He was fully aware of what was going on with the Tao Theory Assembly. The most powerful participants were only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. By taking part in the assembly as Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was like an adult who was competing against children. There was no doubt that he could easily win first place if nothing changed. If he revealed his true strength now though, the situation in the Tao Theory Assembly would change. By then, people who were above the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm would participate in the assembly. Then, it suddenly dawned upon Yang Kai that perhaps this was the exact outcome Su Linggong and Qing Kuei wanted to see. He reckoned that it must be the truth, and it wasn't until this moment that he realized why he and Chu Huashang were caught in the act. This was all a plot set up by Su Linggong. Cunning old fox. Despite knowing that Su Linggong was doing it for Chu Huashang, Yang Kai was still displeased as no one would be happy being manipulated. What are you talking about? Kong Tianyu glared at him as he finally calmed down. The fight between Open Heaven Realm Masters was always about the powers of their small universes, not physical strength. He was astonished that Yang Kai was able to easily grasp his spear just now, but he had now recovered from his shock. Regardless of what you say, you will die today. Kong Tianyu wielded his spear again and pointed it at Yang Kai. As he spoke, he pushed out his spear, which was surrounded with an aura from an experienced Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As his world force permeated the place, a trail of darkness was left behind that could hardly be healed as he extended his spear. I was the young Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union and the successor to the Union Master. I had all the glory with me. However, it's all because of you that I'm marginalized by the old farts in the sect now. But so what? As long as I can become the winner in the Tao Theory Assembly, I'll be the young master of Inyang Cave Heaven. By then, I'll make all of them kneel before me and beg for my mercy. Ha ha ha. Do you see it now? That's the difference between us. Although you're also a Fifth Order Master, you're not comparable to me. I've been in this order for hundreds of years, while you only achieved an ascension 2 years ago. Let's see how much longer you'll... What? Kong Tianyu abruptly had his arrogant speech cut off as he became rooted to the spot. His hideous expression contorted as he gazed at his own hands with trembling eyes. He was supposed to be holding a spear, which was a Fifth Order artifact that Kong Feng had refined for him when he ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm in the past. However, there was presently nothing in his hands. The Fifth Order artifact that had been with him for hundreds of years had suddenly gone missing. Looking up, he saw that his spear was now in Yang Kai's hands as the latter nonchalantly wielded the weapon. When did that happen? Kong Tianyu's pupils contracted as the cold sweat slid down from his forehead to his cheeks. Although the young man in front of him looked ordinary, he felt like he could see the door of death slowly opening before his eyes. The people around them were flabbergasted. Initially, they could see that Kong Tianyu's attacks became increasingly menacing every time he pushed out his spear. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, Yang Kai's only option would be to dodge and flee. However, to their astonishment, the situation had been turned around in the blink of an eye. Kong Tianyu's artifact was snatched by his opponent, and no one could clearly see what happened at that moment. When they came to their senses, the dust had already settled. You talk too much. Yang Kai shot a disinterested glance at Kong Tianyu. Moreover, that's not how you're supposed to use a spear. I'll teach you a move. Then he wielded the spear and slowly thrust it out towards Kong Tianyu. Compared to the spear technique Kong Tianyu had used, Yang Kai's attack wasn't intimidating at all. Furthermore, it was outrageously slow as all of them could see the trail clearly. Even a 3-year-old kid could easily dodge it. The spectators were all doubtful as they wondered what was special about the attack. However, Kong Tianyu, the only one actually facing the attack, was now in an utter state of panic. He could clearly feel that the spear contained a horrifying power that he could not possibly resist, and that the shadow of death was about to consume him whole. He attempted to dodge, but regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to move a muscle. The space around him seemed to have been sealed off, and even his senses seemed to have been warped, like time itself had slowed down. The spear magnified before his eyes to the point where he could see nothing else. Hong! Violent force exploded as the spear struck Kong Tianyu's forehead and instantly exploded his head. The headless corpse convulsed as blood started spurting out of his neck and dyed his snow-white robes scarlet. The force lingering in the air slowly dissipated. Sixth Order. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Someone exclaimed. Shoo, shoo, shoo. All the spectators instantly fled in all directions with pale looks on their faces. The Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai, who had just arrived, was actually a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Despite being a powerful Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Kong Tianyu was still killed in one move. Kong Tianyu had been the most powerful person on Intertwining Fate Peak until now, so if he wasn't a match for Yang Kai, there was no way the others would be able to deal with him. That was the reason that they had immediately fled, as they were worried that Yang Kai would target them next. Have you learned it? Yang Kai asked dispassionately. In that case, you can rest in peace. Looking up next, Yang Kai saw a petite figure that looked like a young girl only 7 or 8 years old. Her face was pretty cute, and her hair had been tied into 2 ponytails. As she silently hovered in the air, she looked down at the entire intertwining fate peak. There was a writing brush in her hand as she dipped it in her mouth before jotting something down on a pad. It seemed that she was trying to record something. She had to be some kind of invigilator, and there must be such a person on every spirit peak. They were the people sent by Inyang Cave Heaven to observe the participants, and everything they did would be recorded by them. Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. The young girl's expression instantly darkened as she raised her book to stop Yang Kai from looking at her. After storing Kong Tian Yu's space ring, Yang Kai turned around and re-entered his lodging to continue cultivating. Since he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, it was no big deal for him to kill a 5th Order Master, and the matter didn't bother him one bit. If Kong Tian Yu hadn't caused a scene, Yang Kai wouldn't have ruthlessly ended his life. However, that was perhaps the outcome Su Linggong and Qing Kuei wanted to see. Since Yang Kai had revealed his 6th Order cultivation, the situation in the Tao Theory Assembly would soon change drastically. Some disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven soon came over to take the corpse away and clean up the blood. Just a while later, the spot in front of Yang Kai's door was spotless once more, as though nothing had happened just now. Just like Yang Kai had expected, after he returned to his room, messages were sent out in all directions. The fact that a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master appeared on intertwining fate peak spread around at the speed of lightning. On a certain spirit peak in a certain mountain range surrounded by mist, inside a gazebo, there were more than 10 figures who were either standing or seated as they seemed to be having a casual chat. One of them was Su Linggong. The Tao Theory Assembly was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang, so as her honored master, Su Linggong was naturally unable to stay out of this matter. Therefore, he was here to receive the top masters who came from other cave heavens and paradises. Su Linggong was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, so the people who deserved his attention were also high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Therefore, the people in the gazebo were all the inner elders from various cave heavens and paradises. None of them was a nobody. There was also another group of people outside of the gazebo, but unlike the meeting between the elders, it was just a meet-up among the younger generation. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-49, A Change in the Tao Theory Assembly. While the elders from the cave heavens and paradises were having a discussion, the younger generation were not standing idly by. Instead, they were exchanging pointers. Presently, there were 1 man and 1 woman who were engaging in an intense battle. As their 6th Order Open Heaven Realm auras clashed, they flew around the place. The people from the cave heavens and paradises rarely had such a chance to gather together. Therefore, using the Tao Theory Assembly as a chance, the elders brought their favorite disciples to this place. It wasn't that they wanted them to take part in the assembly, as they wouldn't have the heart to let the disciples they had high hopes for getting married into Inyang Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, they could make use of this chance to let the younger disciples familiarize themselves with one another and increase their experience. As the people in the gazebo watched the fight, some of them would make a remark from time to time. They looked like they were having a chat with the people around them, but they were actually commenting on the strengths and weaknesses of the ones in the battle. Although there was only a difference of 1 order between them, the gap between the mid-rank and the high-rank Open Heaven realm was no different from the distance between the heavens and earth. As inner elders, they were perfectly qualified to point out the weaknesses of these youths. The man and the woman in battle continuously adjusted the ways they made a move as they listened to the elder's comment, gaining some valuable knowledge along the way. Just then, an old man with a rosy face said, "Good, the battle should stop here. Both of you must be exhausted, so get some rest now." Upon hearing that, the man and the woman leapt away and saluted one another. Then, they put away their artifacts and sat down with their legs crossed. Just then, a grim-looking old man with an aquiline nose in the gazebo turned to look at Su Linggong and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why are you in the mood to keep us company today, Brother Su?" Su Linggong was responsible for handling all the affairs in the Tao Theory Assembly. Supposedly, he had to keep these elders company. However, since the day they arrived, Su Linggong had only shown up once on the first day and let them stay in their respective residences after. He had practically ignored them since then. In fact, they fully understood how Su Linggong felt. He was resentful of them. After all, they had used a dirty trick to make sure that only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, which meant that only a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would eventually marry Chu Huashang. They reckoned that Su Linggong had been pretty restrained for not outright attacking them, so it was understandable that he ignored them most of the time. However, he had come to visit them on this day with a jovial expression, as though something great had happened to him. "What do you mean? While it is true I was too swamped with work and didn't have the time to keep you company, I do now," Su Linggong replied nonchalantly. "Since all of you have come all the way here, I'll have to make time for you even though I'm busy." They naturally wouldn't believe him. This guy previously showed no trace of politeness when glaring at them since they arrived. However, they couldn't figure out why he was in a jubilant mood on this day. Just then, someone approached them from afar. After saluting all of them, he walked up to the grim-looking old man and whispered something to him. The grim-looking old man's expression changed as he shot a meaningful glance at Su Linggong, soon understanding what had happened. Then, he gently waved his hand to motion for the person to withdraw and stared at Su Linggong before commenting, "An ingenious move indeed, Brother Su. This Zhua is impressed." With the wine cup in his hand, Su Linggong looked smilingly at him. "What are you talking about, Brother Zhua? I don't understand." "It's fine. I know what you've done." The old man surnamed Zhua sneered and rose from the chair. "I'll take my leave." Seeing that, Pei Wenxian, who was seated among the younger disciples, hurriedly got up and left with him. As they walked down the mountain, Pei Wenxian cautiously followed the old man surnamed Zhua. He instinctively had a feeling that the other party was in a terrible mood, but he had no idea what had happened. "There's been a change in the Tao Theory Assembly," Wenxian, the old man surnamed Zhua, suddenly said. Pei Wenxian became startled for a moment, then asked, "Master Zhua, you mean?" This old man was none other than Zhua Bukun, an elder from Myriad Demons Heaven. In the past, Ti Zhang was responsible for handling all external affairs. However, after his death in the Shattered Heaven, Zhua Bukun took over his duties and subordinates. "A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master has appeared in the Tao Theory Assembly," Zhua Bukun replied. "A Sixth Order?" We all agreed that only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would join the assembly. "Who broke the rule?" Pei Wenxian asked with a frown. "He's not from one of the cave heavens and paradises. You know him as well, actually." "Who is it?" "The Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai." Pei Wenxian was startled for a moment, then knitted his brows together. "Are you mistaken, Master Zhua? I'm aware that Yang Kai is in Yinyang Cave Heaven because he moved past the territory gate we had cordoned off. However, he's supposed to be in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, not the Sixth Order." The eldest son of Kong Feng, Kong Tianyu, ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm several hundred years ago. His power was considered quite good among those in the same order. Nevertheless, he was killed by Yang Kai in one move. Pei Wenxian's pupils contracted when he heard that. Although he hadn't been in any contact with Kong Tianyu before, he had heard about him. Just like Zhua Bukun had said, that guy was a powerful Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who achieved his ascension several hundred years ago. Nonetheless, he was killed by Yang Kai with only one move. Pei Wenxian wouldn't doubt Zhua Bukun. Since the older man had said so, the information must have been verified. Seeing as Yang Kai was able to kill Kong Tianyu easily, he had to be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Pei Wenxian was dumbfounded to learn that Yang Kai was in the Sixth Order, which was the same as him, as according to the information the Cave Heavens and Paradises had gathered, Yang Kai had only made it to the Fifth Order outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Suppressing the doubt in his mind, Pei Wenxian asked, "Master Zhua, you mean?" He knew that Zhua Bukun wouldn't have said such a thing for no reason. He was definitely required to do something. According to the original plan, all of us only had to respectively send one Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. However, with this turn of events, things have changed. What's more, the problem occurred at the territory gate we were responsible for. Since we're at fault, we have to give an explanation to the others. I want you to participate in the assembly and become the winner, Zhuobu-kun ordered impassively. That was the reason he immediately left the gazebo upon hearing the news. The news would be spread among the other great forces soon, and if he hadn't left, he would have been criticized by the others. After all, the problem was with the territory gate that myriad demons heaven had guarded. Upon hearing that, Pei Wenxian replied, I can definitely become the winner. But, Master Zhua, I'll have to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven by doing so. Despite knowing that Yang Kai was also in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he was still confident of defeating the other party since he was a disciple from a cave heaven. The disciples from the cave heavens and paradises were not afraid of anyone in the same order. You're a core disciple of myriad demons heaven, so we won't let you marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven. Don't worry, I'll handle the issue. Pei Wenxian nodded his head. I'll do as you say, Master Zhua. After giving it a thought, Zhuobu-kun said, You must not be complacent. Although you've refined Sixth Order elements and eventually ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai condensed several Seventh Order elements before. Moreover, he's able to use a divine manifestation. Therefore, you can't regard him like any other Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master. It will probably be difficult for you to deal with him. Pei Wenxian replied, Don't worry, Master Zhua. I will not be negligent. Very good. The assembly is just a few days away. Get some rest and make sure that you're prepared. Yes. In the gazebo on the Spirit Peak, Su Linggong was humming a tune as he was in a jovial mood. He watched as the cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises came over and reported to their respective elders in small voices one by one. The elders initially had no idea why Zhuobu-kun had left all of a sudden, but upon hearing the reports from their subordinates, they finally realized what had happened. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had suddenly shown up in the Tao Theory Assembly. Although there was only one person, it had derailed all of their plans and arrangements, forcing them to change their tactics. The elders subsequently left, all of them shooting resentful glances at Su Linggong before that. It was never a good feeling to be stabbed in the back. Su Linggong, on the other hand, only became more jubilant. After all of them were gone, he couldn't help but start guffawing. Meanwhile, there were only a small number of people in a certain palace of Yinyang Cave Heaven, where Open Heaven Realm Masters had to make a registration to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Those who were supposed to make a registration had already done so, and since the assembly was just a few days away, it was basically too late for those who hadn't managed to do so already to sign up. The disciples responsible for registering the Open Heaven Realm Masters were thus lazing about somewhat sleepily. Although there were several hundred people already registered, there was only one Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The outcome of the Tao Theory Assembly wouldn't be surprising since there was a stark difference between those in different orders. However, they were just ordinary disciples, so it had nothing to do with them. When two disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven, who were bored behind the registration desk, saw a figure appearing all of a sudden in front of them, they were astonished. Looking up, they could instantly recognize that the person was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was the outer elder of Myriad Demons Heaven. Previously, this person had brought a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from the same sect to make a registration, so the two disciples could recognize him. One of the disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven rose from the chair and asked, So, it is Elder He. Why have you come here all of a sudden? Elder He's expression was so cold that it was as though a layer of frost could be scraped off his face. He had nowhere to vent out his fury, which almost burned him alive. He was the elderly man who had previously stopped Qing Kuei and Yang Kai just outside the territory gate. Since Yang Kai had managed to enter Yinyang Cave Heaven under his watch, he had to take full responsibility for it. As such, he had just been harshly reprimanded by Zhuobu-kun, which was why he was in a foul mood. I'm here to make a registration, he said in a sulky voice. What? The disciple who spoke earlier was startled. When he looked behind Elder He saw no one there. Puzzled, he asked, Are you doing it for yourself, or? Elder He roared. You want this old master to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven? Of course. I'm making a registration for someone else. The two disciples were stunned as they had no idea why Elder he was so incensed. Still, they hurriedly straightened up and helped him with the registration. Please tell me the person's name, cultivation, and master sect. Elder he replied in a grim voice. Pei Wenxian, 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Myriad Demons Heaven. The two disciples were startled as they looked up at him. One of them asked hesitantly, Are you sure you want to make a registration for senior brother Pei? They had heard about Pei Wenxian. He was a rising star in Myriad Demons Heaven who directly ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. There was no doubt that he had a bright future. Martial Peak, Chapter 4450, Lu Jing. The status of Pei Wenxian in Myriad Demons Heaven was the same as Chu Huashang in Yinyang Cave Heaven. Such a person was destined to be one of the most important figures in Myriad Demons Heaven in the future, so there was no way he would marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss for his sect. Therefore, when the two disciples, who were responsible for registering the candidates, heard that Elder he was making a registration for Pei Wenxian to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they were dumbfounded. Cut the crap. Do it now and give me a jade token. Elder he snapped. Yes, yes, yes. Please give us a moment, Elder he. Not daring to be negligent, the two disciples hurriedly recorded Pei Wenxian's information and passed the elderly man a jade token. Not willing to stay there any longer, Elder he took the token and left while the two disciples exchanged glances in puzzlement. Before they even recovered from their shock, more people had come to register. Half a day later, the two disciples fell into a dazed state as they looked at the book in front of them. In such a short time, more than 10 cave heavens and paradises had sent new disciples to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, and they were all in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Just like Pei Wenxian, they were rising stars of their respective sects who achieved an ascension in the past 100 years. The two disciples were torn between tears and laughter because there was even a woman on the list. The words Lang Ya Paradise, Gu Pan, 6th Order, were clearly written in the book. The purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly was to help Chu Huashang find a husband, so the participants were naturally all men. Something had to be terribly wrong with Lang Ya Paradise as they had sent a female disciple. If Gu Pan happened to become the winner, she would have to bed Chu Huashang in the future. The two disciples felt their blood beginning to boil as they began to imagine such a future. Although they had no idea what had happened that made these new 6th Order Open Heaven realms change their minds and take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they could clearly feel that a change was taking place in the assembly. Their gazes fell upon a certain name as they had a feeling that the change had something to do with that person. After all, prior to this, he was the only 6th Order Open Heaven realm among the hundreds of participants in the assembly. On intertwining Fate Peak, Yang Kai examined Kong Tianyu's space ring and obtained some 5th Order materials from it. Other than that, there was nothing worth mentioning. As the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai had a first-class star city and countless powerful open heaven realms as subordinates. Given his wealth, he was naturally dismissive of ordinary treasures. After putting everything of value in his own ring, he continued refining open heaven pills. Soon, however, the barrier around his house was triggered. Instead of a violent fluctuation this time, though, it felt more like someone was simply trying to get his attention. With a frown, Yang Kai got up and lowered the barrier. After pushing the door open, he saw a decent-looking young man standing outside. Seeing Yang Kai, the young man quickly saluted him. Gathering Yuan Union's Lu Jing greets senior brother. Yang Kai sized him up and asked, "What's wrong?" He remembered seeing Gathering Yuan Union in his universe chart, which included all the known great territories and great forces within them. When he was looking for the star boundary in the past, Yang Kai had carefully studied every part of the universe chart, so he vaguely remembered a force called Gathering Yuan Union. However, he didn't pay any attention to this force since he probably wouldn't come into contact with them. If he wasn't mistaken, Gathering Yuan Union was above average among the second-class great forces, with a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing their sect. "I'm sorry for bothering you, senior brother." Lu Jing cautiously examined Yang Kai's expression, and upon seeing that the latter didn't show signs of impatience, he set his mind at ease. He was shocked to see Kong Tianyu getting killed in just one move a short time ago. That guy was a fifth-order open heaven realm master, but he was killed like an ant. Therefore, Lu Jing was terrified when dealing with Yang Kai, as he was worried that the latter would make a move on him at any moment. The participants of the Tao Theory Assembly had to understand that they might get killed at any moment. Hence, Yang Kai could murder all the people on Intertwining Fate Peak if he wanted to do that. "If you don't mind, can I come in to speak with you?" Lu Jing asked in a gentle tone. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai stepped aside. Lu Jing thanked him and shuffled into the house. After they were seated, Lu Jing said, "I've heard much about you, senior brother. Now that I finally see you." Before he could finish his flattery, Yang Kai raised his hand and cut him off. "Just speak frankly. Since it was the first time they met, there was nothing worth talking about between them, and the only reason Yang Kai let him in was to find out his intentions." An embarrassed Lu Jing coughed and put on a hollow laugh. "Good, senior brother Yang. The reason I've come to visit you is to ask you to protect me in the Tao Theory Assembly to the best of your abilities." Yang Kai frowned and gazed at him in puzzlement. Lu Jing put on a bitter smile. "As you can see, senior brother, I'm just a fourth-order cultivator, one of the weakest among the participants in the Tao Theory Assembly. If I encounter a powerful opponent, there's no way I can survive." With an awkward expression, Yang Kai asked, "Since you're aware of your weaknesses, why have you still come here to take part in the assembly?" A troubled Lu Jing replied, "Do you think I want to be here, senior brother? I had no choice. Although the purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly is to help senior sister Chu select a husband, it is also a major event in the 3,000 worlds. My father told me to take part in it to broaden my horizons and gain some life experience. He doesn't expect me to become the winner. To be honest with you, many participants of the assembly are in the same situation as me." "They're forced to come here by their families?" Yang Kai was surprised. Lu Jing replied, "Well, not all of them. There are only a small number of people who are forced to come here by their families. What I mean is that they're taking part in the assembly not to become the winner but to go through some training by using this event as an opportunity." Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai nodded his head. After giving it a thought, he realized that it was just like what Lu Jing had said. The Tao Theory Assembly was considered a major event in the 3,000 worlds. Many powerful cultivators had gathered together in this place to exchange moves, which was a kind of training for them. Then, Yang Kai said with a frown, "It will be difficult for me to ensure your safety. What I can do at most is to let you off when you're faced with me. The others might not be as easygoing though." Upon hearing that, Lu Jing burst into laughter. "Do you think the assembly is just an event where all the participants have to fight with one another until the strongest one emerges? Isn't that the case?" Yang Kai was shocked. Lu Jing explained, "There might be such an event in the final stage. However, from what I've gathered, the assembly isn't so simple. There must be other arrangements. However, I'm unable to find out how the assembly would be carried out." He paused for a moment. "Why do you think those from Inyang Cave Heaven want us to stay on different spirit peaks?" Yang Kai replied, "Of course. It's to allow the stronger cultivators to weed out weaker opponents in advance to simplify the situation. That might be one of the reasons. However, it's also possible that they want us to familiarize ourselves with one another and find our own companions so that we can face various challenges together." A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes when he heard that. Was it really the intention of those from Inyang Cave Heaven for making such an arrangement? Lu Jing went on to say, "The Tao Theory Assembly is to help senior sister Chu select a husband, so it would be too straightforward if they just wanted to select the strongest cultivator. In that case, there would be no need for a competition at all. We would just have to stand in a row and let the high-rank open heaven realms examine us to select a winner. However, how do they examine the winner's temperament and personality? Only by going through different tests could the participants showcase their capabilities in different areas." Yang Kai reckoned that Lu Jing had a point. "Therefore, I think that the Tao Theory Assembly isn't just about fighting against one another. There must be more to it." Lu Jing's eyes seemed to be glowing, as though he was confident that his speculation was right. Then, he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Hence, I hope you'll ensure my safety to the best of your abilities, senior brother." Yang Kai stroked his chin and said frankly, "If the assembly is just like what you've said, I can take care of you to some extent. However, what can you give me?" Lu Jing was startled as he hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree so easily. The speech he had prepared in advance now became completely useless, so he simply asked dazedly, "What do you want, senior brother?" The way Yang Kai gazed at him made him shrink back. "If I'm not mistaken, gathering Yuan Union focuses on doing business. Your ships sail everywhere in the 3,000 worlds, and your sect is quite wealthy. Since you're able to represent gathering Yuan Union to take part in the assembly when you're just in the 4th order, you're obviously an important figure in your sect. Say no more, senior brother. I'm willing to pay you a 6th order Yang element treasure as a reward. What do you think?" Lu Jing interrupted Yang Kai as he was worried that the latter would come up with some unreasonable demands. "Deal." Yang Kai replied without hesitation. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his fists. "I'll be relying on you then, senior brother. After the Tao Theory Assembly ends, I'll pass you the reward." Yang Kai nodded, and after they chatted for a bit more, Lu Jing left. Upon activating the array again, Yang Kai returned to his room and fell silent. A 4th order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to directly offer a 6th order Yang element material, which went to show that gathering Yuan Union was truly wealthy. It had to be noted that a 6th order material was worth 10 to 20 million Open Heaven pills, with Yin and Yang element treasures being even more expensive than that. Therefore, it was apparent that Lu Jing was an important figure in gathering Yuan Union. Perhaps he was the young Union Master, which was why he could offer such a handsome reward so easily. If there were indeed other arrangements in the Tao Theory Assembly just like what Lu Jing had speculated, Yang Kai wouldn't mind protecting him as long as he was capable of doing so. There was a serious lack of 6th order materials in Voidland. Besides the great emperors Su Yan and his other wives, Yang Kai also needed 6th order materials now. 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Yu He and the others also needed 6th order materials to cultivate efficiently. Although he had a first-class star city where he could obtain 6th order materials from time to time, Yin and Yang element materials were still extremely rare. Lu Jing was clearly a seasoned person, so he knew that other rewards might not be able to move Yang Kai. As such, he directly offered a reward that Yang Kai would not be able to turn down. Everything was peaceful for the next few days. When Kong Tianyu was on intertwining Fate Peak previously, the place was lively as the residents would exchange pointers from time to time. However, after he was killed by Yang Kai with only one move, the entire Spirit Peak fell into a dead silence. The dozen or so people living here all hid in their resting places to cultivate while keeping their defensive arrays activated, worried that Yang Kai would storm into their places and kill them all in advance. After all, a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master was essentially unmatched on the Spirit Peak. Martial Peak, Chapter 4451. Many powerful opponents. The Tao Theory Assembly officially commenced a few days later. As a loud bell tolled, the cultivators, who had been cultivating on their respective spirit peaks, stepped out of their residences. On intertwining Fate Peak, as soon as Yang Kai left his room, he saw many people looking at him with fearful eyes. Although a few days had passed, the sight of Kong Tianyu's head being blown up by Yang Kai's spear attack remained vivid in their minds. Kong Tianyu was the strongest 5th order Open Heaven Realm Master among them, but he was unable to survive a single move from Yang Kai. Certainly, as a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master, Yang Kai stood out among them. They were previously worried that Yang Kai would kill all of them on intertwining Fate Peak so that he would have fewer opponents. However, after he dealt with Kong Tianyu, he went on to cultivate in seclusion and didn't bother anyone else, allowing the others to have some peaceful days to live. Honestly speaking, if it weren't because they couldn't back down halfway, everyone on intertwining Fate Peak would have fled already. None of them would be a match for a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master in the Tao Theory Assembly, so rather than staying there and getting humiliated, they could save themselves some time and embarrassment by backing down. However, the Tao Theory Assembly was held by Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and no one had the guts to leave halfway. The consequences would be dreadful if their backing down was taken as a sign of disrespect towards Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Just then, Lu Jing approached Yang Kai in a friendly manner. Yang Kai nodded gently at him and looked up. There was a slim woman clad in revealing clothes who was hovering in midair. Her short skirt could barely cover her alluring bottom, and as the wind whisked through her skirt, one could almost catch a glimpse of the spring scenery hidden below. The woman was weak as she was only in the third-order open heaven realm. However, her skin was delicate, and her eyes were extremely enchanting. "Since all of you are ready, please come with me," the woman stated in a sweet voice. As she turned around and flew forward, the men were aroused when they saw her bareback. None of them moved a muscle as they gazed at Yang Kai. It wasn't until Yang Kai flew up that the others followed him. More than a dozen people left the Spirit Peak and they soon reached the endless void. They had no idea where the woman was leading them to, but they could only follow her as it wasn't appropriate to ask her about it. 1 hour later, they finally saw a huge universe world in the distance. The universe world was much larger than average, and looking from afar, they could see that the terrain was pretty complex with the environment quite hostile. There was also a layer of gray mist around the universe world, seemingly shielding it from complete view. Yang Kai couldn't help but study the universe world in puzzlement. Inyang Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens. So why was there such a strange universe world in their territory? Given their strength, it wasn't hard for them to change the environment of this universe world, so there must be a reason for them to keep it as it was. Outside the universe world, there was a gigantic palace hovering in the void, in front of which was a square that was filled with many people. The third-order woman from Inyang Cave Heaven led the group from intertwining Fate Peak to land on the square. After stabilizing herself, she performed a salute in a particular direction. "Greetings, Elder Su. The participants from intertwining Fate Peak are all here." Su Linggong was seated on a chair in that direction while Qing Kuei and Suing Shui were standing behind him. Seeing Yang Kai, Qing Kuei nodded at him. Su Linggong swept a glance over them as his gaze eventually fell on Yang Kai. He seemed to be in a jovial mood as he said amicably, "Good, you may leave now." "Yes." The third-order open heaven realm woman bowed and departed, leaving Yang Kai and the others where they stood. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings and realized that many cultivators had gathered together in groups in the square. There were somewhere between 300 to 400 of them in total. It seemed that they were also participants in the Tao Theory Assembly. The weakest ones were in the fourth order, while there were many fifth-order open heaven realm masters. Just like those from intertwining Fate Peak, these cultivators were supposed to be staying on their respective spirit peaks previously, but they were now all brought to this place. Soon, Yang Kai fell into a dazed state as he stared fixedly in a particular direction, a hint of shock on his face. That was because a petite woman was standing over there. Many of the participants around her were also examining her in shock. The existence of such a woman among a large group of men was like the bright moon in the dark night sky. It was expected that their attention was drawn to her. After all, the Tao Theory Assembly was meant to help Chu Huashang select a husband. Although those from Inyang Cave Heaven hadn't set any strict rules, the participants were basically all men. Why would a woman take part in such an assembly? However, there really was a woman standing right on the square. Moreover, Yang Kai actually knew her. She was none other than Gu Pan from Langya Paradise. Yang Kai could barely suppress his laughter. It wasn't surprising that Gu Pan was in Inyang Cave Heaven because she and Chu Huashang were close friends. Since this matter was about Chu Huashang's future happiness, it was only to be expected that she had tagged along with her master to this place. Nevertheless, it was quite awkward for her to appear in this square. When Yang Kai came across Gu Pan and Chu Huashang in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in the past, they were also Emperor Realm cultivators just like himself. After such a long time, though, everyone from back then had ascended to the Open Heaven Realm. Chu Huashang and Gu Pan both ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. In that case, Yang Kai kept darting his gaze around and soon found two other familiar faces. One of them was Lin Feng from True Martial Cave Heaven, and the other was Ning Dao Ran from Free and Unfettered Paradise. Of the friends he got to know in Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, only little fatty Su Zhen wasn't around. It wasn't certain whether he didn't come or he hadn't ascended to the Open Heaven Realm yet. When their eyes met, Lin Feng snorted as he seemed to be displeased with Yang Kai. On the other hand, Ning Dao Ran just nodded at Yang Kai as a polite gesture. There were also some other unfriendly gazes that were examining Yang Kai. As Yang Kai swept a glance over them and soon saw Pei Wenxian from Myriad Demon's Heaven and Yin Xian Zhao from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. These two guys had formed grudges against Yang Kai in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, Yin Xian Zhao relentlessly tried to kill Yang Kai. Fortunately, Chu Huashang never gave up on Yang Kai as she carried him on her back and eventually escaped from danger. There were some other people that Yang Kai didn't know, but he had a feeling that they were also core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises just like Chu Huashang. There seemed to be a lot of powerful opponents in this Tao Theory assembly. The disciples of Yin Cave Heaven continuously led more participants to this place from various spirit peaks where they formed into different groups and waited patiently. On a platform overlooking the square, Su Linggong sat in the center seat among the other high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises, all of whom sported dark expressions. This couldn't be helped, as Su Linggong had suddenly changed the content of the Tao Theory assembly. According to the original plan, the participants would just have to go on stage and fight against one another until the final winner emerged. It was a brutal but simple way, as the stronger cultivators would be at an advantage. Nevertheless, Su Linggong informed them at the last moment that the rules had been changed, which infuriated the high-rank open heaven realm masters from more than a dozen cave heavens and paradises. They didn't mind changing the content of the assembly, but Su Linggong had crossed the line by changing it at the last possible moment, leaving them unprepared. Presently, Zhuobu-kun from Myriad Demon's Heaven was seated to the left of Su Linggong. He turned to look at him and asked impassively, "Brother Su, what are you trying to do?" "What do you mean?" Su Linggong glanced over at him. Zhuobu-kun asked, "Have you changed the rules at the last moment for a particular person?" "I don't understand what you're talking about." Su Linggong appeared innocent. "If you think there's something wrong with the assembly, you can leave now. I don't mind." Zhuobu-kun snorted. "Is it really so easy, Brother Su? Since we've joined the assembly, why would we leave halfway? If news spread, Myriad Demon's Heaven would become a laughingstock." "Stop spouting nonsense if you're not going to leave then. I'm in charge of the Tao Theory assembly, and I can do whatever I want." Su Linggong seemed ready to fight it out if need be. Seeing that both of them were incensed, the people beside them hurriedly calmed them down. Su Linggong looked smilingly at the square, but he secretly felt bitter in his heart. If Chu Huashang hadn't pestered him, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to change the rules of the Tao Theory assembly. If they carried out the original plan and let the participants simply go on stage to fight, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would have a distinct advantage. The winner would be one of those disciples from the aforementioned great forces, not Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai was also a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it had only been 2 years since his ascension. Be it his heritage or foundation, he wasn't comparable to the disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Only when the rules were changed would he stand a chance to become the winner. Su Linggong knew that Chu Huashang was trying to help Yang Kai, but despite that, the young man would have to rely on his own power if he wanted to win first place. Now, they could only hope that this brat wouldn't disappoint them. As time passed, all the participants of the assembly were brought to this place. Yang Kai looked around and realized that there were about 500 or 600 people who were taking part in the assembly. However, he reckoned that there were originally more who were now buried on the various spirit peaks, just like what had happened to Kong Tianyu. Therefore, there were probably about 1,000 people who had registered to join the assembly. It had to be noted that all 1,000 of these people were in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm and above. None of them were minor characters. There was no doubt that the Tao Theory assembly was a major event in the 3,000 worlds. It seemed that Lu Jing was right to say that many of the people who joined the assembly didn't intend to become the winner, as they had to be fully aware that they were not powerful enough to win. The reason they still participated in the event was to give themselves some training. Certainly, if they were lucky enough to be the winner, it would be life-changing for them. Previously, more than a dozen cave heavens and paradises had cordoned off the territory gates around Yinyang territory and chased off all the foreign Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which allowed the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to have some hope. However, following the participation of more than a dozen Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters now, their hope was thoroughly crushed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4452, Prison Star. Many well-informed people had some complaints about Yang Kai at this moment. If it was not for his sudden participation, the Tao Theory Assembly would not have had any Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in attendance. In the current situation, they no longer expected to obtain any of the top positions. They simply hoped that they would not be ranked so lowly that they besmirched the names of their sects. After a while, nobody else was guided to this place. It would seem that all of the participants had gathered here. Qing Kuei leaned over and muttered something in Su Linggong's ear, after which he nodded lightly and said, "Since everybody is gathered here, let us begin." Behind him, Suing Shui immediately took one step forward and raised an arm upon hearing those words. Hundreds of streams of light burst out all of a sudden and swept across the huge square. A short while later, all the participating cultivators were surprised to find a pale gold wristband floating in front of each of them. The wristbands were made from some kind of unknown material that exuded a faint pulsing aura. Suing Shui's expression was cold and indifferent as she explained, "All participants, please wear these wristbands. These wristbands are very important. They are the key items that will determine your ranking in the Tao Theory Assembly. So do not lose them or destroy them. Do not remove them without authorization either, or you will be disqualified." Everybody curiously looked at the pale gold wristbands after hearing those words. Despite studying the wristbands from all angles, they could not figure out anything about them. Nevertheless, they could only obey since these arrangements were something Yin Yang Cave Heaven had prepared for them. It didn't take long before everybody was wearing the wristbands. What was surprising was that the wristbands transformed into a circular brand that imprinted itself on their wrists when worn. Yang Kai quietly scanned the wristband for a moment but did not detect anything unusual. He could not even sense the slightest hint of something wrong. As for what these wristbands were meant for, he remained clueless and turned to look at Lu Jing curiously. Unfortunately, Lu Jing shook his head to indicate that he did not know anything either. Yang Kai could only give up. In any case, Yin Yang Cave Heaven would eventually give an appropriate explanation for the situation. Once everybody was wearing the wristbands, Su Linggong slowly got to his feet. The majestic aura of a Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Master unfolded, and with a dignified expression, he spoke, "Yin Yang Cave Heaven has been established in the 3,000 worlds for countless years. Our inheritance is steeped with history. Today, I will be choosing a husband for my youngest disciple. It is comforting for this monarch to see so many handsome young men standing here. I hope you will perform well and achieve satisfactory results." His voice was not loud, but everybody could hear him clearly with the help of his Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm aura. It sounded almost as though he was standing next to each person while speaking. The location of the Tao Theory Assembly this time lies within the universe world behind you. The expressions of many people changed to reveal knowing looks. The truth was that many of the cultivators had already made some guesses when they saw this universe world. If that was not the location where the Tao Theory Assembly was going to be held, then why guide people to this place? Yang Kai noticed that Lu Jing, who was standing next to him, had turned slightly pale. Lu Jing seemed apprehensive about something, almost as though this particular universe world contained some kind of deadly threat. The universe world before you is known as Prison Star. It is the place where Yin Yang Cave Heaven exiles certain dangerous criminals. The people in that universe world consist of Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples who committed grave crimes, as well as vicious and atrocious villains who were captured and brought back from the outside world. It can be said that every single existence within that place is a criminal. You can kill them at your discretion. I knew it. It really is the Prison Star. Lu Jing murmured softly. Yang Kai turned to look at Lu Jing. He knows something about this Prison Star. Unfortunately, it's not convenient for me to ask him about this matter under the current circumstances. I can only figure things out once Su Linggong finishes his speech. This Prison Star is a training ground for Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples. What you need to do now is enter the Prison Star and slaughter those who can be killed. The wristband will record your achievements. In the end, The person with the highest score recorded in their wristbands will be the winner. As soon as those words left Su Linggong's mouth, a commotion broke out among the cultivators in the silent square, and many of the cultivators couldn't help revealing joyous looks. That was particularly true for many Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They originally thought that they would only be accompanying their charges on a study trip to the Tao Theory Assembly. After all, they did not have the slightest chance of winning against the 10 or so Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in a straight-up fight. On the other hand, if the Tao Theory Assembly was carried out in this manner, then they could avoid fighting with the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters entirely. There was even a chance of winning first place if they could obtain a good enough result on the Prison Star. Su Linggong coldly observed the commotion below, only to break into a grin after a long while. You will know how the wristband records your achievements later, but there is something else this monarch needs to inform you about first. All the criminals on Prison Star have been notified of this event, and have been told that if they kill enough participants, they will be able to obtain their freedom. That's why. It's not just you hunting them, they will also spare no effort to hunt you down. After all, it has been many years since they last tasted freedom. The commotion throughout the square died down abruptly. One of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters frowned at those words. Brother Su, why was I not informed about this? If that were the case, then every single person who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly would be in mortal danger. There were many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Prison Star, and if anybody were to encounter those people, even a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master from the Cave Heavens and Paradises might not escape alive. Similarly, the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters turned to look at Su Linggong in unison. It was clear that it was also the first time they had heard about this. Su Linggong slapped his head lightly. Oh, did I not tell you? No worries. It's not too late for you to find out now. Brother Su, is this your own idea? Or is this Inyang Cave Heaven's idea? A high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master questioned. Su Linggong glanced sideways at that person and simply stated, I am in charge of the Tao Theory Assembly. Whatever I say goes. If you are worried about your disciples, you can withdraw right now. This Su will not stop anybody. Withdraw? We're already here. Who would have the nerve to quit now? If we did that, won't other people look down on our sex? They originally assumed that the Tao Theory Assembly was an explanation given by Inyang Cave Heaven, as a result of the joint pressure exerted by the various Cave Heavens and Paradises for Chu Huashang's actions. It would now seem, though, that everybody had been fooled by Su Linggong. If they had known that the Tao Theory Assembly would be so dangerous, they wouldn't have allowed their most treasured disciples to participate. Those whom they brought here were newly promoted 6th Open Heaven Realm Masters. How could they compare with the old ghosts on Prison Star? Martial Uncle Su, how will the achievements be calculated if 2 people work together to kill a criminal? In Xian Zhao of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven suddenly cupped his fist and asked. Su Linggong grinned. Rest assured. As long as you are nearby when the criminal dies, you will share a certain amount of the achievements. You can figure out the secrets behind this mechanism yourselves. In Xian Zhao nodded lightly and asked again, what if we were to accidentally kill another participant? Su Linggong said, of course, there will also be achievements for that. Moreover, all the results previously obtained by that person will be passed on to you. In Xian Zhao licked his lips and smiled. I see. This disciple understands now. The expressions of many participating cultivators were rather ugly. Inyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly was now a chaotic free-for-all. There was no doubt that Su Linggong set this up to promote killings. It didn't matter whether it was the criminals on Prison Star or the participating cultivators. As long as they killed another, they would receive achievements for their deeds. Lu Jing turned deathly pale as he gulped nervously and looked at Yang Kai pitifully. Senior brother Yang. The rules of the Tao Theory Assembly had suddenly become so brutal that he was not sure if Yang Kai was still willing to fulfill their previous agreement. Yang Kai, however, just said, rest assured, just follow me later. Lu Jing was overjoyed. Many thanks for your care, brother Yang. He was incredibly grateful that he made such a timely move back on intertwining Fate Peak. How else could he have had the chance to follow a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now? He was just a fourth-order open heaven realm master. If he had entered Prison Star with his current strength alone, it would not be long before he ended up as somebody else's meal. Are there any other questions? Su Linggong scanned the audience. Nobody answered. Thus, he nodded in satisfaction. In that case, let the Tao Theory Assembly begin. After saying that, he sat back down again. Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui stepped forward at the same time and walked out from behind Su Linggong. They each used a set of hand seals before pushing their palms out towards Prison Star. In the next moment, a wide, multicolored road appeared out of nowhere, connecting Prison Star and the palace square like a rainbow. Su Yingshui shouted, "All participants, please enter. The event will last for 1 year, during which Prison Star's Grand Array will remain closed. Nobody will be allowed to enter or leave without authorization. Once the 1-year period is up, we will guide you back here." Everybody glanced at the Rainbow Bridge for a moment, and not long after that, somebody moved and landed atop it. A distorted light flashed by, and that person vanished out of sight in an instant, probably transferred somewhere on Prison Star. The rest of the cultivators quickly stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge, either alone or in small groups of 3 to 5. Yang Kai was in no hurry to move and simply stood there waiting. "Junior brother Yang." Coquettish voice suddenly rang out. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and saw a figure flying out from the depths of Yinyang Cave Heaven. It was Chu Huashang. On the stage, Su Linggong was taken aback by the sight and asked Su Yingshui, "What is that girl doing here?" Su Yingshui slowly shook her head. His facial muscles twitched slightly in annoyance. Regardless of the circumstances, the purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly was to choose a husband for Chu Huashang. Hence, it was truly inappropriate for her to make a public appearance at a time like this. Be that as it may, she was already here, so it was already too late to stop her. The cultivators who had yet to enter Prison Star looked up upon hearing her voice, and many people recognized her identity and looked enamored at the mere sight of her. Leaving aside the fact that she was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, Chu Huashang's figure and looks alone were first class throughout the 3,000 worlds. If they could take the winning spot in the Tao Theory Assembly, they would be able to win the hand of such a gorgeous beauty. If that had happened, then their lives would not have been in vain. In front of everybody's eyes, though, Chu Huashang landed lightly in front of Yang Kai. "Senior Sister Chu, what are you doing here?" Yang Kai asked. He had not seen her since the last time the two of them had been caught in bed by Su Linggong. Therefore, he never expected for her to come here at this time. "I came to see you." She looked at him with a smile. All of a sudden, she took 2 steps forward and threw her soft body into his arms. "Come back soon, junior brother. I will be waiting for you." Yang Kai immediately froze in place. The two of them had been in the throes of passion and nearly sealed the deal in her bedroom last time. But that incident had simply been a trap devised by Su Linggong, so it could not be counted. But now, she was the one who took the initiative to hug him. Furthermore, she did it in front of so many people that he was completely caught off guard. When Yang Kai looked around, he saw that the expressions of many participating cultivators were as black as the bottom of a pot. Martial Peak, Chapter 4453, Heinous. The Tao Theory Assembly was held in order to choose a husband for Chu Huashang. Therefore, all the cultivators who came to participate in this event carried at least a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They dreamed of winning first place and bringing home a beautiful bride. It was for that reason that they rolled up their sleeves and prepared to put their lives on the line. To their greatest dismay, though, Chu Huashang took the initiative to embrace one of the participants with a look that seemed to indicate that she was secretly in love with that man right in front of all of them. That atmosphere instantly became tense. For a time, many people glared at Yang Kai with hatred and rage in their eyes. Even more people decided that what the eyes did not see, the heart did not grieve. They turned around and rushed onto the Rainbow Bridge and were transported into Prison Star. "Junior brother, please be careful." Chu Huashang did not show too much intimacy in her actions and quickly let go. Then, she took 2 steps backwards and winked at him. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Turning around, he strode towards the Rainbow Bridge. "Senior brother Yang, please wait for me." Lu Jing finally came back to his senses and quickly caught up with Yang Kai's pace. At the same time, he drew upon his world force and covered both of them in it. Yang Kai noticed and did not resist. When the two of them stepped onto the rainbow bridge together, they felt a swirling sensation washing over them and their vision blurred for a moment. In the next instant, they were in another world. Overwhelming pressure pressed down on them from above, and Yang Kai involuntarily slumped slightly. It felt as though his small universe was being covered by something and his power could not flow properly. Please forgive me, Senior Brother Yang. The transfer to the prison star is set to a random location. If I had not done that, you and I would have been separated and it would have been difficult to meet up again. Lu Jing explained his actions just now. Yang Kai looked surprised. This place is a little strange. Lu Jing said, Senior brother, don't panic. The prison star. He was about to explain something when he suddenly heard a piercing scream coming from not far away. Turning to look in that direction, he saw a strong and burly man riding on top of a woman in a bush nearby. The man was grinning and laughing. His hands were busy ripping apart the clothes on the woman's body without care, quickly exposing her snow-white skin to the air. It didn't take long before all she had left were her undergarments that concealed her most private parts. The woman kicked and punched desperately, crying and screaming at the same time. However, her actions only seemed to fuel the man's excitement, causing him to become more and more aggressive. Stop! How dare you do such a despicable thing in broad daylight? Lu Jing felt the blood rushing to his head at the sight and roared in their direction. He never imagined that he would be greeted by such an ugly sight the moment he and Yang Kai entered the prison star. Lu Jing's voice startled the burly man who was about to finish what he started. That man turned to look in this direction, his eyes sweeping over Lu Jing. Then he grinned savagely. Where did this baby come from? How dare you ruin my fun? Scram if you don't want to die. Lu Jing snapped angrily. The people of the prison star are heinous indeed. Now that I've run into you, I can't forgive your deeds. While speaking, he reached out and summoned a long sword into his hand before pointing it at the man. The power of Lu Jing's small universe fluctuated, making that burly man's expression change slightly. Fourth order. His expression couldn't help becoming solemn in response. He was only in the third order open heaven realm. On the other hand, this brat who popped out of nowhere turned out to be in the fourth order. How could he dare to be negligent? He couldn't care less about the woman pressed underneath him anymore and hastily drew upon his own world force to confront Lu Jing. Yang Kai glanced in their direction once, then stopped paying attention to them. One was in the third order while the other was in the fourth order, so there was no doubt about the outcome. Although Lu Jing was nothing compared to Yang Kai in terms of strength, it did not change the fact that a fourth order open heaven realm master was in the mid-rank open heaven realm. Fourth order open heaven realm masters generally commanded a certain level of respect in the 3,000 worlds. Instead, Yang Kai lowered his head to look at the jade slip in his hand, immersing his mind into it as he carefully inspected the contents. This jade slip was something Chu Huashang had secretly stuffed into his hand under the guise of hugging him earlier. He did not know what information was recorded within the jade slip, but even so, it had to be important, seeing as she did not hesitate to destroy her own reputation by making an appearance at the Dao Theory Assembly just to hand it to him. On the other side, Lu Jing was caught in a fierce battle with that burly man, but thanks to the difference in their orders, he still held the absolute advantage. It didn't take more than 10 breaths of time before the burly man was suppressed to the point where he could not fight back. Sword wave after sword wave flashed out, slicing across the man's torso. Blood flowed freely from those wounds, and in a panic, the man hurriedly begged for mercy. A hint of hesitation flashed across Lu Jing's eyes, but he quickly responded firmly. The death of scum who oppress others and forcefully seize women aren't worth pitying. With a flick of his long sword, Lu Jing created a rain of sword waves that crashed down on the burly man. When the light died down, he gave a soft snort and flicked off the blood staining his blade. Meanwhile, the burly man remained standing there motionlessly until a soft breeze blew past his body and shattered it like a wooden block that had been sliced apart. Blood flowed out like a river. Inadvertently or otherwise, Lu Jing glanced at Yang Kai as though to say that he was not completely useless. Unfortunately, he turned around only to see Yang Kai looking down at a jade slip. He couldn't help feeling disappointed as a result. Following the death of that burly man, a black light escaped from one of the pieces of his corpse and split into two. One part rushed into the golden wristband around Lu Jing's wrist while the other part rushed towards Yang Kai, who was standing not too far away, and slipped into his golden wristband. "Oh!" Lu Jing exclaimed in surprise. "Is that how our achievements are recorded?" They had heard about this from Su Linggong previously. As long as the participants were nearby when the criminals were killed, they would all share a certain amount of achievement. They had not understood how the mechanism of sharing worked at the beginning, but how could he not understand after witnessing the situation just now? Lu Jing lowered his head to examine his golden wristband and discovered something. The golden wristband that was initially blank had been dyed black at a certain spot. It seemed to be part of a pattern, but the pattern was not fully revealed because the achievements he accrued were too few. There was no time to think too deeply about this matter, though. Putting his long sword away, Lu Jing walked towards the woman and gently asked, "Are you all right?" The woman's body and all her womanly charms were on full display. There were only a few torn pieces of cloth left covering her body, and her suet white jade-like skin shone with a porcelain-like luster. She was shivering violently and curled up in place. When she saw Lu Jing approaching her, her eyes filled with fear and panic as she kept shaking her head and pleading, "No, no, no, please." Her weak and vulnerable appearance made one subconsciously pity her. His heart moved. Lu Jing tried to comfort her. "Miss, please don't be scared. I don't have any ill intentions." Walking over to her, he removed his shirt and draped it over her body to cover up her womanly charms. Her body continued to shiver violently, and it was obvious that she had been scared witless by what had happened to her. The sight made Lu Jing feel helpless, but just as he was about to reassure her once more, an inexplicable sense of danger flooded his heart and chills spread across his entire body. Before he could understand what was happening, he noticed that Yang Kai, who had been standing a few paces away earlier, had suddenly appeared before him at some point in time. Yang Kai was squeezing the woman's neck, and the expression on the woman's face had become even more terrified than before. "Senior brother Yang, you?" Lu Jing looked at Yang Kai in puzzlement. "Gotcha." Yang Kai exerted some force into his hand, and the woman's head fell forward limply, the vitality in her eyes dissipating quickly. A black light escaped from her wrist, and just like before, the light divided into two pieces and disappeared into their wristbands. Lu Jing was shocked. Be that as it may, he was no fool, so after a moment of hesitation, he lifted the shirt he had draped over the woman's body and instantly broke out in cold sweat at what he saw. A dagger glowing with a faint blue light had appeared in the woman's hands at some point. Moreover, the dagger was clearly aimed at his chest. Just a little further and it would have pierced into his body. Only then did he understand where the sense of crisis had come from just now. The person he initially thought to be a powerless woman being assaulted turned out to be a poisonous snake that was hiding her fangs. If Yang Kai had not acted decisively, he would either be dead or heavily wounded by now. It turns out that everyone in the prison star is an extremely vicious person after all. They are all people who deserve to be killed. Lu Jing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cupped his fists. "Many thanks for saving my life, Brother Yang." Even a woman they met while she was being assaulted turned out to be so dangerous. It could be perceived what kind of people were locked up in this damned place from this experience alone. Yang Kai smilingly said, "Brother Lu, don't forget that indulging in lust is equivalent to hanging a knife above your head. Take care to avoid such mistakes in the future." Lu Jing blushed furiously. "It's not what you think. I just... Ha!" There was no way to explain away his mistake. That was because he had truly been fascinated by that woman's beauty and charm for a time. Otherwise, he would not have dropped his guard so easily. What Yang Kai said was not far from the truth. "This prison star is odd indeed," Yang Kai muttered to himself. Lu Jing explained, "Brother Yang, you might not know this, But the prison star is a place used by Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciples as a life and death training area. So the entire prison star is shrouded and suppressed by a powerful grand array. All cultivators, regardless of their cultivation, will experience a huge decrease in strength here. Not to mention that the stronger they are, the more intensely they will be suppressed. I'm sure you saw my fight against that man just now. Yang Kai nodded. I noticed. He had noticed this phenomenon as soon as he entered the prison star. There was some sort of suppressive force that existed everywhere, making him feel as though a mountain was pressing down on him. Lu Jing was in the fourth order open heaven realm while that burly man was in the third order. Even so, their fight had not demonstrated the majesty that a third order and fourth order open heaven realm master should have. That was clearly due to the suppression of the grand array covering the prison star. Logically speaking, it should have been as simple as lifting a finger for a fourth order open heaven realm master to eliminate one in the third order. Nevertheless, it had taken Lu Jing a whole 10 breaths of time to finish his opponent. While Lu Jing's strength was indeed much greater than the burly man's, the suppression he faced was also much stronger. Thus, the wide gap in their respective strengths was narrowed greatly. Because of the grand array, all the people on the prison star are unable to exert their real strength. Since you are in the sixth order, senior brother Yang, you will also face the greatest suppression among us. That is why you have to be careful when you encounter an enemy. Even a fifth order open heaven realm master might have the power to fight you on equal terms in this place. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Looking down at his golden wristband, he murmured thoughtfully, "The way the Tao Theory Assembly records our achievements is quite interesting as well." The golden wristband was originally just a blank golden brand. However, a small black mark appeared on one part of the golden wristband after they killed that man and that woman. He examined the golden wristband carefully and said, "It appears to be a pattern of a star." Similarly, Lu Jing looked at his wrist and compared the pattern on Yang Kai's wrist with his own. Their situation at the moment was completely identical. "You're right, senior brother Yang. This is most likely a star." It was just that the pattern of the star was not completely stained black yet. At most, only 10% of the star had turned black. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4454, Come out and face me. Recalling their encounter just now, Lu Jing commented, "Those two were probably in the third order open heaven realm. Moreover, you and I shared our achievements equally. Only 10% of this star was stained black. In other words, we have to kill 10 third order open heaven realm masters on our own in order to get 1 star's worth of achievements. What if it were 4th order open heaven realm masters or 5th order open heaven realm masters? We just need to test it out on somebody to know." Yang Kai replied casually. "That's true." Lu Jing nodded. Following behind a 6th order open heaven realm master like Yang Kai gave him a great sense of security. Even if they really were to encounter a powerful foe, he had nothing to worry about. He only needed to protect himself well and leave everything else for Yang Kai to solve. Thus, he secretly decided that he would keep some distance the next time Yang Kai killed somebody. It would be bad if he stole more of Yang Kai's achievements. After all, he only wished to return home safely from this trip. As for his final placing, Lu Jing wasn't too bothered either way. But before that, we have to figure out where we are located on the prison star. Yang Kai rose into the sky while speaking. He initially wanted to observe his surroundings from above, but to his surprise, he had only just taken flight when he suddenly felt the pressure on his head increasing sharply. Furthermore, the pressure became more and more horrifying the further up he went. When he reached a height of 1,000 meters, he became completely powerless to ascend further. Yang Kai was speechless. The prison star's grand array was truly amazing. It was able to make a 6th order open heaven realm master like him unable to resist. Thinking about it again though, it made sense. This place was where Yin-Yang Cave Heaven locked up all the most heinous criminals, many of which were in the 6th order. If it were so easy to break free of the grand array suppression, then all the criminals within would have escaped a long time ago. With his current strength, Yang Kai was only able to fly 1,000 meters up into the air. Any other 6th order open heaven realm master would probably fare worse in his shoes. In this way, escaping from the prison star was nothing more than a dream. Standing 1,000 meters above ground, Yang Kai studied his surrounding environment whilst comparing the topography with the information contained within the jade slip in his hand. This jade slip was something Chu Huashang had handed to him at the last moment. Recorded within the jade slip was various information related to the prison star, including a complete map and details on the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm prisoners. Yinyang Cave Heaven had been managing the prison star for countless years, so they knew everything about it and its inhabitants. It would not have been difficult for Chu Huashang to obtain this information. Nevertheless, her actions could be construed as favoritism if they were known she only did this because she was worried that accidents might happen if Yang Kai ran into an enemy that was too strong for him. Unfortunately, the information he obtained from his current investigation was too little for Yang Kai to confirm their current location. Therefore, he could only continue to proceed forward. Lu Jing followed behind Yang Kai with a relaxed expression. Both of them experienced a sharp decrease in travel speed thanks to the suppression of the prison star's grand array. Yang Kai originally thought that the one-year period of the Dao Theory Assembly was far too long. After all, the cultivators participating in the event were all in the Fourth Order and above. The prison star might be large, but it could not withstand the damage caused by hundreds of open heaven masters battling each other. It would not take more than 10 to 15 days for the entire prison star to be turned upside down. Now, however, it would seem that their travel speed and strength had dropped significantly due to the various suppression effects of the prison star's grand array. 1 year might not even be enough time for a person to tour the entire prison star. Yang Kai would stop and study the topography of his surroundings from time to time, and after half a day he finally confirmed his location. He carefully went through the information recorded in the jade slip once more before he turned to look in a certain direction. "You're first." While leading Lu Jing forward, the pair occasionally came across wandering criminals, some alone, some in small groups. Su Linggong had spoken the truth. All the criminals locked up in the prison star had been informed in advance about a large number of cultivators participating in the Dao Theory Assembly who would pour into the prison star. If they killed enough of the participants and obtained the necessary achievements, Yinyang Cave Heaven agreed to set them free. Tempted by this offer, the criminals on the prison star were actively searching around. Many of them had been imprisoned in this place for hundreds or even thousands of years. Some might even have been here for longer than that. As long as Yinyang Cave Heaven did not agree, they had no way of escaping this place. This opportunity was so difficult to come by, so they had to make good use of this opportunity. If they were lucky enough, they might even receive a new chance at life. Although there were many criminals imprisoned on the prison star, most of them were not particularly strong. Along the way, Yang Kai and Lu Jing only encountered those who were in the Third Order and below. Yang Kai had not bothered to attack, but Lu Jing enthusiastically killed them all. After multiple attempts and experimentation, the two of them finally gained some understanding of how things worked. As long as the distance between them exceeded 300 meters, then the credit for the kill would not be shared. On the other hand, the black light escaping from the wrists of the criminals would split into two as long as they were within 300 meters of each other. Yinyang Cave Heaven probably designed this system in this manner after taking into account that some people might travel together. This profit-sharing method would make dividing their achievements more convenient. Naturally, there was an issue regarding who contributed more and who contributed less. However, that could be solved through negotiation among those traveling together. 3 days later, the two of them entered a dense jungle. The dense jungle was covered in a thick fog that reduced their visibility to just 10 meters at most. The surrounding area also had a faint suppressive force that dampened the perception of their divine senses. It was obvious that some sort of spirit array had been arranged here. The presence of a spirit array could only mean that there were people living here, and judging by the traces and strength of the spirit array, the person living here was not weak. Lu Jing nervously followed closely behind Yang Kai, peering into his surroundings from time to time. He did not know why Yang Kai wanted to come here, but Yang Kai seemed to have had a very clear goal throughout their travels. Kacha! A soft sound rang out, causing all the hairs on Lu Jing's body to stand in fear, but looking down he saw that he had simply stepped on a dried branch. Laughing in relief, he felt that he might have been a little too nervous. The thought had only just crossed his mind when a black shadow suddenly loomed over him. Immediately following that, Lu Jing felt an extremely sticky feeling wrapping around him, while his nostrils were filled with a nasty and pungent stench. It felt as though he had accidentally fallen into a smelly swamp. Shocked, he hurriedly activated his small universe. World force surged and spilled forth as he punched forward ferociously. Lu Jing's vision abruptly returned to him while his entire body felt wet and sticky. He was covered from head to toe in a turbid yellow liquid. Turning to look behind him in shock and terror, Lu Jing saw a huge flower with a gaping hole that had been blasted open by something. The flower was oozing with a liquid that was identical to the liquid covering his entire body. Lu Jing's expression darkened. Only then did he realize that he had been swallowed by this strange flower just now. He had seen many of these enormous flowers along the way, but he never imagined that they were capable of eating people. Oh! Yang Kai looked at the flower with interest. Ci. An odd swaying sound rang out around them as a dozen or so of these gigantic flowers in their surroundings suddenly burst open to reveal rows and rows of jagged fangs. The tendrils of the flowering plants stretched out like poisonous snakes towards them. Then, these flowering plants bit down on the two of them. How dare mere monsters act so brazenly? Lu Jing yelled with a stomach full of grievances. With a flick of his hand, he summoned his long sword. Sword light flashed out, slashing at the attackers and tearing them to pieces one after another. These flowers might be strange, but it was not strong enough to actually harm a fourth-order open heaven realm master like him. Shwa shwa shwa. The sound of something slicing through the air rang out. The branches of the ancient trees in their surroundings seemed to come alive and began whipping towards them. Moreover, each attack contained an extremely heavy force behind it. Before Lu Jing could recover from his shock, the branches lashed all over his body. He was so badly beaten that he became flustered and quickly shouted for help. "Brother Yang! What an impressive spirit array!" Yang Kai commented casually before pitch-black golden crow's true fire suddenly erupted from his body and spread outward, instantly burning the branches that stretched out towards them to a crisp. Terrified faces appeared on the ancient trees in the surroundings. There was a series of rustling sounds as many of the ancient trees pulled their roots out from the ground and fled as though they had encountered their natural enemy. The surroundings around Lu Jing and Yang Kai suddenly became empty. "Let's go and meet the master of this place." Yang Kai grinned. Lu Jing was covered in wet and sticky goo, but he could only dejectedly follow behind Yang Kai as he murmured, "Brother Yang, I don't feel so good." "You'll be fine. We'll borrow the bath from the master of this place to wash up later." Lu Jing sighed. "I guess that's all we can do." The slime all over his body contained some corrosive properties, but his cultivation as a fourth-order open heaven realm master allowed Lu Jing to withstand them. Doing so would only consume some of his world force, so it wasn't too difficult. What was annoying was the foul stench that made him want to vomit. The pair moved forward smoothly. After what happened just now, the flowers and strange gigantic trees had vanished out of sight, but the array in this place also seemed to have bewildering abilities. Yang Kai and Lu Jing wandered around for a while but could not leave, much less discover where the master of this place was located. Yang Kai impatiently stopped in his tracks and shouted loudly, "Are you here, Greybone's heavenly monarch? Come out and face me." According to the information given by Chu Huashang, the person who lived here was a sixth-order open heaven realm master by the name Huigu. When Huigu arrived at one of the universe worlds under the jurisdiction of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, he brought catastrophe to it and caused all life to be annihilated. His actions provoked the anger of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, and he was eventually captured by one of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's elders who was in the seventh-order open heaven realm. Huigu was then thrown into the prison star where he had been imprisoned for more than 800 years. This dense forest was basically an existence akin to a restricted area for all the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciples who entered the prison star for training. After all, the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciples who came for training would not be too strong. Who among them could survive a direct confrontation against an established sixth-order open heaven realm master like the Greybone's heavenly monarch? Only people on the level of Qing Kuei and Suing Shui would be an opponent for Huigu. It was just that their identity and status did not allow them to enter the prison star without sufficient reason. The only exception being that they received a special mission from the sect. When they were promoted to become outer elders, they were each sent into the prison star to kill a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master as a kind of test. Where did this thing with no eyes come from? How dare you run wild in this monarch's territory? Hurry up and scram if you don't want to die. Otherwise, don't blame this monarch for being ruthless. A sharp voice rang out, and listening to this ear-piercing voice felt very uncomfortable. Furthermore, the voice seemed to come from all directions. It was difficult for anybody to pinpoint where it was coming from. Are you sure you want to speak to me in such a manner? Yang Kai glanced sideways in a certain direction. A strange cackling laughter rang out. Brat, you sure are arrogant. This monarch is in a good mood today, so I will overlook your transgression. Hurry up and scram before I reconsider. Yang Kai gently nodded. I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth is stubborn. When those words left his mouth, the pitch-black golden crow's true fire burst out and filled the surroundings, turning everything around Yang Kai into a sea of flames. Martial Peak, Chapter 4455, by M.O. Yang Kai did not know much about the Tao of Spirit arrays, but there was clearly a bewildering array set up in this place. Neither he nor Lu Jing could find their way around as a result. In order to destroy the spirit array, he could either locate the array core or shatter its structure with brute force. Given that it was simpler, he chose the latter option. The pitch-black golden crow's true fire filled the air, burning everything that it came into contact with and forcing its way outwards. The sharp voice initially taunted him unceasingly, but the other party quickly realized that something was wrong with the current situation. The whole array was on the verge of falling apart under the engulfment of the golden crow's true fire. The voice suddenly became incredibly furious. That person controlled the array from the shadows and triggered all sorts of changes that turned into an endless variety of attacks. These attacks then shot towards Yang Kai and Lu Jing from all directions, each one containing great power. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, however, while casually blocking each and every one of those attacks. The golden crow's true fire continued to spread outwards. Lu Jing hid beside Yang Kai, looking pale and not daring to move a single muscle. As a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he would have been killed on the spot if he had fallen into this array on his own. The only reason he remained safe and sound was thanks to Yang Kai's protection. The attacks that came from all directions were not only dense but also never-ending. Not to mention, every single attack contained power equivalent to the full-strength blow of a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. An incense stick later, Yang Kao suddenly turned to look in a certain direction and grinned savagely. Found you? The power in his body surged and wrapped around Lu Jing. Following that, he charged forward in that direction and rammed straight through the bewildering array before he plunged headfirst into an enormous tree cave. A violent force spread out, accompanied by a series of muffled groans and screams of agony. The huge tree swayed, leaves and branches falling. 3 breaths later, everything became calm again. Inside the tree cave, Yang Kai held a midget by the neck. This fellow was half the height of an ordinary human with a long and sharp chin that jutted out. Yang Kai held the midget up in front of him and gave a gentle shake. The midget remained motionless, swaying back and forth like a limp noodle. Even the aura around his body was completely obliterated. Is he dead? Yang Kai furrowed his brow tightly. All of a sudden, he licked his lips and added, well, if he is, I shouldn't let him go to waste. Under Lu Jing's stunned watch, Yang Kai opened his jaw wide and lifted the midget to stuff him into his mouth. His actions made it seem like he was going to eat him alive. Lu Jing's eyes twitched violently at the sight. Just then, the midget that had been motionless and pretending to be dead suddenly began to struggle and scream frantically. Mercy! Have mercy, sir. Yang Kai looked at the midget with a playful expression, and as their gazes met, how could the midget not know that Yang Kai had simply been messing around with him? His little trick of playing dead had been seen through from the start. Yang Kai casually tossed him to the ground and said lightly, don't even think about running. You won't get away. While speaking, he walked over to a bench and sat down grandly with a swish of his robes. The midget trembled violently and crawled on the ground. How could he dare to run? He had only exchanged a couple of moves with Yang Kai before he was captured alive. With his meager strength, he wasn't even worthy of carrying Yang Kai's shoes. In addition, his plan to play dead had failed miserably. How could he have any other thoughts at the moment? Glancing around, Yang Kai noticed that the furnishings inside the tree cave were very simple. It could be seen that the master of this place was not a materialistic person. After confirming that there was nothing worth taking notice of in the room, he finally lowered his head to look at the midget in front of him and asked disappointedly, "Are you Greybone's heavenly monarch?" Contrary to the information that Chu Huashang had given to him, the midget in front of him was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm, a far cry from a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master. The midget hurriedly explained, "Sir, please understand. This little one is only a servant of Sir Huigu." "So, you are not Huigu?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow at those words. The midget looked up and squeezed out an ingratiating smile. "This one is called by Mo." While speaking, he raised his hand and stroked the cluster of white hair on his head. Lu Jing couldn't help bursting into laughter from where he stood nearby. Even he could sense that the midget was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm after observing the fight between Yang Kai and the midget earlier. The midget might have held a leadership position among slightly weaker second-class great forces, but he was nothing more than a servant here on the prison star. Moreover, he had been given such a random name. This was clearly not his real name, but there was no need to inquire further into this matter. "Where is Greybone's heavenly monarch?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow tightly together, feeling a little disgruntled. He had come all the way here, thinking that he could go on a killing spree and earn some achievements, but who could have known that he would only find a weakling in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm here? This trip was a waste of his time and energy. Bai Mo replied respectfully, "Thanks to a grand event on the prison star recently, Master has gone to visit Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch to discuss countermeasures." "Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch?" Yang Kai's expression changed upon hearing those words. He thought back on the contents recorded within the jade slip given to him by Chu Huashang, and there was indeed somebody by the name of Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch, who was also in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. It was said that he had the bloodline of a great monster, so his strength was not to be underestimated. "Sir, you came here to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly hosted by Inyang Heaven, right?" Bai Mo asked, carefully observing Yang Kai's expression. "So what if I did?" Yang Kai studied Bai Mo seriously. Yang Kai was staring so hard that Bai Mo felt all the hairs on his body standing upright. Whenever he recalled the time when Yang Kai had tried to eat him up in one bite, he couldn't help shuddering. Hastily squeezing out some tears, Bai Mo prostrated himself on the ground. "Sir, please have mercy. This one's cultivation is low. I did not commit any heinous crimes either. Back then, I simply had eyes but failed to see and made fun of a Inyang Cave Heaven disciple. For just that, I was actually thrown into the prison star. Sir, please have mercy. I'm really not a criminal." Upon confirming that Yang Kai and Lu Jing were here to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly, how could Bai Mo not know that his very life was just a trophy in their eyes? He was no match for them in terms of strength, so he could only beg for his life. Yang Kai kicked Bai Mo to the ground. "Stop sniveling if you want to live." Bai Mo immediately fell silent and stared at Yang Kai pitifully with traces of tears still in his eyes. Sitting on the chair, Yang Kai mulled over the issue for a while. After pondering in silence, he got to his feet and picked Bai Mo up from the ground. "Do you know where Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch is?" Bai Mo quickly nodded. I do. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch is on good terms with Master, so they keep in contact with each other. Master once brought me to Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's palace. "Guide me." Yang Kai released Bai Mo and instructed. Bai Mo looked at Yang Kai incredulously for a moment. Then he immediately became overjoyed. "Sir, please come with me." At the same time, a middle-aged and fair-faced man along with another burly and stocky man sat opposite each other inside an enormous palace that was located approximately 100,000 kilometers away. There was nothing about the fair-faced man that made him seem particularly special. On the other hand, the stocky man was 1 head taller than most people. His muscles stacked high upon each other, giving off the feeling of explosive power. These two were none other than Greybones, Heavenly Monarch, and Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. Mo had not lied. As soon as it was announced that a large number of cultivators would enter the prison star to participate in some kind of Tao Theory assembly and their targets were all the criminals on the prison star, Greybones, Heavenly Monarch, had immediately departed for Giant Clam Palace to discuss countermeasures with Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. The two of them might be in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, but they did not dare to underestimate the elite disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. Besides, the Tao Theory assembly was an opportunity for them. If they could kill enough of the participating cultivators, they could regain their freedom. In any case, they were not worried about whether or not Inyang Cave Heaven would play fair. Seeing as they were notified of this matter, Inyang Cave Heaven was bound to fulfill their promises no matter what. That was why both Greybones, Heavenly Monarch, and Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, took this matter very seriously. Contrary to their expectations, however, the two of them were in the middle of their discussion when Greybones, Heavenly Monarch, suddenly sensed an anomaly back at his secluded home. He performed a secret technique and immediately found out about the situation. At this moment, a transparent light screen appeared and floated between the two masters. The light barrier was projecting the current situation within Greybones, Heavenly Monarch's secluded home. Naturally, the conversation between Yang Kai and Mo entered their ears clearly without any deviation whatsoever. Dispelling the secret technique, Greybones, Heavenly Monarch looked up at Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. "What do you think, Brother Juxian?" Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch replied grimly. "Not surprising. That brat must be from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Otherwise, where would he find the confidence to come charging straight at us both at once?" Greybones, Heavenly Monarch nodded. "It's a given that he comes from one of the cave heavens or paradises, but which one is uncertain. Who cares where he comes from? It's one thing if he does not provoke this monarch, but if he dares to run wild in this monarch's territory, then he will not walk out of this place alive." Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch waved his hand boldly. His voice filled with great self-confidence. Greybones, Heavenly Monarch said, "Don't get careless, Brother Juxian. This brat knows that we are together in the same place. Even so, he dares to come charging straight at us. It's clear that he has something to support his confidence. Huigu, you are too cautious. What is there to fear if you and I join forces? No matter how powerful he is no different from us. We are all in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm after all. Moreover, according to the information we received, all the 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters participating in this Tao Theory assembly are newly advanced with less than 100 years accumulation. How strong can this boy's heritage be? Don't forget, a battle between Open Heaven realm masters is nothing more than a competition between the strength of their respective small universes' heritage." Greybones, Heavenly Monarch mulled over the issue and nodded. "Your words make sense, Brother Juxian, but it is still better to err on the side of caution." Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch chuckled. "Rest assured, this monarch is no fool. If that brat really does come here, I will send somebody else to test him first to learn more about his foundation and origins. Brother Huigu, I've always told you that you should have gathered more subordinates under you. You just had to ignore my advice and keep only by Mo. He is just a trivial 4th Order Open Heaven realm master. What can he do?" Greybones, Heavenly Monarch laughed. "I've always liked my peace and quiet. In any case, that doesn't matter anymore. If you and I seize this opportunity during the Tao Theory assembly, then we can escape from this place. When that time comes, we can go anywhere we want." Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch licked his lips. "How many achievement points will someone in the 6th Order give us?" "I don't know, but it's obvious that it won't be too few." The two of them exchanged a glance with each other and were very eager to make a move. Since they knew that Yang Kai was heading straight for this place, it was only natural that they made certain arrangements to ensure that the brat did not walk out of this place alive. "Brother Yang, what is the cultivation of Greybones, Heavenly Monarch?" Along the way, Lu Jian suddenly asked this question. Yang Kai did not respond. On the other hand, Bai Mo proudly said, Master is in the sixth order open heaven realm. He is also one of the supreme existences on the prison star. Lu Jing's expression couldn't help becoming solemn. He even felt a sense of lingering fear creeping into his heart. Although a mid-rank open heaven realm master could also call themselves a heavenly monarch, the gap in strength between one order and the next was extremely wide. As a fourth order open heaven realm master, Lu Jing also had the right to address himself as heavenly monarch. However, the weight and power of his title as a heavenly monarch were as different as night and day compared to Greybone's heavenly monarch. Martial Peak, Chapter 4456. Very hospitable. Is this giant clam heavenly monarch's palace? Yang Kai looked up at the huge palace built into the towering mountain above them, one that was constructed almost completely out of odd-shaped boulders, giving it a simple but crude air. Under Bai Mo's guidance, the three of them traveled 100,000 kilometers and finally arrived at this place. Before they even went up the mountain though, Yang Kai could already perceive the malicious gazes that seemed to come from the above clearly. Those gazes seemed to be looking in this direction. It was conceivable that this place was different from Greybone's heavenly monarch's home in that there were a number of subordinates around instead of just one. The palace was clearly teeming with masters, not just giant clam heavenly monarch alone. Nevertheless, this was exactly what Yang Kai was hoping for. The more people there were, the greater the benefits he would reap once he succeeded in his endeavor. It would also save him the effort and time of going around searching for prey. Brother Yang, are we going up the mountain just like this? Lu Jing's complexion was turning paler and paler by the moment. Although his cultivation could not compare to Yang Kai's, his perception of danger was extremely sharp. The hidden but powerful auras coming from the mountain were far too oppressive for him. Do you want to wait here for me? Yang Kai glanced at Lu Jing. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. I'm going with you, Brother Yang. There were many dangers in the lion's den, but staying outside alone might not be as safe as staying beside Yang Kai. At the very least, staying with Yang Kai meant that they could take care of each other even if they ran into any powerful enemies. Let's go. Yang Kai took a step forward. When he first advanced into the sixth order open heaven realm, he had single-handedly destroyed Profound Yang Mountain and defeated the three mountain lords. His current strength was much higher than back then, so no matter how impressive this palace might be, it was nothing compared to Profound Yang Mountain back then. Hence, there was nothing to fear. Their path forward was unobstructed, with not a single person in sight. However, Lu Jing could distinctly sense the hidden and suppressed murderous intent around him that was poised to attack at any time. It didn't take long before the trio arrived at the top of the mountain. Many people were standing on a smooth and flat square located at the mountain peak. A rough estimate indicated that there were a dozen people gathered in this place, and their eyes immediately lit up at the sight of Yang Kai. The cultivation of these dozen or so people was uneven, ranging from the third order to the fifth order. Furthermore, there were two figures standing quietly behind this group, looking on with interest. Yang Kai immediately focused on these two people, but that couldn't be helped as the aura around them was obviously much stronger than the others. While it was impossible to determine their exact cultivation, if his guess was correct, then these two were most likely Greybone's heavenly monarch and Giant Clam heavenly monarch. Master! Bai Mo looked up at Greybone's heavenly monarch pitifully. In addition, his eyes were filled with tears and untold grief. The Greybone's heavenly monarch nodded lightly. I know what happened. It's not your fault. Come here. Bai Mo glanced at Yang Kai with some trepidation and did not dare to move away. Greybone's heavenly monarch said lightly, Rest assured, nobody can hurt you in front of this monarch. Yes, Bai Mo hurriedly replied before his figure shifted as he moved away from Yang Kai, rushing towards Greybone's heavenly monarch. Yang Kai did not move, almost as if he didn't notice Bai Mo running away from him. He simply counted to himself, and after a while he nodded and said, 13 people. It's a little lacking, but such is life. Everybody was taken aback by his words. Greybone's heavenly monarch frowned. Little friend, which cave heaven or paradise do you belong to? Identify yourself. Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch? Yang Kai squinted in that direction and asked another question instead of answering the previous question. Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch nodded in response. It is this monarch. So, you must be Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch? Yang Kai then turned to look at the burly man. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch coldly snorted. Indeed, brat. I don't care which cave heaven or paradise you come from. Since you dare to barge into my palace, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. You sure are hospitable, Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch coldly snorted again. I can't believe you still have the mood for wisecracks. Let me show you just how this monarch treats unwelcome guests. With a wave of his large hand, he shouted, Kill! In an instant, all 13 Open Heaven Realm Masters standing in front of Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, and Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch drew upon the power of their small universes in unison. The might of their secret techniques and artifacts burst forth, blasting towards Yang Kai. Lu Jing paled visibly. Without even thinking about it, he pulled away and quickly retreated. In the face of such an overwhelming barrage, he had no way to defend himself. The only thing he could do was withdraw. He had only just steadied himself when he heard a series of explosions coming from in front of him. The aftermath of violent energy spread out in all directions. Before the dust had even settled, though, flashes of spear light erupted, and a mix of muffled groans and screams of agony rang out. Fresh blood splattered in all directions as wave after wave of sharp energy burst out like ripples spreading outward in all directions. The fallout from these clashes caused Lu Jing's vitality to roil and his small universe to quiver. For a time, he felt dizziness washing over him and horror flooded his heart. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly circulated his strength to stabilize his small universe. It took a full 10 breaths of time before Lu Jing finally recovered, and at the same time, the vibrations from in front of him subsided without warning. When he looked up, he couldn't help letting out a soft cry of surprise, his mouth gaping open so wide that he could have stuffed a fist into his mouth. 1,000 meters ahead, Yang Kai stood motionless, hefting a spear over his shoulder. The wind blew, causing his black hair to flutter and his robes to flap noisily. Blood flowed around his feet while pieces of meat and severed limbs were scattered all around him. It was a bone-chilling scene that looked like purgatory itself. Every one of the 13 Open Heaven Realm Masters who had attacked him just now was dead, with not many even retaining complete corpses. Most of their bodies were torn to pieces as though they had been hit by a storm of brutal attacks. Lu Jing was stunned. Likewise, Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, and Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch were frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Mo was so terrified that he nearly fell backwards to the ground. Just thinking about the fact that he had been traveling with somebody so powerful that he could have been casually crushed to death filled him with a sense of overwhelming dread. Numerous black lights flew out from the corpses and plunged into the golden wristband on Yang Kai's wrist, instantly causing 3 stars to light up at once. You? Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's eyes bulged in disbelief. He never expected his subordinates to actually kill Yang Kai. According to his joint speculation with Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, this person was most likely in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. After all, the other party had dared to come charging directly into this place despite knowing 2 6th Order Heavenly Monarchs had gathered. Therefore, he initially planned to use his subordinates to test Yang Kai's abilities before he made further plans. His plan would also make it more convenient for him and Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch to launch a targeted assault on their opponent. Who could have known that 13 of his subordinates would be killed in such a swift and brutal manner? Although the strength of those 13 subordinates had varied quite a lot, there were still 2 5th Orders among them. Even so, none of them could defend against the opponent's spear. How dare you do this? Yang Kai licked his lips as though he had just eaten a full meal. You are hospitable indeed, Heavenly Monarch. I'll kill you. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch was infuriated. He might be in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, but it was not easy for him to recruit so many subordinates under him on the prison star. After all, he was not the only 6th Order Open Heaven realm master in this place. Besides, the cultivators on the prison star were ruthless and vicious people, so most of them were unwilling to be subservient to others. Compared to serving under someone, these outlaws preferred to be free so that they could act without restraint. The main reason Greybone's heavenly monarch only had by Mo as his subordinate was that he personally preferred having peace and quiet. The second reason was that he had not been able to find other suitable candidates. The dozen or so subordinates under Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch were people whom he had spent a lot of effort to subdue. Their strength might not compare to his, but he could leave various matters to their discretion. It had saved him a lot of time and effort in the past. Hence, it was only natural that he was filled with boundless rage when they were slaughtered by Yang Kai's spear. In his rage, the muscles on his body bulged and his entire being swelled in size by a considerable margin. He grabbed at something in the void and 2 round war hammers appeared in his hands. His huge and stalwart figure was indescribably imposing. It only took him a single step forward for him to appear above Yang Kai's head. The war hammers came swinging downward. Impressive attack, Yang Kai commented, his desire for battle stimulated. He had exchanged blows with various 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on multiple occasions, but he had not had a proper fight against another 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master since his return from Shadowless Cave Heaven. For that reason, he wanted to know just how much he had grown since the time he had initially broken through. Yang Kai's spear stabbed forward like a leaping dragon. There was nothing fancy about his movements, but there was a kind of indescribable beauty in their simplicity. There was no fixed style of form to his movements as his spear seemed to flow freely and without restraint. Hong. Turbulent world forces collided with each other and Yang Kai's figure swayed slightly. He clearly felt his small universe world shake from the impact. On the other hand, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was sent flying backwards like a sack, his eyes filled with pure astonishment. Greybone's Heavenly Monarch initially planned to follow up after Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch to attack Yang Kai, but when he saw this scene, his pupils contracted abruptly. He simultaneously suppressed the world force that was gathering in the palm of his hand as quickly as possible. As a fellow 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he clearly knew the extent of Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's heritage. Their strength was basically on par, with neither having any kind of discernible advantage over the other. Just now, though, Zhu Xian had been forcefully sent flying after a single clash with this unknown enemy, which went to show how powerful this boy's heritage was. With such a mighty enemy, things wouldn't end well for them even if they joined forces. How was it possible for someone in the 6th Order to exert so much power? Just which cave, heaven or paradise, did he belong to? On the other side, Zhu Xian crashed to the ground in a mess. Both his eyes still widened in shock. He could scarcely dare to believe that he could be so vulnerable. Although the attack just now had not injured him, the small universe in his body was shaking restlessly. Shaking his head vigorously, Zhu Xian hurriedly suppressed the shaking in his small universe. Only then did he feel a little better. Weak. You're too weak. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's strength could not even compare to Mao Zhe's, so it was only natural that the other party was no match for him. Back then, Yang Kai had enough strength to fight Mao Zhe even though he had only just advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so what more was there to say about his current strength? He had devoured a massive amount of world force from the wind spirits in the astral wind source. Hence, his current strength was significantly higher than after he just rose to the 6th Order. Junior, how dare you humiliate me? Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was livid. Raising his twin war hammers above his head, he charged forward again without regard for anything else. He drew upon all the power in his small universe and poured his world force into his twin weapons. Then, he ferociously smashed them down on Yang Kai in a barrage of attacks. Every hammer that came crashing down tore space apart and caused the surrounding world to collapse. Yang Kai's spear swept out as he met each blow head-on. It might not have been long since he advanced into the Open Heaven realm, but Yang Kai already had countless experiences fighting other Open Heaven realm masters, giving him a firm understanding of such conflicts. A battle between Open Heaven realm masters was simply a competition between the heritage of their respective small universes. The stronger their heritage, the greater their strength, and vice versa. Martial Peak, Chapter 4457, True Power. Yang Kai might not have advanced into the open heaven realm long ago, but he had fully integrated his sealed world bead into his small universe during his advancement. The small sealed world had always contained a huge heritage, among which included some of the blood monster divine monarch's legacy. It was only natural that ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm masters could not compare with him. After exiting Shadowless Cave Heaven, he also refined many wind spirits and obtained the world force contained within their bodies, saving him at least 100 years of cultivation. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch might be strong, but he couldn't even compare with Wuxia, so how could he be a match for Yang Kai? There was a loud explosion and his burly figure was sent flying backwards once more. He slammed straight into the mountain and a violent force struck his body, causing him to bleed profusely. Hong! A huge hole appeared along the stretch halfway up the mountain as Juxian smashed right into the mountain and vanished out of sight. The mountain peak swayed unsteadily for a while, as though it was about to collapse as gravel and loose rock tumbled down its sides. Yang Kai casually flicked his spear and turned to look at Grey Bone's heavenly monarch, who had been watching the battle. "It's your turn now." Grey Bone's heavenly monarch's expression was solemn. In all the years since he advanced into the sixth-order open heaven realm, he had fought countless masters of varying orders, but even so, he had never met anyone who was as strong as Yang Kai. If Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was no match for this young man, then he would naturally be no match for this person either. When he saw Yang Kai looking in his direction with malicious intentions, he sullenly said, "Juxian will not be so easy to defeat. It's not too late for such big talk after you beat him." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at the hole that had been smashed open in the mountain. A surging but hidden power seemed to be reviving in that direction. An extremely terrifying power spread outward, interlaced with an extremely pure monster chi. Yang Kai raised his brow. He suddenly remembered something. According to the information recorded in the jade slip that Chu Huashang had given to him, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch seemed to carry a monster race bloodline. Although he had not noticed this factor when exchanging blows with the other party just now, it would now seem that the information Chu Huashang had given to him was accurate. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch did indeed carry a monster bloodline. Moreover, a powerful one at that. The reason why ants will always be ants is that they will never experience the power of a master. "Brat, you've angered me now. The consequences of angering this monarch are dreadful." Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's majestic voice rang out from within the walls of the mountain. Following the sound of his voice, the entire mountain peak swayed and dense cracks appeared along the entire side of the mountain. Dong dong dong. A steady heartbeat that sounded like the beating of a drum reverberated through the air, influencing the flow of vitality in everybody. Bai Mo and Lu Jing immediately flushed red, looking like they were in great pain. A rumbling sound came from the walls of the mountain, as though some sort of behemoth was walking out from inside it. Kacha! Two gigantic hands suddenly protruded from the mountain wall. The sturdy rocks were crushed into dust by these gigantic hands, almost as if they were as fragile as tofu. Just by looking at these gigantic hands, it was easy to imagine how enormous their owner was. Moo! The sound of a bull's mooing shook the entire sky. The two gigantic hands violently wrenched apart the mountain walls, creating a large split that extended across its entire length. Then, a bull's head with two curved horns emerged from within, one that carried a slight resemblance to Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's original appearance. The giant then opened his mouth and roared, "Junior, today we'll show you what true power." The roar coming from the bull's head suddenly caught in his throat. He suddenly felt a large shadow blocking out the light from his eyes, and the monster bloodline in his body couldn't help shuddering in fear. When he looked up, he saw a gargantuan dragon head looking down at him with great interest. The dragon head had twin horns, dragon scales covered its entire body, and the dragon beard below its maw flapped in the air magnificently. Moreover, the two golden dragon eyes, like two huge suns staring at him, emitted a dazzling light. Gudong! The bull's head swallowed audibly at the sight, while Bai Mo and Lu Jing shivered in fear. Meanwhile, Greybone's heavenly monarch shouted with an extremely solemn expression, "Dragon Clan!" He had personally witnessed the small young man suddenly swelling and transforming into this behemoth in front of him in less than a breath of time. The 1,500 meters long body in front of him was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. "Oh!" Yang Kai snickered. "What were you saying just now? I'll allow you to finish your sentence." The bull's head remained silent, but his expression was as gloomy as could be. Yang Kai shook his head slightly. "The Prison Star's Grand Array is truly amazing. I can't believe it managed to suppress me so much." When he was fighting earlier, Yang Kai had already noticed this phenomenon. Under the suppression of the Grand Array, he could only exert approximately 30% of his full strength. Needless to say, the same held true for everybody here. It was just that he was astonished to discover that the Prison Star's Grand Array could even suppress his dragon transformation secret technique. Under normal circumstances, his figure would have reached at least 4,500 meters in length. However, he was barely 1,500 meters now. Their four eyes suddenly met, and the bull's head slowly retracted back into the mountain. Yang Kai stretched out his dragon claw, reached into the mountain without the slightest hindrance, and dragged out Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch who had activated his monster bloodline. At this moment, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's image was completely different from before. His body was several dozen meters tall, and every single muscle stacked on top of each other indicated great underlying strength. Unfortunately for him, his figure, which would have been terrifying in front of an ordinary person, now looked as ridiculous as a child's toy in front of Yang Kai. A Kue Nyo descendant? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Kue Nyo was an ancient divine spirit, and although it was not ranked very highly, it was still a divine spirit. Any mature divine spirit would have the strength of a high-rank open heaven realm master. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was clearly a descendant of Kue Nyo, but his bloodline was obviously not very pure. The only reason he obtained that kind of physique was by activating his bloodline with the heritage of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. If not for the suppression of the Prison Star's Grand Array, his body would have been much larger. Unfortunately, regardless of how much larger he would have been, the difference between him and the current Yang Kai wouldn't change. Die! Knowing that he was standing on the juncture of life and death, Zhu Xian opened his mouth and let out a roar after being captured by Yang Kai. Dense world force transformed into a pure plume of smoke under the influence of a monster race secret technique and shot towards Yang Kai. This plume of smoke looked almost ethereal and non-existent. Nevertheless, it was a blow that contained the full power of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai clenched his hand hard while at the same time. He opened his ferocious mouth and took a deep breath, causing his abdomen to abruptly swell up as a result. Fire dragons, flaming breath, pitch-black golden crow's true fire spewed out from Yang Kai's dragon maw, colliding with the white column of smoke. The intense forces collided with each other, causing an enormous shockwave to spread out in all directions. The impact pushed Yang Kai's body backwards slightly. Taking this opportunity, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch launched a fierce storm of attacks on Yang Kai's claw that was grabbing him. The pain nearly made Yang Kai loosen his grip and throw Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch away. Fortunately, he collected himself in time. Before Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch could break free of his grip completely, Yang Kai tightened his grasp around the other party's legs, and immediately after that, he raised his arm and smashed Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch into the ground. Hong! An earthquake shook the ground and the surface cracked open. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch felt a wave of dizziness washing over him. But before he could recover from his shock, Yang Kai lifted him up and swung him down to the opposite side to smash him into the ground once more. Zhu Xian fought back desperately, but any form of resistance was futile in the face of such overwhelming strength. Hong hong hong. Lu Jing stood frozen on the spot. With every explosion that rang out, his body bounced upward involuntarily due to the shockwaves traveling along the ground. He stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was toying with a behemoth that was several dozen meters tall, as though throwing a ball of dough from side to side. The end has come. On the other side, Greybone's Heavenly Monarch's eyes widened in horror. He wanted to escape, but he could clearly sense that Yang Kai had separated out a thread of aura that locked onto him from a distance, while he dealt with Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch. If he did not escape, then this aura would simply remain idle, but the moment he ran, Yang Kai would move to stop him. He had no confidence that he could escape from this monster. Is Inyang Cave Heaven planning to purge us all this time? The prison star had existed for over 100,000 years, and had always been an important training ground for Inyang Cave Heaven disciples. Although there were countless criminals locked up in this place, there was no denying that they had greatly contributed to the growth of many Inyang Cave Heaven disciples. Why did Inyang Cave Heaven let such a monster into the prison star? Could it be that they no longer feel the need for the prison star to exist and want to wipe out everyone within? Looking at Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch, who was completely helpless to fight back and could only allow himself to be slaughtered like a cow, Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch couldn't help feeling a sense of sorrow and sympathy because he knew he would be next. Hong hong hong. The loud explosions continued. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch had activated his monster bloodline, which strengthened his physique and made him far more resistant to physical punishment. But even so, he could not withstand being tossed around by Yang Kai in this manner. A short while later, Yang Kai stopped. He held the several dozen meters tall Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch upside down and gave him a little shake. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's body swayed like a limp noodle. Blood flowed profusely, dripping downward like a trickling river. Even the bull horns on his head were broken. Is he dead? How boring. Yang Kai's voice rumbled loudly as he lifted Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch to his eye level. The motionless Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch abruptly jerked his eyes open. The rage and humiliation burned brightly in his eyes, like rampant flames that threatened to burn everything to ashes. Die together with me, you bastard! Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch roared furiously. All of a sudden, his originally burly figure swelled in size and his world force became extremely disordered. Yang Kai gingerly picked up the toothpick-like Azure Dragon Spear from the ground and thrust it at Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch. The Azure Dragon Spear grew rapidly and soon became 1,500 meters long. The spear stabbed straight into Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's chest, pinning him firmly against what was left of the mountain wall. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's eyes widened. He glared hatefully in Yang Kai's direction but could not break free of the Azure Dragon Spear's suppression no matter how much strength he drew out. A terrifying force surged up from the spear and poured into his body, destroying his innards wantonly. Even his small universe was shattered and began to collapse. I can't believe that I, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch, will die like this. The light in his eyes slowly dimmed. Even though his face was filled with resentment and unwillingness, his vitality eventually dissipated. He should be dead this time, Yang Kai muttered to himself. However, he did not see any black light rushing towards him despite waiting for a little while. He pondered in silence for a moment before the realization struck him. They were probably too far apart. According to the hypothesis that he and Lu Jing came up with earlier, they had to be within 300 meters in order to obtain the achievements from killing their enemy. Grabbing the Azure Dragon Spear with one hand, he dragged Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's corpse that was speared onto its tip closer to him. The moment he did so, a dense black light flew out from Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's right hand and plunged into his wristband. Slightly more than 3 stars had been illuminated on his golden wristband before, but when the black light from Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch poured in, 5 more stars lit up all at once. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4458, The winner is the king, the loser is the villain. I can get 5 stars from killing someone in the 6th order? Yang Kai raised his brow slightly at the sight. He was starting to get a vague understanding of how the achievements in the Tao Theory Assembly were calculated. Along the way here, Lu Jing had killed several insignificant parties. Combined with the achievements that Yang Kai obtained from slaughtering the 13 Open Heaven Realm Masters from earlier, the correlation between the order and the number of achievement points became clear. The achievements in the Tao Theory Assembly were most likely calculated with 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as the base. In other words, killing a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would fully light up 1 star on the golden wristband. Accordingly, it would take 10 third-order Open Heaven Realm Masters or 5 fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters to fully light up 1 star on the golden wristband. Meanwhile, killing a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master would give 5 times the achievement accrued from killing someone in the 5th order. It would seem that killing a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master would provide the highest gains. Be that as it may, how could someone in the 6th order be so easy to kill? Apart from Yang Kai, all the other 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the Tao Theory Assembly were young rising stars, each of them having broken through less than 100 years prior. Even if their starting points were extraordinary, they could not compare with the 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Prison Star who had undergone millennia of cultivation to strengthen their foundations. Therefore, they could only manage to kill a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master if 2 or 3 of them worked together. There weren't many 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the entire Prison Star, but there were still about 20 of them. If Yang Kai could kill all of them, then he was bound to firmly occupy first place in the Tao Theory Assembly. Unfortunately, it was far too troublesome to search for them one by one. The 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters were scattered across the Prison Star, and the area covered by the Prison Star was vast. Under the premise of being suppressed by the Grand Array, he might not find many of them even if he searched non-stop for the next year. Yang Kai gathered his thoughts and turned to look to the side. Grey Bones' heavenly monarch, who had been standing there and watching the fight, had disappeared at some point. Even Bai Mo was gone. It was obvious that they had fled hastily when he sank into contemplation. Senior Brother Yang. They escaped in that direction. Lu Jing loudly called out to Yang Kai while pointing in a certain direction. They won't be able to escape. Yang Kai broke out into a savage grin. His enormous figure shrank rapidly and returned to his original appearance. Manipulating space principles, he then vanished from the spot. Trying to escape from a person who was proficient in the Tao of space was nothing more than a fool's dream. It didn't matter how capable Grey Bones' heavenly monarch was. As long as the slightest traces remained, he would never escape from Yang Kai's pursuit. In this regard, Yang Kai had absolute confidence. 10,000 kilometers away, Grey Bones' heavenly monarch brought along his one and only subordinate Bai Mo as he escaped as swiftly as the wind. There was a layer of blood mist around his body, and it was obvious that he had activated some sort of secret technique that had a heavy consumption rate. It seemed he was burning his own blood essence to flee with all his strength. The sight of Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, being killed had frightened him out of his wits. Before today, he could never have imagined that Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, would be so vulnerable. No, it's not that Juxian is incompetent. The strength of that guy from the Dragon Clan is just too tyrannical and outrageous. Despite both parties being in the 6th order Open Heaven realm, Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, was killed effortlessly, completely incapable of fighting back against Yang Kai. Grey Bones' heavenly monarch was on par with Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, in terms of strength. So seeing as Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, was no match for Yang Kai, neither was he. That was why he decided to run away when Yang Kai was distracted. After all, that man was an existence akin to a living nightmare. If he did not flee, then all that awaited him would be death. Shwa! All of a sudden, his figure that had been speeding forward came to an abrupt stop. Grey Bones' heavenly monarch's expression was extremely solemn as he stared forward, a drop of cold sweat sliding from his forehead to his cheek. Master! Bai Mo looked at Grey Bones' heavenly monarch hesitantly. Grey Bones' heavenly monarch did not respond. He simply continued to stare hard into the space straight ahead. This place was shrouded in a fog so dense that he could barely see 10 meters in front of him, and even his divine sense was suppressed to the limit. Nevertheless, he could clearly sense that there was an extremely ferocious gaze upon him from up ahead. It felt like an evil dragon was hiding there. How can he be so fast? Huigu was filled with disbelief. He had fled with all his might, so how could that monster have gotten ahead of him? Realization seemed to hit Bai Mo at that moment. Although he could not see anything ahead, it did not stop him from inferring something from the expression on Grey Bones' heavenly monarch's face. A hint of panic filled his expression, but that panic soon turned into determination. His power surged with a loud roar. Master, go! I'll stop him for you. You have to remember to avenge me, master." After shouting those words, he charged straight ahead. Two bright crimson rays of light shone from within the fog, like two red lanterns in the dark night. Pa! A thud was accompanied by a miserable scream. Mo was mid-charge when he was slapped to the ground by a palm that seemingly stretched out of nowhere, his life or death uncertain. Foolish loyalty! The two crimson rays of light swayed and slowly loomed closer. Then, the figure of that Dragon Clan member gradually entered Greybone's Heavenly Monarch's vision. Greybone's Heavenly Monarch glanced towards Mo and discovered that the latter had simply been smacked to the ground, and he was in no life-threatening danger. Only then did Huigu look back at Yang Kai, who was approaching him one step at a time, and solemnly asked, "Are you going to kill me?" Yang Kai stopped and stood 30 meters away from Greybone's Heavenly Monarch. Tilting his head to the side, he said lightly, "That will depend on whether you wish to live or die." "What if I choose to live?" Greybone's Heavenly Monarch asked. Who would willingly choose to die if the option to live existed? Unfortunately, he did not have the confidence to defeat such a terrifying opponent. If it came down to a fight, the fate that awaited him would be no different from what happened to Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch. Pa! An ancient book was thrown at his feet. "Use your blood essence to write down your name. Then you can live." "This is..." Huigu frowned deeply and picked up the ancient book. Flipping through it, he saw that each page contained the name of a different person written in blood. There were 6 people whose names were written in total, while the book itself had 9 pages in all. Seeing as there were 6 people's names written in the book so far, there were only 3 pages left blank. The first 3 names were nothing special, so Huigu was not too bothered by them. However, the dried bloodstains that made up the last 3 names clearly revealed the residual aura of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, the last 3 people who wrote down their names were also in the 6th Order like himself. "May I ask a question? The 6 people whose names are written in this book, are they still alive?" He looked up at Yang Kai. "They're alive and well. It's just that the moment you write your name down in that book, your life or death will be under my control." "So, it is the loyalty list." A look of understanding flashed through Huigu's eyes. He had a slight guess when he first saw this item, and his conjecture had just been confirmed. "Oh, you know about the loyalty list?" Yang Kai looked at Greybone's Heavenly Monarch in surprise. "It is rumored that an ancient master known as Loyalty Demon refined the skin, flesh, and bones of Xieji to produce this item. I have only heard of it and have never seen it for myself. So this is what it looks like." Yang Kai grinned. "Since you already know about it, then that saves me the effort of explaining how it works. Choose. Do you submit or meet your death?" Greybone's Heavenly Monarch sighed. "The winner is the king and the loser is the villain. Do I really have a choice?" While saying so, he decisively turned to the 7th page. He then bit the tip of his tongue and forced out his blood essence before leaving his name on the page. Yang Kai immediately felt a vague connection forming between himself and Greybone's Heavenly Monarch. Thus, he immediately broke out into a big smile. A wise man will submit to the circumstances. A talented person chooses his master. Huigu, you will not regret the decision you made today. Greybone's Heavenly Monarch remained silent. Although he had been captured and thrown into the prison star, he was still free to a certain extent. As a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there was nobody who could force him to submit in this place. At most, there were some who were slightly stronger than him. Now though, his life lay in the hands of another. This feeling was very difficult to accept in such a short time. Mo, who had been smacked to the ground earlier, crawled up and ran over to Yang Kai, speaking with a flattering smile. "Sir, this one is also willing to write his name down in the book. I will serve you faithfully from now on." His master had been subdued by the other party, so he didn't really have much of a choice. Yang Kai glanced at Mo coldly and put the loyalty list away. "You are not qualified." There were only 9 pages in the loyalty list, and he had used up 7 of them. The pages contained the names of Chun Tianfei, Heihe Yunxinghua, Maozhe, Gengqing, Zhouya, and the newly subdued Huigu. Hence, there were only 2 pages left. There was no way Yang Kai was going to waste one of the pages on someone only in the 4th order. Bai Mo's face paled and he quickly began to beg for his life. "Sir, have mercy. Please have mercy, sir." Greybone's heavenly monarch spoke up from the side. "Sir, Bai Mo is loyal to me. His cultivation might be on the weaker side, but it is better than nothing. I hope you will show him some mercy." The fundamental essence of the Tao Theory Assembly was to hunt. It did not matter whether it was the criminals on the prison star or the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly. Both parties considered the other's existence to be worth a certain amount of stars. Therefore, Greybone's heavenly monarch was worried that Yang Kai might kill Bai Mo for those points. Yang Kai replied lightly, "Since you've said as much, then he can continue working by your side." Bai Mo was overjoyed and quickly said, "Many thanks, sir." He hurriedly ran to stand beside Greybone's heavenly monarch, gazing at Yang Kai with awe. He had watched Giant Clam heavenly monarch being killed with his own eyes. For a man who could effortlessly kill such a powerful figure, a 4th order open heaven realm master like himself was probably no different from an ant. "Wait here for me," Yang Kai said before he vanished from the spot with a flash. "This is..." Greybone's heavenly monarch's expression suddenly became focused. He carefully perceived his surroundings and exclaimed in understanding, "A space secret technique. So, that's how it is." No wonder he was overtaken by the other party. It turned out this extraordinary young man was proficient in the Tao of space. His loss was truly not undeserved. Yang Kai returned a short while later with Lu Jing, whom he left behind at Zhu Xian's palace earlier. Lu Jing couldn't help feeling shocked to see Greybone's heavenly monarch standing there. When he heard how Greybone's heavenly monarch addressed Yang Kai, his shock grew even greater. He simply could not understand what had happened during the short time he separated from Yang Kai that could make a 6th order open heaven realm master submit to another one so easily. On the other hand, Bai Mo cheerfully walked over to greet Lu Jing. He probably wanted to create a good relationship with the latter. "Sir, where are we going now?" Greybone's heavenly monarch asked. Yang Kai replied, "We'll return to your tree cave." Greybone's heavenly monarch's expression scrunched in confusion as he asked, "Return to my tree cave?" Yang Kai asked, "You've been on the prison star for a long time, right? How many of the 6th order open heaven realm masters here do you know?" Greybone's heavenly monarch answered, "I know 7 or 8 of them. The rest live too far away, so I don't have much contact with them." Yang Kai nodded. "Send a message to them saying that you and Zhu Xian are discussing countermeasures for the Tao Theory Assembly. Invite them to come over and join you." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4459, Lured into a Trap. "Sir, are you planning to lure them into a trap?" Hui Gu's expression changed when he realized what Yang Kai planned to do. In the beginning, he had not understood why Yang Kai had let him go free or why Yang Kai had specially used the loyalty list to subdue him. It had to be said that the power Yang Kai displayed was such that no 6th order open heaven realm master on the prison star could be his opponent. Furthermore, Hui Gu's very existence undoubtedly represented a sizable chunk of achievement in his eyes. It was only at this moment that Hui Gu understood the reason why Yang Kai had subdued him. Yang Kai wanted to use his connections. It's too much trouble to go searching for them one by one. There's nothing more enjoyable than for them to walk to their deaths on their own accord. Yang Kai grinned. "I understand." Hui Gu lowered his head. "But sir, the ones that I am acquainted with don't always live in the same place. Some of them like to wander around while some of them are even more secretive about their whereabouts. I might not be able to get in touch with all of them." "Just do your best," Yang Kai said. If not for this, he would have no reason to subdue Greybone's heavenly monarch. A 6th order open heaven realm master was worth 5 stars to him after all. It was just that the information in the jade slip given to him by Chu Huashang had mentioned the same thing. Most of the 6th order open heaven realm masters on the prison star did not have fixed residences and were extremely difficult to find as a result. Hence, he subdued Hui Gu as part of his plan to use him to lure the other 6th order open heaven realm masters into his trap. Hui Gu immediately began making arrangements. It was not easy to communicate with the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although many of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters occasionally interacted with each other on the prison star, only a few of them could be considered friends. He sent by Mo along with his faith token to some of the places he knew in order to pass the message to those Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, inviting them to his secluded home to discuss countermeasures for the Tao Theory Assembly. Bai Mo's loyalty to Hui Gu was unquestionable. He even had the guts to stand up against Yang Kai so that he could create an opportunity for Hui Gu to escape. For that reason, there was no need to worry about their secrets leaking out if he was the one to handle the communications. Meanwhile, Yang Kai took Lu Jing with him and returned to the forest tree cave with Hui Gu in tow. The forest had been badly burned by the Golden Crow's true fire. Therefore, Hui Gu needed to fix up the spirit array, lest the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters noticed that something was wrong. On the other hand, Yang Kai cultivated in retreat inside the tree cave while refining Open Heaven pills. After waiting for a few days, the criminals on the prison star began to enter the dense forest in a steady stream, though the ones who came were not just the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were also Third Order, Fourth Order, and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who either came alone or in small groups of 3 to 5. It was thanks to Bai Mo, who loudly announced that his master had joined forces with Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch to resist the participants of the Tao Theory Assembly whenever he came across others, while on his way to deliver the original messages. Many of the criminals on the prison star were currently operating without proper leadership, so learning that many foreign Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were going to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly had filled them with apprehension. Hence, they quickly came to join the undertaking upon hearing that 2 Sixth Order Heavenly Monarchs were willing to lead the fight against the invaders from the various cave heavens and paradises. Unfortunately, their trip here was akin to a journey to the Yellow Springs. Yang Kai didn't even need to lift a finger as Hui Gu did all the work for him. Anybody who entered the forest was captured and brought to him alive before they were killed on the spot. It didn't take more than a few days for more stars to appear on Yang Kai's wristband. Moreover, the number of criminals who came to the forest increased as time passed and his gains increased accordingly. Lu Jing couldn't help feeling envious at the sight. Right now, Yang Kai simply needed to sit on his hands and do nothing for the criminals to voluntarily arrive here and become part of his achievements. It was easy and convenient. Even so, Lu Jing knew that there was nothing to be envious of. The only reason Yang Kai could harvest such gains so easily was thanks to his overwhelming strength. Without that strength backing him up, everything was just empty talk. Half a month later, as many as 15 stars had lit up on the golden wristband. Excluding the 5 stars contributed by Zhu Xian, the rest were obtained by killing criminals below the Sixth Order. It had only been less than a month since the Tao Theory Assembly began, but Yang Kai had already obtained such astounding results. Lu Jing simply could not imagine who else could compete with Yang Kai at this rate. Even if the other participants sought out and killed criminals without pause, they still would not be as fast as Yang Kai. This was all thanks to the huge effect of subduing Grey Bone's Heavenly Monarch. Compared to killing him directly, it was undoubtedly more beneficial to make use of his connections and reputation. On this day, Yang Kai was refining Open Heaven pills inside the tree cave while Lu Jing quietly sat to the side. All of a sudden, they heard a loud roar coming from the outside. "Hui Gu, Zhu Xian, this monarch is here. Why haven't you come out to greet me?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes glinting with anticipation. A big fish finally took the bait. Grey Bone's Heavenly Monarch's figure appeared inside the tree cave and cupped his fist. "Sir." "I know." Yang Kai stood up slowly. "Who is here? How strong is he?" Hui Gu replied, "The one who came is Xin Luo, also known as Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch. In terms of cultivation, he is a little weaker than me and Zhu Xian, but not by much. Of course, he could never compare with you, sir." Those words were not flattery. Having seen Yang Kai's true strength, Hui Gu truly believed that nobody in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm could match up to Yang Kai. Only those in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm could suppress his monstrous strength. But Xin Luo did not come alone. He brought many subordinates with him. There was a spirit array set up in this forest, which allowed him to observe the situation as long as another person entered its range. That's perfect. Yang Kai licked his lips and got to his feet. I'll leave the small fries to you. Shenluo is mine. Yes, Huigu replied grimly. Inside the grand array, the tall and bulky spirit collector Heavenly Monarch shouted impatiently, Huigu, Juxian, are you all deaf? This monarch came here on your invitation to discuss important matters. Why are you avoiding me? What's the meaning of this? A fifth-order open heaven realm master beside spirit collector Heavenly Monarch furrowed his eyebrows deeply before whispering softly with a vigilant look on his face. Sir, be careful. Something seems to be wrong here. Spirit collector Heavenly Monarch frowned at those words. He had not paid much attention earlier. After all, Huigu and Juxian were gathered here. Who would dare to be so blind as to cause trouble with two sixth-order masters watching? Nevertheless, he immediately noticed that something was indeed wrong after being warned by his subordinate. This place seemed to be a little too quiet. It wouldn't have been strange if it was just Huigu, as he didn't have many subordinates in the first place. His only aide was Mo, who was out delivering the messages. However, Juxian had quite a few subordinates under him. Why is there nobody around? Just as that thought crossed Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch's mind, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him with a whooshing sound. He looked up and frowned before interrogating. Huigu, what the hell are you doing? Who is this guy? Where is Juxian? The unfamiliar young man looked down at him condescendingly. Those eyes contained an intriguing look that revealed a strong sense of aggression, which made Shenluo feel very uncomfortable. Huigu only said lightly, sorry. What? Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch was puzzled. Yang Kai grinned at Shenluo and answered, Juxian is dead, but don't worry, I'll send you to meet him soon. Saying so, he suddenly appeared in front of Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch. They were so close that he was practically touching the Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch's face. Shocked, Shenluo punched out on instinct. All the strength in his body was condensed in his fist, and the world force of a sixth-order open heaven realm master erupted out. Yang Kai also punched out in defense. There was a loud explosion. Following the shockwaves of world force, Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch felt as though a storm had blasted through his small universe, causing it to rock and tumble uncontrollably while his entire being was violently thrown out. Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? His expression changed drastically. Are you from the cave heavens and paradises? There were only 20 or so Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the prison star, and all of them at least knew each other even if there was no friendship between them. However, Shenluo had never seen this young man in front of him before. There was only one explanation for the current situation. This young man was not one of the criminals from the prison star, but one of the participants from the cave heavens and paradises. Huigu, how dare you collude with the cave heavens and paradises to destroy us? Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch roared furiously. Huigu lowered his eyes. I had no choice. Shenluo, it's every man for himself. Yang Kai laughed. Forget that nonsense. Eat my fist. Another punch blasted out, causing Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch to stagger backwards. After exchanging just 2 blows, he had gotten a rough estimate of Yang Kai's heritage. The world force of the other party's small universe was much stronger than his own. Didn't they say that all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the Tao Theory Assembly are newly advanced with less than 100 years of experience? How can a newly advanced brat have such overwhelming strength? Just where did this shitty piece of information come from? While those thoughts ran through his mind, a barrage of fist shadows entered his vision. Shenluo did not dare to underestimate these attacks and could only defend himself desperately. Hong hong hong. Explosions burst out one after another and his figure was steadily forced backwards. He was suppressed so badly that he could only defend himself without any ability to counterattack. When he turned to look at the side, he saw that the subordinates he brought with him were being indiscriminately bombarded with attacks from Huigu. Although some of his subordinates were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, it was impossible for them to resist against an established Sixth Order Master. It was only a matter of time before they lost the battle and died. I can't continue staying in this treacherous place. Once Huigu frees up his hands, he will surely join together with this young man. I might not escape alive if it turns into a 2-on-1 battle. Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch frantically punched out as soon as that thought crossed his mind. Ignoring the lives of his subordinates, he forced Yang Kai back before turning to flee. Trying to run? Yang Kai shouted and space principles fluctuated madly, turning the surrounding space viscous. At the same time, he activated near-distant horizon and the space around Shenluo stretched out infinitely. They were both 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch would not be completely suppressed by Yang Kai's space techniques. But even so, his speed was greatly affected. An overwhelming sense of crisis loomed over Shenluo from behind, and with no other choice, he could only turn around to defend himself. A series of explosions rang out again as Shenluo felt a heavy blow striking his small universe world with every clash. The impact made all the vitality in his body roil violently and he felt dizzy as a result. When another punch was thrown at him, he pulled back and hurriedly retreated. He looked down and saw that all the bones in his fists were showing in a bloody mess. Moreover, he could not suppress the uncontrollable trembling in his arms. On the opposite side, the young man looked at Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch calmly. His leisurely manner seemed to indicate that he had not even used his full strength yet. Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch felt his heart sinking at the sight. He had a vague feeling in his heart that things would end badly for him today. If that's all the strength you have, then please die. While Yang Kai was speaking, he reached out and summoned the Azure Dragon's spear into his grip. Lifting his spear, he thrust it out wildly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4460, Fishing. By the time Huigu finished dealing with the subordinates that Shenluo brought and looked up, he saw that the latter was in critical danger. Spear shadows filled the sky and transformed into a violent storm that enveloped Shenluo from above. Moreover, his body was covered in wounds of all shapes and sizes that were bleeding profusely. Huigu's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he had already seen Yang Kai killing another 6th Order Heavenly Monarch before, witnessing the same scene all over again still gave him a huge shock. It had to be said that 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were only one step away from entering the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. They were considered extremely powerful existences across the entire 3,000 worlds. They could even serve as outer elders in the cave heavens and paradises. Even so, such masters seemed completely helpless in front of Yang Kai. Shenluo was not weak, only slightly weaker than Zhu Xian. However, even Zhu Xian was not Yang Kai's opponent. So how could Shenluo possibly defeat Yang Kai? Knowing that it was time to show his value, Huigu did not hesitate. He joined the battle with a flash of his figure and cooperated with Yang Kai to besiege Shenluo. Shenluo's complexion immediately turned ashen. He was already in a life-threatening predicament just facing Yang Kai, and it was only a matter of time before he lost the battle and subsequently his life. Now that Huigu had joined in, his situation was becoming worse and worse. Damn you, Huigu! The entire process only took about a quarter hour in total. Following Yang Kai's furious roar, the Azure Dragon Spear stabbed into Shenluo's head and caused it to explode. Fresh blood and brains splattered everywhere and a new headless corpse twitched violently before falling straight down. A black light rushed out from Shenluo's wrist and plunged into Yang Kai's golden wristband. 5 new stars lit up instantly as Yang Kai looked down at his achievements and nodded in satisfaction. Standing in front of Shenluo's corpse, Huigu stared at it silently with extremely complicated feelings. At this moment he felt a little shaken. He was starting to doubt his own years of perseverance and cultivation. The subordinates that Shenluo brought had not been killed as Huigu had simply captured them alive and imprisoned them nearby. Yang Kai walked over and killed each person with a stab of his spear, gaining more achievements as a result. In this way, as many as 24 stars lit up the golden wristband. Clean up. I'm going back into retreat, Yang Kai instructed as he put his spear away and returned to the tree cave. Huigu silently cleaned up the battlefield. All traces of the battle here had to be removed completely, lest the next group of victims notice any clues that something was wrong. There was also the spirit array in the forest that needed to be repaired. Lu Jing ran over to help. Fighting was not his forte, but something as trivial as this was well within his means. Over the next 2 months, Yang Kai continued to linger in the tree cave. He refined open heaven pills to enhance the heritage of his small universe while waiting for more fish to take the bait. During this time, another 3 big fish were lured into the trap. These groups were all led by 6th-order open heaven realm masters, and every one of them gave Yang Kai a bountiful harvest. In addition, there were many small fish that came too. At this point, Hui Gu's forest home had become a bottomless pit where not the slightest trickle would leak out despite how many people were devoured. At this point, though, fewer and fewer people appeared in the forest. It was hard to say whether the strangeness in this place had finally been detected and people were becoming wary or whether BMO failed to contact more criminals to lure in. In any case, Yang Kai was feeling pretty good about his situation. The Tao Theory Assembly was said to be held over a 1-year period, and while only 3 months had passed so far, he had already obtained nearly 60 stars. Among these 60 stars, 5 6th-order open heaven realm masters had contributed a total of 25. The rest of the stars were obtained from slaughtering those below the 6th order. Even Lu Jing had managed to mooch off some of the achievements, filling up 2 stars on his golden wristband. There were no more than 20 or so 6th-order open heaven realm masters throughout the entire prison star, but Yang Kai alone had annihilated 5 of them. It was an absolutely horrifying number. With such achievements, he was certain that nobody else could defeat him. It had to be said that 60 stars were equivalent to the lives of 65th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters or 12 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Regardless of how hard the others tried, it was practically impossible for them to obtain greater achievements than him. Be that as it may, one should always take precautions against all possibilities. Yang Kai had made such a bold declaration in front of Su Linggong, so he could not afford to lose the Tao Theory Assembly. He secretly decided to wait in this place for another 2 months, and if no more big fish fell for the bait, then he would take the initiative to attack instead. As time passed, the criminals who came to the dense forest steadily dwindled in numbers. On a certain day, Yang Kai and the 2 others were cultivating in retreat inside the secluded home when Hui Gu suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to have sensed something and cast a secret technique to investigate the situation. Then, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Sir, somebody is here." Somebody finally came. Yang Kai opened his eyes and cracked his neck to the side. Over the past half-month, not even small fish had shown up. He was so bored that he was about to start growing mushrooms. Therefore, he immediately became spirited when he heard that somebody had arrived. He turned to the side and asked, "How many people are there?" "There's only 1 person." Hui Gu's expression was a little strange. Moreover, what? "Sir, are women allowed to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly? Wasn't the Tao Theory Assembly for Inyang Cave Heaven to choose a husband for one of its core female disciples?" "A woman." Yang Kai was astonished, but he immediately recalled something. Standing up, he strode out of the tree cave, and it didn't take long before he appeared in front of that person. With a big laugh, he called out, "Junior Sister Gu, what are you doing here?" Not far away, a petite figure holding a paintbrush in her hand was studying her surroundings vigilantly. When Gu Pan turned to look at him, she immediately looked stunned. "Senior Brother Yang, why are you here?" Then, she glanced at Grey Bones' heavenly monarch standing beside him, and her expression became even more confused than before. "It's a long story. Why don't you come inside first?" Yang Kai beckoned to her. He had a vague guess when he heard Hui Gu saying that their visitor was a woman. After all, Gu Pan was the only woman who joined the Tao Theory Assembly. Sure enough, it turned out to be her when Yang Kai came out to check on the situation. A short while later, both host and guest were seated. Hui Gu served them some tea before taking a seat behind Yang Kai and next to Lu Jing, his demeanor completely subservient. Yang Kai then briefly explained Hui Gu's identity. Gu Pen nodded. "You made a wise move, heavenly monarch. If Senior Brother Yang can take the top spot in the assembly, he might be able to make a request to Inyang Cave Heaven and bring you out of the prison star. Huigu became excited when he heard those words. Really? He had originally been forced to sign the loyalty list. Thus, he surrendered himself to Yang Kai without thinking too much into the matter. Nevertheless, a great hope suddenly blazed in his heart upon hearing what Gu Pan just said. If he could leave the prison star, this miserable and barren land, then it would indeed be a wise move to submit to Yang Kai. I'll do my best. I cannot say whether Inyang Cave Heaven will agree to my request. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Huigu is restricted by the loyalty list, so there is no need to worry about being betrayed by him. It should not be a problem if I discuss this matter with Su Linggong when the time comes. Many thanks, sir. It's enough as long as you have the intent, Huigu said excitedly. Gu Pan said, Senior Brother Yang, your current achievements should be enough to put you way ahead of everybody else. As long as you can keep up your current rate of progress, it will not be difficult for you to win. The densely packed stars on Yang Kai's golden wristband were visible at a glance. Hence, she had noticed it as soon as she arrived. Junior sister, your harvest isn't bad either. Yang Kai glanced at her fair wrist and smiled slightly. Needless to say, her achievements could not compare to his, but even so, Gu Pan had obtained about a dozen stars of her own. These stars probably came from slaughtering criminals below the sixth-order open heaven realm. Based on her situation, the others were probably in a similar situation. Why did you come here, junior sister? Yang Kai asked, changing the subject. Gu Pan replied, I overheard some of the criminals saying that something was strange about this place. Many sixth-order open heaven realm masters had entered this forest only to disappear without a trace. So, I came to investigate the situation. I didn't expect you to be here, Senior Brother Yang. It would now seem that all the sixth-order criminals who entered this place and vanished without a trace had been reduced to the stars on his wrist. Oh? Has the news spread out that far? Yang Kai raised his brow upon hearing this. It was no wonder nobody came here recently. His actions must have been too glaring, which caused the criminals outside to become wary of this place. Thinking so, Yang Kai realized he couldn't just sit around here anymore. The fish had been alerted to what's going on, so there would be no more harvest. If he wanted more stars, he had to stop being passive and start attacking. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai asked Gu Pan about Zhang Ruoxi. He had not seen her ever since the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He learned from Gu Pan that the elders of Langya Paradise had taken their disciples back to the sect after the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. In addition, Zhang Ruoxi was accepted by one of the outer elders as a disciple, and she was currently training hard to prepare for her future breakthrough to the open heaven realm. Upon learning that Zhang Ruoxi was doing well, Yang Kai felt very relieved. She would not suffer any grievances with Gu Pan taking care of her in Langya Paradise. Furthermore, Langya Paradise was one of the 72 paradises with a strong heritage. The fact that Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor was a Langya Paradise disciple also gave her a sense of belonging there. So staying was not a bad choice for her. Yang Kai then chatted with Gu Pan for a little longer before she left. The reason Gu Pan participated in the Tao Theory Assembly was not to win a bride, but rather because she was the only sixth-order open heaven realm master that Langya Paradise brought along on this trip. With no other choice, she participated as a way to train herself. Yang Kai did not stop her from leaving. Since she was here for training, then it would be better for her to travel alone. Besides, she was a Langya Paradise disciple, so her methods and cultivation were both extraordinary. Even if she encountered an enemy in the sixth-order open heaven realm on the prison star, she would have no trouble escaping even if she couldn't defeat her opponent. Her life would be in no danger in this place. When he saw her off outside the dense forest, she suddenly looked back and said, "Good luck, senior brother." He nodded, "Be careful." She nodded, "You too, senior brother. The criminals on the prison star are heinous people. Every one of them has blood on their hands. Don't trust them too much." He knew that she was warning him to be careful of Huigu. Unfortunately, it was inconvenient for him to explain, so he just smiled in response, "I know." Also, I've heard rumors that the criminals on the prison star have recently established a force called Prison League. Most of the criminals have joined Prison League to hunt and kill the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly. Many people have already died at their hands, so don't be careless if you meet them, senior brother. There are many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Prison League, and they are not people who newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like us can resist. Prison League. Yang Kai raised his brow, the news immediately piquing his interest. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4461. Prison League. After seeing Gu pan off, Yang Kai turned to Hui Gu, looking him over so meticulously that the latter couldn't help feeling spooked. "What is it, sir?" Hui Gu hurriedly asked. "Did nobody invite you to join Prison League?" Yang Kai asked. Startled, Hui Gu hurriedly explained. "This one has already submitted to you, sir. I will always follow you, sir. I will never join an evil force like Prison League willingly." "Relax." Yang Kai patted Hui Gu on the shoulder and cheerfully said, "I know how loyal you are to me, but joining Prison League is not in conflict with your loyalty to me." "Sir, do you mean?" Hui Gu seemed to have caught on to Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai affirmed, "There are no more fish to catch here. As a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, I'm sure you will obtain quite a high position if you join Prison League. At that time, we should work together from both inside and out." Hui Gu immediately understood. "A good idea, sir." He pondered in silence for a moment before he added, "Logically speaking, somebody should have invited this one to join when Prison League was established. Since I didn't receive an invitation, it's quite possible that the invitation bearer was killed by you, sir." Yang Kai stiffened in surprise and nodded lightly. "That's certainly possible." During the time he spent waiting in the tree cave, he had caught 3 large fish and many other small fries. There was a high possibility that the people sent by Prison League to deliver an invitation to Hui Gu had died at his hands. "But it's not a problem. If I take the initiative to join Prison League, I believe those old farts won't turn me away." Hui Gu volunteered. "Go, but be careful." Yang Kai nodded. They exchanged means to communicate with each other. Then, Hui Gu immediately set off to search for the location of Prison League. With the loyalty list in his hand, Yang Kai had no need to fear that Hui Gu might betray him. As long as Hui Gu could join Prison League without issues, he could act as a spy for Yang Kai. In that way, Yang Kai would be the first to obtain news about Prison League's movements. One day after Hui Gu departed, Yang Kai set off with Lu Jing. 4 or 5 months had passed since the Tao Theory Assembly kicked off, and the situation on the prison star that started off as a chaotic mess had gradually settled. The weak had chosen to huddle together to stay warm, desperately seeking shelter and protection from other masters as a result. That was how Prison League was born. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the prison star were powerful existences with a deep heritage from the long years of accumulation since their advancement. In a one-on-one battle, the participants from the major cave heavens and paradises would be no match for them. However, the strength of the veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would become lacking if it turned into a 2-on-1 battle. Of course, while the newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises knew how to work together, so did the veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the prison star. Since Prison League came into being, it had madly absorbed all the criminals on the prison star and became an enormous behemoth in a very short time frame. Throughout the existence of the prison star, this was the first time the criminals had ever been so united. The process on Hui Gu's side went very smoothly. He was one of the masters that Prison League had wanted to invite from the start, so now that he took the initiative to join them, it was only natural that he was taken in quickly and given the role of a protector. Prison League's headquarters was located on a piece of barren land called the Yellow Spring Cave. It was originally the secluded home of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master by the name of Huang Quan, also known as Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, but this place had been transformed into the headquarters of Prison League out of necessity. With Huang Quan's strength, he could be considered a first-class existence on the prison star. Even the jade slip that Chu Huashang gave to Yang Kai had specially flagged this person along with a handful of other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to warn Yang Kai to be careful if he encountered them. That was because these Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were existences on the verge of advancing into the Seventh Order. It could be said that they had reached the peak of the Sixth Order. As a result, they were existences on the same level as Yang Kai's subordinate, Wuxia. Even after being imprisoned on the prison star for so many years, their strength would not have decreased by much. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch had established Prison League and proclaimed himself as Prison League's master. There were 2 Vice League Masters and 6 Protectors serving under him, all of whom were in the Sixth Order. It could be said that Prison League had 9 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as their strongest combat force. Now that Huigu had joined them, that number reached an incredible 10 Sixth Order Masters. Besides the 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters killed by Yang Kai, Prison League had gathered almost all of the remaining Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under its banner. Even if some were missing, there were not many of them. This was only taking into account the Sixth Order Masters. There were countless more with cultivations below the Sixth Order. This information was what Huigu secretly passed to Yang Kai after he joined Prison League. The criminals had huddled together to keep warm, resulting in the establishment of a powerful great force like Prison League. In turn, the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly began bemoaning their misfortune. In the previous months, they were able to hunt down some of the criminals and reap some achievements. Although many of them also died as a result, in general, there was a balance of losses and gains. However, it became extremely difficult to find and kill any lone criminals since Prison League was established. The criminals of Prison League would move about in groups whenever they traveled anywhere. Moreover, these groups were always led by Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the very least. 5 made up a small team, 10 formed a medium team, and 20 or more formed a large team. If the lone cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly ran into these groups, their strength would not be enough for them to resist. The only fate waiting for them was death. As such, the number of fatalities among the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly increased sharply. The establishment of Prison League also forced the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly to form their own groups. It was just that there was no rallying call for unification. Not to mention, they were scattered all over the prison star. Their groups simply consisted of good friends or general acquaintances temporarily traveling together, which did not improve their safety by much. With the help of Huigu acting as a spy, Yang Kai gained a lot of benefits. Huigu was one of the 7 protectors of Prison League, so it was only natural that he had access to inside information, which he quietly passed on to Yang Kai, allowing the latter to enjoy success again and again. Yang Kai and Lu Jing both sat down cross-legged in an extremely dry and hot cave located in the belly of a barren mountain about 150 kilometers away from Yellow Spring Cave. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's expression changed. He took out and examined the communication bead. Then he slowly got to his feet. Sensing movement, Lu Jing quickly opened his eyes. "Senior brother? Are you going out?" Yang Kai nodded. "This trip might be a little dangerous. Wait here for me." Lu Jing was aware that his strength was lacking. The last few times Yang Kai had made a move, he could only watch from afar with no means of participating in the battle at all. Thus, he nodded at those words. "Take care, senior brother." Yang Kai smiled and strode out, his figure rapidly becoming a blur on the horizon. An hour later, Yang Kai quietly laid in ambush on top of a barren mountain while concealing his aura. According to the information from Huigu, Prison League had arranged a large deployment this time. If everything went well, he would be able to reap a great harvest. It didn't take long before numerous figures approached quickly from a distance. There were many people, as many as a dozen or so. In addition, they were led by 3 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such a lineup could be considered a very powerful medium team. Most cultivators would be powerless against them. Be that as it may, this group of people was nothing more than an abundant harvest to Yang Kai. These people landed on the barren mountain, seemingly with a clear goal in mind. They immediately began searching the area with a fine-toothed comb. Their divine senses surged turbulently as they probed their surroundings. Although it was vague, they seemed to have formed a simple formation between them that connected their auras with one another. The amplification might not be large, but it was enough to enhance their respective auras slightly. Yang Kai remained hidden in the shadows, concealing his aura. With his cultivation in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he was not afraid of being discovered by this group. After waiting for a short while, Yang Kai abruptly summoned the Azure Dragon Spear when the enemy group entered a suitable range and swept out with his weapon. Caught off guard, the dozen or so people were thrown off their feet, with a number of them exploding into blood mist on the spot. Black light burst forth and plunged into Yang Kai's golden wristband shortly after. Horrified screams rang out as those who were lucky enough to survive did not hesitate to act. They quickly used their respective secret techniques and artifacts to bombard Yang Kai indiscriminately. Yang Kai's spear danced, drawing upon his strength as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He defended against this barrage of attacks before carrying forward his momentum to thrust out his spear again. At this moment, 5 people suddenly emerged in a ghostly manner, each one of them possessing a powerful aura. The 2 people standing in the lead were both in the Sixth Order. One of them was a fair-faced man. It was none other than Huigu. The other person was a tall and dignified middle-aged man with graying hair. As soon as they appeared, they activated their power at the same time to cover Yang Kai from above. It was obvious that they were prepared in advance. The middle-aged man shouted, "We've been waiting a long time for you." Yang Kai paled in shock and raised his spear to block. Hong! His body was shaken badly and golden blood spurted out of his mouth. His expression immediately fell and he staggered backwards by a significant distance. Barely able to steady his figure, he raised his head to look at them with an uncertain and fearful expression. "Who are you?" Huigu's brow twitched at the sight. He took a careful look at the blood trickling out of Yang Kai's mouth and thought to himself, "Sir Sure has great acting skills. If I had not known the truth, I would have been fooled by his performance." Still, stepping forward, he announced lightly, "This monarch is Huigu." The middle-aged man held a pale blue longsword in his hand, one that flashed slightly as he coldly snorted. "This monarch is Void-Mind Heavenly Monarch Wunyan." 2 heavenly monarchs? Yang Kai wiped at the blood at the corners of his mouth, his expression becoming extremely solemn. Coldly observing the many open heaven realm masters that were forming an encirclement around him, he snorted softly to himself. "Prison League sure is giving me great respect. I can't believe they dispatched 2 heavenly monarchs to ambush this king." Wunyan ground his teeth. "You've ambushed and killed 36 members from Prison League. Did you really think we would be so easily bullied? I don't care which cave heaven or paradise you come from. This place will be your burial ground today." With the help of the information provided by Huigu, Yang Kai had attacked Prison League 3 times recently and killed many of its members, including a number in the Fifth Order. As a result, he naturally caught the attention of Prison League's leaders. After investigating the 3 battlefields, Prison League determined that it was the work of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Moreover, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was acting alone. They could not remain indifferent to the culprit behind these attacks. Hence, Huigu suggested a plan to lure out the culprit. Sure enough, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who secretly attacked from the shadows had made his move again. But this time, 2 of Prison League's protectors were hidden nearby to finally put an end to this menace. Ha! Wunyan suddenly noticed the dense stars covering the golden wristband on Yang Kai's wrist and couldn't help feeling shocked. Just how many people did this guy kill in the short span of 6 months? How did he accumulate such horrifying achievements? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4462. A good show. In addition to the shock Wunyan felt, his expression was filled with greed. "If I succeed in killing this brat, then all the stars on his wrist will be transferred to me. Even if I have to divide the spoils of war with Huigu, it will still be quite a considerable gain." Inyang Cave Heaven announced a long time ago that anybody from the prison star who obtained great achievements in the Dao Theory Assembly would be set free. As one of the 36 cave heavens, Inyang Cave Heaven's promise was extremely credible. Although Wunyan did not know how many stars were needed to buy his freedom, he was certain it could not be too many. In other words, both he and Huigu would regain their freedom as long as they could kill the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of them. Attack! He shouted and swung his long sword, lunging straight towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the many open heaven realm masters surrounding Yang Kai quickly launched their respective secret techniques in unison. Hong hong hong. The surrounding space around Yang Kai was filled with chaotic energy, and his world force became turbulent. Standing there, he resembled a lone wooden canoe in the middle of a storm. He swayed unsteadily, and his figure instantly became drenched in blood. After trying to defend against the attacks for some time, he turned around and fled. "Where are you trying to run?" Wu Nian roared. Such a good opportunity was right in front of him. If he did not seize this opportunity, then he might be trapped on the prison star for the rest of his life. While speaking, he raised his sword and stabbed at Yang Kai's back with eyes filled with great excitement. At that moment, though, a sudden pain erupted from his back. It felt as though an entire world had slammed right into him. The small universe in his body became turbulent as a burst of stars danced in his vision and blood mist sprayed out of his mouth. He hastily turned back to look and saw Huigu, who had been following close behind him all this while, slowly retracting a palm with a cold and indifferent expression. "You?" His eyes were filled with disbelief. He never imagined that Huigu would attack him from behind. Why? Could it be that he wants to devour all of that guy's achievements himself? But can he guarantee that he can defeat this guy alone? Besides, this guy has accumulated so many achievements. There's more than enough to divide among ourselves. Why does he need to hog everything for himself? Before Wu Nian could sort through his muddled thoughts, Yang Kai abruptly turned around even though he had been fleeing just now and thrust his spear out. The panicked expression from before had vanished without a trace and was replaced with a savage grin. A sudden possibility struck Wu Nian. Looking horrified, he shouted, "Huigu! How dare you collude with outsiders?" Yang Kai burst out laughing. "What do you mean by colluding? Huigu has been working for me all along." Wu Nian's complexion instantly turned ashen. In the next moment, he was caught in a pincer between Huigu and Yang Kai. Not to mention, he was already severely injured from Huigu's sneak attack earlier. How could he be an opponent in a 2-against-1 battle? It only took 3 breaths before he was beaten so badly that he was on the verge of death. Blood splattered wildly and his injuries became increasingly severe. The open heaven realm masters who were surrounding Yang Kai earlier were dumbfounded at this sight. It was supposed to be a trap set up by Prison League to lure out their prey. Everything had been going well, so how did the situation turn around so quickly? It was very difficult for anybody to understand just what had happened. The words that came out of Yang Kai's mouth made their expressions change drastically though. Void Mind Heavenly Monarch was currently stuck in a precarious situation. Seeing that he could lose his life at any moment, they did not dare to remain idle. They hurriedly scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. "Stand right there. Whoever runs will die." Yang Kai raised his spear to bombard Wu Nian indiscriminately with a barrage of attacks. At the same time, he gave a loud roar and surged his space principles. Nobody heeded Yang Kai's words, of course. If they did not escape now, they would simply be waiting to die. However, the space around them thickened and made them feel as though they were stuck in a quagmire. It was now difficult to take even a single step forward. "Go!" Yang Kai ordered Huigu. Greybone's heavenly monarch immediately nodded, and with a shift of his body, he charged towards the fleeing open heaven realm masters. He was well aware of Yang Kai's abilities, so forget about the heavily injured Wu Nian. Even if the latter had been in peak condition, he would still be no match for Yang Kai. There was nothing to be worried about. Besides, his cooperation with Yang Kai could not be exposed. Otherwise, they would not have another chance to perform something like this again. By the time Huigu captured all of the fleeing open heaven realm masters and sealed their cultivations, Yang Kai had stabbed more than 10 gaping holes in Wu Nian's body. Fresh blood and innards flowed out all over the ground. In addition, the pitch-black golden crow's true fire burned all over those wounds. Wu Nian was doomed. Huigu knew in his heart that it was impossible for anybody to recover from such injuries, even if an open heaven realm masters had great vitality. Logically speaking, It was impossible for a winner to be decided so quickly in a battle between Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if one party was no match for the other party might be helpless if the former was determined to flee. There were two reasons for this situation to occur. The first reason was that Wu Nian had been severely injured by Hui Gu in a sneak attack. The second reason was that Yang Kai's strength was beyond the limits of those in the same order. Wu Nian had no hope of escaping at all. Cough, 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 cough. Wu Nian coughed violently and fell to one knee on the ground. Gripping the long sword in his hand, he forcefully propped himself up to prevent himself from falling down. He raised his eyes and glared at Hui Gu furiously. "Backstabbing bastard! I will be waiting for you on the road to hell." He sincerely believed that he would not have had such a tragic ending if Hui Gu had not attacked him from behind. Hui Gu just stared back at Wu Nian indifferently and said nothing. "Things are over here. You can head back first." Yang Kai waved a hand at Hui Gu to dismiss the latter. Wu Nian no longer had any strength left to resist. His vitality was slowly dispersing and he would die soon even if Yang Kai left him alone. On the other hand, the remaining Open Heaven Realm Masters had been imprisoned nearby by Hui Gu. They could not move a single muscle, so it was time to reap the harvest. "I'm afraid I can't go back like this," Hui Gu said. Yang Kai was taken aback by those words, but he understood immediately. "I was negligent." Yang Kai raised a hand and struck his palm towards Hui Gu. Hui Gu did not resist and just stood there to take the attack. His figure staggered unsteadily and blood spurted out of his mouth. After stabilizing himself, he spoke with a pale complexion. "Sir, I'll be leaving first." Yang Kai nodded and Hui Gu immediately soared into the sky and fled towards the place where he came from. Wu Nian watched coldly, his expression forlorn. He simply could not understand why a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Hui Gu would be so respectful towards a participant of the Tao Theory Assembly from the outside. "Now, I'll send you all to hell." Yang Kai grinned, lifting his spear. He was about to land the killing blow when he suddenly turned to look in a certain direction and shouted, "Who goes there?" Ripples spread out through the surrounding space in that direction and four figures slowly emerged. Yang Kai looked up, and his expression turned grim at the sight. That couldn't be helped as he recognized two among these four people. Moreover, these two people held deep grudges towards him. They were Yin Xian Zhao from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and Pei Wenxian from Myriad Demons Heaven. "I can't believe that they're here." Yang Kai was furious. He had been so focused on his fight with Wu Nian just now that he failed to notice anybody approaching this place, and it was too late by the time he did. "I wonder how long they've been here." These two had teamed up somehow, most likely due to the pressure from Prison League. Acting alone at this point was not safe, so they decided to cooperate with each other. Aside from the two familiar faces, there were another two that Yang Kai didn't recognize. One of them was covered in rich demon qi, so it was easy to see that he was a Myriad Demons Heaven disciple at a glance. The other person showed no noticeable characteristics, but was probably a disciple from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Before Yang Kai revealed himself, only Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were supposed to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly, so both Xian Yuan Cave Heaven or Myriad Demons Heaven had each registered a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm disciple for the Tao Theory Assembly. However, the sudden appearance of a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai had muddied the waters. Only after his presence was revealed did the Cave Heavens and Paradises adjust their strategies and register the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm disciples they brought along for the Tao Theory Assembly at the last moment. Judging from the current situation, the other two were probably in the Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm. They were most likely the original candidates chosen by Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. The Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciple was unfamiliar to Yang Kai, so Yang Kai had probably never met him before. On the other hand, the Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven seemed slightly familiar to Yang Kai. He had the vague feeling that he had met this person somewhere before. His memory was very good, so it only took him a moment of thought for him to recall where he had seen this person. This Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master had followed Tizhang to Shattered Heaven back then. Many open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises had joined forces to fight Zhu Jiuyin outside Shadowless Cave Heaven, and this guy was one of them. Didn't they say that Tizheng died in an unexpected accident? Why is this guy still alive? Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Even so, he did not think too much about it. His current strength was so extraordinary that a fifth-order open heaven realm master was not worth his attention. On the contrary, that person smiled at Yang Kai, causing him to frown slightly at the sight. "Oh, it's you too." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "How can I help you?" He was secretly calculating what kind of consequences he would face if he went on a massacre in this place. With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to kill these four. Be it Yin Xian Zhao or Pei Wenxian, both of them had only advanced into the open heaven realm recently, so they had probably only just stabilized their cultivations. As a result, they could not be considered strong amongst sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Unfortunately, it would probably be extremely hard to deal with the aftermath if he killed them. These two were core disciples of two cave heavens after all. Su Linggong had claimed that the Tao Theory Assembly did not shy away from killing, so there should be no resentment even if disciples of the cave heavens and paradises died in this place. That being said, the cave heavens and paradises would not leave the matter alone if the disciples belonging to them were to die. They might not do anything during the Tao Theory Assembly out of respect for Yinyang Cave Heaven, but they would definitely settle their grievances after it ended. What's more, there's no saying what kind of secret trump cards these two have on them. I might not get another chance if I fail to kill them in one attack. As these thoughts flitted through Yang Kai's mind, he gave up on the idea of killing them. Nevertheless, he couldn't help feeling inwardly resentful. His actions were often hampered and obstructed without the backing of a powerful great force. I only planned to come over and watch the excitement when I heard the commotion, but I didn't expect to enjoy such a good show. Yin Xian Zhao clapped his hands softly with a meaningful expression on his face. A good show? Yang Kai coldly snorted. I don't know what you're talking about. Yin Xian Zhao chuckled. Are you still trying to hide the truth at this point? Yang Kai was indifferent to those words, but he knew that Hui Gu's identity had been exposed. These four had probably been here for a while now, so they witnessed everything that happened just now. An aggressive light involuntarily flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he felt the urge to silence the witnesses to his crime slowly rising. Cooperate with us and we'll let you live. Yin Xian Zhao's expression suddenly sank. He looked at Yang Kai coldly and continued. You should know that you won't survive in your current state if I join forces with senior brother Pei. But we are willing to let you live for the time being since you're useful. Martial Peak, Chapter 4463, Cooperation. Cooperate? How do we cooperate? Yang Kai asked. Yin Xian Zhao glanced at the golden wristband on Yang Kai's wrist with a gloomy expression. You sure have a lot of stars. When Yang Kai left the dense forest tree cave with Hui Gu, he had nearly 60 stars. Furthermore, he carried out ambushes 3 times in a row and killed more than 30 members of Prison League recently. Having obtained even more achievements, there were close to 70 stars now. The densely packed stars twinkled at a glance. On the contrary, there was not a single star on the golden wristband around Yin Xian Zhao's wrist. Yang Kai had failed to notice this fact at the beginning and couldn't help feeling taken aback at the sight. Then, he looked over and realized that the same held true for Pei Wenxian. This clearly did not make sense. Both of them were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so it was impossible for them to have 0 achievements after entering the prison star for so long. Nevertheless, he immediately understood the situation when he looked at the 2 5th Order Open Heaven realm masters. The 5th Order Master of Myriad Demons Heaven only had a few stars on his wristband, which was hardly noteworthy. On the other hand, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, standing behind Yin Xian Zhao, had nearly 30 stars. Judging from the situation, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven had been tasked with dealing the killing blow for all the enemies that these 4 had defeated to absorb the achievements. In this way, they might succeed in pushing this person into the top position and ultimately win the Tao Theory Assembly. When killing the criminals, the others would not receive a share of the achievements as long as they stood outside a 300 meters range. It It was obvious that Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian had continuously captured and imprisoned the criminals they encountered, then let the Xian Yuan Cave Heaven Disciple deal the killing blow. That was how the Xian Yuan Cave Heaven Disciple obtained so many stars. As for how the two had secretly reached this agreement where Myriad Demons Heaven represented by Pei Wenxian willingly gave up their qualification in the Tao Theory Assembly, it was not something Yang Kai could guess. In this way, even if the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven won the Tao Theory Assembly, he could enter Yang Cave Heaven without any worries. All Xian Yuan Cave Heaven would lose was a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which was their original plan. They originally thought that this achievement was enough for them to stand out from the crowd, and it was not until they met Yang Kai that they realized how great the difference was. It was almost 2 times the difference. Moreover, it had to be said that the 4 of them had been working together while Yang Kai was working alone. Combining everything they had witnessed earlier, Xian Zhao couldn't help admiring Yang Kai's intelligence. It was clearly much more convenient to have somebody on the inside of Prison League. Although he did not know why a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was acting in complicity with Yang Kai, it was only natural that he made good use of the weakness that he discovered. Otherwise, it would be a huge waste of such a great opportunity. "You have quite a lot yourselves?" Yang Kai said lightly with a pointed glance at the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. "Stop wasting time on nonsense. Right now, you only have 2 options to choose from." Xian Zhao looked confident that he had Yang Kai in the palm of his hand, so he simply declared, "First, I join forces with Brother Pei and kill you." Yang Kai's expression darkened. "Where do you get your confidence from?" Xian Zhao chuckled. "It has not been long since we all advanced into the Open Heaven Realm. Nobody is stronger than the other by much. How long do you think you can hold out if Brother Pei and I work together to take you down? If we kill you, all the stars that you possess will become ours." The 2 of them were confident that they could kill Yang Kai if it really came down to a fight, but they would have to pay quite a heavy price to do so. He might even severely injure one of them during the process. The risk was too great. Besides, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not an easy opponent to contend with in a life-and-death battle. They could not guarantee that the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven could obtain all of the achievements on Yang Kai's wrist alone. The most likely outcome was that he and Pei Wenxian would be forced to deal a killing blow, leading to Yang Kai's death. If that was the case, the achievements on Yang Kai's wrist would be evenly split between them. It would not benefit the overall situation. After all, they had to make sure that the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven came out on top. Yang Kai's expression was solemn and his eyes were filled with rage and resentment. A fierce energy lingered around his body, as though he was going to attack at any time. Pei Wenxian and Xian Zhao stepped forward together. One of them was sneering while murderous intent surged in the other's eyes. Both of their auras were locked firmly on Yang Kai. There seemed to be an invisible collision of the world force which shook the surrounding space, causing the void around them to ripple unstably. A long time passed before Yang Kai suddenly turned pale. Clutching at his chest, he staggered backwards and coldly snorted, "What's the second option?" Xian Zhao slowly shook his head. "Since you refuse to toast, you must drink a loss. Why do this? The second option is obviously to cooperate with us. We will carry out a massacre with the help of your spy in Prison League." Yang Kai's expression became ugly. "It looks like I don't really have a choice." Xian Zhao smiled and nodded. "A wise man submits to his circumstances. I can cooperate with you, but I will need compensation," Yang Kai said. "Compensation? You want compensation?" Xian Zhao frowned deeply and looked at Yang Kai strangely. "You want to make use of my spy and take all the merits from me. Why shouldn't I get some compensation?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "If you won't agree, then we might as well fight to the death here. We will see who has the last laugh." Xian Zhao looked a little taken aback. "What do you want as compensation?" He secretly decided that he would immediately kill Yang Kai if his demands went overboard. In any case, with their current achievements, there was probably nobody else who could surpass them. It would be easy for them to obtain the top position as long as they killed Yang Kai. "Anything," Yang Kai coldly snorted. In Xian Zhao was startled for a moment. Only then did he understand something. Yang Kai is giving himself a way out. Why else will he say something like that? We are Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters after all. Who would want to be embarrassed in public? Failing to stifle his laughter, In Xian Zhao casually fiddled around with his space ring before tossing a spare ring towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught the space ring and stuffed the ring into his pocket without even looking at the contents. It's okay now, right? In Xian Zhao asked impatiently. Yang Kai remained silent and did not reply. In Xian Zhao turned and shot a look at the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master beside him. Zhuang Wei. Do it. The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Zhuang Wei immediately nodded in response. Yes, senior brother. Striding forward, he walked until he came to stand in front of Yang Kai and stretched out his hand. Please move aside. Yang Kai glanced at Zhuang Wei. How could he not know what Zhuang Wei wanted to do? Annoyed, he coldly snorted and moved 1,000 meters away with a flash of his body. Zhuang Wei came to stand in front of Wu Nian and stared at the other party greedily. He had been under the protection of two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all this while, so he was practically invincible in this place. Even so, he had never killed a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. It was a stroke of luck that he gained this opportunity for free today, so he had to fully enjoy the feeling of killing a stronger opponent with such ease. Wu Nian had one last dying breath left in him. Glaring fiercely at Zhuang Wei, he suddenly flicked the long sword in his hand to stab at him. Zhuang Wei jumped in fright and hurriedly backed away, only to realize that the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of him barely had any strength left. Even this last attack turned out to be very weak and feeble. Becoming angry out of shame, Zhuang Wei stepped forward and slapped a palm out. Wu Nian didn't even make a sound as his head was pounded straight into his chest cavity. A black light flew out and plunged into the golden wristband around Zhuang Wei's wrist, instantly lighting up 5 stars. Zhuang Wei was overjoyed. Afterwards, he walked towards the many Prison League members nearby who had been subdued and imprisoned by Huigu earlier. Ignoring the begging cries for mercy from those people, he killed them all with a palm strike for each person. It was an easy harvest. Following that, the number of stars on his golden wristband soared by more than 10, causing him to smile happily. He had more than 30 stars in the first place, so now that the number had gone up by more than 10, Zhuang Wei had a total of 40 stars on his wristband. Aside from Yang Kai, nobody else on the prison star could possibly have an achievement higher than his. At present, the Tao Theory Assembly was only halfway through the 1-year period. With the help of Yang Kai and the spy inside Prison League, it was only a matter of time before he took the top spot in the competition. His heart immediately burned with excitement when he imagined that he would have a wife like Chu Huashang in the future. There was no denying that he was an outstanding talent in Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Even so, he was a far cry from a core disciple like In Xian Zhao. Zhuang Wei would not have been dispatched to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly otherwise. After all, the sects were fully prepared to part with the disciples dispatched to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. To put it in more realistic terms, these people were dispensable existences to the great forces behind them. The young master of Yinyang Cave Heaven. That position was much higher than Zhuang Wei's current status. However, not everybody was qualified to become the young master of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Only the husbands of the top core disciples in Yinyang Cave Heaven had this qualification. Huigu fled back to Prison League headquarters at Yellow Spring Cave. He was drenched in blood and his aura was very weak. The Vice League Master, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch Jin Gang, was on duty at the time. Upon hearing the news, he was shocked and hurriedly came forward to investigate the situation. He examined Huigu's injuries inside the secret room and asked solemnly, "What the hell happened, Brother Huigu? Where is Brother Wu Nian?" Huigu immediately looked depressed. "I'm afraid Brother Wu Nian is gone. Vice League Master. We were ambushed. Not a single brother survived. I'm the only one who managed to escape." Ambushed. Jin Gang's eyes widened at those words. Who did it? Huigu shook his head. I don't know which cave heaven or paradise they belong to. Jin Gang said, You and Wu Nian are both in the sixth order open heaven realm. Moreover, you brought so many others with you. To think they managed to defeat all of you. What's more, even Wu Nian lost his life in this battle. Just how many sixth order open heaven realm masters were there? At least 3, maybe more. Huigu made up nonsense on the spot. Both he and Wu Nian were in the sixth order open heaven realm after all. It would not make sense if there were too few enemies. Jin Gang's expression became slightly more solemn than before. This is a very important matter. You will come with me to meet the League Master and report this matter to him personally. Huigu couldn't help feeling guilty. Meet the League Master. We can't afford to delay any longer. Let's go now. Jin Gang did not allow Huigu to make any objections. Grabbing Huigu by the arm, he quickly departed. A short while later, they met with Prison League's League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. Huigu repeated his prepared speech once more and lowered his head. League Master. This Huigu failed his duties and caused Prison League to suffer severe losses. I ask that you punish me. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch was a famous figure and also the strongest master on the Prison Star. If that was not the case, he could not have taken the position of League Master. He glanced at Huigu lightly and said, I know what you and Wu Nian are capable of. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who participated in the Dao Theory Assembly had only advanced recently. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, how did you lose so badly? Martial Peak, Chapter 4464, Who is this guy? Huigu lowered his head in response. We were too careless. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch Huang Quan looked at Huigu quietly with a gaze that was very deep. Huigu was stared at so intently that he became scared. Could it be that he noticed something? If my identity is exposed here, then I'm a goner. He might be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but he was weaker than both Huang Quan and Jin Gang. Not to mention, this was Prison League's headquarters. There were 8 other Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters gathered in this place, aside from him. If his identity was exposed, then only death would await him. Where were you ambushed? Bring me there. Just as Huigu was worrying about his gains and losses, Huang Quan suddenly spoke up. Huigu knew that he could not refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and agree. A short while later, 3 figures rose into the sky and headed in a certain direction. While leading the League Master and one of the Vice League Masters to investigate the remaining traces of the battlefield, Huigu tried to send a message to Yang Kai on multiple occasions but failed to make contact with him. He did not know whether Huang Quan could detect anything from the remaining traces of the battlefield. Nevertheless, he had the vague feeling that he was going to be in great trouble soon. He secretly decided to flee as soon as things turned south. That way, he might still have a chance of survival. Half a day later, the 3 of them arrived at the previous battlefield and landed amidst the corpses. There was a patch of blood that had yet to dry staining the ground. The traces of a battle between Open Heaven Realm Masters remained in the surroundings. Moreover, the corpses that had long lost their vitality were strewn everywhere. Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch Jin Gang stepped forward and came to stand in front of a corpse. After a careful investigation, his expression became solemn. Brother Wu Nian. This person was obviously the late Void-Mind Heavenly Monarch. It was just that his head had been smashed into his chest cavity. Meanwhile, Huang Quan did not say anything. He simply swept his gaze over the entire battlefield before he gently closed his eyes and quietly perceived his surroundings. Huigu stood behind Huang Quan, his eyes shifting nervously. He secretly thought to himself, if I attack Huang Quan right now, can I kill him on the spot? If he could kill Huang Quan, then only the Jin Gang would be left. Although he was no match for Jin Gang, he was confident that he could escape. Not all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were as sickeningly powerful as Yang Kai. But if I fail to kill him in one move, then I will be stuck in between 2 top Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In my current state, death is the most likely outcome. Just as Huigu was being indecisive, Huang Quan suddenly jerked open his eyes and spoke with a frown. 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left traces of their aura here. 3. Huigu couldn't help being stunned. What does he mean by 3? Aside from Prison League, only Yang Kai was here earlier. Could it be that 2 others came by later? This is really helpful. Feeling considerably relieved, Huigu quickly followed Huang Quan's lead and said, "At the time, 1 person held me back while the other 2 joined forces against Brother Wu Nan. In the end." A cold light flashed through Huang Quan's eyes. These people from the cave heavens and paradises are too presumptuous. How dare they bully us like this? Do they think Prison League will take this lying down? He turned to look at Wu Nian's corpse and quickly added, "Rest assured, Brother Wu Nian, Prison League will definitely avenge you." He instructed Jin Gang to carefully retrieve Wu Nian's corpse. Afterwards, the 3 of them returned the way they came. Inside their hiding place, Lu Jing glanced curiously at the 4 people who entered together with Yang Kai. He might not recognize these people, but that did not prevent him from sensing their overwhelming strength. None of them were people he could afford to provoke, especially the 2 who were filled with abundant demon chi. He could tell that they were myriad demons' heaven disciples at a glance. "Find a place to stay yourselves. I'll notify you once I receive further news," Yang Kai said before he headed towards his own room. Exine Zhao threatened darkly from behind, "Don't make us wait for too long. We don't have much patience." Yang Kai coldly snorted and ignored Exine Zhao. Behind him came Exine Zhao's low laughter filled with pure delight. "Mo Shang, tidy up that area," Pei Wenxian instructed. "Yes, Senior Brother Pei." The 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had been following closely behind Pei Wenxian all this while, responded respectfully. He walked over to the side of the cave and wrapped his hands with demon chi. It didn't take long before he built a simple cave mansion by the side. On the other side, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged with a shocked and suspicious expression on his face. The 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who has been following behind Pei Wenxian is called Mo Shang? Did I mishear? Or is it just a similar sounding name? Great Demon God was also called Mo Shang. It was just that Yang Kai and the other great emperors from the Star Boundary had joined forces to kill him. In the end, Wu Kuang had used his heaven-devouring battle law to devour Mo Shang's body and seized control of it. It could also be considered another method of possession. He later left the Star Boundary, and there had been no news from him since then. Wu Kuang was a man of great aptitude and talent. If not, he could not have single-handedly created a heaven-defying secret art like the heaven-devouring battle law all by himself. Back in the Star Boundary, he had been publicly acknowledged as the strongest master in the Star Boundary's history. Many great emperors had died at his hands during the Great Emperor War in the Shattered Star Sea. Yang Kai naturally did not have a good impression of Wu Kuang, as he was both cruel and brutal in both his temperament and methods. Wu Kuang was definitely not a compassionate man. Hence, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he left the Star Boundary for the outer universe to seek a higher martial Tao. The truth was that he would not have felt at ease if Wu Kuang had remained in the Star Boundary. After leaving the Star Boundary, Yang Kai didn't even bother to search for news about Wu Kuang. There wasn't any friendship between them, so he did not care whether the other party was dead or alive. "I can't believe I ran into a guy called Mo Shang in this place. Out of all the coincidences, he also turned out to be from Myriad Demon's Heaven. But his appearance is completely different from either Mo Shang or Wu Kuang. Is he another person called Mo Shang? Or is he Wu Kuang in disguise?" Yang Kai suddenly recalled something else. This guy went to Shattered Heaven with Tizheng. Tizheng died back then, so how did he survive? Yang Kai was unable to understand the situation, but he was in no position to recklessly investigate anything either. As such, he could only wallow in his questions. Besides, he was currently stuck in an uncomfortable situation. Exine Zhao and Pei Wenxian had learned the secret about his cooperation with Huigu, but he could not silence the witnesses to his crime. Since it was not convenient for him to take action, he could only try to murder them with a borrowed knife. There were many on the prison star who were capable of killing these 2 after all. "I will need to borrow the strength of Prison League." Immersing his mind into his thoughts, Yang Kai began to form a vague plan. If everything went well, then Xi Zhao and Pei Wenxian would both die on the prison star before long. As time passed, Yang Kai led Xi Zhao, Pei Wenxian, and the other two out to hunt several times according to the information that continued to come from Huigu. Needless to say, they obtained great benefits every time. The stars on the golden wristband of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Zhuang Wei increased steadily, and soon reached a point where he was about to surpass Yang Kai. The smooth progress delighted him greatly. The four of them had spent a lot of effort over the past 6 months searching everywhere and eventually accumulating around 30 stars. However, ever since they met Yang Kai, he had gained the same amount of achievement from before in less than a month's time. It was only recently that he understood how Yang Kai had obtained all those stars. He secretly thought to himself, if senior brother Yin and senior brother Pei kill that Yang Kai, then it's a given that I will obtain the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly. With the great hope of winning the Tao Theory Assembly in his heart, Zhuang Wei was always the most enthusiastic of them all whenever they moved out. While Zhuang Wei was making great progress, Yang Kai's plan was slowly moving forward. There were less than 5 months left before the Tao Theory Assembly ended, but that was ample time. He had nothing to worry about yet. On the other hand, Yang Kai tried numerous times to probe into the identity of the guy called Mo Sheng. Unfortunately, his efforts were fruitless. He could not figure out the other party's identity, and after multiple failed attempts, he decided to ignore Mo Sheng instead so as not to reveal anything. On a certain day, Yang Kai received another message from Huigu. He had only just finished checking the message when Zhuang Wei's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave and asked excitedly, "Did you receive new information again?" "That's right. A patrol will be dispatched from Prison League tomorrow. The team will be led by 2 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and there will be 12 people in total." "That's great." Zhuang Wei grinned. Glancing at Yang Kai, he added in admiration, "You're amazing too. Don't worry. I will speak to senior brother Yin and senior brother Pei on your behalf when the Tao Theory Assembly ends. Disputes should be resolved rather than settled." "Many thanks." Yang Kai chuckled. Zhuang Wei nodded. When he turned around, a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. He knew very well that Xi Zhao and Pei Wenxian were simply making use of Yang Kai's inside connection for the time being. Those two were waiting until the Tao Theory Assembly was about to end to kill Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai's spy would no longer be useful at that time. Not to mention, killing him meant that they would also obtain the considerable achievements that he accumulated. Zhuang Wei's words just now were only to appease Yang Kai. How could he possibly upset Xi Zhao and Pei Wenxian for the sake of an outsider? The next day, the four of them walked out of their hiding spot and headed in a certain direction under Yang Kai's guidance. Huigu was currently serving as one of the protectors of the Prison League. It was a high-level position that came with great authority. Hence, it was easy for him to investigate and even influence the route of Prison League's patrols. It was only possible for Yang Kai and the others to kill all those Prison League members previously thanks to the information that Huigu provided. The prison star was so vast after all, so Yang Kai would have no idea where to find these people otherwise. Yang Kai landed in a mountain valley surrounded on all sides a short time later. "Is it here?" Zhuang Wei asked. "The patrol will pass this place in an hour. Get ready." Yang Kai did not bother to explain further. Having experienced this situation countless times by now, they were naturally familiar with this situation. They each used their respective secret techniques to conceal their auras and hid in the shadows to quietly lie in wait. In Prison League's headquarters, Huigu was on duty when he suddenly heard the gloomy tolling of a bell resounding throughout the Yellow Spring Cave. The tolling of this bell meant that the League Master had issued a summoning order. More importantly, the bell would not be rung unless it was an urgent matter. This was the first time Huigu heard the bells ever since he joined the Prison League. Instructing his subordinate to take over his duties, Huigu rushed towards the main conference hall. He glanced around upon reaching the hall and saw that many people were gathered here. There were as many as 4 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who arrived, and League Master Huang Quan sat in the main seat. To the left and right sides below him sat the 2 Vice League Masters, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch, Song Yen. Huigu bowed to the League Master and the Vice League Masters before he went to his seat and sat down. For some reason, he felt extremely uneasy, as if something very bad was about to happen. Martial Peak, Chapter 4465, Exposed. A short while later, 5 more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters arrived one after another to sit on both sides of the hall. There were a total of 10 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Prison League. After Wu Nian was killed, only 9 were left. It could be said that all the strongest masters in Prison League were gathered here at this moment. Huigu couldn't help feeling apprehensive. It was his first time seeing such a large-scale force ever since he first joined Prison League. There had never been a time when all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Prison League gathered together before. There was only one thing that could make Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch summon all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was obvious that Prison League was planning something very big. Thus, Huigu sat in his seat and observed the situation. He soon discovered that most of the people present did not know why the League Master had summoned them. Divine senses continuously fluctuated across the Grand Hall as everybody quietly communicated with each other. All of a sudden, somebody stood up and cupped his fist. "League Master, why did you summon us?" Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch nodded at that person lightly and said, "Don't be impatient. You will find out soon. Since everybody is here, then follow me." He stood up while speaking and walked down from his seat. The rest did not dare to neglect and quickly followed suit. When they came outside, they saw a huge group of Prison League members gathered, numbering at least 100. Moreover, every one of these people was a Fourth Order Master or above. Everyone was waiting quietly in formation. "Greetings, League Master." As soon as Huang Quan appeared, they shouted at the top of their voices, seemingly shaking the sky as they roared. Huang Quan nodded lightly and waved his large hand. "Let's go!" After a few moments, countless streams of light rose from Yellow Spring Cave and rushed towards a certain direction. At this moment, almost all of the Prison League's forces had been mobilized. Although some people remained behind, they were all below the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm. Their nest was practically empty. If any masters were to raid them at this moment, Yellow Spring Cave would be razed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Huigu was becoming more and more nervous with every passing moment. That was because the Prison League was heading towards the place where Yang Kai was lying in ambush. Unless something unexpected happened, they would encounter each other in a matter of moments. Yang Kai might be powerful, but all the elites of the Prison League had been mobilized this time. From the League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, to the many Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters below him, it was impossible for Yang Kai to stop this raging torrent, no matter how powerful he was. It was foreseeable that Yang Kai would suffer a tragic ending once both parties encountered each other. At present, Huigu's life was tied to Yang Kai's, so if something were to happen to the latter, he would also have a hard time protecting himself. "I need to get a message out." The thought flashed through Huigu's mind, but just as he was about to send a warning to Yang Kai, he noticed 2 people approaching him from left and right. He turned to the side only to see the 2 Prison League Vice League Masters. Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch drew close to him from both sides. When their gazes met, Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch smiled at Huigu. On the other hand, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch lightly commented, "Brother Huigu, you seem rather nervous." Huigu forced a smile. "You must be joking, Vice League Master. I'm just worried about Yellow Spring Cave. What is League Master planning to do?" All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have been mobilized. If any strong enemies were to invade the headquarters, the remaining members would be powerless to resist. Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch shook his head. "League Master knows what he is doing. Since he won't explain, then it is not our place to ask. We only need to obey his orders." Huigu was astonished. Even the Vice League Masters don't know what League Master is planning. Jin Gang said, "Why don't you go and ask, Brother Huigu?" Huigu glanced at Huang Quan leading at the forefront and shook his head. "Forget it. Since League Master has a plan, it's useless to ask." Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch chuckled and patted Huigu on the shoulders. Relax. Yellow Spring Cave might be our headquarters, but it's nothing special. It doesn't matter even if it were destroyed. Besides, the prison star is vast. As long as we remain, we can rebuild again anywhere. You're right, Vice League Master. Huigu nodded. They did not continue the conversation. Whilst traveling with Huang Quan in the lead, Huigu tried multiple times to escape Jin Gang and Songya. However, his efforts were in vain. Those two stuck to his sides like glue, and he felt his heart sinking into the abyss while the ominous feelings he had only grew stronger and stronger. In the mountain valley where the ambush was set up, Yang Kai and the others waited for approximately an hour. Sure enough, a prison league patrol consisting of a team of 12 passed through the mountain valley right on schedule. It was perfectly in line with the information that Yang Kai received. Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao were well prepared, so as soon as the 12-man team stepped into the ambush range, they were struck by a sneak attack. The leader of this patrol was only in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, so how could they stand up against two 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Yang Kai didn't even need to do anything as the 12 men were quickly captured. Zhuang Wei excitedly rushed forward with a long sword in his hand. Ignoring the bitter pleading and vicious cursing of those 12 people, he killed each one of them with a stab of his sword. Numerous black lights flew out from the wrists of those prison league members to plunge into the golden wristband around his wrist, lighting up 4 stars in an instant. Ha ha ha! He roared with laughter as the number of stars on his wrist had almost caught up with Yang Kai's before this ambush. Now he surpassed him. He turned around to cup his fist and bow to Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian. Many thanks, senior brothers. Yin Xian Zhao smiled and nodded. Then, he patted Zhuang Wei on the shoulder. Don't forget this senior brother when you marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven in the future. Zhuang Wei sincerely said, This junior brother will never forget the kindness you showed me today, senior brother. Yang Kai was watching coldly from the side when all of a sudden, he turned his head to look in a certain direction. An exclamation of surprise escaped his lips. What's wrong? Pei Wenxian followed Yang Kai's gaze. Then his expression changed drastically. This is bad. Let's go. Along the horizon, a dense stream of lights was charging at them in an aggressive manner. The strongest great force on the prison star was undoubtedly Prison League. Furthermore, the only organization that could mobilize so many people at once was also the Prison League. Yang Kai felt a twinge of fear in his heart. He had long planned to kill Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian with a borrowed knife, and to that end, he had been trying to figure out an opportunity to expose their whereabouts so that Prison League members could get rid of these two on his behalf. Contrary to his expectations, though, Prison League took action before he could even implement his plan. How did Prison League learn of our whereabouts? Unless Huigu spilled the secret. But Huigu is restricted by the loyalty list. He wouldn't do something that would dig himself into the grave like this unless he was prepared to lose his life. In that case, there is only one possibility. Huigu's identity has been exposed. Prison League turned the tables on us. Yang Kai secretly sighed in amazement. Although this was somewhat different from what he originally planned, the end results weren't too dissimilar. Be that as it may, Prison League's league master, Huang Quan, sure was cold and ruthless to use the lives of 12 people in a patrol as bait to lure them out. All sorts of thoughts rolled around in Yang Kai's head in an instant. Then he turned around and fled. To his surprise, though, 4 figures suddenly appeared ahead of him, each one a 6th Order master. The person in the lead was dressed in a python robe, which gave him a menacing appearance. He lightly slapped his palm down over the crowd, saying, Since you're already here, you should stay. The overwhelming power of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master flooded out as the other 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters attacked in unison. Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian's expressions changed drastically. The 4 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who appeared behind them displayed an extremely powerful and pure world force, so it was obvious that many years had passed since these 4 broke through to their current realm. Newly advanced cultivators like them were utterly incomparable. Having advanced directly into the 6th Order, their starting point was generally higher than others, but even so, that advantage was not enough to make up for the difference formed from the accumulation of thousands of years. Hence, they were no match for any one of these 4 sixth-order open heaven realm masters in a one-on-one battle, much less if these 4 joined forces against them. The 2 of them desperately used their divine abilities to break out of the encirclement, but unsurprisingly, they were blocked by the people who came. Shwa shwa shwa. One after another, the sound of something slicing through the air rang out. They had missed the only chance they had to escape. Numerous figures landed in all directions, surrounding Yang Kai and the others tightly. In Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian both looked furious while Zhuang Wei shivered in fear. On the other hand, Mo Shang looked contemplative as he quietly watched from the side. In Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian swept their divine senses out before they felt their hearts sinking into the abyss. The people surrounding them were displaying their respective strengths without the slightest reservation. So it was easy to tell that there were 9 sixth-order open heaven realm masters from Prison League gathered in this place. In addition, there were more than 100 cultivators below the 6th-order open heaven realm but above the 4th order. Such a lineup could be said to be inescapable. Yang Kai, how dare you betray us? In Xian Zhao turned to glare at Yang Kai. In such a short time, countless possibilities had crossed his mind, and the most likely one was that Yang Kai had betrayed them. Yang Kai glared at Xian Zhao coldly. Idiot! While it was true that he had this plan in mind and had been making some quiet moves to accomplish it, the current situation was completely unrelated to him. The Prison League had dispatched so many 6th-order open heaven realm masters, which went to show their determination. Even he was powerless against such a force. If he wanted to survive, then his only option was to escape. It was just that he could not confirm whether Hui Gu's identity had been compromised or not. Otherwise, he would have escaped before this encirclement was formed. There were as many Prison League masters as there were clouds in the sky at the moment, and Yang Kai was certainly not their opponent, but even the Prison League could not hope to stop him if he wanted to flee. Yang Kai glanced surreptitiously at Hui Gu and immediately furrowed his brow at the sight. With his eyesight, how could he not realize that Hui Gu was being closely guarded by 2 6th-order open heaven realm masters? Hui Gu didn't have the slightest freedom at all. No wonder Hui Gu didn't even send a single message, even though the Prison League was carrying out such a large-scale operation. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. It looks like my guess is correct. Hui Gu's identity has been exposed. The current situation is all part of Prison League's retaliation. Prison League's Huang Quan greets little friends. The man in the phaeton robe blocking the path from behind gave a slight nod in greeting. So it is Brother Huang Quan. I have long admired you. Xian Zhao forced himself to remain calm on the surface even though his heart was pounding. This guy is the Prison League's League Master. Huang Quan smiled. My reputation is nothing more than floating clouds. You are too polite, little friend. You have certainly come from afar, heavenly monarch. How can I help you? Xian Zhao asked with a frown. They were currently stuck in a precarious situation where the slightest mishap could lead to their deaths. The criminals on the prison star were heinous and cruel after all, so they would not bat an eye at killing others. Xian Zhao might be in the 6th-order open heaven realm and boast great strength, but a newly advanced 6th-order master could barely make a ripple under the current circumstances. Little friends, you've killed so many people from my Prison League. As League Master, it's only natural that I give the people under me a suitable explanation. Huang Quan was cheerful and amicable, but the friendlier he appeared, the more terrifying he seemed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4466, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. Xian Zhao quickly asked, What explanation are you looking for, Heavenly Monarch? Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Huang Quan, smiled without saying anything. Pooh! A soft sound rang out suddenly, mixed with a muffled grunt. Hui Gu spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground weakly without warning. A huge gaping hole appeared in his abdomen. Standing in front of him, one could clearly see the scenery on the other side through the hole in his body. In the sky, Jin Gang slowly retracted his bloody fist. You? Hui Gu lifted his head to look at Jin Gang with horror in his eyes. Many of the Prison League's Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in an uproar and turned to look at Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch in confusion. They did not understand why the Vice League Master attacked one of their own out of the blue, much less severely injuring Huigu in a single attack. This is the consequence of colluding with the enemy and bringing harm to our comrades. Jin Gang coldly snorted. Huigu, you're doomed. Nobody can save you today. Huigu clutched at his chest and tried to circulate his strength to stabilize his wounds. His complexion was pale and he said nothing. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Protector who generally had a good relationship with Huigu asked in a deep voice, Vice League Master? What is the meaning of this? The sudden attack on Huigu made him very uneasy. After all, he too was one of the Prison League's protectors. If he did not get to the bottom of this matter, something like this might even befall him in the future. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch smiled and answered the question. Don't panic. His actions are in line with this monarch's intentions. Huigu is a despicable and cunning man. He is a secret chess piece that these participants inserted into the Prison League. A blanket of silence fell over the scene. All the protectors looked at Huigu in disbelief. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Protector who spoke up earlier also looked absolutely shocked. Huigu gritted his teeth. What do you mean, League Master? This Hui does not understand. I cannot admit to anything here, or else I will really be killed. Huang Quan smiled. At first, this monarch was only slightly suspicious and could not be certain. After all, there were traces of your interference every time a patrol was dispatched. You might have concealed your tracks well, but there are no walls that are truly airtight. If this monarch failed to notice something as simple as this, then this monarch would not be worthy of being Prison League's League Master. Nevertheless, it was not until Wu Nian died and you escaped alone that this monarch truly became suspicious. In order to verify my conjecture, this monarch tested you again and again. At this point of his speech, his expression fell. He pointed at the severed limbs and scattered corpses around him. Apart from this monarch and the two Vice League Masters, you were the only other person who knew the whereabouts of the patrol that was dispatched today. Even so, they were intercepted at this spot within an hour of being sent out. If you weren't the one to tip off the enemy, then who else could it be? Huigu shook his head. League Master, please understand. I have no knowledge of this matter. Jin Gang smiled deviously. If it was not you, then are you implying that it was me or Tsang Yen? Huigu, oh Huigu, you truly disappoint me. What benefits did these participants promise you to make you turn your back on your old friends of countless years? Nearby, Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian exchanged a glance with each other. They initially thought that Yang Kai had sold them out, but based on the current situation, it would seem that the people from the Prison League had figured out Huigu's identity and used their plan against them. Be that as it may, the current situation was very worrying. They couldn't help being racked by anxiety. Huigu looked sorrowful as he slowly sneered. One never lacks a reason to make false accusations. How dare you quibble with me? Huang Quan's expression turned frosty. I initially thought that this would be a chance for you to redeem yourself for your crimes, but it would now seem that you're determined to make enemies of the Prison League. In that case, I will let you die with full understanding. He shouted with a wave of his hand. Bring him! Somebody immediately walked out from the side with a bloody figure in his grip. When Huigu looked in that direction, his eyes immediately widened in shock and he blurted out, By Mo! The bloody figure turned out to be his one and only subordinate whom he sent out on errands previously, By Mo. At this moment, it was difficult to tell whether or not By Mo was even still alive. He was disheveled and filthy, and it was easy to see that he had been greatly tormented. Strange tendrils of energy weaved in and out of his body like spirit snakes, and his vitality was extremely dim. Ever since the day By Mo was sent on that initial errand, 3 other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had received the message and brought their subordinates with them to the dense forest tree cave and became Yang Kai's achievement. Afterwards, the Prison League was formed and Yang Kai finally came out of hiding when he ran out of fish to bait. During this time, Huigu had tried to ask around for information on By Mo, but his efforts had been fruitless. Only now did he learn that Bai Mo had fallen into the Huang Quan's hands at some point. Seeming to hear Hui Gu's voice, the dying Bai Mo flinched. He raised his lowered head, revealing a face that was so swollen that he looked like he had been soaked in water for several years. It was a mess of rotten meat and turbid blood. A small gap suddenly opened in his swollen eyelids. Carefully looking in Hui Gu's direction for a while, he cried out in a miserable voice, "Master, Bai Mo is sorry. What else do you have to say for yourself?" Huang Quan stared at Hui Gu coldly. Hui Gu's complexion was ashen. He knew that it was useless to try and talk his way out of this. Bai Mo was only in the fourth order open heaven realm after all. It was a pity that he fell into the hands of somebody like Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. It was only natural that Huang Quan had ways to make him divulge the truth no matter how loyal he was. "It looks like you have nothing more to say." Huang Quan coldly snorted and exerted some strength into his hand. Bai Mo exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving nothing behind. The reason why Huang Quan went to so much trouble to prove that Hui Gu was colluding with the enemy was to pacify and reassure the other sixth-order open heaven realm protectors. Otherwise, a sixth-order open heaven realm protector could not be killed so easily. Hui Gu's eyes immediately widened at the sight. After dealing with Hui Gu, Huang Quan finally turned to look at Yin Exine Zhao and the others. "Little friends, where are you from?" Yin Exine Zhao gloomily said, "Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. And, you must be a myriad demons heaven disciple." Huang Quan turned to look at Pei Wenxian with a smile. The people from Myriad Demons Heaven were the easiest to recognize. After all, the unique characteristics of Demon Chi were too obvious to miss. It was like walking around with a glaring billboard wherever they went. "What about you?" He looked towards Yang Kai. "Void Land." Yang Kai replied flippantly. However, his mind was focused on Hui Gu's situation as he seemed to be in an abnormal state after Bai Mo was killed right in front of him. Huang Quan frowned. "Perhaps I've become a bit ignorant and uninformed after all the years. I'm afraid I didn't know about the existence of a void paradise." "It's Void Land," Yang Kai reiterated. Huang Quan seemed to understand something and nodded lightly. "So, that's how it is." He was secretly confused. Didn't they say that the sixth-order open heaven realm masters participating in the Tao Theory Assembly are all newly advanced open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises? Why is this person from Void Land here? Too lazy to think too much into this matter, he gave a light wave of his hand and spat out a single but extremely chilling word, "Kill!" Hui Gu, who had reached some kind of critical limit, suddenly attacked at the same time. Charging directly at the Huang Quan, he let out a ferocious roar. "Huang Quan, suffer death!" Huang Quan looked over coldly but did not move. Jin Gang and Songya attacked Hui Gu from both sides and sent him flying backward with just a single move. Hui Gu coughed up a mouthful of blood and stumbled weakly. He had been heavily injured by the Jin Gang earlier, so he was no match for the two Vice League Masters at the moment. In the meantime, the world force in the surroundings fluctuated chaotically as the power of various secret techniques and artifacts loomed over Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai, Yin Exine Zhao, and Pei Wenxian roared furiously. They knew that they were in an extremely precarious situation. Thus, they did not dare to hesitate and quickly used various means to defend against the barrage of attacks. Hong hong hong. Following a series of explosions, the three of them were shaken badly and their respective small universes were in turmoil. The difference in numbers was simply too great, so the outcome of this battle was determined before it even began. "This place is too dangerous. I can't stay here for long." Yang Kai made a feint and retreated backwards, leaving Yin Exine Zhao and Pei Wenxian to fight against the many open heaven realm masters from Prison League on their own. With a flicker, he rushed towards Hui Gu. He was fast, but surprisingly somebody else was even faster than him. Mo Shang, the fifth-order open heaven realm master who had been following behind Pei Wenxian all this time, had already arrived next to Hui Gu at some point, grabbed his arm, and dragged the latter towards Yang Kai with all speed. The attacks from Jin Gang and Songya that came from behind him caused him to cough up blood and his demon chi to churn violently. "Go!" Mo Shang roared at Yang Kai who was rushing towards him. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. but still surged his space principles to wrap up Emoshang and Huigu, preparing to escape this place. Jin Gang was following closely behind, and his expression turned grim at the sight. "HM? A space secret technique? Don't even think about escaping." Taking a deep breath, he let out a deep roar. An invisible sound wave spread out into the surroundings, causing the local space to shatter like a broken mirror. The figures of Yang Kai and the others that had been fading away abruptly solidified once more. His instantaneous movement had been interrupted. Songya and Huang Quan quickly swooped in from both sides when they saw this complication. The world forces of the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, like two separate worlds, were barreling in this direction. "Break!" Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. As soon as the spear thrust out, a golden dragon head flashed behind him and a dragon roar shook the skies. The Azure Dragon Spear in his hands suddenly transformed into a 1,500-meter-long great dragon that shook its head and flicked its tail as it charged forward recklessly. A gap suddenly appeared in the oppressive auras of the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai activated space principles once more and fled through the gap with a flash as the sounds of explosions and attacks rang out endlessly from behind him. In addition, the rampaging world force threatened to shatter the void once more. By the time Jin Gang broke through the explosions and rushed over, Yang Kai along with Huigu and Emoshang were nowhere to be seen. Space secret techniques. Huang Quan scowled deeply and spread out his divine sense into the surroundings. However, Yang Kai was long gone without a trace. He sure escaped quickly. Likewise, Jin Gang looked furious. He had interrupted Yang Kai's space secret technique as soon as he noticed that something was not right. But unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. It was said that people who were proficient in the Tao of space were unparalleled when it came to escaping, and judging from the current situation, those rumors were not unfounded. "We were too careless," Songya sighed. "If they had known that there was somebody proficient in the Tao of space, they would have created a heaven-sealing earth-locking array or formation at the beginning so that the other party could not escape." "It's fine." Huang Quan slowly shook his head. "It's not like we don't have any gains." He looked back at the battlefield where 3 disciples from 2 cave heavens were trapped. Although 2 of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, they were both newly promoted, so their heritage was a far cry compared to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters in Prison League. Moreover, there was a huge disparity in numbers, so it was only a matter of time before those 3 died. On the battlefield, both In Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian were red with rage. Their figures swayed unsteadily, seeming to be at risk of dying at any moment. As core disciples of Cave Heavens, they had various items in their possession to protect themselves. Nevertheless, the continuous use of these items was merely a futile dying struggle that delayed the time of their deaths.